Have this dream. Be working in a factory. Typical wacky dream shit going on. Go through the back door of the factory. Walk out into sort of a Disney cartoon. A bit like on Who Framed Roger Rabbit when Valiant is in Toontown. Don't like it. Has this weird sort of opera / choir kind of music in the background, but it is really foreboding and eerie. Whole place feels foreboding and eerie. Start panicking. See phone booth. Use phone booth. Call myself to come rescue myself. Wake up sweating. Time to get up anyway. Go downstairs. See that I have a message on the answering machine. Play message. It's the same music from the dream and someone talking, but you can't make out what's being said. Message was received just before I woke up. Maybe I called my house phone with my mobile while I was sleeping, like some kind of muscle memory thing, although that would not explain the background music. Remember, my mobile was downstairs, charging the whole night anyway. Link related. It's the voicemail. TLDR. I called myself from a dream, I think. Ex-militia and on again. Figure I should give a more recent story. Be late spring 2022 in the Midwest. As any good old boy knows, this means one thing: walleye run. For anyone who does not live in the Midwest or lives near the Great Lakes, the walleye run is basically the redneck version of the salmon runs on the east and west coasts. For our European anons, you know the walleye as pike perch or zander. For myself, I'm after the walleye, but I'm also chasing after common carp, goldeyes, and redtail suckerfish. Some call them trash fish, but they tend to put up heavy, yet intelligent fighting tactics. This will come back later in the story, by the way. Go out to the local tributary river of the Big Mo and set one rod up for bottom feeders, and the other I'm running with drop shot rig in some fast moving water. Spend my time moving up and down the river with the latter as to cover the most water possible and watch as several fishermen come and go a bit downstream in a small waterfall area. I catch a few wallies and several redtail suckerfish throughout the morning hours, but by about noon, the fishing starts to slow down a bit. As the fishing slows down, I switch both rods into a standard bottom feeder rig set up for carp and suckerfish, as the latter I was having a fair bit of luck with, while the former was something I really wanted to have a shot at. While I was setting up the second rod for bottom feeding, I keep getting these uneasy feelings of someone watching me. I have no fucking idea how to explain this without sounding delusional, but the river I fish in is smack dab in the area I live. Having other fishermen or the occasional birdwatcher is nothing new. But this feeling, it felt wrong, like seriously wrong. This put me on edge, but the feeling quickly disappeared as one of my rods started getting whacked pretty hard. And of course, all survival instinct disappears when a good fish hits your line. I head over to my fishing rod and set the hook, and whatever this fish was, it was large enough to put a bend in a fairly heavy-duty rod. The fish starts dancing around the entire area I have been fishing, and it's doing some tactics that allow me to give a pretty reasonable guess as to what it was. It's a fucking carp, oh boy. As I'm fighting this carp, I find myself constantly having to pull it away from snags in the water. This carp was a big boy, and it made sure I understood why it got that large in the first place. Constantly pulls itself near an underwater log, some reeds, and then finally, it gets itself locked up under some old concrete from a bridge that was destroyed in the 2011 floods on the Mo. So I have to try and maneuver myself with this huge bitch and get it unstuck. But while I'm doing this, the carp is making damn sure it gets the line snagged again every time I loosen it up. Oh, you beautiful hog-faced bastard. As I'm doing this, the feeling of being watched starts to creep back into my head. I try to not let it bug me, but it becomes overbearing, and as soon as I twist my head to see if anyone is nearby me, the carp snaps the line. Wait, what are those footsteps? Like, I swear I looked around and saw no one, and now someone is practically within breathing distance of me. Turn around, and the first thing I see is some disheveled guy who looks homeless, and I swear, I almost shit bricks. Guy saw what happened with the fish and said, "Shit, sorry to see that, man." Nervously, I kinda say, "Yeah, it happens sometimes with carp." I kinda sigh and ask him what's up, and while we were about to talk, a literal bald eagle flies over us, and this dude's eyes light up like a little kid's. "Oh my god, there it is," he shouts. "Huh? Oh yeah, bald eagle, neat." And while I say this, he takes out a phone and starts writing down the date and time of where he spotted the eagle. Turns out this guy is a really enthusiastic birdwatcher, and he's been following an eagle pair that was recently dislodged from its nest by Canadian geese. Fucking geese. Can never be safe around those bastards. We shoot the shit about the eagles and geese, and he asks if I have ever seen any bird nesting areas around here. Oh yeah, if you go to the next bridge down, tons of birds have managed to make a small nest colony under it. Mostly sparrows, starlings, and robins that... Before I can even finish, this guy thanks me, and is running down the banks to the next bridge, which is about 500 meters or so down the river. Back to fixing my turn around, and look up a nearby hill, and standing there is the most stereotypical looking man in black that I have seen in my life. This dude drove his blacked out SUV onto the nearby hill, off-road, and was watching me talk to the homeless birdwatcher guy. He was wearing an all-black two-piece, had blacked out sunglasses, the whole stereotypical men in black getup. He just stands there, staring at me for what felt like 10 minutes in total, and I'm trying to remain calm and carry on with setting up my fishing line. All the while, I'm already discombobulated by the whole birdwatcher thing, and now I have a glow-in-the-dark spook staring at me. I cannot describe the feeling of being stared at by this dude. It felt wrong. The same feeling I had earlier, and now magnified by the whole reality that yes, I am in fact being watched. Eventually, I get enough courage to just look straight back at this guy, and as I'm about to get ready to wave at him, he just looks at me and nods as if to acknowledge that he knows I can see him. He then goes full Michael Jackson and moonwalks back to his SUV while keeping eye contact with me. He proceeds to open his door as if he was running a VCR and rewind from when he closed it previously. Gets into the SUV, turns it to face me for like 5 minutes, then slowly reverses before going out of sight behind the crest of the hill. I have no idea who this guy was, what he wanted from me, but the feeling he gave me was one of being hunted by a mountain lion. It made the caveman in my brain enter full uncanny valley mode, and I just said fuck this, and reeled up my other rod and went home. I don't know what he wanted, but it was enough to spook me away from fishing for a month during a really great walleye run. Also, for the birdwatcher bro, the geese finally lost to the eagle pair, and they did manage to take back the nest. Hopefully that brings you some ease, my dude. When I was a senior in high school, a girl 2 grades below me took her own life by hanging herself by a chain in a tree in her yard. Her mom was sick with grief, and I don't know who put the idea into her head, but she thought her daughter would be resurrected. She was part of some Assembly of God type church, and the pastor also said that her daughter could be revived. The mom worked at Walmart and was having people sign up to donate blood to pump it into her daughter so she would come back to life. My stepmom worked at Walmart at that same time, and recalls people telling the lady that what she was doing was not right. On the night the daughter was supposed to be revived, the police showed up to the abandoned pickle factory building they chose as the resurrection venue and shut it down. Be me, 2002, 22-year-old homeless alcoholic, starting out life on hard mode, life in the Southwest, fall in with Mexican day laborers, work hard, buy booze, sleep, repeat. Buddy says he's found a sweet deal of a job. It's a dig job. Ask him to hook me up. Says it's twice as much money as what we've been getting for the same kind of ditch digger shit we've been doing. Meet with Hefe. Says keep your mouth shut and do what I say and get paid. 2-hour van ride into the desert. Volcanoes? What the fuck? I had no idea there were volcanoes on the Mexican border. Park in the middle of fucking nowhere and grab shovels and lanterns. Go in a weird, big as fuck cave. No graffiti, no trash. Like totally untouched. No bats, no guano. Big ass fucking stone circle in the middle. Hefe says, don't touch that shit. Gatorade and shitty ham sandwiches for lunch. Boss man says dig here, then dig there. Do this all day long. Keeps checking shit on some little yellow box like a voltmeter. Keep finding little stone objects shaped like D&D dice. Boss loses his shit when we find a metal one instead of stone. Are we grave robbing? Fuck. Walking back to van, wore the fuck out, sun just dipping on the horizon. Hear whispering from the shadows, Buddy hears it too. Boss man says keep your eyes down and keep walking. Buzzing in my ears, inside my head, walk faster. Not sure this is worth it. Day 2, we're back at the cave. Big stone disc has been moved, and there's like a circular well underneath. Can't see the bottom. Boss man freaks out. Everybody out. Job's over. Goodbye money. Everyone's super quiet on the ride back. Feds roll in next week, asking everyone, you seen this guy? It's boss man. Even being a stupid drunk at 19, I know never to talk to feds. Feel dirty. Nightmares every night. Can't stand the heat anymore. Can't stand the sun. Take everything I own and what little cash I have and go cross country and beg my sister to let me stay with her. Never going back to the desert. I made an appointment with a psychiatrist tomorrow because I honestly think I've lost it. This is my story. It's quite long, so bear with me. Just recently become 20 years old. Want to do something fun for my birthday. Invite 3 friends to go urbex and haunt hunting with me in the Czech Republic. 2 destinations are abandoned underground facilities from the Second World War. 1 destination is a supposedly haunted hill. Another destination is a long tunnel, just beneath the ground, which supposedly abruptly ends. Still don't know where that one's supposed to be. You're catching my drift, I think. We had a lot planned. Group consists of me, a hipster, a comic nerd, and a rich guy. Be yesterday evening. Hang out in the house of rich guy, Jack. Smoke some weed and watch Ace Ventura. Decide to take a look at local forest while stoned. Meet some random dude in front of the forest. His English is pretty decent. I'd say even better than mine. He's pretty young. Says he's there quite often. Says he used to do videos there. We don't really know him, but he seems like an alright person. Plus, we might need someone who knows the area, so we ask him to chill with us in the forest. He takes a long look into the forest. Listen, I am not letting you enter that forest. We are confused, asking him whether he's the forest keeper or something. He completely avoids eye contact with us, staring into the forest. Nerd starts grinning and shouts, "Creepypasta time," with a melodic voice. Some of us laugh. Forest dude is visibly annoyed. He mocks our laughter and tells us to fuck off. Rich Anon is getting upset. Hipster Anon too. Forest dude's eyes are trailing something in the forest in short bursts of movement. Without looking away from the forest, he says, "Creepypasta? Okay. So you're into like creepy stuff, right?" I was too. He licks his lips and cowers a little, as if he was trying to look beneath something. Nerdanon is now joking about me having planned all of this. Forest Bro is fucking pissed. His entire body language is saying, "I'm prepared to fight you." Fist clenched and feet wide apart, he finally turns towards us. 2 options. You leave, or I make you leave. We mock Forest Dude a little, but we turn around. Suddenly, Rich Anon turns toward the forest again and starts sprinting inside. Instinctively, we follow him. Because we are a bunch of morons, we make bird noises while running past Forest Dude, who desperately tries to catch one of us. Forest Dude stops chasing right after the first tray. He's crying now, hysterical, begging us not to go inside. He's offering us money, his car, and some inaudible things. At this point we really think he's gone nuts. After about 20 minutes of walking, Hipster Anon sits down on a large rock. We sit around, starting to roll new joints, talking about a restaurant where you can get an entire menu for like €8 and it's fucking delicious. Nerdanon stares at his half-rolled joint. Dudes, I'm out. Not smoking anymore. Total paranoia. He passes his weed on, but we don't really bother asking him what's wrong, since he was always kinda weird. We toke up and continue north. Sorry for breaking the story. I should have fucking listened to that forest dude. We find a half-rotten, half-gnawed boar carcass. Nerdanon is freaking out, begging us to leave. Claims he knows his shit. Claims there is no animal in these forests able to kill a boar. Getting a bad feeling as well. Suggest we head back. Hipster Anon says we should look for mushrooms on the way out, the normal ones. We spread out a little and look for mushrooms. Surprisingly, there are none. I get a little bit distracted by a weird stump and get separated off of the group. As we get back together, it seems that Nurdanon cheered up a bit. At least he's not frightened anymore. We make our way back. Rich guy laughs loudly as he sees that Forest Dude is still in front of the forest. Forest Dude is anxiously walking up and down. No trace of him being angry at us, just frightened or worried about something. We decide to apologize to him and offer him a beer. As we walk out of the forest, he's relieved at first, until he sees Nurdanon. His eyes widen, and you could see how his breath stopped for a moment as he turned pale. He suddenly smiles and accepts our offer. On the way, we're talking about nothing in particular. Forest Dude turns to Nurdanon and asks him how long Richanon has lived up there, nodding toward Richanon's house. Nurdanon says he does not know. We all remember the fucked up night that we had, as we had a goodbye Richanon party in his house, since he was leaving our country to live back in the Czech Republic. Think that Nurdanon probably smoked too much, so he does not remember it. Forest Dude cautiously looks at each one of us, as if he's expecting some sort of reaction. Fast forward a few minutes. We're in a hospoda, a bar/restaurant now. Locals make comments about Forest Dude, which I don't understand. He's annoyed by them. We start drinking beer and metaxa. Only Nurdanon is drinking water. Forest Dude suggests we play a round of darts. All but Nurdanon agree. He wants to read something. Plus, he's not feeling too well. We start playing darts. Forest Dude sucks, and talk feels extremely forced. He suddenly tells us that he's getting a new round of beer. I decide to follow him. He's standing at the bar, occasionally peeping towards Nurdanon. I confront him, but he just puts his arm around me and draws me in close, while raising his finger to his lips, signaling me to be quiet. I give him the benefit of the doubt. I will say what I have to say. Please listen carefully. After that, do with me what you want. I gave your friend gold dust. My father is a goldsmith. Watch your friend. I try to inconspicuously peep over to Nurdanon. The skin on his neck is bumpy, as if there was something underneath it. From the looks of it, wrinkled skin, or maybe feathers. I look back at Forest Dude, and he just nods at me, as if he was trying to say, told you so. I'm fed up with all of this, so I ask the bartender for a pack of smokes, and ask Forest Dude if he wants to smoke one with me outside. Catch some fresh air. Forest Dude understands this is a cover for me to talk to him alone, and loudly accepts the offer. Outside, it's night already. Don't expect answers. I don't have any, starts Forest Dude. Before I can say anything, he continues. I have no idea where it came from, how many there are, or whether it is my fault or not. They are allergic to gold dust. That is all I can say for sure. I laugh a bit, dizzy from booze and weed, and ask whether he's trying to pull an X-prank on me. He starts rambling about some rituals he did in the woods, and that he started noticing weird things in his videos, and I don't really remember what else. He was confused and very upset. There is no commotion, he said. We should get inside, see what's going on. We walk in, but only Hipster Anon is sitting at the table. Nurdanon and Richanon are nowhere to be seen. We casually ask where they are. Hipster Anon says that Nurdanon was not feeling very well, so he went out in the back. We keep on drinking, and I'm really drunk at this point. Richanon and Nurdanon walk in. Nurdanon is exchanging mean looks with Forest Dude. The rest of the evening is a foggy mess, and not really noteworthy. Forest Dude left us after a while, and we stumbled home. I wake up a little earlier than usual, due to having to take a massive piss. Walk downstairs. Notice Richanon taking off his soaking wet hoodie, and Nurdanon putting away 2 pairs of shoes, covered in mud. Ask them where they were. They say they were just taking a walk. Be suspicious about them, and try to do what Forest Dude did earlier. What a shame we agreed not to visit the underground facilities. I'd love to see them. They both say they don't want to. Starting to get really uncomfortable. Lock the door to my room and sleep until noon. Someone knocks at my door. It's Richanon. Says they all want to check out the forest again. Still confused and tired, I follow him out of the house. All 3 of my friends, and even Forest Dude, are standing there, all of them in a cheerful mood. They start talking about the neat stone on which one of them sat the day before, and how much fun it'll be. Forest dude smiles. Let's go, he says. I thought you didn't want anyone to walk into the forest. He laughs and says that we had a bad day. We should totally take a walk in the forest today. I suggest we have a small breakfast first. Rush up to Richinon's room and take 2 gold rings into his father's workshop. Manage to get some gold dust. At this point, I am too scared and confused to think rationally. All of them are just drinking water while I'm having boiled eggs. I ask them if they want some of the ham that we bought yesterday. They all agree. I sprinkle the gold dust on it as I'm putting it on a dish. They start devouring it like crazy, giving me an occasional seductive glance. Their skin is bumpy, their teeth is sharp. As they continue munching on the ham, I notice small parts of their finger sticking to the table and to whatever else they touch. They notice that I was staring at them and exchange meaningful looks. I think we should get going on, says Nurdanon. I tell them I'm feeling sick and they should leave without me. Without hesitation, they do so. Walk up to my room, lock the door, call a psychiatrist friend, get on X, start Fred. Anyone know of lost men? They are apparently beings that take the form of people, or according to some, are the spirits of the deceased. They wander around desolate areas or abandoned towns. If you ever see one and it sees you back, it will shout a way for you to come over to it. They either are going to ask you for directions to places that no longer exist or never existed. If you engage in a conversation with them, time will literally fly by. 10 or 20 minutes of talking may actually be 2 or 3 hours past. My parents were very religious, so they told me to never interact with them. My father would say they were demons, wanted to take your soul, etc. Kooky stuff, really. My dad also said that one time he drove past one of them and it chased him in his car on foot for a few miles before reappearing again in front of his car sometime down the road. He asked them what was wrong, and the thing said, yeah, what is wrong? Driving late at night through the country. See a guy wave me down. I pull to the side of the road. He says I want to go to town that does not exist. I say, I don't think that's around here, but I can take him to the nearest place, which is about 15 miles away. He says no, I want to go to town that does not exist. I say I can take him to the real town or not. He doesn't respond. He turns away from me and walks into a field and begins to jog slightly until he's out of distance. I go, what the fuck? My car won't turn on for a few minutes. I notice about 40 minutes has passed. Was only stopped for like 5 minutes. My car won't turn on for a few minutes. I get it on and drive for about 5 miles. See the same guy and he waves at me. He asks me the same thing. I say, how did you get up here so quickly? He looks perplexed, then annoyed and says, you'll take me now? I say no I won't and I speed off. I'm literally 2 hours behind getting home. I get home. Next day there is a dead skunk in my driveway. No wounds. I don't know what to make of it. I don't think I am crazy. Be me, 8 years old. Be strong Christian with an unnatural amount of introspection for a kid. Read Bible every night and pray constantly. Parents aren't so zealous. It's a beautiful Texas autumn in the piney woods. Mom and I are going for a hike with the dog. For a long time, I've been praying that God would speak to me. Decide to use the hike to pray. Remember when God spoke to a young prophet, Samuel, in the Bible. Look up at the canopy of evergreens and watch a puffy white cloud drifting lazily across the sky. Realize that I have no real idea of what's true and what isn't. Ask God if he is real. Mom begins to walk so far ahead of me I can no longer see her. I either don't notice or don't care. Think about the innumerable Christian denominations and other religions. I close my eyes, grit my teeth, and utter another prayer. Ask whatever God is real to show me that they exist. Pray to all of them and ask for the truth. Dusk begins to paint the forest in shadow. I trip over a rotted log. Begin praying with all of the fervor and zeal that I can. Ask God to speak to me. Repeat prayer of praise, repentance, and my request until I feel like I can't pray anymore. All alone in the woods now. The trees are no longer painted with orange light, only shadow. Continue praying with everything I've got. After some time passes, a powerful fiery sensation blooms in my chest. Ears begin to hum. Gritting teeth so hard, I hear them crack. Pray harder. Eyes feel like they're about to pop out of my head. I'm shutting them so hard. I can hear whispers. By this point, I am very afraid. Begin praying. Ask God to tell me who I will be with the same intensity as before. No idea what the whispering voices are saying at this point, if anything at all. Convinced that the voices are evil. Now very afraid of the idea of God himself talking to me. Imagine it will be very scary. As I pray, the feeling grows stronger and the voices grow louder. I try to ignore my fear and keep praying. Realize all of a sudden that I'm not hearing the voices with my ears. To test this out, I stick my fingers in my ears, no change in sound. I realize then that I am perceiving this experience with the feeling in my chest. I try picking out words in the whispers, but am afraid of listening to what they're entirely saying. Try shutting out the noise with the sound of rushing blood in my ears. Come to another realization. The voices aren't speaking with words, but I entirely understand what they're saying, every word. The whispering voices become deafening. I can't shut them out, can only ignore them. As the voices reach a fever pitch, they all stop. Deafening silence for what feels like minutes. One single voice speaks clearly, being male, but not overly masculine or intimidating whatsoever. Had not yet learned about the still small voice of God. Imagine him to be a scary, giant bearded man. The voice calls me by a name I was infuriated to be called and checks my pride. It simply tells me that I will be a man of peace. You will be a man of peace, Anon. Peace. I get back to the car. My mom is on the phone with the police and Grandpa. Anon, you've been missing for several hours. Where were you? Mom is visibly angry and writes off my entire experience. Possible time dilation. Never had anything like this happen before or since. I've fallen off the wagon sometimes and done dumb stuff, but this experience solidified my faith as a Christian. I'm open to other explanations. I've spent years thinking about this and have no idea what the natural explanation could be. I have no family history of schizophrenia, never been diagnosed with schizophrenia. I have never hallucinated before, except once when I took LSD. I was a huge moron as a teen. I couldn't find anything similar on Google, so I had to make a crude sketch. Teenage years, sleepover with friends at a beach house the rich friend had. There's another one kind of close to it, but we're told it's almost never used by the owner. We decide to go check it out at night, after everyone's gone to sleep. Doors are obviously locked. We head back. Another friend, I'll call him Bob, spots a smaller section to the side, connected to the main one by a corridor that has one big window on it. Bob runs over to it and sees doors unlocked. We go inside and try to look around with Nokia phone flashlights. It's more like a shed, but there's nothing inside but dust and some sand from the beach. The door to the corridor is unlocked as well. We push another friend, I'll call him Jake, and head to check it out. Halfway through he freezes up and runs back. Bob laughs at him and goes ahead. Same reaction. What the fuck? My turn. Suddenly feel ill halfway through, like something isn't right. As I'm turning around to head back, I see what looks like a few people standing outside through the window. Oh fuck, we've been spotted. Motion to my friends to get the fuck out, and we run out of the place, but there is no one outside. Fast forward about 6 to 7 years. At Rich Friend's house, his mom is talking to us. She mentions being sad about selling the beach house, but it was uncomfortable. Ask her why. Says the owner of the house next to it was convicted of killing some random girl he picked up about 2 years ago. They found him by tracking her phone, and it led to the beach house. Some of her remains were found in the sand. Police assumed he threw the body into the sea, but the waves washed some of it back. There was also more DNA around the side house, but he denied knowing any of it. Remember the shadow figures on the sand staring at me. Shipwrecks. Long story short, Uncle D and several of my other uncles, grandfather and great-grandfather, etc. are Freemasons. Uncle D came back suddenly after 2 years overseas, during which time we never heard from him, only that he was doing work. The day he came back, he took me to town with him to get ice cream while he went to the bank. Once I got my ice cream and he came out of the bank, he noticed a woman across the street in big dark sunglasses and tall hair watching us. He started acting odd, and the woman scurried away when she saw that we noticed her. Uncle phoned a taxi, and one arrived very quickly. He knew the taxi driver, and they talked frantically as we drove away. I had no idea what was going on. I was young and eating ice cream, so I did not really care, although I knew something was up. As we're driving in a quiet part of town, an old-fashioned looking car with tinted windows blocked the road in front of us. The taxi man beeped the horn several times, but the car did nothing until it began to crawl slowly towards us. The taxi man spun the car around and got us out of there, cutting through traffic. I was freaked at this point, but so were my uncle and the taxi man, which made it worse for me. We stopped outside a big building across from a court and a cathedral. I did not know it then, but I know now it is a Freemason's lodge. My uncle told me he would be right back. He ran up the big stone steps to the entrance and popped a package he got from the bank through the letterbox of the lodge. All the while, the driver had his right hand inside his coat pocket, not once removing it as he looked around at the various streets and roads. It must have been a weapon, but for who? My uncle came back and we sped off. Eventually, I was dropped off. My uncle knew I was scared, but he assured me it was just a silly traffic jam and that he was in a rush. I went home and did not think about the incident for a while. At the beach a few months later, and I see the woman with the tall hair and the sunglasses watching me and my friends from atop a hill. I freaked out, but said nothing, although my friend's mother thought I looked a bit worried. I brushed it off, as feeling a bit ill from swallowing salt water while swimming. The woman with the tall hair and dark sunglasses walked off down the other side of the hill. I heard a car engine start up a few seconds later and did not see her again. A few weeks later, a woman called to my house at night. It wasn't raining out, but she was noticeably wet. She asked for a man named Jim. She said it with a whimper. I said, "He does not live here." She left. Another few weeks later, and another person called in the dead of the night. I was about 13 at this point, and stayed up playing games all night, and he too asked for a Jim. Gave him the same answer, and he left. Another person called for Jim again a few weeks later, but I again said he did not live here. I started to get a bit spooked at these random people calling at such late hours. One of those late nights again, and our front door opens slowly and then closes. It was about 3 a.m. I hit all the lights and grabbed a fork and sat in the dark, waiting. After a while, I gathered the courage to go outside, only to see no one there, only a piece of paper on the porch. The page had the words, "The sky looks dark today," written on it, and a symbol of some kind written on it. I had no idea what it was, but I locked the door in fear and did not speak a word about it to anyone else. I am 21 years old now, and nothing seems to be up. I did ask Uncle D about it. He said he knew nothing about it, though oddly, the page has vanished from where I put it, and Uncle D went to England for work shortly after this. No idea what the hell was happening, but it was surely something sinister that I got caught up in. The symbol looked like Pick related. Anyone seen it before? Be me, 5 years old, living in a tiny bumfuck town. See black arms coming out of the floor in my bedroom at night, and even during the day if I was ever alone in my bedroom. These arms seemed sentient, not like they were arms of demons reaching up from the pits of hell randomly and blindly, but that these hands and arms were themselves an entity reaching out deliberately and moving extremely unnaturally. My favorite toy, a bounce horse in my bedroom, would go to ride it, but after being attacked by the black arms coming from the ground, would avoid going to my bedroom if my older brother, who slept in the same room, was not also in there with me. 11 years later, moved to a different house. Stopped seeing the black hands after moving. New house has 40 acres of woods. My younger sister and I explored the backwoods. She was 12, I was 16. One day, discover a basement we assumed was part of an unfinished house. Turned out to be a charred remains of a house that burnt down. Find out the whole town burnt down in the late 1800s. Blackened hands and arms, which could have been charred hands and arms of those who died in the fire. Town burnt down. I used to think it was all in my imagination when I was 5, until I discovered the history of the town I grew up in. These days I'm not so sure, and since I wasn't the only one in town who experienced paranormal encounters, I am 100% certain my encounters were real. Be me, 17 or 18 years old. It's summer. Family has a farm in NY's Appalachian region where we live. Friend works with us sometimes. 2 of us want to go coyote hunting. My dad suggests we go in a field owned by a neighbor who would not mind us being there. Get there on a bright moonlit night. Me carrying an AR-15, my friend with a bolt-action 243, and the coyote call. Sit on the hillside, staring out into the woods, listening, looking for movement. Friend goes to move the coyote call. We hear coyotes bickering in the distance. I'm left alone for about half an hour to an hour, and as I'm staring into the woods, I start to have a funny hallucination. It looks like some pieces of white or tan fabric are floating above the ground on the edge of the forest, moving through the air and then disappearing. They move like snakes, in kind of a slithering motion. Notice their appearances often correspond with coyote howls. Start to think the coyotes sound off. Cloth snake things start appearing closer and closer. Start to wonder if we are the ones being hunted, and if maybe they're trying to lure us into the woods. Write it off as eye fatigue and freaking myself out. Friend comes back. Lay prone in the grass side by side, watching the forest. Say to him, you ever wonder if maybe there's no such thing as hallucinations? If maybe your eyes don't play tricks on you and what you see is real? He nods. I was thinking just that actually. I had kind of a funny hallucination, I say. Looks like there's these things moving off the ground, moving along the tree line. Tan colored, right? He says, his voice a little shaky. I've been seeing them too. We need to leave. B next night, decide to go back. Basically a repeat of the previous night's encounter, except this time there are pale blue-white lights in the grass and red lights in the trees. Also see shadow people in the area. Cloth creatures seem to fuck with my head. Be me a few days ago. Meet up with some friends I haven't seen in a few years. They tell me about how they're planning on entering an abandoned house in their town to steal a marble bust of Mussolini that allegedly a brother of one of them saw one time when he went in the house. Later, someone mentions how the house used to belong to some drunken crazy old guy that died in the 80s, and that one time during an expedition inside the house, another friend of ours found a diary. The diary was literally his slow descent into madness, with the entries becoming crazier as the days passed by. In one entry, the owner of the house mentioned how he killed his wife with a cleaver and how he hid her body somewhere on the property. He would later write about how he had dreams about her and her ghost and wrote letters to her. The guy who found it then, for some reason, took it back to the house. This piqued my interest, so I asked to join in, and we started planning. We would enter through an opening in a fence that takes you down a slope, and then in a woods. An abandoned church, yes, stereotypical I know, and then go past the gate, through the basement, and finally we would be in the house. Fast forward to 2 days ago. At 11 p.m., we take our backpacks and pack gloves, face masks, and beanies to not be recognizable if we are spotted. We take a walkie-talkie and give the other one to a guy who would stand at an intersection some 500 meters away to notify us if any car or person passing by as we go down the slope, as it was right next to a main road. Once we were inside the garage, the dude would then move to be closer to the house and tell us if anyone is getting close to the house, or even worse, was able to look down the balcony we were right under. It's hard to explain. This house is basically in a ditch, and right over it, there is a wall small enough that someone could rear their head and see us, as the main entry is right under it, and gets enough light from lampposts nearby. We get through the woods, through the church, and finally we get to the house. All of this with no flashlights, as it would make us stand out too much. We step into the basement, and it looked like the place was bombed. Caved in ceiling, planks of wood lying everywhere, to the point where the floor looked like if it were a hole, and lots, and I mean lots of empty wine bottles all around. We rummage around a bit for anything that could be useful, and we find a rusted sickle blade, so we took it, just in case there were junkies squatting inside the house, and they were aggressive. We move further, and we get to the ground floor of the house, and everything was closed, shut with iron wire, or locked. We tried using the sickle to snap the wire, but it was making too much noise. Suddenly, we hear a dog barking, and it sounded like it was getting closer, so we all moved and did not make a sound for a good 3 minutes. Pure silence, with everyone holding their breath until we get another call. There is people coming to where you are. We quickly move to get to the other side of the house and hide in the shadows until we get an all clear. 5 minutes pass, and we get a call that we could not understand, but we all thought it said run, so everyone starts kind of freaking out. We call back, trying to get him to repeat, but the dude just won't answer anymore. We start heading to the basement, getting ready to escape, and he calls us back, telling us that he said that the people left and that it was all clear. Meanwhile, we start looking for some pliers in the basement until one of us finds a small notebook and a registry hidden in a drawer. Everyone's eyes widen, as this might as well be the diary. We get another call. A pretty large boar just came down towards your direction. We decide it's time to leave, and we get the fuck out of there. After a quick beer at the bar to celebrate, we finally are out of the woods, and we head back to one of our friends' house, and we start going through the diary. Just a bunch of mail, math exercises, and love letters. Nothing impressive. The diary is in a horrible condition. Some pages are starting to rot. Some are teared, all folded, and moths got to it, which is to be expected from a piece of paper from the 60s, kept in an open basement, in an abandoned house in the countryside. Every page gets worse and worse, until in the very middle of the diary, we find a picture of the Virgin Mary with baby Jesus that looked like it was printed just yesterday. The print was fucking perfect. I can't stress in what amazing conditions it was. The only bits of wear were a few of the borders that weren't printed on were slightly eaten by bugs, but other than that, it looked like it could have been made 5 minutes ago with a modern printer. When I saw that, my jaw fucking dropped. I literally could not believe that that thing came from that diary. One of us was just too focused on the shitty math exercises to take notice of it, so I just grabbed that out of his hands and explained to him that this image in our very hands might as well be blessed by the Holy Spirit and a relic. Felt like Jules from Pulp Fiction explaining divine intervention to Vincent. He just would not believe it though. Fast forward to yesterday, and I find out that to Mary's left is St. Dominic. The day we went into the house was the 8th of August, St. Dominic. I am a firm believer that holy imagery is protected by divine power now, and that some form of divine power had something to do with what we just did, / the house. No one can prove me otherwise. Pick related. It's the registry he used as a diary, and the holy image. We didn't find the fucking Mussolini bust. We didn't find the body. We didn't find the diary. But we found God instead. Friend works at this little old building on the edge of town. Works there mainly by himself because different companies rent it out from time to time to do work. One day, the caretaker asked him to give him a hand in the cellar. Friend does. He's been in there before lots of times, but he's never noticed a particular door in there before. Ask the caretaker what it is, and the caretaker tells him it's where he's going. He just needs a friend to stay at the entrance with a torch. Friend does. Gets a bit curious and walks in a little way, shining the torch around. It's like a passageway, but he cannot see the caretaker. Caretaker comes back, and friend asks him what it actually is. Tells him it's sort of a tunnel network that runs under the whole town. Friend tells me about it, and asks if I want to go exploring it with him one night, because he has a key. Then I found out the other day, caretaker had gone in, because they're blocking the tunnels off inside, and eventually the entrances, like working backwards. He said that workmen have been in, so he is not sure how much is left, or even if the entrance is still accessible. I told my mother about it, and she mentioned her old school. That's about 2 miles away from where friend works. Had one in the cellar too, or what she believed to be one, but that was demolished about 20 years ago, and a car park built on top, so there's no way of getting in that way. I am now sure that all, or most of the old buildings that were built around the same sort of time, about 1880 to 1900, have access points in them, but most of them have been pulled down, and the ones still standing are privately owned and used. So basically, the only way of getting in is from where friend works. Plan on getting some pics and things if we can get in though. Man, that's pretty damn neat. I want to check it out too. We have a city with something similar close to where I live, but there, the underground is in use for storage, tours, etc. So all entrances are guarded / safely closed off. There is one that does tours in the city too, but I've never been to it. Those entrances are really well secured. By chance, I was walking through a quiet part of the city by the river. It's a bit hard to describe, but the whole city is uphill, and the river is obviously at the foot of it, and it's a mishmash of abandoned buildings, really old buildings, demolished buildings, and brand new buildings. I stopped next to a wall and could feel a cold breeze coming through it, and noticed one of the bricks had been knocked out. I tried looking in, but it was far too dark. It was obviously a building or passage of some kind, and not just a wall the way I thought it was. I checked just now on Google Maps, and it has arches built in it, and, as you can see, someone has took it upon themselves to smash something of an entrance into it since I walked past. It might be bricked back up now, but it would have been pretty cool to go inside just to see what was there. The only downside is that this particular part is full of homeless people and junkies, so you will be almost guaranteed to run across one or both inside. Plus, I'm not really sure how safe it is because it's just piles of earth on top of the roof part. Be me, 10 to 11 years old, in the woods with my dad, staying in my grandmother's vacation home. Not really a home, just a small train cart that was dropped on some land she owned. Cart was upgraded, fitted with 2 beds, some chairs, a table, small kitchen up front of the cart, toilet outside and an outhouse. The right side of the cart was almost all windows. Lots of 15 by 15 centimeter windows, making up most of the walls, facing out onto the rest of grandmother's land. The 2 beds me and my dad slept on were placed in a 90-degree angle, one bed up against the back wall of the cart, the other bed up against the window wall. Be nighttime, both sleeping, dad on back wall, me on window wall. Have nightmare. The nightmare is just a still shot of the dirt road out front of the cart, like a camera fixed in the air filming the road. In the nightmare, a disembodied woman's voice is whispering. I can't make out what she says. Suddenly, her voice becomes normal. Everything in nightmare goes quiet, and she says, "Then I died." Suddenly, like a tsunami, an explosion of water bombards the dirt road as the disembodied woman's voice screams a blood-curdling scream of absolute pure terror. Nightmare wakes me up, almost fly out of bed. Heart pumping, panicking, look out into train cart, only lit up by the moonlight coming through the window wall. See my dad sitting on a small crate in the middle of the cart, hunched over with his arms resting on his legs. He's staring at the floor, with his jaw hanging loose and his eyes wide open, as wide as you could possibly open your eyes. His eyes do not blink, just staring at the floor. What the fuck is going on? I say quietly, "Dad?" He slowly turns his head to me and looks me straight in the eyes with the most soulless stare I've ever seen. No response. "Dad, what's going on?" He slowly stands up and starts walking towards me. I start freaking out. "Dad, what are you doing?" Slowly walking towards me, he puts his arms out with his hands reaching towards me. "Dad, what the fuck are you doing?" Think my dad is about to kill me by strangulation in the woods. Screaming for my life at the top of my lungs. All of a sudden, I see out of the corner of my eye my dad flying out of his bed next to me. All the screaming woke him up. Just as my dad wakes up, the dad in front of me becomes like mist or smoke, just vanishes. For a second, I can see the residue of the mist in the room. My dad himself panicking, asking what's wrong. Me freaking out, thinking I was just about to die, trying frantically to tell him what happened. He calms me down, and a while later, we go back to sleep. The cart was removed a few years later, and the land sold. I don't know if it was an actual ghost or what, but I was the most scared I've ever been in my life. When I was about 10 or 12 years old, I saw a UFO that felt like it was 7 meters above me. Being me, 10 or 12 years old, was obsessed with UFOs and would often go to the library to find books about them and learning about alien races and stuff. Decided I would try to communicate with them. Got a pretty bright flashlight, researched Morse code, and would flash the words "hey" or similar stuff. Got tired of doing this, was starting to believe they don't exist and that this is some bullshit. One night, Mom forgot to hang wet clothes on the line outside after washing them for the millionth time. Had to go outside at around 12 a.m. to hang them, cause she's a fat lazy fuck. Pretty spoopy. My house has lots of hexes put on it from my family's different enemies, including a dead body in the yard that was yet to be discovered for another 6 years. That's a story for another post. Hanging my clothes. My stepfather decides to hang outside with me while taking a smoke. Looking at some stars, cause I was still obsessed with astronomy, but was becoming skeptic of the whole aliens thing. Without warning, a super bright, silvery blue light shines my whole backyard from a source about 7 meters above me. This was the brightest light I've ever seen in my life. The flash was about a half a second long, and I saw the light move further and further. I assume it was moving super fast. Stepfather acknowledged what happened, but after that day, he denied everything. I was so happy, because this meant that the aliens were receiving my messages, and they wanted me to see them. After that, I saw 2 more UFOs on 2 separate occasions, but at the same area, near a beach resort where people hang out at night, including one time when I was talking to my friends about the second time I saw a UFO, at the exact place we were at, and they were all laughing at me, calling me crazy, and I told them, I really hope they show you, and I shit you not, about 1 minute later, one of the stars grew brighter and brighter, and started falling, and then stopped, and went into hyperspace or something. Even the couple making out on the shore saw it. My friends screamed, and they never doubted me again. I'm pretty sure I got abducted the first time, but I can't remember shit. Only about the flash and seeing it fly away. Anyone has similar experiences? Oh shit, those things. They exist in the USA. I thought they were in Russia only. I've met that fucking thing once. You see, I grew up in a small village in my oblast, and there was a swamp nearby where partisans hung around during World War II. Their common tactic was to lure the Fritz to the swamp at night, get him stuck in the mud, shoot him, relieve him of all of his equipment, and drown the body. So, the war is over. You guys nuke the Japanese, Cold War, all that. And in about 40 years after the war, those things appeared. First, they just sucked blood from animals. You'd wake up at 5 a.m., as usual, go to milk your cow, and see these weird-ass bite marks on their legs and sides. Looked kinda sorta like human, but a bit more space between teeth marks, and not tearing out anything, just the teeth marks. I am no expert in bite mark analysis though. It could have been something else, but villagers were dead convinced it was those things. All I know is that those bite marks appeared on cows and pigs, that they looked humanish, and that those bite marks got infected really fucking easily. I've spent a crap load of time cleaning them with my grandpa, every fucking morning after it happened. We tried to guard the barns at night, but whenever we put a guy with a rifle to guard it, the night was quiet, and animals were fine. And whenever we decided that the threat had passed and stopped guarding, bite marks were back on that fucking night. Eventually, at a village gathering, everyone pitched in, and my neighbor's Uncle Kolya just took a trip to the city and brought back 8 young dogs. We placed them near the barns, and everything was fine with the animals ever since. But then, a baby disappeared, just 7 houses away from me. The married couple there, the Kazakhini, I believe was their surname, had 2 kids, a 9-year-old girl and a 1-year-old boy. One morning, they wake up, and the baby is gone. Just flat out gone. No signs of break-in. Doors and windows are all perfectly locked. The attic and basement are all fine. No blood, nothing. The family moved out after that. So, then, women going to the river for water at evenings start saying that they see figures in the swamp. Sometimes 1, sometimes 2. Looked vaguely human, but could have been just tree stumps. Nobody bothered with that until one of the women got killed. She was an old woman, a babushka who decided to gather some swamp berries. When she did not come back, a search party was organized. They found her corpse with, not shitting you, her arm cut clean off. Not torn, not ripped, cut. Not even chop marks. I'd love to add some spooky details, like her face being stuck in a permanent horror grin, but the glimpses I caught of it over the backs of the crowd looked average. So the talk of a Yupir, a ghoul, started to go around. Some said it's because the Soviets blew up the churches back in the 40s. Some people blamed it on the Romani who were seen lately in the area. Around that time, Chernobyl disaster occurred, so some people blamed radiation and American sabotage. So, nothing much happened for a year, and then something weird happened. A local drunk, Uncle Misha, who fought in World War II and got shot in the leg, was fishing in the swamp until he saw that figure. He immediately fell on his knees and started begging for his life. That thing just stood there, but he said he felt like if he'd move, he'd have his life ended right there. He cried and started praying. He said that the figure reminded him of a Nazi he saw during the war, and he said, "Please do not shoot," in German. And what do you know? When he raised his head, the figure was gone. Although, it could have been gone when he was praying. Who the fuck knows? At first, we just thought he was making shit up, but then another villager saw the figure. He begged for his life in German as well, following the example, and got away with it. It happened 4 more times since then. 3 times people got away with it by begging for their lives in horrible German, and 1 time, we just found the body with a throat ripped out. No clue if he said anything else in German, or if it was something else. It's just since then, in our village, it was decided that those are fascist corpses looking for partisans, and the old people. They said to if we see one of them, to repeat, "Bitte nicht scheißen," over and over. And then I saw one of them, all by myself. I was back archaeologing in the swamp, trying to fish out any old World War II stuff that could be in the swamps. A guy of my age from the neighbor village found there, no shit, a fucking Mosin once, all rusted and shit, but still, that was fucking cool. So I was stalking around the swamp, and I kinda lost track of time. Back then, even a wristwatch was a luxury. So, it's getting dark, and I turn home, only to see one of those fucking things. It was standing with its back to me, and the spookiest fucking part was that there was a tear in his chest and back through which I could see. And it was clear he was fucking hollow. Nothing inside, just a carcass made out of skin, swamp goop, and weeds. I dropped on my stomach, face in the ground, and kept quiet. I did not dare to look up. I was like that for a while, because I passed out, and got back to my senses only during deep night, because someone was screaming my name over and over again. It was a search party who assumed I was stuck in the swamp, or got attacked by those things. I ran to them, and never went to the swamp ever again. My little trip did not go unpunished though. I slightly fucked up my lungs from lying on damp and cold ground for several hours in just my shirt. Ever since then, I'm having trouble breathing when I'm physically exercising. Somewhere between 95 and 05, the village died out. No workplaces, no commodities, so everyone kinda moved out, or drank themselves to death. I still wonder if that thing is out there, and what the fuck was it? To be fair, to this day, I don't really buy that it was an undead fascist, but who the hell knows? I've kept quiet about it, but here you guys are, discussing them. My great-grandfather apparently killed a skinwalker or werewolf. Not sure of the exact date, but I guess around 1910. Midwest. Great-grandfather is county sheriff, called Red Bill because he is Native American. Dealt with a lot of shit on and off the res. Lots of fighting and bad blood. Cattle on the res starts getting killed and mutilated. They blame the racist townsfolk. Townsfolk says they would never go near their dirty cows, and they were just looking for a fight. Then a little girl almost gets kidnapped. The guy took her and ran, but dropped her when a posse started chasing him. Little girl said it was not anyone local, but the guy was wearing a fur coat. Great-grandfather and some others do a stakeout at a ranch where a lot of cattle have been killed. They see a huge-ass wolf, like the biggest wolf he's ever seen, running off with a lamb in its mouth. Well, fuck it. Might as well get some target practice and shoot this thing too. Fucker is fast. They chase it into the woods and lose it like 3 times. Great-grandfather finally lines up a shot when it's crossing an open field and pops a cap in its ass. The posse walks over, talking about getting it stuffed and mounted. It's not a wolf, but a naked man wearing a pelt. Not a local, apparently some vagrant. Bury him in an unmarked grave in the woods. Cattle killings and kidnappings stop right after. Could be fake. Probably fake. But that story's been told for generations, and each person says it's true. The CIA admits that remote viewing is real. CIA has been remote viewing for decades now. The real question is, what have they cooked before admitting to this? Think about it. Remote viewing is basically proto-telepathy. They probably figured out telepathy a long time ago too. And remote viewers of today, like Farsight, have recently talked about how their RV sessions are tampered with. Check out their latest Epstein videos. The psychic war is unironically already a thing. Psychic spies and psychic wards. I have been doing RV for years now. It works. It feels cool the first few times. Then you realize that people like me have been doing RV their entire lives without knowing it. Synchronicity, intuition, prescience, etc. And that the protocol is just a militarized and ordered script for the purpose of focusing that power innate in all of us. It has always been there. Most are just blind, since they cannot believe in themselves. I have managed to send thoughts to others. This. I started sending my thoughts to people streaming live on Twitch. Then I noticed it worked on their archive videos, so you can send your thoughts to the past. It was clear that something was up when seeing tarot videos of people channeling. They'd go and depict my room's wallpaper, so I knew that they could remote view me. But, wait, those were videos recorded in the past, so somehow a connection was made from the point that they recorded it to the point in the future that I would watch it, which means it didn't need to be a recent video of last week. It could be an ancient video of someone channeling and connecting with the future me watching it. But it works for everything. Movies, TV shows, comics, books, songs. Once you start to notice the big influence you can have in the past. I was the Anon that made the woman show her boobs on Die Hard. It used to be a family movie that people could rewatch on Christmas. Now they'll have to cover their kids' eyes on that scene. If remote viewing and astral traveling is real, and everyone has this innate ability, it is a major threat that needs to be controlled and should be the #1 priority of the security apparatus. Well, that was plus 40 years ago. How does it work? What is the science behind it? How do you use and control it? How do you build technology around it? How do you weaponize and defend against it? How do you hack people's consciousness? How do you access and operate in the astral field? Are there anyone else there? What world of possibilities opens up if you can crack all of this? If you study the UFO phenomena, there is a paranormal/supernatural aspect to it. The CIA released a file on May 22nd, 1984, titled Mars Exploration, in which they sent a psychic to remote view and look at the planet. This was a part of Project Stargate. Stargate was once a secret US Army unit created to investigate whether psychic phenomena had any military use. The project was officially terminated and disclosed in 1995 after the CIA decided that remote viewing was too inconsistent for practical application. At least, that is what their declassified documents tell us. Remote viewing, if you don't know, is the ability to see events, locations, people, etc. outside of your body. You remain where you are in physical space, but your mind is able to move out of your body, like a set of floating eyes, and you can move them to different locations to observe what is happening in physical space. Here is what the document says took place during this trip to Mars. Method of site acquisition. Sealed envelope coupled with geographic coordinates. The sealed envelope was given to the subject immediately prior to the interview. The envelope was not opened until after the interview. In the envelope was a 3x5 card with the following information. The planet Mars. Time of interest, approximately 1 million years BC. Selected geographic coordinates provided by the parties requesting the information were verbally given to the subject during the interview. These were 727, 101, 6:04, 9:08. ROG for 5:22, May 22nd. Time, 10:09 a.m. Plus 10 minutes, ready to start. Alright now, using the information in the envelope I provided, exclusively focusing your attention now. Using the information in the envelope, focus on 40.89 degrees north, 9.55 degrees west. I want to say it looks like I don't know. It sort of looks, I kind of got an oblique view of a pyramid or pyramid form. It's very high. It's kind of sitting in a large depressed area. Alright. It's yellowish, ochre colored. Alright. Move in time to the time indicated in the envelope I provided you and describe what is happening. I'm tracking severe clouds. More like dust storm. It's a geological problem. Seems to be like just a minute. I've got to iron this out. Really weird. It's, just report your raw perceptions at this time. You are still early in the session. I'm looking at a after effect of a major geological problem. Okay, go back to the time before the geological problem. Total difference. It's, before there's no, I don't know. Oh, how? It's like mountains of dirt, appear and then disappear when you go before. See, large flat surfaces. Very, smooth, angles, walls. They're really large though. I mean, they're megalithic, Alright, at this period in time now, before the geological activity, look around, in and around this area, and see if you can find any activity. I'm seeing, it's like a perception of a shadow of people. Very tall, thin. It's not only a shadow. It's as if they were there, and they're not there anymore. Go back to a period of time where they are there. It's like I get a lot of static on a line and everything. It's breaking up all the time. Very fragmentary pieces. Just report the raw data. Don't try to put things together. Just report the raw data. I just keep seeing very large people. They appear thin and tall, but they are very large. Wearing some kind of strange clothes. Alright, now holding in this time period, I want to move from your physical location in space to another physical location, but make sure that you're still in this time period. Move now to 46.45 north, 353.22 east. Deep inside of a cavern. Not a cavern, more like a canyon. I'm looking up the sides of a steep wall that seemed to go on forever. And there's like a structure with it's like the wall of the canyon itself has been carved. Again, I'm getting very large structures. No intricacies. Huge sections of smooth stone. Do the structures have insides and outsides? Yes, they're it's like a rabbit warren. Corners of rooms. They're really huge. I don't feel like I'm standing in one. It's just really huge. Perception is that the ceiling is very high. The walls are very wide. Real time, plus 22 minutes. Yes, that would be correct. Alright, I'd like to move now to another location nearby. Alright, move from this point in time. They have appears to be the end of a very large road, and there's a marker thing that's very large. Keep getting Washington Monument overlay. It's like an obelisk. Alright, from this point then, let's move to another point. Move now to 35.26 north, 213.24 east. It's like I'm in the middle of a huge circular basin of the range of mountains by almost all the way around. Very ragged mountains, very tall. Basin is very, very, very large. Scale seems to be off or something. It's just really big. Everything is big. I understand the problem. Just continue. See just a right angle corner to something, but that's all. I don't see anything else. Okay, then let's move into a little different place. Very close. Move from the point you are now, in this time, to 34.6 north, 213.09 east. There's a cluster of squares up and down. It's like you want to make them square anyway. They were almost flush with the ground, and it's like they're connected. Something very white, or reflects light. What's your position of observation as you look at this thing that reflects light? I'm at a oblique left angle. Sun is weird. Look back down at the ground now, and we're going to move just a little bit from this place. Just a little bit from this place. We're very close by. Now move over now to 44.57 north, 212.22 east. It's like I can just perceive like a radiating pattern of some kind. It's like some really, strange intersecting kind of roads that are dug into valleys. You know, where a road is just a little bit below the edge. Tell me about the shapes of these things. They're like real neat channels cut. They were very deep. It's like the road went down. Okay, now I have. I notice electrically you're nulled out a little bit, and I want you to stay deep and recapture your focus here. It's really tough. It seems like it's always just very sporadic. I realize that. It is very important that you maintain your focus. I have a movement exercise again for you, and this is some considerable distance away. So, holding the focus in time, remember the focus in time that you had before, and moving now to 15 degrees north, 198 degrees east. Take some time and get back deep. See the, intersecting, whatever these are, aqueduct type things. These rounded bottom carved channels, like road beds. See pointed tops of something on the horizon. Even the horizon looks funny and weird. It's like a different, misty. It's like really far, very vague. Okay, another movement now. 80 degrees south, 64 degrees east. Away. See pyramids. Can't tell if it's overlay or not, because they are different. Okay, do these pyramids have insides and outsides? Got both. And they're huge. It's really it's an interesting perception I'm getting. I think that he's losing his ability to move accurately, but he is attracted to things that are interesting, so we're going to go of his own. We're going to let him go ahead and explore what seems to be interesting to him, rather than move on the targets indicated here. It's filtered from storms or something. Say that again? They're like shelters from storms. These structures that you're seeing. Yes, they're designed for that. Alright, go inside one of these and find some activity to tell me about. Plus 47 minutes real time. Different chambers, but they're almost stripped of any kind of furnishings or anything. It's like a strictly functional place for sleeping, or that's not a good word. Hibernations, some form. I get real raw inputs. Storms, savage storm, and sleeping through storms. Tell me about the ones who sleep through the storms. Very tall again, very large people, but they're thin. They look thin because of their height, and they dress like it's like a real light silk, but it's not a flowing type of clothing. It's like cut to fit. Move close to one of them and ask them to tell you about themselves. They're ancient people. They're dying. It's past their time or age. Tell me about this. They're very philosophic about it. They're looking for a way to survive, and they just can't. Plus 40 minutes real time. Definite voltage reversal. Can't seem to get their way out. They can't seem to find their way out. So they're hanging on while they look, or wait for something to return, or something coming with the answer. What is it that they're waiting for? There, evidently was a group or a party comprised of them that went to find a new place to live. It's like I'm getting all kinds of overwhelming input of the corruption of their environment. It's failing very rapidly, and this group went somewhere, like a long way to find another place to live. What was the cause of the atmospheric disturbance, or the environment disturbance? I see a picture of like a, oh hell, it's almost a warp in a, oh god, this is difficult. It's like going, let's say, the raw data. Oh, I get a globe, it's like a globe that goes through a comet's tail, or it's through a river of something, but it's all very cosmic, like space pictures. It's, alright, now before you leave this individual, ask him if there is any way that ask him if he knows who you are, and is there any way you can help him in this present predicament. All I get is that they must just wait. He doesn't know who I am. Think he perceives that I'm a hallucination or something. Okay, when the others left, these people are waiting. When the others left, how did they go? Get an impression of don't know what the hell it is. It looks like the inside of a larger boat. Very rounded walls and shiny metal. Go along with them on their journey and find out where it is that they go. Impression of a really crazy place with volcanoes and gas pockets and strange plants. It's a very volatile place. It's very much like going from the frying pan and into the fire. Difference is there seems to be a lot of vegetation where the other place did not have it, and different kind of storm. Alright, it's time to come back now to the sound of my voice, into present time to right now, the 22nd of May, 1984, the sound of my voice. Move now back to the room, back to the sound of my voice. Back further now to the sound of my voice on the 22nd of May, 1984. End of interview. Working as a camp counselor for a scout camp a few summers ago. Last week is a large canoe trip with all the kids. Our lead guide falls sick and has to go to the hospital. Instead of canceling the trip, all of the counselors decide that we can hire a guide from the nearest town. Find a guy in town who was reluctant, but we managed to convince him by paying more than offered and threw in a 24-pack of beer. Day of the trip comes, and he arrives with a rifle in tow. We tried to convince him to leave it because we've got kids here and don't want them scared as to why we need a gun. This is Canada, so guns are not too common, especially with city kids. He says it's for defense and how he knows this place better than us, and it will be wise to have it just in case. We have already paid him. He had already drank some of our beer, so we said fuck it, just have the gun out of sight from any of the kids. The canoe trip is fairly uneventful for the first 2 days. We are following the river and stopping at various areas along the way. Day 3 is really hot, and the kids and counselors are tired earlier than anticipated. We decide to stop on a large island in the mid-afternoon and make plans to camp on it. When we get ashore, we see some rock formations that look prearranged, almost artistic in a crude sort of way. We unload the 6 canoes we have and set up camp. Some of the kids decide to wander into the forest and come back screaming. They found bones all over the forest floor, scattered in all manner of places. The guide that we hired looks nervous, steely eyes looking around at the rocks, and goes into the woods to see the bones. Couple of our kids go on the other side of where he went in and find those hut sort of arrangements made out of branches, kind of like the ones homeless people will make in the woods. The guide comes out of the woods and finds those counselors. Tells us we should not stay here and it's not safe. Ask why, but he won't divulge. Tell him it's too hot to pack everything back up and continue down the river. Everyone is too tired. He warns us that this island belongs to someone or something and that we should not be here. We laugh it off, because if it belongs to someone, they'd surely be out and ready to talk to us to get off almost as soon as we arrived. We've been here for 2 hours and no one has approached. He looks at us with contempt and goes and lays down in his canoe. Few hours later, sunset, and everyone is really relaxed. Some of the kids have decided to explore the island a little bit more. Others are swimming. The other counselors and I are looking over the map and planning for the next day. Realize the island we were on is huge and stretches on for a good several kilometers. We are going over this when we hear an ungodly scream come from the forest. Like an animal, wet and visceral, but different. Kids come screaming out of the forest, stammering that something is in there, watching them and throwing stones at them. One of the kids threw a stone back, and that's when the scream started. The guide hears this, runs up to us with his gun, and motions all of us to get to the canoes. Another scream rips through the air. Guide yells at us to move now or face the consequences. He goes toward the forest. We all scramble to the canoes, trying to make sure all the kids are present. We wait as we see the guide go into the forest. It's quiet for I don't know how long. Suddenly, a shot reverberates throughout the area. Then another. Then the guide comes running full tilt out of the forest, screaming at us to go, go, go. We get in the canoes and wait for him to catch up before pushing off. As we start to paddle around to the side away from the shore, several rocks come flying out of the woods and land on the shore and into the water near us. We paddle hard to the other side of the river and find some sort of landing. We demand to know what the guide saw in those woods. Tells us it was someone's territory, just not a person's. Encounter with Russian Spirit of the Forest. Hello X, today I got a story for all of you. First of all, mind the two things. English is not my native language, so bear with me please, and this is not my story, so I won't be able to provide extra details or clarifications. I got this story from my coworker, and he in turn got it from his best friend, who experienced it firsthand. This friend, let's call him Ivan for the sake of the story, lives in his house a good 150 kilometers north from Moscow, and his house is just literally in the woods. The nearest village is about 2 kilometers away, and then there's a shitty town with less than 15k population, 20 or so kilometers away. The point here is that this guy lives with his family in the fucking boonies. Even though Moscow and its surrounding area is the most populated region in Russia, it's still 75% just woods and marshes. Basically, unpopulated at all. Some big animals are living there. Elks, deer, bear, wolves, bobcats, and so on. So, here is the actual story. My coworker heard this from Ivan once they were chilling in the bar after several beers. He said that some strange things started to happen in the woods around his house. He inherited that place after his old man passed away, and he decided to move there with his wife and son. Being an avid fisher, hunter, and generally an outdoors person, Ivan said this was the opportunity he had waited for. The house itself is a 2-story wooden structure with a big porch and a balcony on the second floor. As he said, the place was in great condition because his father lived there and took care of it. The house is located in a roundish clearing in the forest, with a single dirt road leading away from it to the nearest village. There is also a small lake not too far away from it. Ivan told that when he just moved there, it was like a perfect place. Woods around the house were teeming with all kinds of small wildlife, and when seasons come, with berries and mushrooms. In fact, he never saw that many in his life before. The lake was crystal clear, and the fish was big. He said this was all almost too good to be true. He started a small garden near the house to grow some veggies there. They would all grow really healthy, big, and darn tasty. Not too long after the move, his wife became pregnant, and later gave birth to 2 babies. He said that all this was thanks to the great nature around us. Strange things started to happen 2 years after he moved in. He said he started to spot new tracks in the forest he never saw there before. Tracks of bigger animals, bears and deer. He was really surprised because these animals almost always stay away from humans. As the months rolled by, the number of tracks would increase, until one day, he actually saw a deer in the woods. Then, at night, he would start to hear the distant howling of wolves. Said the place started to feel more like an actual primal forest, somewhere in Siberia, where no man has ever walked before. Sometime later, a new sound appeared in the woods. It belonged to an animal he did not know, and never heard before. Strange things began to happen while he was there. Sometimes, small animals would just ignore him and act like he was not there at all. Hares would casually jump out of the bushes right in front of him and just be on their way. The birds would land on low tree branches while he is around, and so on. It really creeped him out because he knows it's not normal, and animals would never do that. Also, sometimes he came across places in the forest that had a strong smell of pine resin and fresh needles. It was strange because that forest is mainly made of deciduous trees. Of course, he was unnerved and spooked about it, but nothing bad happened, so he just carried on with his life. Ivan speaks to his son about all these happenings. He answered that he also experienced some of these events too, and both of them did not know what to make of it. One day, 2 of his youngest kids casually brought up in the conversation that they saw multiple times a big dark figure in the tree line while they were playing around the house. Said it was just standing there, watching them, so they did not pay much attention to it. Ivan was at a loss for words and did not know how to react to this news. He forbade his kids to play outside on their own afterward. This is where things are getting real. After that, he would start to hear the forest humming in his head while being at home. Sometimes during the day, sometimes in the evening, and even late at night. He got a feeling as if something from the woods is getting closer to the house, until he too saw a big shadow in the tree line as he was sitting on his porch, drinking tea, and reading a book one evening. At that point, he stopped going out into the woods at all. One more month went by. He would occasionally see the figure in the tree line, hear humming in his head, and kinda got used to it. Then, one night he woke up to take a piss. Then he went downstairs to the kitchen for some water. That was when he heard the humming again, but this time, it was not in his head. He could clearly hear it with his ears, and the source of the humming was outside his house. In fact, it was right on the porch. I can't believe this dude. He actually just YOLO'd, went straight to the front door to confront whoever was standing there. He opened the door, stepped outside to hit the light switch, and as the lights turned on, he saw it. 2 steps away from him stood a huge, 2.5 meter tall figure. The creature turned to face him. It had a deer skull with antlers instead of a head. Its body was covered in some rags and animal pelts, with some greenish fur sticking out in uncovered places. Ivan just stared at it for a second, and then he literally jabbed that deer jaw with an uppercut and jumped back in disbelief. Then he heard a faint voice in his head saying, "That hurts. Why would you do this?" He just screamed back at the monster, something along the lines of, "What the fuck are you? You scared me shitless." And the monster telepathically answered him, just, "I'm sorry," turned his back, and walked away in the darkness. Needless to say, Ivan was shaken by his experience. He never expected anything like this. He spends the rest of the night in the living room, sitting on his sofa, hugging his rifle, and thinking about what it all was about. He came to the conclusion that whatever was that thing, it's not hostile. On the morning, he called his boss and took a sick leave. He spends the next 2 days inspecting the woods in close proximity to his house. Nothing out of the ordinary. No tracks, no smell. Then the shadow sightings started again. It was always standing in the woods and not moving, just observing. And one day, Ivan just stood up from his porch armchair and went straight for it. But the shadow disappeared as soon as his intentions were clear about what he was going to do. This happened multiple times. Ivan even shouted something like, "Come out, I just want to talk." His wife thought he was starting to lose it, but the son agreed with him and was also trying to contact the thing. He again started to go into the woods. Everything was normal for some time, but soon, the anomalous behavior of animals started again, and pine smells too. Shadow figure started to appear, watching and following him at the safe distance. The peak animal anomaly happened when he saw a huge male deer some 100 meters away once, and Ivan just straight up walked up right to it and pet it on the head. The deer was just standing there, looking at him. After the deer encounter, the shadow disappears. Instead of it, the actual monster started to appear in the tree line near the house, standing and observing in the same fashion. Ivan's wife almost had a heart attack when she saw it the first time, and it took him a great deal to convince her it's friendly and not going to hurt the children. And so, this is how it is nowadays. The monster just observes the family, disappearing if you try to approach it, and do not answer when you shout at it. But lately, Ivan started to wave his hand in its direction as a greeting, and the monster waves back. And this is it for the story. I repeated it as I heard it from my coworker, so let's hope he did not forget some important details. My thoughts are that this is the Leshy, a spirit of forests from our folklore. This would explain the teeming wildlife and berries and mushrooms in the forest. In the folklore, Leshy has a varying personality, from good-natured and helpful to vengeful and dangerous. The bar I work at is haunted. I don't really believe the stories, but I find them interesting nonetheless. Most of them are pretty bland though. A guy goes to the bathroom and sees a man taking a piss in one of the stalls. Doesn't hear anything, just sees the guy's feet. After he finishes up, he glances back at the stall and there is nobody there. Just little things like that. Another one I've heard a lot is when people are starting to get quite drunk, they will see a nun sitting next to them. She does not say anything, but it usually makes them stop drinking. Obviously, since it's a bar, I tend to chalk this up to people being very drunk and open to suggestion. The ghost stories are kinda known. But recently, a barback told me one. This guy was straight-laced, did not drink at all, and only worked there for a couple of months because he hated the atmosphere. One night after closing, he was helping the bartender clean the bar. Bartender steps out for a smoke. Barback is behind the bar, sanitizing the well, when he gets an eerie feeling and happens to glance up. There is a man sitting opposite him at the bar, staring angrily at him. The barback is looking into the guy's eyes when he fades away. Not disappears, but fades as though he has melted into the background. Again, I did not really believe it, but the guy seemed genuine. Here's another longer one that I believe even less, but it happened just recently, so I will share it. A fellow bartender was out for a smoke on the sidewalk and a homeless guy asked him for a cigarette. Long story short, the bartender ends up hiring the homeless guy to clean the bathrooms for $10 a day. Homeless guy's name was Derek. He was a great worker. He would always be out there on the front stoop waiting on me to open up the place. Then he'd clean the bathrooms and mop the floors without saying a word. I'd pay him $10 and he would leave. But one day, I showed up at the bar and the door was already unlocked. Derek was sitting inside on the couch waiting for me. I asked him how the hell he got in, and he said the place was unlocked before he showed up. Nothing was stolen. The closing bartender insisted he lock the door before he left. Tell the owner, but he just seems happy nobody stole anything. This happens 3 separate times. Since nothing is ever missing, the owner refuses to fix the security cameras. They don't work. My owner is very shitty with money, by the way. Anyway, last week, we are about to get hit with a winter storm. The one that knocked out the power grid here in Texas. It's Saturday, and Derek is waiting out front, shivering. I ask him if he has a place to stay, and he says he does. Okie dokie. Once Monday rolls around, people are losing power all over the place. Since I live basically down the street from the bar, the owner tells me to see if the bar lost power. Thanks a lot, dickhead. I drive by, and it looks fine, but I get out and run inside to check on everything. I find the door unlocked, and Derek on the couch, wrapped in a thick blanket. These blankets are kept in a basement that is always locked. The power is on, so it's warm, but Derek is shaking like he just got in from the cold. I ask him if he is okay and how he got inside. He said he was sleeping on the stoop when some lady opened the door and let him in. He curled up on the couch and felt someone put a blanket on him. Then I showed up. There was nobody else in that bar but us. Like I said, it's hard to believe. Maybe the fucker just figured out a way to unlock the door and was lying to me. But I double-checked the basement that we keep those thick blankets in. It was locked up tight. I think the one that really stuck in my head was when I encountered the Hatman. I did not even know what it was until a few years later when I read about others having had the exact same encounter. Learning about this just makes it a lot scarier to think back to. Family used to live on an old farm when I was in my teens. Cool place, but quite creepy. Large house with this gravel courtyard and an L-shaped barn around it. We rented the house, and the barn has not been used in years. The barn was massive, and it had windows overlooking the yard. I remember I had my bike in one of the rooms. Every night I came home, I dreaded going in there to put my bike back. Kept having the feeling that someone was watching me from the barn. The whole fucking place was so scary, and I sometimes see it in my dreams to this day. If that was not bad enough, someone had actually died in there. He fell into the silo and got chopped up by those rotating knives. But on to the main subject. One night, I was upstairs, getting ready for bed. Remember that I forgot my phone by the computer downstairs. Go down to get my phone, which was scary by itself. I go down, and go towards the room where the computer was. The light was on in that room. As I turn the corner into the room, I bump into this tall, black figure. I could not make out any details, but it was like a big man, wearing a robe or a trench coat. Thought it was a burglar or something at first. I was frozen in fear, and felt like I was about to faint or panic. I closed my eyes, and looked down in disbelief, and he vanished. It happened really fast. I grabbed my phone, and ran the fuck upstairs. Just writing this, and thinking back to it, sends shivers down my spine. A short, very real story that happened to me. Be me, 19 years old, on the phone with my girlfriend. Hear a static sound on the phone. Jeff, can you hear me? Suddenly, I hear a scream coming through the phone. Oh my god, no, why? I hang up and call my GF again. Are you okay, GF? Yes, Anon, I'm okay. Are you free to talk again? Why? I heard a kid who was talking to you, but you didn't tell her anything, so she screamed. What the fuck? There's no kid here right now, GF. Weird. What happened? I have no idea, but my aunt said that in this house there's a little girl around 4 years old. Security at Air Force Base. We have ICBMs, so security is kind of a big deal. Only shit that ever happened was some hippies jumped a couple fences and were hitting a hardened blast door with a sledgehammer, trying to sabotage the nukes. It was the top cover for a retractable antenna. They were nowhere near the nukes. Bored as shit, hanging out on the tarmac near a little used airstrip at one end of the base. All air traffic comes through the other end. Security patrol starts screaming into radio that they have an unknown situation. Everybody scrambles, chambering pistols, grabbing M16s. Patrol is still screaming into radio. Sounds scared shitless and is not making any sense. Second patrol is dispatched to back them up and find out what the hell is going on. We're on standby in case they need additional backup. Don't even have Humvees. We're still rolling in old-ass Blazers. Suddenly, someone calls over the radio reporting unidentified radar contact that isn't responding to hails. Clusterfuck as everyone scrambles to respond to that. They wheel an old as fuck M167 Vans out of the hangar and start loading it. Other end of base reports they're loading up a pair of helicopters with an infantry squad each and arming the door gunners. What the actual fuck is going on? Gunshots heard in the distance. Somebody's going full mad minute. Second patrol radios in, screaming they need backup now. We roll out there. Both patrols have literally circled their vehicles like a wagon train under attack by Indians and are hiding behind / under them, scared shitless. We don't see anything. First patrol spotted what they thought was an animal on all fours until it stood up on its hind legs, ran, and jumped over the fence. Fucking 12-foot fence topped with razor wire. They freaked out and called for backup. Second patrol shows up, calls bullshit. They split up to search for clues, Scooby-Doo style. First patrol spots it again, hiding in a drainage ditch. A guy in second patrol says another thing grabbed him from behind and lifted him off the ground. He panics and empties the magazine of his M16, fortunately not hitting any of our guys. Whatever has him drops him and jumps over the fence to join the first thing. Everybody freaks the fuck out, circles the wagons, and establishes a defensive perimeter while crying for backup. These are Air Force guys who spend all night drinking coffee on a base in the middle of the US during peacetime. They are not prepared for this shit. We roll up and search for the monsters. We ain't found shit. Guys at the other end of the base are reporting a blue light hovering over the missile silos. Our choppers haven't finished loading up yet. Base commander says the light / aircraft is not ours, so smoke it. We hear the VADs open up and see tracers arcing into the night sky. Holy shit, that's beautiful. No explosion. Nothing. We can't see the light from here, thanks to a small hill. Radio reports that mysterious light shot over to the airfield after being fired on, and presumably missed, hovered for a few seconds, then disappeared. Entire base is scrambling. Anyone who is not awake already woke up as soon as the Vulcan opened up. Search entire base and perimeter. Nada. The entire thing is announced as a false alarm due to jittery nerves. Patrol guys put on leave for a couple weeks. Then when they come back, they are assigned to guard a different part of the base. I get assigned to patrol that area instead of my cushy spot back at Security HQ. Motherfucker. Never see anything creepy or unexplainable the entire 2 years I'm there until I get out. So, yeah, I somehow managed to miss everything despite being in the middle of it. Me and my best friend and our girlfriends were once chased out the ruins of an old mining camp / ghost town by a werewolf, and I mean that sincerely. It was chasing us off, not hunting us, because if it had been, I have no doubt we'd all be dead. This was back in the autumn of 1993 in Alabama, up near the Talladega National Forest, off some dirt trails near a place called Gant's Quarry. The buildings still standing are wooden structures, though they are falling apart and really not all that safe to fuck around with, but we'd found one that was still pretty solid and planned on camping in it through the night. Typical teenage shit, where we'd all alibi each other to stay out all night. We got there around 6 or so, just as the sun was starting to set. We were pretty well prepared. Sleeping bags, flashlights, my buddy's hunting rifle, a boombox, and plenty of beer. We were having a great time, but as we were winding down for the night, around 1 a.m., we started hearing yips and howls. Coyotes. The place still had a standing door, so we pushed it shut and wedged it shut, but the girls were still scared. My friend and I went out and shot off a couple of rounds that scared the coyotes off. About 20 minutes after we got settled back down, we heard the werewolf. It was eerie because it didn't sound like the coyotes. Its howl was way deeper, kind of mournful sounding, and it also did not sound like any wolf you've ever heard before. It didn't sound like a person exactly, but it sure did not sound like a wolf. More like something trying to sound like one. Neither me nor my friend said anything because we did not want to freak out the girls any more than they already were, but we had spent a lot of time in the woods and we both knew that whatever we were hearing was not a wolf. Officially, there aren't any wolves in Alabama, but anyone who's ever hunted there knows that's bullshit. Coyotes, coy dogs, and the red wolves they say are extinct. It howled twice, really long, then it was quiet for a few minutes. Then it growled right outside the building, shack that we were in. It was so deep, you could feel it rattling in your own chest, and it scared the shit out of all of us. My friend and I both did that thing guys do when they're young, stupid, and there are girls to impress. We pretended to be mad instead of scared and got up, stomping and yelling, before grabbing a couple of flashlights and the gun to go out there. The girls was seriously freaking out at this point, telling us not to go out there and just let it go away. But out we went. We made a circle of the building, shining our lights all around, but we did not see anything. We were on our way back inside when I saw it. It was maybe 20 or 30 yards back down the trail we drove in on, looking like the silhouette of the biggest dog you've ever seen in your life. My friend shouldered his rifle, but I stopped him, told him not to shoot it. I have nothing against wolves, but that wasn't really what I was thinking. It felt off to me, and I was already thinking something spookier than just a wolf. Instead, my friend fired another warning shot, and then it stood up. He looked at it, and told me to go get the girls, because we were leaving. It took a little convincing to get the girls back out of the shack, but once they saw it back there, at the edge of my buddy's flashlight, looking exactly like what it was, they bolted straight for the truck. We followed, and the whole time, it just continued standing there, stock still. It growled again, and we realized it might have never been any closer than it was at that moment. It made me think it might have been watching us on our whole patrol, and that creeped me out even more. We bounced out of there, doing 30 on that washed out trail, 50 on good stretches, but I could still see it behind us for a good while. My eyes were glued to the side view mirror. It would run on all fours, close some distance, then stand up again, like it was hurting us. We were headed further in on the trail, and had no idea where it was going to come out, or even if it was going to come out, but unless we wanted to drive right by that thing, we didn't really have a choice. Eventually, I stopped seeing it in the mirror, and not long after that, we came out on a little back road that wound back around to somewhere we knew. My buddy and I were already getting over our fear as soon as we saw the paved road, and we were talking about what we'd seen, sort of comparing notes, but the girls would barely say anything besides telling us to stop talking about it, almost like they thought that would make it come back. Like I said earlier, both of them ended up breaking contact with us shortly after, and we both know why they did not want to be reminded. We went back there a few times over the years, but never experienced anything else like that. One thing I did find interesting is between that night and our first trip back, something burned down the shack we'd stayed in. I was a trucker for a few years, back in the early 2000s. Most of the time, things went pretty smoothly. I'd get from point A to point B and move on to the next job. But being a trucker, you spend a lot of time on the road, both day and night. So, it's not too uncommon to experience something out of the ordinary in this line of work. I've seen a bit of stuff I could not explain. For example, driving north on I-5 to make a delivery in Washington. It's pretty late, and I've been on the road for several hours, fighting just to keep my eyes open, but eventually give in and pull into a rest area. Just for the record, probably in Oregon at this point. May have been far northern Cali. Lot is empty except for my rig. Lock my doors, get undressed, slip under the sheets in the cabin, and set alarm for around dawn. I've got plenty of time to make my window. Roll over onto side, where I have a slight view of the forest edge bordering the rest area. Through weary eyes, I spot a figure at the tree line, standing behind a fence. Rub my eyes and look again. No one there. I must be starting to dream. Close my eyes and lead my thoughts to less frightening things. I'm about to fall asleep when I hear what sounds like someone pulling on the driver's side door handle. Click, click, click. Hello? Silence. Turn onto my stomach and look through the window above my pillow. Nothing there. Rest my head on the pillow and try to fall asleep. A trickle of unease building inside me. Click, click, click from the passenger side door. Immediately sit up. Look out the door window. In the dim moonlight, I see a humanoid figure duck out of view. I scramble to look outside the window on the other side of the cabin, but I see nothing. Who or what is trying to get in here? I sit motionless for what felt like several minutes, the silence rending my ears. The silence is broken by the sound of a moderately sized rock hitting the passenger side door, then another hitting the window. I immediately grab my keys and turn the engine and lights on, illuminating the surrounding area. I see a scrawny, naked human a few feet away from the door staring maliciously at me through the window. He looks very off. Sunken eyes, grey varicose veins, and completely devoid of hair. He lets out a guttural shriek and runs at the door, grabbing at the handle and slamming against the window with his grimy palms. No time to get dressed. I put the truck into gear and peel out, fueled with enough adrenaline to get me at least another hour away before I stop at another rest stop. Barely slept that night. I have more if anyone will be interested. Might take a little while though. I'm going out for drinks with some friends soon. This happened maybe a year before the previous event. It's early evening, and I'm on a long haul. On I-15, within Utah's borders. On a thin stretch of road with mostly barren land on either side. Despite the noise from my engine and the music playing through my speakers, I started to hear this really loud humming sound that seemed to come from everywhere. I'm looking in my mirrors, at my windows, at my charts. I have no idea where the sound is coming from. The sound does not dissipate, for the next several minutes. The sound starts to get louder, and I roll down my window and peer outside, looking above me. There is this weird light in the air, like a holy white orb. Suddenly, there is a large boom, and it just disappears. Suddenly, the lights in my cabin turn off and the engine sputters, before releasing a large amount of smoke. With little control, I steer my rig to the edge of the road and get out. It looks like the inside of the truck exploded. Multiple instruments and machines are damaged beyond repair. Battery turns out to be fucked and needs to be replaced. Had to have someone take my load for me while I had my truck repaired. Seen some weird shit in the sky before, but nothing like that. Be last Christmas. Driving to GF's house 6 hours away. Decide to leave at midnight so we can surprise the family. Be me, GF, and her sister and sister's BF car. Driving along at around 3 a.m. Everyone is asleep except for me. Middle of rural Texas. No towns or anything for miles. See car on side of road with hazards on. Decide to call the cops, just in case guy needs help. Right as I pull out my phone, I see some guy walking down the side of the road. Start slowing down to see if he needs help. Getting closer, and see that this dude is at least 7 feet tall. Start feeling a bit antsy. Wake everyone up, just to help calm my nerves a bit. Getting closer, and realize it's walking on all fours, almost like a skinny ape. GF yells at me to just keep going and call the police. Agree, but really want to get a better look at this thing. Down to about 5 miles per hour, and about to pass by it. All of us look over, and realize its face is human. It turns over to look at us. Its face is uncanny valley as fuck, almost iRobot looking. All of us scream, and I slam my foot on the gas. It whips its 5-foot-long arm at the car and clips the back. Speed the fuck out of there. See it galloping towards us. Lose him in about a minute, but the girls in the car are crying, and me and the other guy are both freaking out. Finally call the cops and tell them about what happened. Said they'd go check it out. Never found out what happened with that. Still scares me when I think about it. Take a completely different route to get there now, just to avoid that damn stretch of road. Really wish the damn cops had gotten back to me after they figured out what happened. Not really a spooky story or anything, but my mom, who has never mentioned any other paranormal stuff at all, is convinced my late great-grandma, who died before I was born, was 100% an honest-to-God witch. Be my mom, age 11 or something, 1970s. Planned slumber party with some friends from school at my great-grandma's. She had a large house, slightly outside of town, and lived alone. Mom and 3 other girls at my grandma's. It's already late, 9 or 10 p.m., just before bedtime, already dark out. Just chilling in the living room, talking about girl stuff, their insecurities, etc. One girl has a bunch of warts on her hands, apparently had them since birth, is really insecure about it and complains to my mom and friends. Great-grandma enters the room, hears the discussion, asks wart girl, "You want me to make the warts go away?" Girl, unsure but hopeful, sure, yes please. Great-grandma takes girl out on the balcony. Mom and friends follow, 'cause curious. Bright moonlit night outside. Great-grandma takes wart girl's hands in her own. No fancy ceremony, no witchy potions, no occult language or spells, just holds wart girl's hands up into the moonlight and says, "Begone." Nothing happens. Great-grandma just smiles, ruffles girl's hair, says to wart girl, mom and friends, "Okay, you kids can go to sleep now." They go to sleep. Next morning, the warts are fucking gone. No scars, no marks, not a trace. Just perfectly normal skin, as if she never had warts in the first place. Ex-wart girl is happy. Mom and friends are astonished. Thank great-grandma and go home. Don't realize how goddamn strange this is, because they are 11-year-old girls. Never ask great-grandma about it, because kids have other things on their mind. Great-grandma passed away a few years later, when my mom was 14 or something. Well, that's it. Don't really have any of the stories, except a casual, "Yeah, Your great-grandma was always kinda strange, with no further commentary from my grandma when I asked her about the story my mom told me. Be me. College. Get lucky. And college hires me while in college to run their help desk. Oh yes, I'm getting my loans paid off. Move into office. Have a normal IT existence, except there's a small metal door in my office inside a cabinet. Open it up with boss one day. Goes into space between walls. Pitch black every way. Think nothing of it. 3 months in, I start getting pungent shit smells in my office. Luckily, other people smell it too. I hear laughing and giggling sometimes next to me, but then women's restroom is next to my door. Office starts complaining to management about the shit smell, giggling, pounding and noisy women. Yeah, we'll do something about it. They send an email PSA. Thanks for nothing. Shit smell is getting rank. I can no longer hold meetings in my office. I need to work in the tech lab now, and it's playing havoc. Management is getting worried about a busted pipe, so they close down the women's restroom. They are puzzled who is using it because there aren't any women in the entire building. Shit smell does not go away. Management is freaking out. Has plumbers tear out the men's. Still nothing. Eternal turd wafers. Final summer comes. We crack the windows because we are dying. Plumber asks for access between the walls. They are checking something. Open up the metal door, and the most overpowering stench just flows out. Some fucking maniac had been shitting between the walls and making turd art for an entire year. Painting turd murals, writing poems in turd on my door. Even living there, complete with sleeping bag and lamp and rows of piss jugs. Leonardo shit Vinci has so utterly destroyed the space between walls, management says fuck it and renovated the women's bathroom after knocking a hole in it for access. They always suspected a guy, but I heard women giggling all the time. Alright, here goes. A bit of background of who I am and what I do for a living. This will give a bit of context on how I've come across these reports. For the last 15 years, I've been employed as a licensed psychologist in Virginia. The firm I work with takes subcontracted work from the federal government. The purpose of this work is to give psychological evaluations and reports on cases that the state does not want to be subject to various oversight agencies. If there is an instance where the feds need an interview and analysis done quickly and discreetly, then we are hired to do this. The pay is good, and the job has allowed me to travel all over the country. But with all of that exposition out of the way, it's time to move on to the story. Be an area in the 912 area code of Georgia. Be an industrial area used mainly for the manufacturing of chemicals. For about 3 weeks, the nighttime security has been reporting to the higher-ups about sounds in the woods surrounding the area. Wildlife in the vicinity is not uncommon, but what is unnerving the guards is the volume the sounds are being made at. They are reporting rustling in the woods, like a truck is moving through it, followed by what can only be described as a massive fan oscillating. Reports continue for a few more days, but finally, the latest claims make the nearby chemical plant take action. The security detail reports about a very musky odor coming from the woods in the direction of the sounds, followed by a fog of white vapor rising from the ground. Fearing a chemical leak from underground pipes, they call in a state inspector. The idea was for the state inspector to supervise the plant's hired inspector to get an investigation without any heresy between the company and the government. They go into the woods to do their inspection. 2 days later, I'm arriving in the area after a flight. My purpose was to interview the state inspector. I was to find out for the feds and the EPA why there was 1 dead man and 3 others severely injured. I was not there to solve a death, but rather to interview a state employee to register their state of mind. I arrive at a local hospital in the same city as the industrial area. I call my contact, and they come down to the parking lot to greet me. I'm ushered into the inspector's hospital room by 2 police officers. In it, I see a man of Middle Eastern ethnicity. He looks to be in his late 40s. His face is swollen, like he has had an allergic reaction. There are yellow welts all over his face and neck, as well as his arms and hands. He is wearing an oxygen mask. The man has clearly been in a lot of shit. I sit by him and begin to get to work, introducing myself and beginning to make a dialogue between him and myself. He is hesitant to talk at first, but after an hour or so, we were able to get down to the matter at hand. He tells me that initially, he and the other inspector did a cursory look into the area where the sounds, smells, and vapors were coming from. They found a curious, sticky residue on the foliage and tree bark. The ground had been disturbed, with what looks like drag marks dotting between the trees. Only these markings would have to have been made by something the size of a small car. They could see where nearby trees had been leaned over it, like a tractor had pushed into them. Hearing this, I asked the men why hadn't the company contacted the police. If there were signs or unauthorized activity, then law enforcement should be made aware, especially around dangerous chemicals. The man in his hospital bed chuckled, then coughed. I asked them the same question, but as far as they knew, nothing was out of the ordinary, aside from the reports of sounds of movements in the woods by trigger-happy night guards. I continued my interview with him. He explained that later in the night, they were going to go into the woods with a group of security to see what was the source of all the commotion. Night fell, and the two inspectors, accompanied by 3 security officers, made their way into the woods when the sounds began. He said they walked closer and closer past the pine trees towards the noise. As they did, they could make out what sounded like something large being dragged on the ground. They then heard slurping sounds and a slight buzz. The guards got nervous and upholstered their guns. The 5 men made their way closer and closer. As the man was telling me his story, his heart monitor began to increase in its beeps. His face made a twisted sneer of disgust as he recalled to me the smell they were engulfed in as they were about halfway from the epicenter of the noise. He said it was a vile combination of rotten eggs, burning tires, and decaying deer. It was at that point that they began to see the white vapor on the ground. Eventually, they made their way to almost on top of the sound. The man took a deep breath and said, "That is when the shooting started." One of the guards saw it first and began to unload into a black mass in front of the group. There was a loud shriek, like nails on a chalkboard, and a vuvuzela. The man motioned with his hand and said that he shined his flashlight onto the mass. He went quiet for a few moments, but slowly he told me what he saw. It was what he described as a cross between a wasp at the front, but in the back was like a slug. It was about 5 meters in length and 2 meters high. It began to move towards them at an astonishing pace. It released the foul-smelling white vapor from holes in its body every time it moved. There was barely any time to act as the creature swiped at the ground with its insectoid legs and knocked all of them down. The man looked down and told me that that was the last thing he remembered. We finished our interview from there, and I left him to himself. The report was handed over to my contact. I left it to him from there. The industrial area was closed for 18 months for renovations. The woods around the area was bulldozed. I am unaware at what point during the encounter did the other inspector die. 3 of my colleagues interviewed the other witnesses. Officially, the death and injuries are because of an animal attack. Pick-related is a sketch one of my colleagues was able to snake. It is a rendition from one of the guards of what he saw. I am always hesitant to share this story for reasons that may be obvious, but it's still the most bizarre and unsettling event that has ever happened to me. Worse yet, I still can't make sense of what happened or the conclusion of it. I was hiking in a pretty popular national park in New Mexico back in 2007. I was in the state for a friend's wedding and wanted to stop there before heading back home. It was late September, cool enough in the morning for a light jacket, and it warmed up enough later to not overheat with it. I like to think of myself as a fairly experienced hiker and rock climber, so I've always kept an eye out for interesting detours, ones that others less experienced may not consider checking out. About 2 miles into my trek, I noticed something that caught my attention. There was a cliff that hung over part of the trail that I was on, with vines and leaves growing up one side. It was clear that there had been some kind of water flow down the side, which helped to keep the vines alive. I wanted to see the view from the top, and after circling around for a bit, I found a good place to climb. Once up there, I could see that there was certainly a trail I could follow along, so I decided to continue. As I continued, I saw something else that caught my attention. A subtle path through the grass and fallen leaves, like someone had recently walked through it multiple times. Part of me thought I should stick to the marked trail, but at the same time, this was exactly the kind of thing that I liked to explore. If others had taken the path enough to leave a trail, there must be something worth seeing there, right? So that's exactly what I did. I followed the pressed down vegetation for about 10 minutes in total, taking mental notes of distinctive trees to help me guide my way back when I came back later. I don't know where the path would take me or how long exactly it was, but after about 15 to 20 minutes of walking, I found something I never would have expected to see. There was a little girl sitting there who couldn't have been more than 7 or 8 years old, sitting cross-legged on a dirty sleeping bag. She had several toys arranged in front of her. I remember seeing a dirty stuffed rabbit that looked pretty worn out and lopsided, a doll missing an arm, and other smaller toys. There was also a small red and blue lunchbox-looking thing next to her that had definitely seen better days. Her clothes were filthy, and they didn't look like they fit her properly. The jacket slung over her shoulders looked like it belonged to an adult woman. She did not have shoes on, and the bottoms of her feet were dark, clearly covered in dirt. Her hair looked like it might have been light brown, or maybe even blonde, but it was dirty, matted, and had leaves sticking out of it. I remember making an audible sound, a mix of curiosity and sadness, which caused the girl to stand up and face me directly. At the time, I was a preschool teacher and had experience with children. I knew how to calm them down and make them feel safe, but this was different. The fear in her eyes was unlike anything I had ever seen before. It reminded me of a feral animal seeing humans for the first time. I knelt and said hello softly. She backed up like she was ready to run. I put my hands out, trying to show her I was not a threat. I told her my name and slowly pulled my backpack around to the front, taking out the bag of trail mix I always carried with me. As soon as I pulled it out, I noticed her attention shift. She immediately approached and snatched it from my hands, opening up the bag and digging in. I watched her eat a few handfuls before I spoke again. I asked her if she was lost. She did not answer. I asked her for her name, and she stopped long enough to shake her head before continuing to eat. I asked her if she'd been out here alone, and she nodded. I asked her if she knew where her parents were or where she lived, but she gave no response. She just looked at me without answering any questions. The girl had to have been out there for some time. Surely someone had to be looking for her, right? Maybe she'd gone missing and miraculously managed to survive on her own. I don't know where the toys or lunchbox had come from, but they seemed to be the only thing keeping her going. The way she had them set up around her looked exactly like something a small child would do. Finally, I did my best to explain to her that I wanted to take her to the park rangers. I tried to make the rangers seem cool and helpful. After some coaxing, I got her to agree. I watched as she zipped up her sleeping bag, tossed her items into it, and dragged it along behind her. I took the sleeping bag from her and carried it, and she walked beside me, holding my hand. Her hand felt soft, but ice cold. I have had kids hold my hand or hug me before, but something about her felt very different. The walk back felt 10 times longer than normal. I think part of it was the weight of the sleeping bag, and occasionally carrying her so her little feet would not get hurt by rocks or sticks. We passed by a handful of people, all of whom looked at us judgmentally. They probably thought I was just a bad parent with how the girl looked, but not a single one of them stopped to ask if we needed help. When we finally reached the main trail, I explained to the girl what I was going to do, smiling to reassure her that everything would be okay. At the ranger station, I quietly explained to someone what had happened. They looked skeptical, but agreed to call for help. We sat on a bench outside, and I bought muffins from a nearby shop, which the girl inhaled. The police eventually showed up with a child caseworker. I explained everything to them, where I found her, what she said or didn't say. They asked me for details, but I told them that she would not speak at all. After another hour or two, they took the girl away in an ambulance while I finished giving my statement. I didn't get to say goodbye, but she kept the bag of trail mix. The caseworker took my contact information and said they would reach out if they had anything further. From there, everyone cleared out. I returned to my car and drove 4 hours home, stopping to eat by myself. The whole experience was surreal. I called my sister and a friend to tell them what had happened. They both agreed it was sad and bizarre. It would have been one thing to find a child lost on a trail, but she had clearly been out there for a while, weeks, maybe even months. The fact that she would not even speak raised so many questions. Was she just afraid? Was she mute? Could she even speak English at all? I had no idea. But what happened afterward made it even stranger. A week passed, and I had not heard anything at all from the caseworker, even though they specifically said they would contact me. I tried calling the national park, explaining the situation, but the person on the phone seemed confused. They said they'd worked there for years and had never heard of anything like that being reported. I explained that I was the one who reported it, not that I had heard about it. They brushed me off, saying that the area had dangerous terrain unsuitable for children, let alone hikers without experience. Frustrated, I tried the police station closest to the park. They told me the same thing. No record of a lost child being found in the park. I called 4 or 5 other stations, all with the same result. My last attempt was to contact CPS in that county. They took my information and promised to look into it, but I never heard back, not even once. When I called again a week later, the woman on the phone became aggressive. She told me that they could not give information to unauthorized individuals or people not in the family. Then she told me not to call again. I understood that they could not tell me about the child specifically, but I was more concerned about her well-being. Did she get lost? Was she abandoned? What had she gone through? Why didn't anyone seem to remember what happened that day? It wasn't something that should happen regularly, so why was everyone so quiet about it? The only thing I could conclude was that people were told to stay silent. But why? Who was that girl, and why did it all become such a big secret? Hey X, I've been a long-time lurker on other boards. This is my first post. I'm getting married to a woman I've been with for the last 5 years. She believes in ghosts and other paranormal crap like that. Keeps weird crystals to ward off bad spirits. I don't believe in a lot of that, but her father said something to me on his deathbed. He died 2 months ago. I'll post what he said and the story he told me. Him and I were both Boy Scouts in our youth, and we both went to Philmont. It's a huge ranch in northern New Mexico that the BSA use for an extreme hiking experience. I'm going to greentext my experience, and I'll greentext this too if you guys want. Be me, 2011, 15 years old from Alabama, in bus going through northern Texas. It's night, looking out on the highway. See what I think is a huge coyote. Think, everything is bigger in Texas. Next day arrive at Philmont in base camp. They have these gates, only ways in and out of camp, made of big totem poles. Excited, about to hike over 100 miles in a week and a half with guys I've known my whole life. Get assigned woman ranger. She's going to be our guide for the first 3 days. Get on bus. They drive us out on dirt road for maybe a few hours. Drop us off an hour before sundown. Hike half an hour, make camp, make first dinner. 3 dads with us. Mine's one of them. They go to sleep at like 10. Me and the other guys too giddy to sleep, so we're around our fire telling stories. Ranger goes to bed. Comes back 30 minutes later, looking weird. Like she was wrong. Looked like stuff crawling under our skin. Tries to get us to go with her to the woods to find a nearby outhouse. They had one near every campsite. We all say no. She starts getting weird, so we all go to bed to get away from her. 4 a.m. I have to piss. Peek my head out. Oh fuck. The reindeer is still sitting near the dead fire now. Shut tent and death grip knife. Something was making me panic, and I could not figure out why. Next morning, Ranger makes a joke about how we must have seen a ghost because we were the first group that went to bed the first night. My face went, She acts like we are crazy when we ask if she doesn't remember. Next days are weird. I've known these guys my whole life, and they are acting wrong, fighting, and just doing stuff they wouldn't usually do. Third day, Ranger left. Fourth night, I have to piss real bad. Wake up tent mate to come with me. Walk out into woods to piss. Pissing. Look up and see a creature that has no right existing is looking at me. It was the top half of that coyote I saw in Texas, but it has antlers. It stands up on its hind legs, and it has a nude male lower half. Tactically shit my pants. Tell tent mate not to turn around. Lock my arms with his, back to back. Have him lead me back to camp while I stare at this fucking thing. Get into tent. Get my dad's machete out of his bag. Luckily, he didn't put it in the bear bag. Death grip machete all night long. Next morning, huge fight between everyone. Gets so bad, I and a few other guys start punching each other. Next week we are all constantly fighting. While on the trail, we keep coming across half-eaten deer. Philmont also has free-range livestock cows and shit. Third to last day, come across a dead cow in the middle of the trail. The corpses are off. It couldn't be bears, there was too much meat left on the bodies. Second to last campsite, we get there, and there is a 10-point buck's head in the trees near campsite. Father is in the army, so he decides he will stay in a campsite a mile down the trail. Get there, everything is normal, other groups are there too. That night one of the other group's bags got ransacked, and their bear bag was ripped out of tree. Next morning, nope out of there without breakfast. Last campsite, nothing happens. Last day, longest distance we have to go, we'll literally walk back into base camp. The day goes normally, no fighting, and no dead animal bodies. We are walking through the north entrance. We get through it, turn to friends behind me, start to apologize to them. That's when I fucking see it. Huge coyote on hind legs, with human arms fucking waving at me with what I assume is a smile. Year later, Dad's job moves us to East Texas. Dad buys McMansions out in the boonies. Everything normal. Meet future wife. Start dating her. Weird shit starts happening. Find dead animals on road. See coyotes. Finally graduated high school. Moved to nearby city in my first apartment. She moves in. Meet her dad. Parents separated. Cool old hippie. Have him over for a few weeks at a time. Me and him click. Talk about everything with him. Tell him how I was a Boy Scout. He asks if I went to Philmont. Say yeah. Under his breath says, that's where I met it. He gets quiet, won't talk much anymore. Next day take him home. We get to his house. He hands me one of his rings. It's a metal biker skull ring. Tells me to wear it when me and his daughter go out. Don't hear from him for 2 months. One day, getting groceries with future wife, she gets a call from her aunt. Her dad was in the hospital. He had gotten bitten by something and didn't tell anyone, so his leg had sepsis. Wife has to go to hospital to sign paperwork, power of attorney. They amputated his leg. When he gets up from surgery, he is unbelievably upset. Says he can't fight it off now. Fight what off? He quits eating and talking. They put in a feeding tube and put mittens on his hands so he can't take out the feeding tube. He somehow gets mittens off, rips out feeding tube. Get call from doc. He has maybe a day left to live. Wife is upset. Go see him. He won't talk to her. She runs out crying. Get mad. Get in his face. He grabs my arm. Says, you have to protect her from it. I know you saw it at Philmont. It's followed me my whole life. You have to protect her. Keep that ring on you at all times. Then he lays back and does not say another word. Leave. Comfort wife. Go home. Next day he dies and we get him cremated. Keep his urn on the mantelpiece. Have memorial for him at his best friend's house. On way there, wearing the ring he gave me, something huge darts across the road. Wife thinks it's a dog. Dogs don't get that big. While at memorial, his 2 ex-wives show up. The first, not my wife's mom, starts going on about how he never wanted to move out of the city. Goes on about how he was always burning sage and shit like that. Starts talking about how dead animals would show up on the doorstep. Wife starts getting upset, so me and her dad's best friend / wife's godfather Ask ex-wife number 1 to leave. Wife's grandma outlived her dad. While we were there, she pulls me on the porch under the excuse of a cigar and a cigarette. Hands me this tiny old buck with no writing on the cover. Says it's wife's dad's outbuck. He took it with him everywhere. Tells me he told her about Philmont. Tells me what happened to him. Tells me I have to take care of wife because she's his only daughter and the creature is out for blood. Go back inside and listen to stories about the guy. Notice a pattern about him. He always preferred the city and kept his distance from almost everyone except his mom. Memorial ends. We start to head home. It's dark now. Get halfway home and there's a dead hog, which is weird because the nearest wild hogs are over 100 miles away. Go around it and bullet home. Get home. Wife goes to bed. I stay up and open the Book of John. A note with a combo and B25 written on it falls out. On the back, a storage unit place is written on it. Show wife. Go to storage unit the next day. Pay the desk for the final payment and go open it up. Filled to the brim with old boxes, food, and suitcases. Start going for the stuff. Start finding weird shit. Swords, knives, a notebook filled with incoherent writing, and newspapers. Every local newspaper from 1987 to 2008. Throw most of it away. Find wife's old baby stuff. It makes her happy. Keep bitch and sword. On the way home, I hit a coyote with the truck. Even in some of the cities, wildlife creeps in. My inner hick kicks in. That's a good pelt at least. Pull truck over, hop out, go examine coyote with my pocket knife out. Get close. It has fucking human hands. Bolt back to truck. Wife does not know why. Starts to ask me what's wrong. As I peel down the highway, just say it was too mangled to salvage. Relatively normal for a month. Yesterday, I'm getting up to go to the gym before work. Walk into front apartment patio. There's a fucking dead coyote. Rush back inside and grab my machete. Go back out and roll it over. My face when, no human hands. Grab trash bag and gloves because can't skin it on the porch and take it to dumpster. On way to work after gym, notice an old man staring at me from the sidewalk. Something is wrong about him. I just can't put my finger on it. He smiles at me, the same smile that Finn gave me my last day at Philmont. Instantly go home, call out of work for the rest of the week, and barricade apartment. Luckily, wife is between jobs, so get her to stay with me. This is the first chance I've had to slip away from her to post. Do you guys have any idea what this thing is, and how to get rid of it? Some OC, not gonna green text it. In 2018, I went hunting for the second time with my childhood friend, Marty. I've known this man since pre-kindergarten. We went hunting somewhere in Alabama on some property owned by this guy named Mr. Bradford. The owner was nice, had a real thick Southern hick accent, but was very kind, and had a married lesbian daughter. Seemed proud of her. I had hunted on this land the year prior with Marty. On our first hunt together, he shot and killed a buck he had been tracking for over 5 years. On the second hunt, I shot and killed my first 8-pointer buck. It was a nice hunt, but in 2018, some storm had hit that area and the whole region had some bad floods. When I got back in 2018, it did not feel the same. On the first night, Marty let me borrow one of his rifles and put me in this green patch. He was comfortable with me being by myself while he hunted in a nearby patch maybe less than half a mile away. The shack I was in was real small. It could hold maybe 2 people. It was just plywood for the most part, with really shitty plastic sliding windows. There were 4 windows, 1 on each wall. 3 were big, and were obviously made for putting the gun through, taking aim and shooting. But the 4th was a small window by the entrance/exit, so you could see what was behind you. The door was loose and was locked in place by a swivel hook. When Marty dropped me off and drove away, I sat there for maybe an hour, just enjoying the scenery. To be honest with you, I wasn't going to shoot another deer. I was looking for a hog to shoot, but wasn't really itching to kill anything. It was maybe around 5:30 p.m. The sun was still above the horizon, and it was still bright. All of a sudden, I noticed it was dead quiet. The birds chirping, the wind rustling, the leaves, all of it stopped. I felt tense. Super tense. I immediately thought about the skinwalker stories, and I made sure that my rifle was ready to fire. I even pulled out a knife and closed all the windows. I did not know what to do. I just had this instinct tell me to stay fucking put, despite how much I wanted to run to Bradford's house, which was closer to my hunting patch than Marty's location. I did not smell anything, but I started to hear something approach my shack from behind. It wasn't an animal. It sounded like something was cautiously approaching. Imagine a hunter slowly stalking the woods with his gun, ready to fire, except this was not a hunter. I hear these footsteps softly crunch the leaves underneath until they stop behind me. All that stands between me and this fucking thing is this thin door. I'm clutching the knife in my hand because I feel like I'm not skilled enough to quickly turn and shoot. I then hear it breathe right behind my head, just behind the door. It's the heaviest exhale I've ever heard. Imagine a boar exhaling after running several miles, but followed by a 10-second pause with no inhale. That's what I heard. It sounded huge. It sounded heavy. It sounded dangerous. For some reason, a voice told me to keep staring ahead and to not look behind me, to not even glance at the window to my rear. I did not even want to look to my right or left. I stared ahead at the fucking one tree standing in the middle of the green patch. I don't know how long it was there, but eventually I stopped hearing it. Then the silence was filled. The birds came back. The wind blew again. When it did this, I finally opened the door to the back and looked around. There was nothing. No footprints, no trail. Nothing to signify this thing was even there. I tried texting him, calling him, and even using Snapchat, but I had no service. He told me he would come get me at sunset, and I did not feel safe running back to the main house with how far I was, so I stayed put. I felt like that thing was still out there. Nothing remarkable happens next to me. I did hear a gunshot from Marty's location, and he came a little later than I wanted, but he said he tried shooting a deer but missed. When he picked me up, I waited until we were in his truck, driving back to our little house until I told him. With the doors locked, I told him everything, and he believed me. Even more than that, he told me that his little brother, Danny, had something happen to him like that as well on the same property, but in a different location. He said one night, Danny went hunting by himself, with a raised shooting house. He said he and his dad eventually got their phones blown up by Danny, demanding they come pick him up together. When asked why, he just panicked. When they got there, Danny said he heard someone or something just approach him, but just stand directly underneath his shack and never move. It freaked him out so much that he called them to come rescue him. Marty had some creepy stories as well, but nothing similar to me and Danny's experience, and, honestly speaking, I attribute the shit he went through to being sleep deprived after a 2-day hunt. I'm not sure what I experienced, but it was the most tense I've ever felt, and it activated something deeply primal inside of me. I refused to ever go back. In the end, Marty just ended up buying his own land where he now farms and hunts with his family, so they only went back to Alabama to pick shit up, and that's it. If that was a skinwalker, why did I not smell the copper that people talk about? Why heavily breathe next to me and then simply disappear? What the fuck was it? Why did every synapse in my body tell me to bunker down and not look at it? Hi folks, this is a story from my grandma. She is still all well alive, as well as Gramps. Sometimes she asks me questions about my life and education, and one day just asks, "Since you are a scientist, do you believe there is something more?" I'm an actual scientist. I say that I am 100% sure as the universe is vast and there are things I won't be able to explain in my lifetime, so she just proceeds to tell the following story. It was just after World War II. Her uncle or similar kin were going through a village looking for abandoned houses in a group of a few people. This is northern Poland, near the town of Morak, in one of the villages where she and Gramps later settled, just like their next of kin. There were some Germans left, usually widows, or people who could not or refused to leave. Locals were treating them in all manner of ways, but this story proceeded as follows. We'll just call the uncle Roman by his name. Roman and guys roam village. Go to the bit more secluded part, off the main road. Most houses empty, Germans left. In one house they see a woman. They wave at her. She is in the attic window. She quickly walks away from it, so they go into the house. Cannot see her. Roman proceeds to the attic. Door is shut, but bars easily with help of his bro. They get upstairs. The woman hangs on a rope, hung herself, still convulsing a bit. Try to get her down ASAP, but she dies right in front of them. She was German, likely thought they were Russians. Most Germans can't tell the difference. Was probably afraid of what they would do to her. Church and village survived. They take her down and carry to the church. Explain to priest. He says they can bury her the next day. Since house was not abandoned, Roman and co decided to stay the night. Attic has a bed. Bottom floor has 2 more beds. Guys light a fire in the yard to warm food, since night is good. Roman says he is tired and will take the attic bed. Goes to bed, gets into the attic, hears shouting from outside. Roman. Pissed off, gets to the window and says, "Let me sleep, morons." Guys say they are silent. The hell is his problem? Shrugs and bitches about the bros and goes back to bed. Hears Roman again, but silent. Gets pushed down on the bed, as if someone sat on him. Cannot breathe. Roman. Sees nothing. Cannot move. Gets pushed so far down, the bed starts to squeak and crack. All 4 stops in a second. Roman jumps out of bed. Runs to the window. Guy's still there. Runs downstairs. Asks the guys if they heard his name being called. All Pikachu face. Decides to sleep downstairs. Bro sleeping upstairs afterwards. No issues. Next day bury woman. Go back to house. No further activity. House was abandoned a few years later as village shrunk and people left for a better location in the village. They never complained and even said it's a pity they had to leave a large house. Mothman sightings in Michigan. As a child, I saw the Mothman more than once. I'm pretty certain anyways. It was around the early 2000s, and I was in the woods with my friends and some family members. The sun was setting, around 4 to 6 p.m. in the summer. We split up, and I remember hearing a very distinct, loud sound. It sounded very bass-like, low, but very distinct. One of my younger brothers said he saw a bat flying through the trees, and I was looking around, trying to find it. I looked up at a giant tree and saw a huge pitch-black figure blending in with the branches. It had huge, pinkish eyes, but they were dark, almost maroon. We all saw it, and it did not move. It was huge, looked mutated and unnatural. I think it was feathered, but it was too dark to fully capture its texture. We never saw it fly away, it just stayed there. That was the first time. The second time was around 2013 at night, where I saw a similar looking figure just before my brother was diagnosed with an inoperable brain tumor. I saw it flying, had a huge fucking wingspan. I remember its eyes were a lot brighter than before, more red than pink. Pick related, captures the scene of the first sighting. The creature depicted is accurate to what I saw. Same color scheme, same eyes, same posture. It's pretty much been ingrained into my memory. It looked around 5'9" in height. It was a normal day. All my brothers and sisters seemed to have somewhere to go or something to do. My parents had to help a friend with something, so it was just me, myself, and I. I wasn't too upset about it. I could always find something to entertain my tween mind, but I was under strict orders not to leave the house under any circumstances, which, as you will all find out, I did not listen anyway. I sat there, thinking about the creek behind our apartments. All the teens went down there to smoke, make out, listen to music, and everything else teenagers do. Because I was still young, I could not go without a friend or sibling, but tonight, I vowed to be a big girl and go hang with all the other kids. I would be back in time, I told myself. Little did I know, I was making a huge mistake. I was about to learn my parents had certain rules, and that people aren't always as they seem. So, I grabbed my boombox. Yes, I'm showing my age a little bit, and headed down the small path through the trees and straight to the creek bank, music blaring, wind in my hair. But then I called out to everyone, and I knew that something was not right. I turned down the music and stood very still. The air, usually cool and crisp this time of year, was thick and smelled metallic. What, I thought. It's Friday. Where is everybody? Then I heard it. A disturbing crying sound, It sounded like a cross between a woman singing and sobbing. It chilled me to the bone. I edged closer to the creek, and then I heard it again. It kind of sounded like it was coming from beneath the water. I took off my shoes and waded in up to my knees, and it got louder. Kelly, Lisa, Dave, Melissa, Howie, Renee, I called out, hoping that some of them were just playing a joke on me. No answer. Oh God, I thought, what is this? And then I saw it. A bright light in front of me, which glowed a bright blue. A motor kicked on, and then I felt something hard crash into my leg. It didn't knock me over, but I did stumble quite a bit, and then the crying sound became a wail. I reached down to my leg and grabbed onto the thing that hit me. It was a light fixture lit up with a small fan-like structure attached to its base. As soon as I lifted it out of the water, I heard a robotic male voice say, "Don't touch us, little girl. We will electrocute you, and then we will have no choice but to leave you here. You should have stayed your disobedient self at home, like your daddy told you. We know everything that goes on here, and your friends, well, some of them might not exactly live here. You see, you don't know anything, so unless you're ready to meet your demise, I suggest you let go of me, turn around, and head home. And no, she isn't hurting. She's one of us. And no, we are not aliens and not demons, and we are not robots. If you get a top clearance, she will find out who and what we are. Now, for the last time, get your hands off me," it yelled, not before I heard it hum and felt some strong vibrations. I just threw him or it away and started running. I snatched my boombox on my way and never looked back, but I was suddenly stopped by, I guess, another one. I felt the harsh smack on the side of my head, saw the bright orange light, and heard an even more disturbing voice say, "You should have stayed home. Tell anyone at all, and I will kill you slowly and painfully. It's a shame you didn't get to meet the one you were investigating. She has a blade." It hissed, clicked, and started wailing right in my ears. I was almost disoriented by the sound, but I kept running. I did not relax until I was safely inside the apartment with the door locked. I didn't even realize I was crying. I checked my leg and face. No bruises or burns, but what the hell was that? I grabbed the phone and started calling neighbors, but the things were right. Some of those kids did not live here. Some of the moms just chalked it up to the neighbors' kids bringing friends home from school. But when I told one of them where I had been tonight, she immediately got silent. I kept saying hello until she finally said, "I'm sending Kelly over. You don't need to be alone." She was over almost as soon as I hung up. She just hugged me and said, "Yeah, I know what you saw, but I don't know what it is." We sat there, waiting, praying that someone would come home and explain everything. I didn't care about getting in trouble. I was just afraid and curious. My brother came home first. He was mad at me, but never ratted me out. He just told me that the government had done some projects and training back there, and some of those kids were young recruits. Every second Friday, third Monday, first Saturday, and fourth Wednesday were testing days, but most of the time, it was just teenagers hanging out. He said that my dad wanted me to know nothing of this because I already have a vivid imagination. Still, to this day, no one knows exactly what those things are, but whatever who or what they are extremely dangerous. I've done some extensive research to try and figure out what I tangled with that night, and I've only found one thing where a girl said she dreamed about seeing something like that outside of her house, but that's still nothing really. Can anyone tell me what that was? Should I just forget that I saw it? Should I even have written the story? I don't know. All I know is this. Sometimes it's best to just chill out and take people's advice. I'm still curious, but I always proceed with caution. You should too. To answer your questions, no, I never got a top clearance. I had to be bribed to ever go near that creek again, but I did eventually go back with my brothers, but never, ever on those days, and even in the heat of July, I just sat there while everyone else got in. I still enjoyed hanging out with everyone, but I did not look at them all the same. We only stayed there for 2 more years after that, but none of us will ever forget that strange little apartment building with the creek in the back. A little background to start. I work as a topographer/tracker for a local group in Colorado and Wyoming. My job consists of surveying areas and mapping out common game trails and popular places for herds to gather for hunting and ecological purposes. When I'm out, I'm mostly on an ATV until I find a game trail, which I then map out on foot. When I'm going long distances, I stop at outposts that have been set up along the trail to refuel and rest for the night or go to in case of hazardous weather. I've seen some things that have made me question what's out there, such as mutilated deer, bull elks torn in half, holes dug through the fresh body of animals from the inside out. While seeing things like this is unsettling, I usually shrug them off as some kind of nasty parasite or bear attack. The thing that made me wonder whether or not I was up against something much bigger didn't happen until recently while near the Wyoming/Colorado border in between outposts in the first week of December. To start, it was snowing fairly lightly, kinda spitting really. The pines stopped most of the snow falling on me while I was walking back to my ATV. While it was snowing lightly, the layer on the ground was at least a foot deep off trail, making it pretty difficult to move or be quiet while lumbering through it. I got on the ATV and drove about half a mile up the trail, almost crossing over into Wyoming, when I noticed another trail that looked freshly made. When I got off the ATV, I noticed some small droplets of blood in the snow going down the trail with what looked like bear prints with something dragging behind it. I grabbed my gun off the rack on the ATV and slung it over my shoulder. The trail looked fresh, but the prints and blood were starting to get covered in a layer of snowfall. While walking along the trail, I noticed something kind of weird in the middle of the bear tracks. It looked like a human foot almost, but rather elongated and thin, with only 4 toes on the end. The tracks twisted within the bear prints themselves, almost like the animal's foot spun a bit coming out of the bear track. I continued on while occasionally glancing into the track, and sure enough the prints were still there. When I go to the end in a large clearing, I stop following the bear tracks. Something about being in this large clearing with an unknown animal was making me uneasy. I mapped it out and placed a red line over it, indicating a high predatory area. On the way back, I noticed something strange about my own boot prints. Now, I'm a pretty big guy, standing at 6'2" with a size 13 boot, but whatever had made the tracks had a footprint significantly larger than my own. But that's not the worst part. Whatever it was had followed my boot prints back, heading in the same direction I was. Whatever it was, it had snuck behind me and was headed towards my ATV. I shouldered my rifle and put a round in the chamber. I walked back, glancing down every so often to see if the twisted footprints were indeed still in mine. When I got back to my ATV, I noticed that the print circled my vehicle and stopped behind it and shuffled a bit. I then noticed that my jerry can was missing, and that thing had left a trail of gasoline down the road from where I came. I hopped on my quad to get going in the opposite direction, hoping to distance myself from whatever stole my fuel. After crossing over into Wyoming, I noticed that everything was rather still. It was still snowing, but the flakes almost seemed to be suspended in the air. Not falling, but not static either. I could not hear anything when my ATV was shut off. No animals, no snowfall, not even my own breathing, almost like something had stopped all sound from existing. I found another game trail, this time a few hundred yards off the trail. I dismounted and walked towards the opening in the trees, with pristine snow covering the rocky terrain around me. All along the trail, I would catch fleeting glimpses of a shadow. Not shadows, no, just one, moving along the trail with me. I put it off to lack of sleep, making me see things. On my way back, I got a chill up my spine. In my own boot prints were the same tracks I saw at the last trail. The same twisty, human-like print, but this time, something was touching the ground in front of them. A swipe here and there, almost like whatever it was tracking me by my scent. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I reached for my sidearm, kicking myself for leaving the rifle on the ATV. I heard a ragged breath from my left, like if you collapsed along on a deer. I drew and fired into the trees, striking an aspen and blowing a hole in its small frame. I saw nothing, no movement, no snowfall, no animal. I started getting the same feeling I was getting from the clearing and ran back to my quad. Whatever had been following me beat me there. I followed the tracks around my ATV like last time and stopped to see what it took next. It took my rifle. My rifle. A large rifle that would require something very large to carry it off in its mouth, or something with hands and the strength to carry it. I looked a little closer at the prints and found something I had missed every single time. Inside the footprints, right where the twist ended, I noticed 4 very long appendages peeking through the twisted snow. It looked like a monkey foot, but longer and more hand-like, but not quiet enough to be human. I mounted and hit the throttle, spinning out a bit until I got traction and went shooting down the road. I was too low on fuel to go back to a main road where I could get help, and was forced to go to my next outpost. When I arrived, the small cabin/hut-like structure looked so comforting and protective I almost cried. It had fuel for the quad, a safe place for me to sleep, and a radio for help. The sun was setting, and I was firing up the stove after starting the generator when my radio crackled and came to life. I jumped when I heard the static hiss. I ran over to the radio and requested an evac or an extra team for a safe escort. When asked why, I lied and said I was being hunted by a bear and lost my rifle on the trail. The voice on the other end scoffed, but obliged. My team would be there by morning. When I hung up the radio and started to get comfy and safe, I heard a loud thump hit my door. I froze in my bed, not knowing what to do. I finally got up after debating whether or not to just hide. I'm no coward, I thought. I grabbed my sidearm and walked towards the door. I peeked out the small window to see if someone or something was out there. All I saw was darkness. Stupidly, I opened the door and shouted, "If you don't leave, I'm going to kill you. You took one of my guns, but I still have the other." No response. I looked at my door to see what struck it, and only saw the remnants of a snowball. A fucking snowball. I waited to see if I could see any movement, when another snowball came flying out of the darkness to my left and hit my shoulder. "You better run, or I'm going to fucking kill you," I yelled as I slammed the door shut and ran out to confront whatever threw the snowball. I ran towards where the ball came from, watching for prints or signs of movement. I saw something in the darkness that looked like a man had fallen and was scrambling on the ground to get up, making that raspy breathing noise. I stopped and aimed, but saw that whatever was in front of me had continued to run on all fours at an alarming speed, faster than I could run. I froze when I saw the black silhouette dart off into the darkness, not sure what to do. After listening and hearing nothing, no breathing, no running, I headed back to my hut. Once I got to the clearing my hut was in, I stopped, relieved that I had made it out of the woods alive. I took a deep breath and calmed myself down and started walking towards my cabin, illuminated by the lone porch light on the deck. I looked down, trying to follow my tracks back to conserve energy, and nearly vomited. The twisted footprints were in my tracks, headed towards the cabin. I saw the trail heading back towards my cabin, each twisted footprint slamming down into my own until it got to my porch. Amidst all the snow dragged on by the thing was my rifle and jerry can, placed neatly on the porch, leaning against the wall. The door was jarred open a bit. I could have sworn I saw the leg of the thing dart in as soon as I looked at it. I wish I could say I bursted in there and shot the thing dead, but I was too frozen with fear to do anything but stand there. I wish I could say I was brave enough and fought the good fight, but I did not. I crumpled onto the ground, cradling my knees until sunup. I had spent 6 hours in the darkness, waiting for whatever that thing was to come out and finish me, but it never happened. My crew found me covered in snow with my gun drawn and pointed at my cabin. They questioned me and searched the cabin. All of my food was eaten. My bed was torn up and made into a makeshift nest thing like a dog would sleep in, and the radio was destroyed, but no sign of whatever was hunting me. Hey X, I'm not from here. I'm a mutant who only comes here for the occasional creepypasta thread. I'm not too into the paranormal and have never believed in ghosts or aliens or any of that sort of stuff. I live in Oak Park, just outside of Chicago, Illinois. See, we have an ordinance here where you're not allowed to put up a for sale sign in front of a house. So many homes are vacant here that they'd be absolutely everywhere if we could put them up. So in order to ensure that people want to live here, we make it so it doesn't look like nobody wants to live here. Thus, no for sale signs. I live alone with my pet cat, an all-black cat, which I found out recently is a rarity. His name is Calvin. He was the runt of the litter. This isn't really important. The story all started about 2 months ago. That's when I first got up late at night after a bad dream and went out for a cigarette and saw that my neighbor from directly across the street was sitting in front of his large, bright television, which was facing right out his window at my house. I did not think anything of it. As days went on, I kept looking out my window and seeing my neighbor just sitting there, watching TV. After 2 weeks, I came to the conclusion that he could very well be dead. It just didn't make sense that he was just sitting there, TV on, not leaving the couch for weeks. I could only see the back of his head, and he very well may have moved while I was at work, but knowing it was there, the light of his television kept me up at night, and for hours on end there would just be no movement. I came to the conclusion that I should call the police to ask if they could check up on my neighbor. I did not know him very well. We met twice. He was an older guy. I used to see him shoveling snow or raking leaves, and I would offer to help, and he said no both times. He was a fairly active guy for his age, and it didn't add up that he would just sit there for days watching TV and not leaving his house. So, I called the police and told them, and they offered to check it out. I saw them pull up and could not help but watch. I was very curious, and even though I thought that all that would happen was they'd call up an ambulance and remove my neighbor's dead body or something, not something I'd usually be extremely interested in watching, I had grown so curious about what was going on over there that I could not settle for the simple answer that my neighbor simply died in front of his television. After knocking a few times, I saw them open up the front door and walk in. I looked around. One of them left in the living room, so I could not see where he had gone. I could only see the one room where my neighbor's windows were. The one officer turned off the television and also left my sight. They both left and drove off. About 20 minutes later, I get a call explaining that the house was empty and that my neighbor had moved out. They said a real estate agent had probably just accidentally left the television on. I went onto a few real estate websites, and, as it were, the house was indeed for sale. Anticlimactic, but at least it was a far less morbid conclusion than I had expected. I was sort of embarrassed that my mind had immediately gone to death when it really was so bland and simple, and I felt like a pretty bad person for actually feeling a slight sense of disappointment when I found out that my neighbor had not died, as I had assumed. That was a reasonable answer, a totally logical one. I had no way of knowing without the real estate signs up front, and I had no reason to question it. My neighbor had moved out, plain and simple. When I went to bed that night, it had pretty much entirely left my head. My bedroom window faces out towards my neighbor's house. For the last 2 weeks, I had been watching the television from my bed. It was how I went to sleep, just confusedly staring in wonder, slightly disturbed, knowing I could be looking at the back of the head of my dead neighbor. And since I had been staring at that television for the last 2 weeks, it took me a few minutes to register the horror when I crawled into bed and looked at the television, still on, across the street. I did not sleep very well. Every night, for about a month and a half, I'd just see that television. During the day, it was on. I'd walk up to the house when I was feeling more adventurous and knock on the door, but nobody answered. I started smoking quite a bit in lieu of proper sleep. Every night, I'd walk by the house, curious, scared, and confused. I contacted the realtor and asked if they were giving tours, and she said they were not, so it did not get turned on during some open house. I thought maybe I was hallucinating, that the television was never on, but the officer definitely went over and turned it off, so it had absolutely been on, at least in the first place. I invited a friend over 2 weeks ago, and after a little hanging out, I told him the story and asked, straight-faced and horrified, if the television was on. He said that it was. He was clearly concerned for my health, and I do not blame him. So, the only other option I could think of was maybe a squatter had taken up residence in the vacant house. It wasn't common in the area, as far as I knew. There is very little crime or homelessness in the suburban area I live in, so it didn't really make any sense for somebody to squat here, but it was all I could think of. Last night, I worked up the courage to confront the squatter. I was going to call the police, but assuming the squatter had been there when I first called, I doubted it would do anything to tell them again. I worked it out in my head that as long as somebody else was living in that house illegally, it wasn't so bad for me to walk over and enter uninvited myself. Stupidly, I worked up this courage while smoking a cigarette late at night, where the only light out was the light pollution over to the east in Chicago and the dim light of the street lamps. Shaking, both from the terrible cold weather we've been having lately and from nervousness taking over, I opened up the door. I was hoping the door was locked so I could back down on my sudden new wave of courage and walk away without feeling like I was just running off with my tail between my legs. To my surprise and dismay, the door was not locked. I felt briefly confused, wondering why the realtor had not put in a lock like they did when I sold my house. But I realized that if there was somebody squatting here, then it should not come as a surprise that there wasn't exactly airtight security. Slowly, timidly, I walked towards the living room. I could hear the faint murmur of infomercials and see the moving lights and colors of the screen shine as I tiptoed, trying to make as little noise as possible. My whole body went cold as I entered the room. There was my squatter, a middle-aged woman, wrinkly, gray-haired, and dressed like a homeless person. It at least added up. I was more horrified of the fact that I had to now confront them than at the woman herself. I stuttered a scared hello, and she looked at me, and before I could form a thought, she screamed the most hellish, horrifying scream I've ever heard. It was not the scream of a middle-aged woman. It was demonic, deep, and ear-splitting. I froze up, and my heart sank, and my eyes widened, and I stared, accepting that I was going to die, at this screaming woman for what seemed like an eternity. It was an unwavering scream. It did not sound like she was losing her breath after what had to have been a whole minute. The moment the initial wave of shock wore off, I just turned and ran. She had not moved, save for turning to look at me as she screamed, and I looked to make sure she had not gotten up to follow me out, and she had not. I ran back to my house. I considered calling the police, but I did not want to explain the situation or risk getting myself into legal trouble for trespassing on my neighbor's property. And if they went there and again did not find the squatter there was no question at all that I would have been seen as completely insane. I lay awake, refusing to look across the street at the television screen, and my thoughts raced. Surely, it had to have just been a squatter. She looked like one. She was clearly living in a house that was not hers. She was probably a mentally unstable, homeless woman. I decided that the scream could not have been as awful as I had thought. It was all just the makings of a scared mind. I actually managed to get some sleep, shockingly enough, and when I woke up, I briefly didn't even remember what had happened the night before. What I woke up to was somewhat odd. My cat always sleeps downstairs in the living room on the sofa, but I found him, wide awake, sitting on my bed cleaning himself. In all my years living here, I never woke up with him in my room. I pet him for a little and went downstairs. As I began remembering the events of the previous night, I decided to go out for a cigarette, and on my way out, I found that my front door had been unlocked. I ran through last night in my head, and I remembered vividly my frantic run home, ending in me making sure that all of my doors were locked tight. My memory is very rarely faulty. I felt my stomach churn and my heart sink, and I felt a chill as I walked back upstairs to go to my living room. What I found would have been entirely mundane in any other setting. My television set was on. I called the police to explain the situation. I called out of work and am spending the next few days in my friend's home with my laptop and my cat. Be me, 13 years old, on summer vacation in southern Illinois. Happy to see my friends again. Me, my brother, and two of our friends hanging out. Decide to walk to an old railroad bridge. It's about 5 miles away from my grandparents' house. Leave after lunchtime, so about 1 p.m. Cutting up and having fun. Walking down decommissioned railroad tracks. Perfect summer day. Swim. Throw rocks at frogs. Usual kid stuff. It starts getting late. The rule is to be home before the sun touches the trees. Start walking back. The tracks are in the middle of nowhere. They are so overgrown you could not drive down them. Start hearing a weird noise, like radio static. The youngest guy with us starts complaining of a headache. Tell him that we will be home soon. Static gets steadily louder. Now my brother has a headache. Keep going home. Starting to freak out. Static is now deafening. All of us are in pain. The youngest passes out. We all turn to pick him up. Turn back around. It's standing in the middle of the tracks. Static now unbearable. All that I remember about what we saw was that it was large, brown, and had big yellow eyes. I remember falling down. Wake up. It's now pitch black. Normal nature sounds. Brother and 2 friends wake up. We fumble our way down the tracks in the dark. Make it back to my grandparents' house. Every cop car in the county is outside. We are so scared that we don't even care. Run inside the house. Family freaks out. It's now about 3 in the morning. We have no memory and cannot account for a single second of time after about 6:30 p.m. Be me, 8 years old, visiting family in Sri Lanka. We're driving to Colombo in the dead of night. Have to travel through a forest to get there. Suddenly, my uncle stops the car and turns off the lights. My dad asks him what's up, and he whispers something back in Tamil. Dad's face freezes. I vividly remember his eyes widen in terror. I ask what's up. I'm told that it's a bull elephant in must, and that driving past it might drive it to attack. I could tell that it was a lie. My dad is a dreadful liar. That and it was pitch black. How could they tell it was a must? The 2 men debate about what to do for a few minutes. I was born in the West, so I can't speak Tamil. I could only tell that my father and my uncle were getting increasingly frantic. Uncle finally panics and slams the pedal. We set off at a breakneck pace. My dad tries to pull me away from the window, but I was too keen on seeing the elephant. I look to the rear, and I see something that appears to be running behind us. It's nowhere near the size of an elephant. It looked and ran somewhat like a man. I could not see clearly at all, but if I did not know better, I'd have thought it was a bearded man in a strange, flowing coat. Hear a strange grating sound, but it's almost drowned out by the sound of the engine. I tell my dad that there was a man there, and that he must have been running away from the elephant. Dad does not even answer. He hurriedly says something to my uncle, and my uncle responds with what I know to be the Tamil equivalent of, "Oh my God." Spend the next few days at the temple, where my uncle makes sure that various pujas are performed for my safety and prosperity. My dad denies it whenever I bring it up, but I know what I saw that day. It's haunted me ever since. Be me, going through some old childhood belongings. Find amazing and shitty knockoff Naruto Russian merchandise, a couple old bottles of Soviet Coca-Cola. Smile, finding an old shirt I used to wear to school. Open up dresser and freeze. Find at the bottom an old Soviet VDV pin. It was not a family heirloom. My father was infantry, and no one except my granduncle was VDV. No, this was my own item, and it's a terrible story. Repressed memories come flooding back. B-17. Going to a school in a depressing industrial city on the border of Siberia. Smog, pollution. Concrete industrial housing complexes are stony fingers raised up against the sky in defiance to God and His creation. Often cold, often snowing, surrounded by a trail of mountainous, marsh-like wooded ridges. In old times, it was said that witches and crones lived in the woods and would take children who wandered there without their parents forever. It was near the end of primary education. Soon we would go to gymnasium or the uni, secondary education. This was when I met Yegor. I had 3 good friends besides Yegor, Grisha, Stefan, and Nima, because he was always lost. Grisha had a stutter. Stefan's mom lived in Spain, and he visited her there in the summers. And Nima once got locked inside the school during a winter storm and survived by drinking nothing but milk in the cafeteria. Nima also used to steal spoons from the cafeteria, but that is another story. Yegor was a scrawny, tall kid, liked anime, and was considerably wealthy compared to us. His dad was apparently a former KGB guy, and he ran a private skydiving business. Rumors stated he also assisted in training modern Spetsnaz, but it was all just youthful jingles and story. Yegor had a dark reputation, however. During a hike in the nearby woods, 2 of his friends went missing. They were declared dead a year later, but no one ever pointed a finger at Yegor or his family, mostly because his father was eager to help out and flew a personal plane in search of the lost boys. They were never found. Yegor did not have many friends, so he took a big liking to us. We all enjoyed Naruto and talked about our father's past in the Soviet militaries with admiration. Yegor had an older brother who was killed in the beginning of the Second Chechen War against Dagestani rebels. We drink in his honor one night. Yegor becomes ever closer to us as we spend nights drinking away in an abandoned Soviet watch post to keep us warm. Yegor invites us out on basically a glorified LARP thing. His father gives people the authentic Soviet airborne experience, but for us it will be free. Get excited. My parents are somehow okay with this prospect because Yegor's dad is a respected man. Apparently, Yegor's dad is also a hunter, and he gives meat freely to markets often. Either way, the man looked like a beast when we first met him. Dark black facial hair and a round face and a muscular body, thick as he was wide, and intimidatingly blue stare. Strange his son was so skinny alternatively, and with gaunt, ghostly features for a face. His father takes us out to a cabin and pseudo airbase past the main tree line in a helicopter. Excited, Yegor's dad, whose name was Valentin, surely was KGB if he was such a skilled pilot and owned so many civilianized military craft. Land, and feeling like a big military man, he marches us to a wooden structure behind a cabin-like house where he stays during hunting. Out back, it is a wide place with numerous shelves and chains hanging from the ceiling. Lots of equipment for cutting through ice too, and it looked like it was once a fishing shack that was on a frozen lake. Below, there were fridge-like doors chained shut on the floor. We presumed it was where he kept very valuable things. We got dressed up in actual Soviet VDV uniforms and get pins too. Exciting. We spend an entire evening learning the basics of parachuting, practicing by flinging ourselves into snow. This continues for about a week. We eat very well, and good dried meats and tinned food like real soldiers in the main cabin. We are given actual rifles, and Yegor walks around with a Krinkov. We sleep in uniform and pretend to tell war stories, share cigarettes, and talk about all the girls we fucked in school. Occasionally argue, but it was all a fun time. We get in the helicopter one day, and we go to a strange playground-like park at the top of a mountain pass where the snow is a little thicker, but there is plenty lacking of trees. We land and we get out. Yegor takes us to the top of the stairs of the device. We wire up and go down the contraption, which is built to simulate parachuting out of a plane. Indeed, we do this several more times, just like how actual VDV train. Each time we disconnect and land correctly in the snow, sometimes burying ourselves deep in it, he gives us a VDV pin and metal accolade, saying that we were wayward airborne. We go back to the cabin and sleep hard. Not anyone has time to finish a cigarette. In the morning, Yegor is up first and kicks us to wake us up. "Stop kicking, you beast. Why do you hit?" I ask him. "Because I am the officer and you are the soldiers. I kick and you stand. Now stand and salute." Grisha is first to mention. You have no rank, we don't salute." Yegor slaps Grisha and makes fun of his stutter. We all awkwardly eat our morning red porridge and head out without gear. Valentin, the KGB pilot, is waiting for us, and we get in the helicopter. Only this time, we head way out past the previous ground and to what looks like a military base. The base is small, and the soldiers greet us warmly. They especially greet Valentin with hugs and first-name talk. They are all young boys, but hold strong rank. When Valentin is not around, they scoff at us in our uniforms and make fun of us. What idiots playing soldiers, communist soldiers. My dad fought in Astan. You think you a tough little prick? Go eat my runny shits, you moron. Suck my turds from a spoon. Valentin eventually returns, and we head out to a plane strip. We see a small civilian craft, but painted with army colors and with VDV Soviet insignia. Get excited. We all load in, and immediately the minimal training we have starts to kick in. We take off, and everyone is pissing themselves. Valentin laughs, and Yegor kicks our shins from his seat to make sure we are awake and ready. Full of second thoughts, get more and more angsty as we rise up. When the time comes, Yegor opens the side panel door and presses a button. Our cabin is bathed in a blood maroon, as if to signal our doom. Okay boys, it is time. We jump and prove ourselves men. Yegor pushes Grisha forward. Grisha hesitates, and 3 seconds later, Yegor pushes him, just like in real VDV. If you freeze, I will shove you. If you refuse to move, I will assure you hit the ground like a bullet. I go up, get pushed almost instantly. Don't panic, feel like a man. Training was surprisingly efficient. I pull, and parachute activates before long. Before that I had bent my legs and raised my hands to produce more drag and slow me down. I have intense speed, and I try to brake however. Parachute is winded in one direction and I cradle up, smashing through a tree branch before finally landing hard in the snow like a ball. Emerge like a hare from a hole, removing the Soviet-era parachute. Apparently I had stayed down for 15 whole minutes. The snow is not so displaced, however the ground is wet, very dead grassy and full of marsh-like muds. I get up and use my modern radio and contact Grisha. He is fine, he says. We meet up at a tall tree that leaned against a bare one with no branches on one side. Grisha is scared and stutters more than usual. What's wrong? I ask him. Their chutes, fuck. They did not activate. Poor fuck, bitch. They are fucked in pussy now. I try to calm him down. We will find them. Yegor jumps last and we manage to see him land safely. He gets on the radio and says we have to rendezvous immediately at the nearby red station northwest. We open our compass and progress and find it with ease, as it is a red-painted station with Soviet insignia, fresh and new, obviously made for these events. We get atop of it and make ourselves hot cocoa from the equipment inside of it. With binoculars provided, we can see a mushy village at the bottom of the mountain ridge, opposite to us. Our brother city, so to speak. Wet, mangy dogs that look like wolves stalked around the houses of a few. It was fun to imagine us shooting at them. Grisha mentions, "Where is your rifle?" Fuck, I forgot it. I have to go back. I tried all the way back for a shitty AKM, which has no bullets or use. In fact, I think even the barrel was welded shut. I find where I landed, and funnily enough, it is stuck in the tree branch I broke through. Just like in Metal Gear Solid, I tell him, as I climb the tray and grab the rifle. After falling first time into mud, we rendezvous with Yegor, and he is suddenly not the tough man anymore, or the officer. He looks stoic, but we ignore it. We hike down to the village, and some army guys pick us up. Not a word is spoken, as they listen to bajangle music. Radio squeaks. Have no idea what this music is. Years later realize it was like a Kazakh nasheed or something. After half an hour of Kazakh Islamic bajangle make it to base. Valentin is there, and he is giving all of the soldiers and their officers some sizable money. It is just Grisha, myself and Yegor, and we are flown back to the cabin via helicopter. A week later, we still don't talk, and we still hear that they are searching for Stefan and Nima. Stefan's mother comes back from Spain to mourn, thinking her son has died. Nemo is hilariously enough lost again, but his parents are now deeply worried. His mother mourns every day, sobbing and wearing black. His grandmother brings extra flowers to her husband's grave for him in grief. Valentin and Army co-opting together, looking for Stefan and Nemo. Stefan doesn't get to go to Spain for the summer, obviously. School is back again, and we are in graduating year. Yegor is silent, and the rumors persist that we got stuck on the mountains, and we ate Stefan and Nima. Fuck your shit, you ringing ass hair munching bastards, I call them at school, who talk so much shit, I cannot take it. Nearly get expelled for throwing lunch tray. One day, Grisha arrives to my door. We have to find Stefan and Nima. I know where they landed. We are not boys playing anymore. We take a shot of vodka each, for courage, and wearing nothing but our thick winter jackets and coats and wool caps, we burst out into the woods with food for 3 days. Our parents are worried that the Marshwood witches have taken us too. The local priest blesses our PC games and computer while we are gone for some reason, in hopes that our want for luxurious things would bring us back to civilization. Grisha and I are out lookout. We make it surprisingly far in the first day before we stop and make a fire. It works well enough. With some vodka, we eat some dried meat and tinned food before going to bed under a tree. We rise, shivering, start a new fire and eat some more. More vodka for courage, for more warmth. We continue on, smoking cigarettes and lips chapped deep bloody red from cold. We continue to hike for the next day. Continue routine. We must find Stefan and Nemo. Third day, we are nearly out of food, but we find the Red Watchtower. We backtrack and find where I had landed. Grisha finds where he had landed, and we also find a young pioneer survival knife that he dropped by a rock he rested on. We take it as a souvenir. Fuck Valentin and his Soviet adventure scam. Grisha shows where they landed. We progress forward, starving, looking like beasts. We find a parachute back. The parachute itself is knotted inside and packed improperly, probably by Stefan or Nemo themselves. We take it as evidence, proof if we need it. As we aimlessly wander, we end up making it to the soldier playground, and from there we decide to give up and go to Valentin's shack. If anything, if he is not there, we can break in and stay a night, start the fireplace, and eat some more dried meat. We approach, but the place is locked up tight. The helicopter is nowhere to be seen either. Let's check the shack and sleep in there maybe. We enter the shack and find that the door is open. We are shocked to see a red-faced Jaeger there, who looks like tears have scarred his face. He is alerted, jumping at the sight of us. What the fuck are you doing here? He tries to scrap with us, but Grisha is a small, scrappy motherfucker. Grisha ties him up with his arms, like an Uzbek son restraining his father from beating his mom. Yegor, you fuck. Don't raise a finger or I'll twist your arm. Fuck you. You refuse now. I twist your arm. He twists his arm. Youch. Fuck. Fine. Sorry. Just don't twist again, you fucking moron. You will both eat my shit. There are two large, smelly boxes on the shelves where there was nothing earlier but hunting supplies. A red frozen vein of a former liquid crawled down from a crack. Look around. Spot a crowbar. Feel like Gordon Freeman as I pop the shit open. Nearly vomit at the first sight I say. Inside the box is Stefan. He is still wearing his VDV uniform and his hands are cradling, completely bony and frozen against the AKM. His face is gaunt and his skin a crystal pale whiteness. He looks like a sleeping angel, despite the pained look on him. It appeared he had landed deep in the snow and froze that way, probably with broken limbs. Adrenaline spikes my heart like a spear in the sight of Christ. I pry open the next box. Yegor is belching more profanities when Grisha basically twists his arm out of the socket and destroys his rotator cuff. The second box reveals Nemo. His mouth is agape and it looks like the top of his head had been cleaved, likely from the fall somehow. His bony, frozen and shriveled body is similar to Stefan's. His scalp is floating and pulled back slightly. In the gap between his hairline and forehead looks like frozen lean, no fat stick veal. Traumatized, I start shaking and crying. It looked very painful, and even some skull was slightly exposed. Grisha starts to beat Yegor mercilessly, pounding him with his heavy fists and with beats to the nose with his foot. The smell of frozen dead friends is oddly similar to unclean, sweaty dick sweat mixed with the smell you get when you floss your teeth. I look down and see the other chain doors at my feet. Crack open the chain doors on the floor. Underneath are picked white, nearly bleached human remains, some of them still drenched in clothes. Without hesitation, I open the other, same thing. This time, the corpse looks like it has been chewed by animals to the bone. These are the other two kids that went missing on the hike years ago. Grisha is trying to convince me to grab a nearby pickaxe and stick Yegor in the head. Terrifyingly, I almost do it. Yegor is being held down and I have the pick in my hand, hovering above him. I'll start with your eyes and then your teeth. Suddenly, a man-beast rushes his way in and freezes all around. It is Valentin, Yegor's father. He is dressed like a hunter and holding a rifle. I run past him just barely, and basically shove a recovering Grisha out of the door. We are sprinting as hard as we can through the snow, and finally we break away into the tree line. Valentin had a chance to shoot us both, but for some reason he did not. We are still running when I remember I have the crowbar. For some reason I hold on to it. We run, and from exhaustion and hunger, we slump behind a tree. I fall asleep, and as I do so, Grisha whispers to me, Do what you have to, Alex." I wake up. Grisha is cold, and looks like he had frozen in place. I painstakingly grab his stiff body and bring him forward a few kilometers as night falls. Hunger is getting the best of me. I stop and start to make a fire. It fails the first 3 times, but I finally manage to get it going. I'm hungry, and I am staring at Grisha's body. "Do what you have to do, Alex," keeps playing in my head. I find some thick sticks and set them aside. I take the young pioneer survival knife that Grisha had recovered. I cut his cheeks off, knowing that it is the most tender part. I slice him open and take some meat from his thigh. I place it on a rock in the fire and move it about with the crowbar while I marshmallow his cheek meat. I eat Grisha, and I cry the entire time. Valentin and a search party conveniently find me the next morning. I am trialed for the murder of Grisha, but found not guilty due to a temporary lapse in my sanity due to the conditions and survivor's guilt. Forced to stay in a mental institution for what I assume to be the rest of my life. The walls all have the same wallpaper. The ceiling is a dull grey. The light bulbs have olive green, clay pot-like texture protections around them. I sleep in a room with 12 other people, each with an individual bed. I have the window for a week, and eventually we get cycled out, so we all have a window week every few months. The people next to me are elderly, with Alzheimer's, and need IV drips. It is depressing. I have dreams that Grisha, Yegor, Stefan, and Nemo and I are on a plane. It crashes. Nemo and Stefan are on fire, but do not seem to be aware of it. They reach out to me, trying to grab me and are screaming, "Help me get up! Help me get up!" But I just say, "No, I cannot. You won't understand, but I cannot." Grisha in my dreams knows I am hungry, as the plane eternally burns and we walk into the sandy beach we crashed on. He slowly cuts his organs out operation style and gives me a cafeteria tray. "Do what you must, bro. I will be fine. Trust me. I won't be hungry without a stomach." I laugh as I eat his guts. Yegor is nowhere to be seen, but in my dream, I have strong brotherly feelings for him, nonetheless. Haha, but it is the instinct that makes you bite your teeth at the flies. I jokingly tell Grisha as I bite into a sandwich made of his cheeks. In the seconds of this dream, he has become a black, melted corpse, gnashing at the flies as worms and maggots writhe within his orifices. I have this dream almost every week, almost always on a Friday. I almost always wake up at exactly 5:05 each time. What does this mean? After 5 years, I am deemed cured of my PTSD and psychopathic tendencies. Feel like a serial killer coming home. Nemo's mom never stopped grieving. Memorial for Stefan, Grisha, and Nemo at their gravesites. Can't show my face around town. Life is depressing. Read that Yegor is in prison for mafia-affiliated crimes. Law. Get a letter from his father one day, nearly in tears, just opening it, out of fear it may be anthrax or some spooky KGB kill powder shit. I heard they killed Shamal Beziev the same way the FSB did. Just that last year, with a fucking envelope. Inside it is a lot of money, something like 7 million Russian rubles, like 100,000 USD more like. In it is a letter. Keep your mouth shut and there will be more money. No one would believe me anyways. The money never came because Valentin had just given me his life savings, and a year later he was arrested for flying and training without a license. The base he cooperated with had to get restaffed due to mass corruption and even mafia affiliation. What a shit show. It has been years now. I sit down at the computer I have not touched in like a decade. Try to turn it on. Forget that the local priest splashed holy water on it, and it was probably not in any shape to run after 9 years of disuse anyways. Mother and dad are still alive, happy to have their son back. I don't tell them about the money. I know I need to start my life over. Get a fake ID and new identification number. Get a passport after paying someone to forge a birth certificate. Move to a remote village in Macedonia. Live there until 2017, when I moved to Denmark. Life is great now, but I decided to visit my parents last month, just to show them I am still alive, and to pay them money in apologies for leaving and abandoning them again. Went through my childhood and teenhood things. Found that VDV pin. 5 years of therapy and psychiatric care reversed in an instant. On the bright side, I'm a fat fuck now, and I will probably never feel hungry again. I want to tell you a story that even I have questions about. Maybe someone can help me make sense of it. This happened not too long ago, just a couple of years back, between waves of the coronavirus. People were finally allowed to go back to work and take public transport, but the city had not quite returned to normal. I won't say which city exactly. Some of you might recognize it from the description. It all started when my friend Danya called, noting how long we'd all been cooped up, and asked if Alyssa and I wanted to go out into nature. Alyssa is, well, my girlfriend, or maybe my ex. I'm not even sure myself, but I definitely wanted to go out. After weeks inside, I was desperate for fresh air, so I just asked him, where exactly? To Liska, he replied, which is a nickname for Bald Mountain. I found something interesting there. Alyssa is sure to love it. Danya and Alyssa used to hang out often. He actually was the one who introduced us. They both loved exploring historic sites around the city, and Alyssa had always been drawn to places with a supernatural twist. She'd always dreamed of encountering something magical, though she'd never been that lucky, not that I expected her to be. As for Bald Mountain, there wasn't much to it. A mountain is a mountain, and this one's claim to fame was simply that it was in the middle of a sprawling city. Apparently, there are many similar mountains around the country. Ours supposedly served as a fortification during the First or maybe Second World War. I'd heard that Satanists once held rituals and even sacrifices in abandoned, unfinished buildings on that mountain, but honestly, I never believed it. The few times I'd been there with friends, we'd found nothing unusual. No pentagrams, no bloody rags, just trash and broken bottles, not even homeless people. Sometimes though, groups like LARPers and Tolkien fans would gather there on weekends in good weather. The place is pretty ideal for gatherings or training, with lots of trees and clearings, separated by massive earthen ramparts. It's easy for different groups to hang out without bothering each other. If we wanted a spot to play guitar, we'd have found one, but none of us could play, and we weren't there to sit around. Instead, we explored all the interesting nooks and crannies, and occasionally stumbled upon cool finds, or even real-life quests. But that's a story for another time, if I ever write again. Over the years, we wandered up and down that mountain, climbed the ramparts for the view, and even checked out a pagan altar there. Apart from some old idols and offerings of bread left on logs, there wasn't much to say. So I asked Danya, something new showed up? Exactly, he answered. There's a postern we had not noticed before, and it goes down somewhere. A postern, by the way, is an underground corridor in fortifications, and in this case, fortified passages under the mountain's earthen ramparts. They let people move quickly between levels, like from a lower path to a higher clearing. Most of Bald Mountain's posterns had caved in or been filled over the years. The few still open were limited, maybe a handful, if that. Ours were built of yellow brick and littered with scribbles like Vasha plus Dasha equals love. But when you explore places like these so often, you start tuning out the small stuff. You're sure we never saw it before? I asked. I was doubtful. Did someone dig out a buried passage? It's worth mentioning that Bald Mountain is a designated historical monument, though no one bothers with maintenance, and I couldn't imagine a group of volunteers tackling such a messy job. No, he insisted, it's brand new. I came across it yesterday, and I don't want anyone else finding it before us. Well, if you're that eager. In truth, I thought that even if we waited 6 months, we'd still be first. During lockdown, the city seemed deserted. I doubted anyone would go to Liska with all the employment issues. Alyssa and I were lucky. We'd kept our jobs since we both worked in IT. I was a web designer, she was an artist, and we both sold our work internationally. Awesome. Let's go tomorrow. Danya sounded thrilled. I'll call Max and, Suyoga, could you let him know? If Alyssa's okay with it, I agreed. We'd planned to do something Sunday, but I think we can move it up. I'll call him. Max was the skeptic of our group and often clashed with Alyssa. Still, we invited him. He was her brother, and he was adamant that she shouldn't go to sketchy places alone. My presence didn't reassure him either. One day she'll get into trouble, he often muttered, bringing along gadgets like a smartphone and a voice recorder to capture paranormal phenomena, or, more likely, criminals if we got into a mess. So Yoga, on the other hand, was an acquaintance from university. He'd already been finishing his degree when I joined, and we'd met by chance. He was the go-to guy for information. He knew which bucks to use for projects, where to earn a little cash, even bus schedules. I sometimes suspected he knew sketchier things, like where to find weapons or drugs, but I never asked, and Suyoga, a classic nerd, probably would have just put me on some interested in weapons list as a joke. We called him Cho, since he had a habit of zoning out while on his computer, eventually asking her whenever people called him. Our paths diverged later. He graduated, I kept studying, but we'd exchange calls now and then. He was eccentric but quiet, and his head was full of random information. I say was, not because he's gone, but because we all lost touch. Danya doesn't even text me anymore, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Anyway, everyone agreed, and the next evening, we climbed the mountain. We went in the evening, as Cho requested. We made sure to head back before curfew. While it was only official during lockdown, it was still best to avoid trouble after dark. It was summer, so sunset came late. Alyssa, Danya, and I dressed in hiking clothes, but Max wore his usual city attire, and Cho looked like he'd been digging for a flea market. Old jeans, a faded windbreaker, and sandals. Max and I walked quietly at the back, while Danya and Alyssa led, scouting ahead as usual. Cho trailed behind, lost in something on his phone. So, where exactly are we headed? He asked suddenly. I hadn't given him details, hoping Danya would share for once. After all, he couldn't always be the know-it-all. I found a new postern. From the central stone, go straight along the road, then follow the rampart left. After a while, there's a spot with bushes. At first I thought it was a well, but it's not. It's yellowish like everything else around here, and slopes down. Did everyone bring flashlights? A new postern. I've been here 10 times and never saw any postern. Are you sure you didn't make something up? No, Danya huffed. Look, I filmed it. We all stopped and crowded around him to view the photos on his phone. What kind of postern is that? Max asked, finally. Looks like a bush over a hole. And it's blurry. Couldn't you focus? It's just how it looks, Danya said, flipping through the photos. Each one showed the same bushy area with a hole underneath. You'll see for yourself. Did you actually go in there? Alice asked. No. My flashlight broke. It was creepy alone, and the phone light was not enough. We'll need a stronger light and maybe a rope, just in case. It's pretty steep. Someone should stay outside as a lookout too. Great. You're leading us into a pit, Max scoffed. Hope you get eaten by a sandworm. Ha ha. Danya was unfazed. Anyone scared can stay out. Alyssa, you with me? Of course, she replied instantly. Lava's coming too, right? Sure, I'm in, I agreed. I need to call someone, but I'll catch up, Cho said, stepping away with his phone. Should we wait? No, go on. Cho joined us a minute later, and we all continued. We reached the postern about 20 minutes later, after Danya spent some more time finding it in the bushes again. It turned out to be a hole in the ground, like an entrance to an old bunker. At the bottom, we could see brickwork, as if a ladder had once been there, but was now missing. There's no way no one's noticed this before, Max said. It's too obvious. Then why didn't we find it? Danya countered. We've searched this place plenty. Are we going down? You found it today, Max replied. How exactly? Did you fall in? No, I was just looking around and noticed the uneven ground. Probably a dead end, but we'll check it out and come back. Who's staying up here? Max? I'll stay, Cho said, crouching by the hole with a smirk. If anything eats you, scream. Let's use a rope, Max said. I'll stay up here too. Call if there's more than a dead end. Got one? Here's mine. I sat by the hole, taking out extra flashlights from me and Alyssa. It's not deep, but better safe than sorry. I don't like this, Max muttered, as he tied the rope around a nearby tray and lowered it. Don't linger down there. Alyssa and Danya went down first, and I followed. The descent was not too steep. We jumped down about a meter, and we walked on a downward slope. We had to switch on the flashlights, as there was no visible exit on the other side. Wow, Danya exclaimed once we were down. It turned out to be a real postern, tall enough for all of us to stand upright. He shone his flashlight over the walls. No inscriptions here. Looks like some animals had been through, Alyssa noted, brushing her hand over deep scratches on the old brick, which crumbled slightly under her touch. Probably wild dogs, I agreed. Remember, we saw some last time. If they can come here, there must be a way out. Or we'll run into a hungry, angry one, Danya joked. Wait, don't go too far, I said. Max asked us to signal if there's anything to see. We could just go out the other side and surprise him, Alyssa muttered, not really angry. He'd hate it here anyway. Is there a turn? I don't see an exit. Let's go until the first turn, then head back, I suggested. It looks just like an abandoned tunnel. Nothing too special. Romantic, aren't you? Alyssa teased. We walked a bit further, until Cho suddenly caught up with us. There you are, he said. Max thought you were going too far. He asked me to bring you out. He's not feeling well, and thinks we should reschedule for next weekend. He's sick? Danya asked, sounding worried. Just a headache, nausea, something like that. Could there be toxins in here? I asked, suddenly uneasy. Not that I can tell. Alyssa sniffed the air. No metallic smell, no rot. Oh, what's that? I turned my flashlight to where she pointed, and saw a large metal door built into the wall. Whoa, was Danya's only reaction. Actually, he swore, but I'll leave that out. I swear, Max always freaks out when it's getting interesting. Should we check it out first, then go back? It's creepy, Alyssa admitted, but why not just pull the handle? I saw a horror movie that started like this, Cho joked. You're not even a little scared. A little, Alyssa said, but you don't find anything interesting by staying home, do you? She took a step toward the door. I followed, figuring whoever installed it wouldn't leave it unlocked. There were no locks, just a simple knob bolted on. Imagine if someone put a crime scene tape here, Danya laughed, stopping next to me. The door looked modern and solid. Black metal, probably reinforced. Very funny, Alyssa said, reaching for the handle. The door did not open when she pulled. I think it's stuck, or maybe I'm just not strong enough, she said, shining her flashlight up at my face. Slav, want to try? Or maybe we could just forget it. I was feeling very wary. Who knew what was on the other side? Could be a bomb shelter or a subway service door. Come on, Slav, she pleaded. We didn't come all this way for nothing, Danya added. I shone the flashlight toward Cho. Only then did I notice he didn't have a flashlight and was standing a bit too casually. What do you think? I asked. I can try, Danya said, giving the handle a hard pull. It barely moved. It's definitely giving, but what's it made of? Titanium? As long as it's not uranium, Cho said, suddenly knocking on the door with his fist. The booming sound startled us all. Are you serious? Alyssa asked, alarmed. What? Cho looked at her calmly. You wanted to find something interesting, right? Like who lives there? If someone is in there, they'll come out and tell us to scram, and if not, then you'll just hear silence. So what's to be afraid of? Besides, if they try to push open that heavy door, you'll have time to see it. Maybe it'll just be a subway worker, I grumbled. Had enough adrenaline for one day? Right, adrenaline, Danya muttered. Found a new passage, found a mysterious door, and knocked on it. Adrenaline addicts. This isn't exactly free climbing on the cliffs. Cho pressed his ear to the door. No, I don't hear anything, he said, sounding careless. Well, anyone else want to listen? Let's open it, Danya urged. What's the worst that could happen? Could be an old supply stash or something, right? Or the door to Narnia. Alyssa looked at me. Cho suddenly burst out laughing. So out of character, we all stared at him again. Narnia, he kept laughing. Oh, I can't. Yeah, okay. But what if there's a trap on the other side, like in movies? You open it and bam, a gun goes off. His tone suddenly became serious. Are you not afraid of that, Alyssa? You think this is someone's hideout, or maybe there's treasure, she mused. Treasure wouldn't be so bad. We could donate it to a museum. Yeah, and then Bulb Mountain would be crawling with museum workers and illegal diggers, Cho noted thoughtfully. almost disapprovingly. But I bet it's empty. Just an empty room. Maybe a dangerous one. Something half collapsed or flooded. They probably added this door so nobody would wander in by accident. Has there ever been anything on this mountain? Fine, you're probably right, Danya finally said, sounding disappointed. Let's go back to Max. If we need to, we can come again next weekend. He looked around, found a medium-sized stone, and wedged it into the dirt near the door, positioned to fall over if someone opened it. Next weekend, I'll come check. No one would bother messing with a rock near the door just to trick us, right? Probably not, Alyssa sighed. Let's head out. We made our way back to the exit. Why'd you come here in the first place? Joe asked. Is wandering around damp tunnels that much more fun than sitting at home in the AC? Or at the very least, hitting up a mall? I've always liked exploring hidden places, she replied. Me and Danya. Slava just comes along for the company. I always thought maybe I'd meet someone interesting in a place like this. Who? Joe sounded genuinely curious as we climbed, taking it slower than our descent, loose gravel crunching underfoot. Someone, she giggled, as if embarrassed. Someone who'd know interesting things. Yeah. Danya turned, shining his flashlight one last time on the door, still closed in the distance. And I'm into history, so we combined our interests. Interesting people are usually into history, right? And dark places. No super cool person would be cooped up in an office, right? Maybe you don't know enough about them, Joe said cryptically. I doubt you'd find supers hanging out where you'd expect them, wouldn't you? More chances of finding them here, Alyssa said hesitantly, though sometimes I feel like I'll spend my whole life this way and never meet anyone interesting. Well, it's all good, right, Slav? Yeah, I agreed. Glad the conversation was shifting. I liked fantasy and the occasional scary story, but real-life mysteries, those I could do without. When we finally reached the exit, Danya and I helped Alyssa up first, using the rope. Oh my god, guys, she called from above, her voice panicked. I think he fainted. We scrambled out of the tunnel, and sure enough, Max was lying still on the grass, a little farther than we expected. We rushed over, gently shaking him. He wasn't too pale, and there were no obvious injuries or blood. He just looked like he collapsed. Luckily, he came to pretty quickly, he mumbled, squinting and shielding his eyes from the light. What happened? That's what we want to know. Danya shook his shirt in exasperation. What's up with you? Are you out of it? Feeling sick? Dizzy? No, not really, Max winced, touching his neck. I think someone attacked me from behind. Tried to choke me or something. Danya, Alice, and I exchanged looks, and we all turned towards Suyoga, but he was gone. Trying to recall, I realized I had not noticed him climb out of the pit. No way, Danya said shaken. Why would he do that? It couldn't have been him, Max said, confused. I think I saw him in front of me. The person behind me was taller, and Cho is way too skinny. He couldn't. It seemed like it was some bigger guy. This is really freaking me out, Alyssa muttered. Did you send Cho to get us? I asked, so he could tell us you were in trouble. No. Max rubbed his temples. We were talking and then, I think he just stared at me and I can't remember much after that. Did you see the attacker? I looked around. It was getting darker, but the trees and bushes weren't dense enough to hide anyone, even in camouflage. Maybe Cho saw it, got spooked, and went into the tunnel, Alyssa suggested nervously. And didn't tell us Max was attacked? Danya scoffed. No, something's not adding up here, and he was acting strange, not like himself. Maybe he's still down there, I suggested. We could just call out to him and say. We carefully approached the hole again, but saw nothing below. Suyoga, Danya knelt down, pulling aside some branches, and called down. Coming out. Max is okay. No response. We can't just leave him here, Alyssa said, voice trembling. We don't know what's going on, but if he's scared and hiding, we need to call him out. I'll go down, Danya decided. You guys stay here. I took Aikido. If he tries anything, I can handle it. He looked tense, and honestly, my heart was racing too. But we were close friends once, so I finally said, I'm coming with you. No, Danya replied. It's a short way in. If he's hiding, I'll be right back. He jumped down, turned on his flashlight, and disappeared into the tunnel. He was back quicker than we expected, climbing up silently and beginning to untie the rope. What happened? Alyssa asked. He's not there, Danya said, not looking at us. No sign of Cho. and the tunnel ends just past that door, a dead end. We were all silent, lost in thought. And the stone? I asked stupidly. It's still there. He must have come out while you were helping me, Max finally said, piecing things together. Maybe he didn't want to explain and left while you were getting me up. Or maybe that guy took him, Alyssa suggested uncertainly. And we didn't hear anything, I countered. Try calling him, Danya suggested. I took up my phone and dialed. This number is no longer in service. Silence fell again. So what do we do? Danya asked finally. Call the police? For what? I threw my hands up. We don't know if anything happened at all. Maybe he's messing with us. Let's try calling him again in an hour, or tomorrow, if he's still missing. Then we'll figure it out. Danya and Alyssa fell silent, resigned to the situation. It wasn't like there was anything else we could do. I couldn't even think of a way to get in touch with Joe's family, as I didn't even know where he lived. I feel like I need to go to the toilet, Alyssa said nervously. Let's go to the metro, guys. Maybe Joe is waiting for us somewhere along the way. We did not find him by the time we reached the metro. The air between us was thick with nerves, each of us looking at each other with apprehension. The situation felt eerie, and it was hard to ignore the unsettling thought that our friend was already lost to some cult, or worse, being dragged into some terrifying ritual. But as we neared the station, my phone rang. Joe's name flashed on the screen. I fumbled with it, poking at the screen with trembling fingers until I finally hit the green button. What the hell? I shouted into the phone. Where are you? Why didn't you tell me Max was attacked? Max was attacked? Joe's voice came through, distant and uncertain. It didn't sound at all like it had during our earlier encounters. I'm sorry, is he okay? Yeah, he's fine, but where the hell did you go? I took a breath. We thought Satanists had taken you and were sacrificing you. No. Joe let out a weak laugh, but it sounded hollow. Sorry, I had to leave quickly. Did you find what you were looking for? I didn't respond right away. You saw it yourself. I finally managed, but before I could finish, Alyssa grabbed the phone from my hand. Joe, you can't scare people like that, she said firmly. Did you see who attacked my brother? What happened, and why did he do it? Max blinked and asked quietly, What? Don't tell me that was a joke, Alyssa continued, her voice escalating in frustration. A joke to scare us. Well, you did a good job. Tell him he's an idiot, and you're an idiot too. We thought the worst was happening, and you weren't answering your phone. Ugh, whatever. She handed the phone back to me. I took it and pressed it to my ear again. Tell her I'm sorry. Joe's voice was softer now, apologetic. I didn't mean for this to happen. What happened? I started, but then the call cut off. She said it was his older brother, Alyssa said, sounding skeptical, who just happened to be there, and due to his personality, decided to mess with us. Does he have an older brother? Danya asked. We exchanged glances. None of us had ever heard about an older brother. Suddenly, I realized how little we actually knew about Suryoga, where he lived, who his family was, what his life looked like. The only thing I knew for sure was that he had done well in his exams. Damn, I muttered. Well, I guess that's good news. At least everything ended okay, so what now, go home? Unfortunately, things did not end well. The next day, Alyssa disappeared. She said she was going to the city for a work meeting, but then I couldn't reach her. I don't know if it had anything to do with our Sunday adventures, but I had a feeling it did. Naturally, I called Danya first, because if anything happened to Alyssa, she would have called him. What do you mean her phone's not answering? Danya asked. And have you called Max? Not yet, I said, my stomach sinking. She should have come back by now. Do I call hospitals and morgues? Let's hold off on that, Danya said, his tone worried. Call Max again. Maybe he knows something. You shouldn't have gone there, I said angrily. There was something off about that door. Danya did not say anything for a moment. I thought he put his phone in his bag, assuming the call was over. But then he spoke again, his voice unsteady. When I went down there that second time, there was no door. What? I asked, my voice rising. No door, Danya repeated, his tone shaky. I almost went crazy. It was like hell down there. I didn't want to tell you and Alyssa, but I'm sorry I dragged you there. Well, I said, nervously, trying to downplay the situation. Maybe it'll be fine. Maybe Alyssa just lost her purse and her phone. She'll call from someone else's phone. She'll turn up. Let's hope so, Danya sighed. But when I tried to get through to Max, he didn't pick up either. Hours later, he finally answered. "Alyssa is fine," he said, his voice dead, mechanical. "We're just having some family problems. Don't worry about it. She'll call you later." But Alyssa did not call back. I tried reaching Max again, but he did not answer. Fortunately, Danya was still in touch, but he didn't know anything either. We were both on edge, equally worried. Then, a week later, Alyssa called. It was in the middle of the night. I'd spent the week texting her endlessly, sending messages on Telegram, each one read but left unanswered. My phone was on maximum volume, so when it rang, I jumped out of bed and grabbed it. "Slava, I'm sorry for what happened." Alyssa's voice was soft, almost regretful. "We won't be able to see each other for a while." "You're leaving me?" I could barely believe it. "But what happened? Is someone dead? What's going on, Alyssa?" "I can't tell you," she sighed. Her voice sounded tired. "It's better for you to not know. I'm trying to protect you." "I'm the one who should be protecting you," I said, my frustration rising. "What's going on? Are you okay? What about Max?" "Everything's fine." I did not believe her. "If everything is fine, then why aren't you home? Why haven't you answered my calls or messages for a week?" "I've been really busy," she said. "But just know that it's okay. I found something important, and I need to figure it out. But I have to do it alone, okay? Just trust me. I'll contact you when it's all sorted out, and I'll understand if you want to find someone else." "No, Alyssa, please," I begged. "Let's meet. I want to see you. The call ended abruptly, her words left hanging. I rubbed my face in frustration and immediately called Danya. "Yeah, she called me too," he said, after listening to my frantic account. "At least she's alive, right? That's something, right?" "I can't be happy when my girlfriend is missing," I said, nearly yelling. "We need to figure out what happened." "I don't know what to think," Danya sighed. "Maybe the only thing left to do is to check that place again, but I doubt she'll be there. You know what? You should check her social media. Talk to her friends. At least you'll find out if she's still working. You know the site she uses, her passwords, anything." "I know something," I agreed reluctantly. "Okay, I'll check. If I find out anything, I'll call you." But when I went back to check that place, I did not call him. I did not want to put him in danger. And for some reason, I felt that going alone would give me a better chance of finding answers. But when I got there was nothing. The place was empty. The sparse, half-dead bushes, the scattered branches. No signs of anything. No hole, no door, no trail leading anywhere. Even the bark on the tree, where we'd tied the rope, was slightly torn, as if it had been removed. And Alyssa? Gone. When I asked her mother, she seemed confused, almost like she thought she was still away on some agreed-upon work trip. Then Max called, furious, accusing me of trying to set her up, saying I should keep quiet if I wanted her to be okay. I took the risk and went to their house to talk to Max. He did not want to say anything. He was angry, closed off. It was clear that he was not going to help me. Nothing made sense. I still don't know what happened that day. It's been over a year now, and I have no clue where she is. The scariest thing is that she's still paying the rent in our apartment, so I'm afraid to move out, even though I know it's stupid. She hasn't called or texted again. My messages are still read, but there is no response. Every day, I send her a message, telling her how I'm doing, hoping to hear something back. And now, the only thing I fear is that I will never see her again, or that I'll die not knowing the truth of what happened. The way things are going in the world, it seems like that could be easily the case. Hello above top secret. It all started in February 1967. Then, the American meteorological satellite ESSA-3 sent pictures to Earth that alarmed the world. A huge round hole was visible in the area of the North Pole, and no one doubted that it was not a fake. However, to this day, people argue about what is shown in the center of the North Pole in the photograph. Some say that there is nothing unusual in the picture, just a play of light and shadow, which at that moment was formed as a result of the tilt of the Earth in relation to the position of the Sun. But others believe that this is a hole leading into the internal cavity of our planet. Here are the pictures. On November 23rd, 1968, photographs were taken by the American ESSA-7 apparatus. There are also pictures of the North Pole in the complete absence of clouds, which show a black hole in the North Pole area. Of course, it is very interesting, and most importantly, mysterious. But I remember that Papanin's Russian expedition was at the North Pole, and for some reason, they did not notice the hole there. They drifted on the ice floe for 237 days in 1937 and returned home in full force, becoming folk heroes. On November 29, 1929, American pilot Richard Byrd reached the North Pole in an airplane. But there is one clue, even two. There are doubts that he flew to the North Pole, and his famous diary, where he allegedly saw green grass, beautiful land over the North Pole, and then even communicated there with representatives of another civilization living inside. The inhabitants themselves, the diary says, called their underground country Ariana. Even earlier, in July 1897, Solomon Andre and his two assistants, Swedes by nationality, set off on a risky journey from Danish Island in the west of Spitsbergen in a hot air balloon with the goal of reaching the North Pole. But after flying 475 kilometers, they landed on pack ice and, turning back, moved in an easterly direction, but never returned home. On May 12, 1926, Roald Amundsen, a Norwegian, flew over the North Pole from Spitsbergen to Alaska in an airship. The Italian traveler Umberto Nobile also flew over the North Pole in an airship in 1928. Although this flight ended tragically, 7 people from this team survived. In 1937, trans-polar flights of Valery Chkalov, and then, a month later, of Mikhail Gromov. They opened the air route for the North Pole to America. Since 1945, Soviet and American planes have repeatedly flown to the North Pole to study polar ice. Airplanes are landing on drifting ice. In our new century, flights to the North Pole continue. In May to June 2005, Russian balloonists successfully reached the North Pole using a balloon. All these people, who at different times visited the place where satellite images allegedly show a gaping hole that they did not see. Where are these pictures from? People began to talk about the fact that our Earth is hollow inside in the 19th century. Academician V. Obruchev wrote about the hollow Earth in his novel Plutonia, 1915. Jules Verne in the novel Journey to the Center of the Earth, 1864, and The Smoky God, or A Journey into the Inner World, by W. Emerson, etc. In Tibet, they believe that inside the Earth, there is Shambhala and Agartha, where powerful beings live, endowed with ancient knowledge and power. The Third Reich not only believed that the Earth was hollow, but even, according to some sources, tried to find a passage to Antarctica. There are still disputes about this between those who believe in a hollow Earth and those who do not. Raymond Bernard writes the book The Hollow Earth in 1969 and then disappears in the caves of South America. Many of his readers believe this, that he had found the entrance to the inner world. Mathematician Leonard Euler voiced the idea that our planet is hollow inside, and in the center of it there is another sun that illuminates the inner continents. He believed that there was only one hollow shell, which was separated from the inner star by a large space, and in this shell there were exits at the north and south poles. Edmund Halley, the famous astronomer who discovered Halley's Comet, suggested in 1692 that the shell of the Earth is a thickness of 800 kilometers, 2 outer concentric shells, separated by atmospheres and having their own magnetic poles, and a central core with a diameter like that of Venus, Mars, Mercury, while the sphere rotates at different speeds. He associated the presence of northern lights with the leakage of internal atmosphere. American engineer John Cleves Sims told the world that the Earth was hollow, that it had a habitable interior, and that the poles had holes. He turned to the American Congress in 1818 with a request to finance an expedition to find an entrance to the inner cavity of the planet, but the expedition did not take place, since Congress did not even pay attention to his statements. Emerson's book, The Smoky God, or A Journey into the Inner World, tells the story of the very mysterious journey of 2 Norwegians, Olaf Jansen and his father. They were fishing in the northern region, and they were carried away by the current into a hole near the North Pole, but they did not die, but ended up in a beautiful world in which lived a highly developed civilization that knew how to communicate telepathically. The inhabitants of the inner world had disc-shaped flying machines that moved at the speed of light. They lived there for 2 years and came to the surface already at the South Pole. His father died there, and Olaf himself was able to get to Europe, but after talking about his adventures, he ended up in a mental hospital, and after 24 years he went to live in the USA, and there met the author who wrote this book, telling everything in detail, showing plans and maps. I would like to add that Olaf Jansen is a real person, but what he said is certainly questioned. In the last century, there lived a very interesting person, politician, ambassador of Chile to India, Bulgaria, and Austria, Miguel Serrano. He communicated with such famous people as Indira Gandhi, Dalai Lama, Rolex, etc. After World War II, he worked at the UN. It was he who put forward the incredible theory of a race beyond people, which the Third Reich really liked, especially regarding the existence of a hollow earth. Serrano believed that one could get inside the earth through a system of caves in the Himalayas, Tibet, the Andes, and also near Antarctica, where there are oases of warm waters. The theorist of eternal ice, Hans Herbiger, also believed that the earth was hollow, and that it would be possible to hide inside if the moon suddenly fell to the earth. For us, this is complete madness, but the Nazis did not think so, and made expeditions to the South Pole. Everyone knows that in 1947, the American military expedition, High Jump, under the command of Admiral Byrd, spent 6 months off the coast of Antarctica for scientific purposes, taking for the same scientific purposes the aircraft carrier Casablanca, 25 aircraft, 7 helicopters, a submarine, 12 tankers, and almost 5,000 crew. So you could just go and conquer a small country. And here is a scientific expedition, and they began landing in the area of Queen Maud Land. By the way, there are various myths about this expedition. And then, at the end of the 20th century, Byrd's diary, allegedly written and kept secret, surfaces. As you can see, the theory of the hollow earth developed long and persistently over more than 1 century, but not one of these tales is supported by any evidence or artifacts, and suddenly, wonderful pictures from NASA taken in the late 60s. Friends, this is simply mind-boggling. I know from myself. I also believed at first, but I know that under the ice, there is a normal Arctic Ocean, and the ice does not reach the ground. That is, the ocean there is in a liquid state, and the ice is only on top, and currents carry this ice, so they drift. It is this drift that has been used more than once by travelers, discoverers, and researchers. Below is water, above is ice. Everything there has been combed up and down, by plane, on foot, and on icebreakers. Quite recently, there was a Russian scientific expedition that lowered its bathysphere with a flag. The shortage of satellite images is due to the inclination of the planet's orbit, as well as the fact that the sky there is constantly overcast with clouds. But there are satellites that systematically photograph our poles, and they have not found any holes there. It is unknown where the ESSA 3 and 7 images came from. Scientists are in no hurry to comment on them, and even academic science does not know exactly how our planet is structured inside. And the Kola Super Deep Well showed that not everything is true in theory about the internal structure of the Earth. We cannot say that the hollow Earth does not exist. This has not been proven. You cannot say that a hollow Earth does exist. This has not been proven either. But we can talk about the hole at the North Pole. It is not there, and this has been completely scientifically proven, examined, researched, combed, photographed thousands of times, and we can call it a day. And what is known in old NASA photos needs to be fully understood by specialists. Most likely, the black spot in the image is a shooting defect. Don't know. Thank you. The picture taken from more of a side view of the Earth does not look like a hole at all to me. It looks like circular, open water with a cloud above it. Same with the other pictures. Circular, open water. I am sure the inner Earth holds many mysteries, maybe even ancient or modern advanced bases of our own in carved out sections. But like you, I doubt that there is a whole, intact, spinning planetary body nested within our own Earth. Would be really cool, but the forces at play one would think would be detectable. Also, one of my favorite old-time science fiction authors, Edgar Rice Burroughs, and his series, At the Earth's Core, circa 1914, about his fictional inner Earth called Pellucidar, and the myriad movie and series adaptations for television through the years. It has been many decades since I read the series. However, even as a child reading those concepts, it never did engender any actual belief, even after having read the purported exploits of Admiral Richard E. Byrd. It is passing strange to consider that these apparent professionals would stake their reputations on the belief of an inner Earth and Sun, and spend their lives searching for an entrance into their fantastical imagined world. As you state, who knows what they might have envisioned or seen that apparently held in their mind and belief systems some kernel of truth, or at least it was truth according to their perspectives, to their perceptions. I know that in my life I have witnessed and experienced many apparently miraculous and enigmatic events that happened both to myself and to those that also witnessed them. There are some tantalizing aspects of theoretical subquantum physics that offer the possibility of an explanation to those occurrences. So, I can't certainly discount that which I have not witnessed, but my heavily weighted skepticism does keep balance with the unknown or not understood, and how it finds expressions in the claims of those who purport to witness and observe such phenomena. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to ruminate once again on this inextricably amazing existence that we all get to share and be a part of. When I was a kid from the ages of 3 to 7, I used to see and was mortified by these really weird short-looking people on a semi-regular basis. Best I can describe them was a humanoid body. They were about 4 to 5 feet tall. Their faces looked somewhat of a human that was extremely burnt and charred, with something that looked like red lipstick over their mouth and eyes to hide the burnt areas, and they wore these kind of silver-looking onesie like pajamas. Oftentimes, I'd see them when I was alone in the kitchen or trying to take a shit in the bathroom, but sometimes they would appear in the living room when my whole family was present. The earliest time I recall seeing them, I was like 3, almost 4 years of age. My family and I lived in Los Angeles at the time. At the latest, I was almost 8 years old. My family since then moved from Los Angeles to Guadalajara, Mexico. I was most often visited by these weird burnt-looking humanoids when I lived in Guadalajara. When this would happen, I recall everything going black, as if someone turned the lights off, and the only thing that was clearly visible was their face and bodies. They would often just stare at me or make attempts to reach out to my face. Sometimes, I'd be with my family and the lights would go out. Everything around me would disappear, and before I'd know it, I would be surrounded by these creatures for minutes at a time. Then suddenly, they would disappear, the lights would come back on, and everyone was doing the same thing that they were doing before the lights went out. It was as if they froze in time while the lights were out, and I had gone to a different plane. When I lived in California, I was physically dragged by the ankles out of my bed to an eerie-looking red hole that appeared on the wall. I remember hearing my mom saying a prayer of some sort. The lights came back on, and there was weird fluorescent symbols on the wall that looked like sigils. My family was deeply religious. After seeing these things for years, my family decided that it was best that we told the church so they could pray for me, in hopes that these things would go away. Oddly enough, I remember going to church one day in Guadalajara. My family and several people stood around me, holding my shoulders and my head, while the priest, we were Christian, not Catholic, did a prayer. I recall feeling some kind of nausea, and I began to vomit in front of everyone. I don't recall feeling anything different other than the nausea, but ever since that day, I never saw those burnt-looking things again. To this day, I'm not a religious or spiritual person. My family remains religious. I have absolutely no explanation as to what any of that was. I am 35 years old now, and every now and then I still remember and try to make sense of what I experienced, but I just don't have an explanation. That is freaky. Did your family see them too? When you were dragged out of bed, did your mom witness that, or did you tell her afterwards? My mom said that she had put me to bed and was cleaning the kitchen/living room. She said she heard signs of a struggle in my bedroom and me crying. She opened the door and the room was pitch black and the light would not turn on, but she could see from the light scattered from the hallway that I was definitely being dragged, and that's when she began to pray. She did not see anyone or anything out of the ordinary in the room, which made it even more odd. At some point during the prayer, the lights came on, and I told her I was being dragged by burned-looking people. I told her about the red hole in the wall, which had also disappeared by then, but she did not see it. When I was explaining to her what I saw, that's when I began to see a weird green glow that looked like sigils on the wall. It was pretty faint, kind of like a glow-in-the-dark green in a lit room. She even allowed me to trace some of them with a pencil so she could have an idea of what I saw. Sorry, I did not answer the first part of your question. Nobody else could see them. The rest of my family mentioned that oftentimes we would be having fun, and sometimes I'd go from laughing with them or having a conversation, and I'd start screaming and kicking it into the air uncontrollably and began to cry. They could not see anything, but they could not explain why I'd have such a mood swing. Even one of my uncles, who is a doctor, did not have an explanation as to why I would behave in such a manner so suddenly. He witnessed me in a distress like that several times. I even went into his office and consulted other doctors to see if it was a medical issue, but they could not find anything wrong with me. Kek, I believe you. After a night out, a buddy came back to mine and we were just drinking. Not drunk at all, just chatting away, when suddenly an ornament came flying off the opposite wall and hit behind me, landed in my lap. I just looked at my buddy and was like, what the fuck? How did you do that? My brain refused to accept what it had just witnessed. He starts freaking out, saying he saw it fly across the room too. Suddenly, he gets pulled by something invisible, both feet first, like 6 feet along the ground. Small town holy man can see the dead, he says, also sees the afterlife. I posted this last night, but it was kind of an odd/quiet time. My previous effort posts have gotten better traction in the day, so I cleaned it up and will try once again. I would love some input. I attended a funeral in a very small town. The next day, I bumped into the guy who had conducted the services. We ended up talking for almost 2 hours, since he had said something during the service which had piqued my interest. Thing free below. He is a small town guy, old man, 80 plus years old, the pastor of the only church in town, a town of 300 people. By his estimation, he has put 450 to 500 people in the ground over a 50-year career, and had sat with about 150 to 200 of them as they had passed. He told me a couple of things that I thought were interesting, and so I thought to share them here to see if anyone had genuine input. First thing, he said that when he sat with the people as they died, he could often tell the exact moment that the spirit left the body, and it did not always correspond to the signs of physical death, aka, they may have still been breathing, or faintly moving/rattling, etc. This also makes sense to me. Also from reading that clairvoyant book on Gutenberg, which talks about the two hidden, non-paranormal senses that humans possess, one of which is the ability to sense the presence of others in a space or area without physically seeing or hearing them, including the ability to sense a person who has just left a room, even several minutes later. And this makes sense medically as well, given that movement in the body continues long after brain death in many cases, although he did go on to say that he could sometimes see the souls leave the body in a lightness around the eyes and face that dissipated upward. This last part I thought may have been an embellishment for the benefit of the local rubes, but overall, this section resonated as true and reasonable. Second thing, he said he had had 2 visions of deaths at which he was not physically present, but that he saw at the moment of death just as it had occurred, and both times were somewhat unusual/dramatic. One was a gentleman who had pulled through an intersection on a motorcycle and had been struck by a van and killed. The preacher said he had seen a vision of the exact moment the man had flown through the air and been struck in the right shoulder by the panel piece that extends between 2 windows in a van. This had killed him instantly and broken his neck, and he said he had seen his body flying forward through the air and his spirit going upward. This was apparently confirmed in a hospital, where it was shown that the man had suffered massive trauma to the right shoulder and broken his neck. The other death the preacher said he had witnessed was that of a gentleman who was a known drunk around town. The man would often stagger home from the town's only bar at 2 to 3 a.m. One morning in the dead of winter, he was found frozen to death in his small shack/cabin. Winter in the north is harsh. The preacher said he had a vision of the exact moment in which the guy had stumbled and fallen while trying to put kerosene into the large heater that was sitting 0.5 meters away from the wall, and the guy had drunkenly lurched and fallen behind it, never lighting the heater which would have saved him from freezing. So again, very oddly specific, but apparently, the man was found in the exact same position as the preacher had described. I could not verify this, but I would probably ask another local before I believed him on this one. Third thing, this is what he had said while delivering the service, but I asked him about it again, was that he had had a heart attack a year or so before and had been dead for 5 or 6 minutes, but that while he was gone, he experienced a different reality, and that it was so different from this reality as to be completely indescribable, like nothing about heaven that I had ever thought of, or heard or imagined of, as an exact quote as my memory of a few days ago permits. Keep in mind, this is from a small-town preacher man who had been raised in that old-time religion, streets of gold, etc. He even said that there were no streets at all. Forget golden streets, just a lot of lines and shapes that made no sense, but that were beautiful beyond compare, and gave him overwhelming peace. This is what he said at the funeral. Here is why I thought this was pretty neat, because this is basically apostasy as far as this guy is concerned, and he is telling it like it is to a bunch of small town folks. It blew my fucking mind, and the way he described his minutes out of his body sounded exactly like a DMT trip, to be quite honest. This is also the part that I thought was least likely to be a LARP out of the whole thing. He also said he could see himself returning to his body and could see his spirit body and physical body separately for some time. Now, my thoughts were overall that he was telling the truth. It is possible that it may have all been a LARP, things he said to bolster his legend around town or increase his own air of mysticism. I do tend to think skeptically as regards human motivations, as a person's desire to feel special and powerful can take many forms, and the only thing I am surprised at by now is that I ever expect anyone to be different, but I did not get a feeling that he was lying, a sense I have developed to a decent degree. So he is either an accomplished liar, which is easy enough to practice, or was telling the truth, or the truth as he interpreted it. Not my story, but my late father-in-law's. Be father-in-law, growing up in rural area of Japan, would constantly explore around the nearby woods. In July one day it was getting late. Around 7 to 8 when he was heading home, he noticed someone in the woods with him. It was this girl, around his age at the time. She was dressed normally, but did not say anything, other than screaming to get help. Father-in-law runs back into town, and tells the story about the girl screaming for help to his parents. They tell some nearby neighbors, who say they'll go look into it. In the meantime, apparently parents are more concerned about seeing the girl than someone being in trouble. For about 3 weeks afterward, father-in-law would have a recurring nightmare about the girl, where she is just screaming, and instead of eyes, there are empty black pits. Be about a week after nightmares stop being recurring, in the house one day. Father-in-law is in the kitchen making a snack, when he unmistakably sees the same girl in his house. Makes a run for it and locks the doors. Tells a neighbor, and they search every corner of the house, but no sign of anyone else. One night, this girl would appear in his bedroom. Once again, empty pits for eyes, but she disappeared just as soon as she had appeared. After a while of sightings, he went to a Shinto priest in the town to explain what had been going on for some time. Priest tells him something along the lines of an evil spirit had followed him and is trying to ruin him. Priest performs a ceremony to keep the spirit at bay. Not banish it, but it can't directly harm him. At around age 19, father-in-law moves into an apartment in Kyoto, and the sightings had been sparse. But one night, he was watching TV, heard a knock on his apartment door, opens it, no one there. Looks down the hall, and sees the little girl again. About 2 years after that, at very sparse settings, father-in-law immigrates to America with his wife. Timeline of this would have been 1987, I think. Be 1987-ish. Father-in-law and wife had come to America, living in California at the time. Father-in-law is working on cleaning up the house's garage when he hears the door to the garage open up. Turns around, sees empty-eyed girl. She is looking visibly angry. Disappears. After a few minutes, he begins to hear loud slamming on the garage door. Father-in-law describes it as if someone had repeatedly thrown themselves at the garage door at full force. Lifts door to see no one there. 2 years later, his son will be born, and on the morning after his birth, he saw the empty-eyed girl throughout the hospital. He stands his ground, No words exchanged, but he apparently stared down the entity. Said he could feel the absolute anger that this thing gave off. Yes, he would refer to the empty-eyed girl as a thing. About 4 years after that, his daughter would be born, would see the empty-eyed girl again. From then on, sightings of the entity would happen in cycles, where it would appear, activity would happen, but after that it would stop for weeks, months, and on one occasion, years. Fast forward some years, father-in-law is with me, hanging out, at mine and my fiance's place. Says he sees the empty-eyed girl again, right out our window. He tells me the story of the girl and sightings of her. Tells me he's sure that he will have to face it again when he dies. He apparently had seen her again on the wedding day in 2016. Father-in-law finally passes away last June. Not of COVID, but had a brain aneurysm immediately after winning a poker game with coworkers. 2 weeks prior to his death, he admitted to me that he knew he did not have much time left, and that it could possibly be waiting. Be me, 15, American. Go to rich private school in Desert State. School is super old. Used to be a Catholic church. Main offices are still there, but the chapel is not. Rumors about there being a cemetery on the grounds. Get curious. Decide to go digging. Turns out church has been there for decades. Definitely cemetery on school grounds. Do more digging. Find old photo of church in late 1950. See off to the side. Gravestones. Jackpot. Wait until the weekend and make my move. Grab a few friends and make our way to school. Live in middle of nowhere desert. Super cold at night. Get to school and head over to where the gravestones were in the photo. Turns out it's on the soccer field. We are so fucked if we get caught. Start digging. Had to stop a few times because cops, but eventually we dig deep enough until one of us puts his shovel in and we hear it. Crack. We just broke a fucking femur. Oh, we are so cursed. 2 of us get rowdy. Cops come back due to noise. Book it. Get to school next week. Fucking police tape around hall. Hear announcement in homeroom that detectives will be coming by to talk to us and ask us questions. Rumors going around that they think the bones are recent. Thinking I'm about to go to jail for whatever my 15-year-old brain thought. Had mega anxiety at the time. Nothing happens until a month later. School is cancelled out of the blue. What the fuck? Okay, day off. Have friend whose mom works in admin office. Hears that detectives are talking to the principal almost daily. No school for the whole week. Walk by campus to see what's going on. Hear what sounds like a fucking construction site where we were digging. Meet with admin office mom friend later. Tells me the feds are involved. Feds are basically excavating the field. School went back to normal next week. Field was back to normal. Students who ask immediately suspended. No sign of principal. Heard he resigned. In my 3rd year of college, I decided I wanted to get my own place to live instead of staying in the dorms. I wanted my own space. I wanted to know that my stuff was safe and that no one was going to take it or borrow any of it, like what tended to happen in the dorms. I had also had a decent paying job and saved up enough to afford all the fees and deposits. First, I was just ready to be out on my own. Now, I have seen many videos about creepy stories and crazy neighbors, and even a show dedicated to crazy neighbors, but it's something you just don't think about until it actually happens to you, and even then you may not see it until someone else points it out. But I had some neighbors that, even without speaking, they let their creep vibes show full time. I found a nice community that had townhomes within my price range, and I was approved and moved in pretty quickly. I don't know if they're the same everywhere, so I'll just explain the outline of ours. Their townhomes were connected in a square shape with one open side. They had about 6 of these, I believe, because they were back to back. My place was in the center row, second from the left, so I had one neighbor to my left, they were the corner unit, and one to my right. For the first couple of weeks, everything went as normal. There were a few nearby neighbors that waved at me. I almost ran into my neighbor on the right, which is how I met them. It was 2 sisters living together with no kids and 2 very large dogs. Very nice people, but my neighbors to the left, I had yet to see any of them for about the month or so that I lived there. As I was coming home from classes, I happened to look up to see a young boy in front of their bay window. I love kids, and since I had not met them yet, I smiled and waved, but he just continued to stare at me, unmoving and with no expression on his face. It was kind of odd, but I just shrugged it off as a kid thing. Maybe he was too shy and did not want to wave. Not a big deal, so I went about my business. But then I went to leave for work that evening, and as I got in my car and went to start it, I spotted not only the boy, but what looked like an older kid. The boy looked maybe 6 or 7 years old, and the girl stood taller and was maybe 11 or 12 years old. Now they were both staring at me, emotionless. I smiled and waved again, but I got the same results. Nothing. Okay, so maybe both kids were shy, but it got even weirder. For a few days, I would just see those 2 kids staring out the window, following me as I walked to my door, and when I left. It was definitely strange being watched almost daily, but it wasn't like it was hurting me, so I never said or did anything about it. I was curious because I would be home in the afternoon sometimes or on my day off, and they would still be there. Did they not go to school? Maybe they were homeschooled. I had no idea. There was a day that I came home from work and had been talking to my mom on the phone. I was sitting in the car as I finished my conversation, and I watched as 2 more people approached the window. This time, it looked like a middle-aged woman and an even older woman. If I had to guess, it looked like a whole family generation. Grandma, mother, and the kids. But what caught my attention was that they approached. The kids looked down at them, and then looked out the window directly at me. So now I had 4 of them staring at me. What the hell? Since I was on the phone already, I told my mom about what I was witnessing, and at first, my mom chuckled and said that maybe they were just really nosy people and watched others. She even said that I should bring them something and introduce myself and see if that helps, and I laughed at the idea because it sounded so old school, but I knew she was probably right. I ran into my other neighbors and they brought me cookies, so it wasn't too far off. I thought the idea over and what exactly I could do, trying to be considerate to allergies or whatever. I've been pretty busy between work and school lately, so I hadn't gotten around to following through with those plans. But their staring never missed a beat. Anytime I was outside, they were at the window. Sometimes it was just the kids. Most of the time, it was all 4 of them. And it just kept escalating. I decided to take a walk after I got home from my classes, and as I left, the 4 of them were in the window. I smiled and waved and got the same response, which was nothing. So I began my walk, but when I circled back around and was walking down the sidewalk leading to my place, I looked up, feeling eyes on me. Now, the complete family was there. The kids, the mom, the grandma, and now what appeared to be the dad and grandpa. The adults were all in black, and the kids seemed to be wearing matching red outfits. They had the same deep red looking shirts with black ruffle collars. Why was the whole family now staring at me? And it was all the same, emotionless, unwavering stares. It was kind of creepy. Now, with everyone present, I waved again, standing right outside their window. They didn't move. They just looked like unsettling, dressed up statues. After going inside, I really tried to rationalize it. Maybe they were just nosy people, and based on how they were dressed, and how the kids did not appear to go to school, I thought maybe it was a religious thing even, and I felt bad, thinking I was being very judgmental. So, I made a mental note that I should really try to introduce myself. Maybe, at the very least, they will realize that I noticed them doing this, and maybe stop. But another few days passed, and I came home in a bit of a mood. All 6 of them slowly made their way to the window and watched me walk into my home. I had just gotten back from the store where I bought some cinnamon rolls, so after I baked them, I wrapped them up on a platter and went next door. As I walked over, I noticed one of the kids still sitting at the window, but as I walked up their steps and got closer to look at him, I noticed how his face was really red and puffy, like he'd been crying. Why was he crying? I waved and pointed to the platter, but again, I got nothing out of him, so I just knocked on the door. No response. I stepped back and saw that both kids were now there, and Grandma, and all 3 of them looked like they were crying. What the hell was going on? I knocked again, and then shouted towards the window that I brought them something, but they just stared. Then everyone else slowly walked to the window and stared. Now all 6 of them were back in their same creepy outfits, staring at me, unmoving, emotionless. No one flinched at the doorbell or the knocking. No one answered. Why? Why did they just continue to stare at me? I looked around to see if anyone was watching, and I went down and around the stairs and towards the window. The houses were a little raised, so as I got closer, the bottom of the window was at chest level for me. The moment the kids looked down at me, something in me told me that this was not right. It was like this overwhelming sensation telling me to get the hell out of there. I sat the cinnamon rolls down on the steps and took off back inside my place. Not that I expected them to come stare at me, but I closed up my curtain and locked my door. What the hell was up with these people, and why did it seem like they only ever stared at me? I tried to get my mind off of it, but it was difficult. I had too many questions, and what, if anything, could I even do about it? Nothing. They literally just stared at me. They weren't at my window. They were in their own place. And what would I even say? Hey, have you noticed the weird family that likes to stare in 905? I really don't know anyone well enough to strike up an unusual conversation like that. I knew the girls next door, but we'd only ever talked in passing, so I was just stuck with this every single day. Every single time I left the house, they were watching me. They watched me walk, they watched me come and go, and the plate of cinnamon rolls I left, well, it sat there for 3 days untouched before I finally grabbed them and threw them away. I wasted my money. But did they not even leave in those 3 days? What did they do for a living? Did any one of them work? It was such a bizarre thing to witness, and getting up close and seeing the kids' red puffy eyes that just stared into my soul, I could never forget them. I tried watching on days that I was off early in the morning, late at night, and I never saw anyone leave or anyone enter. No deliveries, nothing. We could pay rent online, so I guess they could do that too. But how did they get food, toiletries? I eventually just had to drop it, and accept that I just had these really creepy neighbors that I could do nothing about. For an entire year, I dealt with this, and even when I had people over, they witnessed it. But when my lease came up for renewal, I begged to move to a different townhome, asking for one with the fireplace. The fireplace ones are only on the edge of the strips of homes, so I wouldn't be anywhere near them. Thankfully, they obliged, and I got to move and never to be stared at again. Sometimes I would drive by to see if they were still there, and every once in a while, I would still see someone staring out that window. Be me. Sister and brother talk about going camping. Hype. I love camping. Don't have to get prepared. Have all the shit I need. Wait some more. It's summer. Let's go camp. We're going to Mount Rainier. We've gone there almost 10 times before, sometimes multiple times in a season. Brother bails. It's me, my mother, and my sister. Still go. Get there. Have to hike for a while, but it's a beautiful campsite. Right next to a river. Native strawberries line the side of the river, and native blackberries line some of her parts, some of which are ripe enough to pick. Hype. Make dinner. A simple taco. It was good. Go to sleep. Dog does nothing. Follows me while I take food back down to the car before night falls. Tomorrow. Everything good. Have fun. Have a beer or free, and have watermelon. Good times. Repeat the previous. Begin to take food down the 15-ish minute walk. Dog doesn't want to follow me. Surprise.jpg. Get the leash and make her follow me. Deliver the food to the car and return without issue. Go to bed after shit talking with my sister. Read 3 chapters of Roadkill after crawling in bed. Fall to bed around 10 to 11. Wake up. It's 11. Hear a call. What the fuck is that? No clue. Long call, and then a growl like a feline. Confused. Wait for a moment. The third call comes. The dog starts barking. Anon? My sister asks. Yeah, I'm up, I say. One more call. It's getting closer, my sister yells. I hear it getting closer. This is its 5th call now. The dog is still barking. My sister yells for my mother to get up. The gun is on the table. I say that light deters predators, and my sister puts out a light in front of her tent. That face when her husband does not do shit during any of this. After the light goes out, I grab the knife underneath my pillow and step out of my tiny tent and go to turn on the lanterns and throw some wood in the dead fire. Another call. Terrifying.jpg. Grab the gun from the table and wait. Mother and sister comes out. Talk for a little bit. Sounds like a cougar. Probably a cougar. Her husband finally comes out and asks for a weapon. Give him a stick I sharpened before for shits and giggles. We wait. We watch. I keep a lookout with my gun. Let off a few shots to let it know we're here. We decide to pack up for the day. My sister has 5 kids, not willing to risk them. Stand guard while people pack. Have a flashlight. Flashing it in the forest, I see a pair of yellow eyes with blue centers. My sister sees it too. My mother sees it too. We all see it, and I point my rifle and keep watch. My mother calls my brother on my sister's insistence. That face when, my brother hunts cougars and bears, and has like 4 to 8 hound dogs he keeps around for that purpose. Feel a little at ease. Time passes, continues like this. Dawn finally comes. See a truck arrive. It's my brother. Hear him walking. Shine light over there. He walks inside, carrying a much stronger rifle than the tiny .22 I use. The children scream, uncle and on, excited to see him. I smile at ease, knowing that I have backup and help. Sad inside, because he did not bring his hounds. His hounds would have found it, and he would have a trophy. Happy inside, because I'm not sure his hounds would have found it. This happened in my childhood home. Be me. Be 2000, I think. I was in the 7th grade. I lived just over a mile from the school. It was spring, so it's not that cold. All the snow has melted by now. Heavy rains though. This day was a heavy rain day. My mother works in the grade school with my sister, and they get out an hour after I do. Not staying around my school, plus I have friends that would call me a pussy if I didn't walk home with them. Get home drenched. Have a dog, a black Labrador. Get greeted at the door. There is nothing like being welcomed home by your dog. The heavy rain is turning more into a storm. I stand on the sun porch and look out at the rainfall. Lightning hits somewhere, probably at the river. Lots of booming thunder follows it, like the thunder burbled and rumbled for a lot longer than normal. Made it home just in time. I hear the door to my sister's and mine room opening and closing. They are on the 2nd floor. Think it could be the wind. It is howling, and the trees in the yard are swaying an awful lot. The storm was a pretty good one. I like storms. I am also probably stupid a little bit. Dog doesn't look fazed, but is also not looking up the stairs. My house was old, like 1900-ish old. The wiring was those nails with the ceramic insulators, and the windows had metal counterweights on the walls. My family now is the one that is updating it. The doors start banging a little harder, and a little more regularly, but not in a rhythm, and they start hitting the door frames out of sync. The door then sounds like it is vibrating back and forth as it shuts, like the door is hitting the door, jams, and vibrating back like a cartoon. It makes a sound I have a hard time describing. It was like the moan of a creaky door, but I could hear the door shaking back and forth as it was swinging shut. It sounded almost like a creepy autotune, before autotuning was widely known about. I can only picture the door acting like a tuning fork, but I did not hear them slam into the door jamb or the wall. They do this for a minute or two. They then slam shut. Both doors, at the same time, and with force. The dining room table was kind of a catch-all at this point in time. My sister and I played sports year-round, and both parents worked, so we were not home to eat there anyway. Clean laundry was there, waiting to be put away. Papers, bills, and my sister's field hockey stick. I grabbed that, and my dog. I have to lead him by the collar to the stairs. I have to also verbally coax him up. He is not fighting me hard, but does not want to go up there. Was very, very reluctant. He never disliked going upstairs, before this or after. I drag him up to the landing. The stairwell was pitch black, and there are no windows in that part of the house. The stairs start one way and cut back on themselves via a landing. Every one of my friends at some point either tripped or complained heavily about the layout and size of the stairs. Make my way all the way up the stairs to the landing room in front of our doors, 2 landing areas. Both doors are closed, that is why it is so dark. I open my sister's first, because you can see the whole room. Tactical brain. My room wraps back because it is an L shape. Can't see the whole room, so I started with the easier one to inspect. Go to open my sister's door. My dog immediately headed downstairs when I let go of his collar to open the door. Thanks a lot. Her room looks clear. Check her windows. All have the winter storm glass still in them and are all shut and locked. Nothing is broken. No one in the closet. I then go to check my room. Same as sister's. Empty. All the windows were still set up for winter and locked. We had solid glass to help insulate in the winter with screens for the summer. Again, old home. No one could have snuck past me when I was inspecting the room because just about every stair had a creaky spot on them. The stairs were and still are well worn. Parents still live there. I am pretty intimate with those stairs, not only because it felt like I was ascending to my room in a tower sometimes, but they were the bane of my existence when I was trying to sneak in when I was in high school. I knew them extremely well by that point and could make it about halfway up them before I would make noise. Go back downstairs and wait for everyone to get home. Storm still rages into the night, but the house is not creaking and the doors were left open and they don't make any more noise. I still don't know what any of that was. The house still feels like it is alive. Maybe not alive, but like it was or could be. Old houses have a lived-in energy that is hard to describe. Anyone know what I mean by that? To get the ball rolling, I'll share some OC, not mine. So I work a couple of jobs right now, and one of them is at a deli, where I work alongside a 50-year-old Chinese woman, just me and her. She told me this story once during a late shift. Let's call her Rachel. 30 years ago, Hong Kong. Rachel works with her sister in a warehouse. Long, grueling hours. Her sister's husband, Daniel, has some white-collar job. He works long hours too. The three of them live together. Because of work, they rarely have an opportunity to spend time together. But one day, Rachel is home from work early. Her sister is still at the warehouse, and Daniel's supposed to be at the office, but as Rachel is doing dishes, she gets a spooky feeling and turns around. Sees Daniel walking out of the kitchen. She never even heard him enter, and he never said hi, which is completely uncharacteristic of him. She calls out to him. Daniel ignores her, turns the corner, and disappears from view. Rachel dries her hands and follows, and sees Daniel is now far down the hallway. She calls again, and Daniel continues walking, turns, and enters his bedroom. The whole time, Rachel only sees him from behind. Rachel is now annoyed, and she rushes into his room to ask him what the hell his problem is. But the room is empty. He searches, thinking he's messing with her, but there is no one there. She searches the rest of the house, but she is alone. Later, she tells her sister what she saw. Sister has seen it too. They decide not to tell Daniel. Occasionally see the double disappearing into some room. Just ignore it. Rachel explained to me, in very broken English, that this sort of thing was considered bad luck to talk about, but it had happened so long ago, she did not care anymore. At this same job, I happened to befriend a different woman who works in the morning shifts, Janet. She works 2 jobs as well, and she told me flat out that her other job, a fast food place, is known to be haunted. People see and hear stuff all the time, including phantom sneezes and coughs, someone sighing deeply, the sound of quick footsteps moving around the back of the kitchen. Janet was especially descriptive about the footsteps. She said they sounded urgent, and sometimes made that squeaking sound that you hear on the basketball courts. She also explained that several years back, one of the cooks had actually offed himself. Apparently, he found out that his wife had been sleeping with his coworker, went out and killed himself going 100 miles an hour on the freeway. Now he seems to haunt the place, which is one hell of a fucking afterlife after that terrible tragedy, if you ask me. Anyway, that's just a little background for this particular story. At Janet's other job, people alternate closing. Whoever is closing has to stay an extra 30 minutes, and they are there entirely alone. The last thing that you do is turn off the lights. This is the worst part of the gig because you can hear footsteps follow you out as you leave. Anyway, on one particular night, Janet is walking out of the office, ready to leave, when she spots a figure in the kitchen. Looks like someone walked behind the oven, someone in a work uniform, but she knows that she's alone, and that the place is locked, so nobody could have gotten in. Nervously, she checks everything, but nobody is there. Spooked, she rushes to shut off the lights, hurries out the door. The footsteps follow her out the whole way. That's it. I found those interesting. Maybe someone else will too. Be 9 years old. Visit sister in hospital. Hospital seems cool. Everyone has their own bedrooms and everything. I expect to see more people with broken limbs and stuff, but never mind. Seems like everyone is just milling around, waiting for a ride home. Obviously, it wasn't until I was older I found out it was a mental hospital, which explained a great deal. Sister was around 21 at the time. She introduces me to some of the people she's friends with. Meet this dude, who's around 50 years old. Seems totally chill. Big guy, Irish, looked a lot like Mario. Visit sister frequently, and I start playing pool with Mario every time I'm there. When any of them speak to me, he comes across and acts like my defender. It's the only time you'll ever see him be on chill. One day we're playing pool, and he has this kind of episode where he just zones out. Looks straight at me, and honestly it's scary, because it's like the 1,000-yard stare. New York. That's all he says, and then he starts skitzing out and repeating it. Gets cutted off, and I don't finish my game of pool. About 2 weeks later, 9/11 happens. Find out indirectly that Mario has been in and out of these kinds of hospitals since the 70s. When he was in his early 20s, he'd fallen from a fire escape and fractured his skull. Was in a coma for about a week. Seemed fine when he came out of it, but would then start randomly ranting about the IRA. Always before there was a bombing. Even got investigated because they thought he was involved with them. Obviously wasn't. Few years later, he's out and visits us. Stays over that night on the sofa. Wake up to his loud shriek. Fucking Mario standing over my mother, whispering to her while she was sleeping in bed. Starts going apeshit. Ends up arrested. Asked my mother what he was saying, and she said he was just being weird. July bombings happened a couple of days later. Always remember the look on my mother's face when she heard about them. Never see Mario again. I've been fascinated with brain injuries since then. Last year, visiting a maid despite lockdown because of an emergency. One of their horses, everyone's favorite, is giving birth, and there are complications. His family is away for a family visit too. Farm is in the middle of nowhere, so no neighbors to come and help fast. Had to drive for half an hour. Pony dies inside of the mother. What we pull out is already a corpse. Mother luckily survives. It's already late at night, but we still decide to bury it because his family will come back the next morning, and they shouldn't see the corpse. Takes us hours because we have to dig really deep. Put a slab of stone on. They always use the same one when burying dead animals. They leave it on until the earth is hardened a bit, so animals don't dig up the bodies. Afterwards, take a shot on the dead animal's honors. Drive home. Barely 3 hours later, he calls again. Asks me to come over. I'm obviously pissed, especially since he won't tell me why, but mates do what mates do. Sun is just setting. The slab is gone. Not gone as in right beside the grave. Gone as in it's just not there anymore. Grave has been dug out, even deeper than what we dug, and emptied out entirely. There are massive claw marks down there, where the earth turns to loam. We both have no clue what's happening, but he needs me to find the stone slab while he closes the grave, so his family doesn't learn of what happened. I find it, hours later, midday. Luckily, his family decided to stay over for another 3 days. It's at the other end of the farm, several hundred meters away. That is, by the way, when I started to visit X, because I've never been interested or a believer into anything paranormal. This night fucked me up big time. My mate bought several guns, illegal here, and has them hidden around his house and other buildings of the farm. He also decided on selling it after COVID-19 is done, and he can do so without financially ruining himself. Don't blame him really. Don't know if this fits, but it's the lone freak experience I can't explain in my life. I've been trying to figure out if this was a hallucination or an actual experience, but I had some weird shit go down hunting in northern Kansas last April. Turkey season. Sitting up against a tree on the edge of a field. Watching sunrise and letting out a little hen cluck every now and then. Pretty comfy. See movement out of the corner of my eye. Big ass bobcat walking within 5 feet of me out from the woodline. Walks right past me. Turns between me and my decoy. Sits down. Stares right at me. Think about shooting it, but fur bearer season ends in February here. Hunt is pretty much done if there is a predator in the field, but not really upset. Never been this close to a bobcat, so I'm pretty happy just to watch him and see if he does anything cool. Have had opossums and deer roll by me like this, but they always flee when they bust me. The thing is staring right at me. About a minute goes by. Staring contest. Kind of getting uncomfortable. You need to leave. Bobcat said that, not me. I saw its lips move. Sit there like a fucking moron for another moment, trying to figure out what the fuck just happened. Look around to make sure there isn't anyone in the bushes fucking with me. Bobcat is still staring at me. Start to stand up, because I'm freaking the fuck out now. Hello? No answer. Bobcat slowly walks into the brush and disappears. Is anyone here? No answer. Freak out. Grab my turkey decoy and run back to my truck. I have no history of mental illness, outside of some anxiety and depression, when I was a teenager over a decade ago. I take no medications. I had woken up early that morning, but had at least 6 hours of sleep. I had not used any psychedelic in over a decade. I ate a donut and some coffee from the gas station for breakfast. No history of seizures. Nothing else seemed particularly strange. No strange sensations, smells, or visual distortions. Am I crazy? Uncle lived with me and my folks growing up. I was about 10 years old when I found him dead in his room. Took his own life. Box cutter. Slashed his wrists. The walls, the floor, even the ceiling and ceiling fan had blood on them. I remember standing in the doorway. I remember screaming. Dad rushed over to see what was the matter. The thing that sticks out in my memory the most is the ceiling fan on high, spinning and creaking repetitively overhead. Then it's all a blur. Fast forward. Uncle's funeral comes and goes. His old room is cleaned and emptied of all furniture. The door to his room is always kept closed. Nobody goes in there for months. I wake up from a terrible dream one night. In the dream, I'm standing in Uncle's doorway. He's sitting on the edge of his bed, staring at me. His wrists were slashed to hell. His arms are abnormally long in the dreams, so it makes them look even worse. Ceiling fan is creaking repetitively, spinning above me. Creak, creak, creak. I sit up in bed, but I'm awake now. But I still hear that sound. Creak, creak. I lay there for a second, listening to it. I'm not imagining it. For some reason I slip out of bed and into the hall. Looking back, I didn't feel in control of my own body at the time. I approach Uncle's bedroom door. On the other side, I can hear the ceiling fan spinning loudly, clear as day. The image of Uncle from my dream pops into my head. Picture his long arm reaching over to open the door. For whatever reason, I turn the handle. Push door open slightly, peek inside. The room is empty. Sigh of relief. Look up at the fan. It isn't even on. Creak, creak, creak. What the fuck? I suddenly panic and try to close the door. But at that last second, I feel something tug on it from the other side, keeping it from closing. Fuck this. Abandon ship. Rush to my room. Jump under the covers. Think I hear the door close, but my heart is beating in my ears, so maybe I imagined it. Lay there for a long time, listening to the creaking sound until I pass out from exhaustion and fear. I'm not gonna lie. I am pretty disturbed by these findings, but I am going to share them anyway. Make up your own mind. I have got my hands on a leaked autopsy report of large insectoid creatures captured in the USSR. This document surfaced in 1996. Its authenticity is still debated, but it contains highly specialized and technical information, with a lot of discoveries made ahead of its time, such as the existence of haploids, half the number of chromosomes in somatic cells among worker termites. If it was faked, it required a large group of specialized expert biologists with a lot of time and effort involved. It contains so much technical information that it is unreadable for the general population, which raises more doubts about the intentional disinformation angle. Here is the first page of the report, 27 pages in total. Brief summary of the findings. Autopsy report describes an insectoid worker species reaching a length of 2.5 meters when its lower limbs are extended. These species are mostly closely related to termites. Their cells are much larger than the cells of known animals. Their sizes can reach 100 micrometers. A portion of its tentacle apparatus, not used for upper limb formation, has evolved into organs for breathing and vocalization. It's also bipedal, meaning walking on 2 feet. These creatures have developed exoskeletal structures, including limbs due to climatic changes, facilitating locomotion and leading to increased brain development. Their blood system is advanced, with specialized vessels and organs dedicated to efficient circulation and oxygenation. Basically, proto-lungs. This allowed them to adapt to lower oxygen environments underground and actually grow in size. They don't have a waste disposal organ. Instead, they secrete waste through their skin. That's why they have a terrible smell, which witnesses frequently report. Autopsy report contains much more specialized, technical information, but I did not include it because it would not be readable for most people. If there are biology experts reading this, I will provide the links in the comments so that you can dive deeper. Edward Agon, PhD in biochemistry, analyzed this report and provided more context and photographic evidence in his Real Monsters book. His research led him to a conclusion that this report most likely originates in 1985 and was done in the Institute of Evolutionary Physiology and Biochemistry, named after I.M. Sechenova in St. Petersburg. He based it on analyzing funding patterns, personnel changes, and an underground secret complex built under the Institute during those years. He also attached photographic evidence of an autopsy of one of those creatures, performed in field conditions. Note that due to the angle of the photo, the head of the creature appears much smaller than it actually is, which is roughly the size of a human head. Look at the fingers in the red circle in the left corner in the last image. The creature in the photo matches closely with the creature described in the autopsy report. Edward speculates that these beings originated roughly 200 million years ago and are closely related to modern termites. They were forced underground during the Permian extinction event and have been living there since, as they are best adapted to lower oxygen environments. Edward also noticed a lot of similarities with the leaked Q49-109A report by Dan Burish, where cellular structures of EBEs were analyzed, and their findings are remarkably similar to Soviet research, especially the cell size. Most likely, both Soviet and American researchers were looking at the same species. This is their speculated evolutionary tree. Now, the insectoid in an autopsy report was a worker, but they are part of a large caste system. They are much smarter, higher castes who possess advanced technologies and even perform religious rituals. Higher castes are bigger and have larger eyes, which make their heads appear more triangular. This makes them visually similar to a mantid, commonly reported by contactees and abductees. Now, for the disturbing part. These insectoids are predators. Their primary food source is the fluids of warm-blooded animals. It provides them with necessary nutrients and iron. Becoming a predator allowed them to have a much larger brain size, same as with our species. The mouth of a worker has 2 long fangs, which inject digestive fluid as well as a powerful pumping mechanism for sucking out body fluids. Their stomachs can hold up to 20 liters of liquid, which is pre-digested and can be thrown up so insectoids from other castes can consume it. Edward speculates that this is where the vampire myth came from. This also explains the chupacabra creature reported all over the world. They mostly attack livestock, but human casualties are also well documented. This is further proof of their crypto-terrestrial origin, as beings who evolve on other planets would not have the necessary adaptations for digesting Earth animals. This is an example of a bite of one of these creatures. However, The author speculates that this is not the main way to get food for their society. These are rather small hunting trips of their worker caste. Higher castes have much more efficient and industrial food processing methods. All those cattle mutilations by UFOs are not for research or biomaterial gathering purpose. They are large-scale food processing operations. This is also corroborated by abductees, such as Ted Rice and others, who witnessed large vats with human and animal body parts present in UFO ships. This could also explain a lot of missing persons cases and their interest in wars, conflicts, and natural disasters, which provides opportunity for people to go missing without drawing attention. Edward Agon and Anton Anfalov believe that Greys and Nordics are genetically engineered by insectoids and are treated as disposable workers. They can be easily controlled, and higher caste mantids don't care if they crash on ships and are retrieved by humans. The existence of predatory terrestrial insectoid species is the biggest secret which the government tries to hide from the general population. You can understand why, as it would rightly freak everyone out. Greys from outer space are being used as a cover-up story to divert attention away from the real origin and nature of these beings. This cover-up is also enforced by the insectoid race, as they would obviously prefer their prey to not have situational awareness. I will also add from my side that the general picture is probably much more complex and other species are involved too, but this may be one of the disturbing facts which we will have to face during disclosure. I forgot to include visual reconstruction of the creature based on the autopsy report. Please support the author, Edward Agon. You may not be able to buy his books because of sanctions, but if you can, please do. I'm less inclined to believe these beings evolved here. I am more inclined to believe they are using our underground caves to hide in because they are suitable to carry out operations from. It was a conclusion from the autopsy report. Their biology is too similar to Earth organisms, and they have an ability to digest terrestrial animals, which extraterrestrial species would not have. The only option to link them to extraterrestrials is if they are genetically engineered by their ET masters to be adapted to Earth, but that would be quite a speculative jump. The ability to digest something is a low bar to set. Surely any type of organic matter would be digestible. Not really. According to biochemistry, you need very specific enzymes and biochemical processes adjusted to Earth life. We can't even digest most of our species. We would get sick, and extraterrestrials being able to do that naturally would be a miracle. Remember that allies of humanity said that they can't live on the surface because they are not adapted to our planet. Why do you think they would be able to digest our food? It's even more unlikely. Connect the dots. That is assuming they can just implant the necessary enzymes that they need, or that they are digesting it in a way we are familiar with, instead of using some other way. But yes, in general, we can only digest things that we are adapted to eat, and the physiology is Earth-like. The Declassified American Report, Q49-109, from 1994 to 1996, describes research on alien tissue samples. The cells of these aliens were unusually large and had multiple nuclei, and they were connected by structures that created a sort of external cytoplasm. The cells also contained special granules thought to store materials for replacing the cell's outer layer. A key discovery was the presence of reticular bodies, which were small, mitochondria-like structures attached to the network inside the cell. These structures were involved in energy production, but instead of making ATP, the usual energy source in cells, they produced GTP. The researchers also found that certain proteins, called ARF-GAP, were involved in managing the GTP process. It's unclear whether the researchers knew about these proteins at the time, but they played a significant role in how the alien cells functioned. The central nervous system, CNS of the aliens, as described in the report, has many similarities to that of insects, though it uses terminology common in the study of vertebrates. It is divided into several sections: terminal, interstitial, sensory, somatic, and visceral. The brain's most advanced part is the embrane, which is similar to the brain of higher animals and responsible for complex behaviors like speech and intellectual activities. The size and structure of this brain area vary among different types of aliens, just as brain structures do among different insect castes. The brain also includes the diencephalon, which is responsible for sensory processing, including a magnetosensory system that may allow the aliens to detect magnetic fields. The sensory part of the brain, which handles sight and antennae sensation, is similar to that of insects, with distinct lobes for vision and antennae control. The somatic brain controls movement and various functions like mouthparts and gills, while the visceral brain controls internal organs and metabolism. In terms of nerve signal transmission, the aliens' nerve fibers have unique characteristics. Multiple fibers combine to create a stronger signal, and they can either block or enhance synapse activity, depending on the stimulus. Despite the similarities to insects, the biochemical and physiological characteristics of the aliens do not have known counterparts in nature. This suggests that the information in the report comes from direct research, not fictional or speculative sources. The report strongly indicates that both Soviet and American researchers independently studied these insect-like beings, often under secrecy, and military efforts were made to conceal their existence. Dr. R. Sarsbacher, a former U.S. military consultant, also communicated about insectoid aliens, describing them as lightweight, with chitinous, tough skin, but the U.S. military suppressed this information. The capture of aliens, as described in the report, likely involved significant efforts by various specialized teams. While some aliens may have been obtained from the UFO crash sites, such as the insectoid creatures found in Varginha, Brazil, in 1996, it's more probable that they were captured from underground nests or cities where their civilization was hiding. The aliens are thought to live in oxygen-poor, high-humidity environments and can tolerate high carbon dioxide levels, suggesting that they may have built complex underground habitats. The idea of aliens living in underground structures is supported by reports from researchers like Vadim Chernobrov and Pavel Miroshnichenko, who have written about mysterious underground sites in various regions, including the Kula Peninsula, Crimea, and the Altai Mountains. It's speculated that military operations, such as underground explosions, may have inadvertently led to the discovery of alien populations. For example, nuclear tests conducted by the USSR in the 1960s and 1970s, including underground detonations in areas like Kibane in Kazakhstan, might have been attempts to eliminate these alien threats. One notable account involves Philip Schneider, a mining engineer who described an encounter with alien creatures during an explosion at a US military base in 1979. He claimed that a battle broke out between American forces and the aliens after they were accidentally disturbed in an underground nest. Schneider later revealed this incident publicly, despite being sworn to secrecy. Both the USSR and the US are believed to have constructed underground military facilities to study alien species, often under the guise of regular industrial or military projects. These facilities, hidden deep beneath ordinary buildings like livestock complexes, were equipped with life support systems and were heavily guarded. The exact details of when and how the aliens were captured remain unclear, but it is likely that secret operations led to their discovery in remote areas such as Central Asia and the Kola Peninsula. Despite the extensive knowledge of these secret operations, world leaders and intelligence agencies have remained tight-lipped about the existence of aliens. There was so much more in the document, but some of the language was quite complex, and I did my best to provide the interesting bits here and, make it understandable. But it was impossible to include everything in the document, so I will provide a link to the document down below if you want to read it all for yourself. Be me, living in Mexico City where I was born. I am 7 years old, and my mama's mama is really sick. She had surgery in her pancreas, but the doctors are idiots, and they did not stitch her well, so the stitches come open. Mom has to clean her surgical wound, and I accidentally see her and Grandma crying. Feels bad, man. A week or so later, Grandma dies from the infection. Rip Grandma. My dad has been living and working in the USA for about 2 years, and gets kicked by an ostrich because he is a dumbass and did not close the ostrich gate correctly. Asked Mom to go take care of him in the US like a baby. At the same time, one of my uncles invades the house we live in with his soccer team of a family. He has 10 sons and 1 daughter. Girl cousin is the youngest and the most spoiled, yet somehow she is still a good cousin and shares with me and my 2 sisters. All of her kids are not spoiled, but are more rotten than rotten.com. In Mexico, most poor people will keep their recently dead in their home for 7 days so the family can come and mourn the deceased. This is the excuse my uncle used to move into our house. All the bedrooms are upstairs and the kids all sleep in one room. During the time Grandma's coffin is in the home, us kids hear her calling to us by name. Anon, I want to see you, says Grandma. Cry.exe. Anon, go see what Grandma wants, says human garbage cousin. Fuck that shit. Trash cousins begin to take me downstairs. I hold on to them for dear life. Firmly grasp it. We are in it together. As the week passed, we became more brave and investigated where Grandma's voice was coming from. Never saw anything, but heard her calling us all week by name. After we bury Grandma, the voices stop, but Uncle's family remains. We'll continue. Girl cousin has a stupid looking doll that she carries with her everywhere, and plays with all the time. Pick related, it's one of the dolls. This shit doll is made of cloth, and has 2 faces on the opposite sides of the head. One is awake, and the other is asleep. Be a few months later. Mom has left to the US and left us with the soccer team family. Fuck my life. A very famous and popular singer releases a new song. Obviously, song is a big hit, and we kids actually like the song. We are playing on the roof of the house, cause Mexican houses in the city are flat on the top. Uncle built a small shed for us kids to play in, and we turned it into a playhouse. One day, we are playing like morons on the roof, and we decide to sing, cause we are kids. Lungs at max efficiency. Suddenly, shut the fuck up, stupid kids, is heard from the shed. There is no one in the shed, cause we are all singing together like idiots. Silence.mp3. Can't you see that I'm trying to sleep? We Usain Bolt out of there. Girl cousin grabs the doll and starts running downstairs. One of her many brothers stops her and takes the doll from her. Generic brother throws it back upstairs and we run outside. Aunt and uncle are out getting groceries. We are a bunch of stupid kids, scared shitless, and alone in the streets because we are too scared to go back into the house. A family friend is passing by and sees how startled we are, so he stays with us until Aunt and uncle come back. Aunt is pissed at us being outside and asks why we left the house. The doll yelled at us, we say. What the fuck are you guys on about? It's a stupid doll, Aunt yells. You guys better get back inside or I'll beat you all. Reluctantly go back inside. We go back upstairs and the doll is not there. Fucking doll is back in the bed girl cousin made for her. Fuck this shit. The following week, girl cousin comes home from school and her doll is gone. Aunt tells her she threw it out cause it was old and dirty. Girl cousin cries like a little girl cause she is one. A few days later, I hear Aunt telling of her aunt why she threw the doll away. Be Aunt. Have to take care of entire soccer team, mostly by myself. Team is not even good. Mostly stupid kids. Come home one day from getting groceries with husband and see kids outside with family friend. Yell at them and tell them to go back inside. Stupid ass kids. They say that one of the dolls yelled at them. Yeah right, .png. Be a few days later. Stupid kids left their stupid toys all over the place. I can't even. Start picking up the toys like a maid. Stop making noise. Can't you see I'm sleeping? All of my wants. See stupid dirty doll sleeping. Keep cleaning, but I am fucking scared. I told you to let me sleep. Look at stupid doll, and it is awake now. How the fuck? Oh fuck no. I will not have this shit in this house. Take stupid dirty doll to the trash man as he comes by once a week. Very convenient. Only daughter is super sad over the stupid dirty doll. She'll get over it. Never see doll again. This is my last story. If I can remember any others I will post them. I hope they were scary/funny. Yes, these things actually happened to me. the haunted stretch of road in Houston, Texas. It's called Patterson Road. It sounds basic when you read it, but it's pretty nuts. Basically, you go to this road, over by Bear Creek, if any Houstonans are in this road, and you turn the car off. No engines, no lights. The road is kind of rural, not much around. Eventually, you will hear tapping at your window, or else you'll hear what sounds like people running across the road in front of your car. It's fucking crazy. I've been several times. Sometimes you hear nothing, but sometimes there's tons of activity. It's dark out there too, pretty spooky, but I don't know why sometimes there's no activity. Someone told me it was an old Civil War site, so maybe that has something to do with it. Similar to that, Snake Road in Chesterfield, VA, you were supposed to stop your car at a certain point, cut the engine and lights, and say I killed your baby 3 times. There were different outcomes depending on the teller. Car would not start, tapping on the window, handprints on the car. Fellow Houston guy, can confirm that Patterson Bridge is haunted. Went with just one buddy of mine in his truck a few years back around 2 a.m. Turned off lights and sat on the bridge. We waited something like 40 minutes and were in the middle of shooting the shit when we heard the tapping sounds from aft right of the truck. Sounded metallic and paced quicker / more frequently than what I was expecting. Buddy got too spooked, so we bolted off and went to Whataburger. Other friends of mine have reportedly heard voices and seen apparitions there. The most eerie place of all is the former Jeff Davis Hospital, built in 1924 atop Houston's original graveyard from the 1840s to 1880s that contains many Confederate veterans, which was renovated into the Elder Street lofts. I had friends that briefly lived there, so I visited once during an after party that they threw. Following a Frankie and the Witch Fingers sack rock show, the band came by to hang / crash. I did not have any particular spooky experiences, but that place feels extremely unnerving just walking through the halls. My hair was standing on end anytime we left the apartment for a smoke break or something like that. My friends only lived there for a few months before moving. Back when the hospital was abandoned and closed off, a lot of urban explorers used to break in and report experiencing all sorts of crazy shit. I think I even heard that it was considered one of the most haunted buildings in the southwest United States. Aside from that, there's also the haunted aircraft hangar that the Texas Air National Guard use at Ellington Field in southeast Houston. They usually don't have a night shift there, but occasionally, a few folks may stick around on certain occasions to catch transient cargo aircraft landing at night or something. I have heard stories of people seeing full or partial apparitions in the upstairs hallways late at night. Might be dead pilots, since there was a pretty bad accident where an old F-01 or F-102 exploded in the 70s. Gonna greentext my account at the request of these 2 anons. Thanks to the other Houston guys for contributing. Interesting stuff. My story won't be as good. Friends and family know that I'm notoriously bad at telling stories, but I'll try my best. Been to Patterson Road several times. This was the first. Caught my GF in the physical act of cheating on me in our own apartment. He was a guy we worked with. Not that it matters to the story. I just want to call her a whore while I can. Anyway, I drove around for hours trying to get my head straight. I worked in Katy at the time, and I guess my mind switched to autopilot and I wound up on I-10 West. Realize what the fuck I'm doing and pull off. End up on Patterson Road. It's about 8 p.m. by this point. The sun is still out, but close to sundown. I'm feeling mentally and emotionally spent. I pull off to the side of the road, and without meaning, I just fall asleep. Wake up. It's dark outside now. I like how isolated the place feels. Put on some sad music, cry about my cheating whore GF. After a little while, it begins to sound kind of like it's raining. I'm hearing little taps all over the car. I'm pretty zoned out listening to music, but I realize at some point that it's not raining at all. Still hearing the taps though. Shut off music and listen. It sounds like someone is absolutely pelting the car with little pebbles or something. I hear it all around the car. Rear window, front hood, passenger window, driver's side door, etc. At this point, all I can think is it has to be rain, maybe hail. Only I don't see shit, so I step out of the car to check. Sound stop. Happened really suddenly too. Like I heard the taps all around me, and then they just all stopped at once. Figured I was just hearing shit. Leave, and end up getting shit-faced at some shit bar. That's it. I went back a bunch of times, and I heard the same thing again. Maybe a total of 4 times, I think. I have never posted this story before, but this thread got me in the mood. My family has owned this vacation house on the Oregon coast since the 1960s. Naturally a dreary place. The neighborhood was heavily wooded, and only about a half-mile inland from the water. There are a few houses dotted around the woods. One has always stuck out. It has been abandoned and boarded up my entire life. It always had an ominous vibe. Even the adults did not like hanging out near the place. There were even a couple weather-worn wooded headstones on the property, which I always thought was odd. My friends and I used to like to try and freak each other out by making dares on who would get closest to the house. I even remember seeing figures in the second-story windows at some points in my life. Always an unsettling place. One day, my friend John and I are bored at the coast. We are probably about 8 years old, and we decide to go spook ourselves at the house. We walk down the gravel road to the house, but something is different this time. The unsettling aura is completely gone. I even remember the weather clearing up and the area being covered in a warm misty moss. Shortly after we arrive, a girl wearing a blue dress walks out from behind the house. She was our age, and she claimed that she and her family lived in the house. My friend and I were confused because this place had been boarded up for as long as we could remember, but she seemed not to hear us. She asked us if we would join her for a tea party in her treehouse. We were surprised, as we had never noticed a treehouse on the property before, but we joined her and hung out for what seemed like a few hours. It was getting late, and we needed to eat. We invited her to join us for food, but she said her parents did not want her to leave the property. We asked her if she could ask her parents about it, but she dismissed the idea. We left, had dinner, and told our parents about what happened. I remember my mom was disturbed by the story. Sure enough, the next day, we returned to the house, and it had returned to its ominous state. We looked for evidence of our new friend, but there was no trace of her at all. The only clue that was left to us was the treehouse she had taken us to in the backyard. It was still there, but it was completely overgrown, entirely dilapidated, and falling apart from years of near constant rainfall and salt air. We tried to climb up to the treehouse, but it was too far gone and unsafe. My friend and I both remembered the story vividly, but we had a big falling out in middle school, and we have not spoken since then, so I have no idea what he thinks about it. Looking back, it feels like a totally benign experience. I'm not sure if it was a ghost or an incident of isolated time travel. It has always felt like one of the most true paranormal events of my life. Subterranean threat. Anything related to caves, tunnels, underground human trafficking, hollow earth, Nephilim, etc. Every major US city has thousands of people living underground in tunnels, and no one talks about them. They hold elections and have real estate and a society that we never see right below ours. Pick related is Las Vegas sewer. That will be us someday soon, hiding below from all the brainwashed people on the surface, walking around with Elon's brain chips. Has anyone seen that post of that there's millions of people underground in darkness, eating feces and screaming in darkness, and they are cordoned off, and the military does not know what to do with them? I know the military has used sewer people as target practice. I think in Diego Garcia, they harvest children from them. Okay, this is an interesting topic. Do you mean they live in natural tunnels, i.e. interconnected caves, or government-made tunnels, DUMBs? It depends. They live in caves and natural tunnels, but they also live in sewers and giant storm drains. You can't make blanket statements about people who live underground in the US because there's so many spread across a huge country. When big cities flood, there's usually a lot of homeless who die. In Vegas, they go around warning people to get out and take their stuff because we are expecting big rains. Their stuff will often get washed into grates and plug their tunnels, causing even more flooding and deaths. It's incredible to me that every major city has civilizations that exist and are rarely even documented. If you go underground in a lucid dream, you will find that instead of solid earth, it's actually more layers of surface reality at different periods of primeval history. There is also other stuff buried under the earth, like God's earlier experiments with human life, such as 70-foot tall human giant skeletons and the like. If you actually do find underneath, you can find rock crystal elementals, and eventually, Agarthian earth spirits. You can grow food down there. Mushrooms grow without light. If you do even a little research, you'll see the underworld humans have created a self-sustaining environment. Plus, they can still get stuff from above ground from time to time. I remember one documentary where they sent members to get donations and trash that could be fixed. They have electricity in many of these places. Some even have computers, and many have TVs. Humans are like roaches and will adapt to any environment. I love the thematic, but it's always the same. Since nobody makes progress, it will be the same stories, green text, LARP threads, so-called whistleblower threads we see shared. And no, a guy telling something is not a whistleblower. Fuck. Like the under-the-sea alien factory mega AI ship, or the dream guy of Alien Invasion. Whistleblowing walks along with providing undeniable facts. These guys have a ticket from media and jail. It's not whistleblowing to write a good story without any proof. So it is with this theme. Again, a bunch of guys will post stories of guys telling the stories about being elite soldiers and underground kids and creatures. Point is, sorry, I read that every 3 months. Every month the same shit. And it's time to talk about real, legit things. Not that I don't believe in it, I do. But just a bunch of text without anything. You know what? We circle around that. If just believing every shit that sounds scary and or sounds fun is legit. I'm gonna skip the rest of the run, I don't care. Conversely, there was a documentary made in the 90s about the homeless living in the underground tunnels of NYC. And side note, about 2:40 in, there is an amazing... no bro, I'm not gonna help you find the song, fuck you. Pick related to Fred. There are tunnels under my university. Is homeless society particularly brutal in the USA? Here in Latin America, homeless just do drugs and sleep. But in USA, they seem to enjoy murder. Also, do cops kill them for fun? Cops and homeless are eternal enemies in this country. Most homeless are druggies who can get pretty out of it. I've seen them try to enter a CVS naked until the security yelled for them to leave, but that security guard wasn't going to touch that naked crackhead for $15 an hour. He was reaching for pepper spray as the guy was walking through the door. Homelessness is brutal in Latin America and on. I visited, and you guys don't have it better than us in the States, though you're catching up. I once saw an elderly homeless shitting in the street. He was without pants or boxers, and just pooping in the middle of a busy commercial avenue. I also saw a very fat and old homeless woman scratching her vagina, openly sitting on the pavement. As a Christian, I always give money to them. I try to believe in good faith that they won't buy drugs. What fucking relevance does this have, bro? I'm done with this fucking friend. I'm crashing out on this video. I've been pondering stuff like this. Inner earth, layered earth. I do know that turns out the dark inner caverns places I've been to in special dreams, more than once, had rivers, imported wood, basic 70s to 80s technology, incandescent light bulbs, and people living typical lives as we do today. That place is the underworld. Dead person storage, where ghosts wait to be called up for another go. But they don't seem ghostly when you're down there with them. They wear glasses, shirts, use old computers, talk on the phone, etc. But everything has this semi-crude feel. And for all the wood, you don't see any trees, or a glowing sky. Just darkness above, rivers below, dirt and rocks on the sides. So, I've got 3 that stand out, and 2 of them are more funny than anything. I'll green text these like a goofy mofo. 1. Be me. 21 at the time. Been hanging out with my friends. Let's call them Carl and Em. We're sitting around playing guitar and drinking in Carl's living room. Dude's house borders on a retention basin. Retention basin has a tunnel in it. It's like 8 p.m. and we decide to grab a flashlight and go through the tunnel. About a mile into the tunnel, and it's all just graffiti and spiders. Carl sees a small side tunnel and points it out to us. Probably like 5 feet tall, lol. No way any of us could get through that without ducking hardcore. I decide to yell into the tunnel. I yell, "Ollie ollie oxenfree." A few seconds pass and nothing. And then, a loud ass banging noise, like someone hitting concrete with a stick. We're freaking out, but also too stupid to be super afraid. Carl yells, "Hey there, Delilah, what's it like in New York City?" Banging sound stops for a second. Ice cream truck music starts coming from the hole. Starts to get louder. Louder. Emma's like, "I'm getting the fuck out of here." We all sorta assume some homeless dude or taggers are fucking with us and follow him out of the tunnel. Sit on a half wall near the tunnel for about half an hour while M smokes. We see a scruffy ass homeless dude walk out of the tunnel while we're sitting on the wall. We wave at him. So, be me, 16 at the time, in a drain tunnel over near Rainbow Library. The drain tunnel is sketchy as fuck. Always has random broken laptops and phones in front of it. It's Halloween. I decide to go into the tunnel with my buddy Victor because I am dumb. Get about half a mile or so in. We see a mattress in someone's living area. We start getting sketched out. Keep walking a little further. We run into this lady. She's got these John Lennon looking glasses on and a red jacket. She's crouched in a corner, smoking invisible cigarettes, murmuring to herself, missing like all her teeth. Probably 30 something, but looks about 80. I decide we should talk to her. I go up and introduce myself. She shakes my hand and starts talking to us about the fucking aliens and the fucking pigeons. And, man, the aliens are fucking angels, and they put fucking tinfoil in the pigeons to make them fly south. We're just like, what the fuck? But it's also kind of funny to us. She proceeds to tell us about how she was abducted in a van, and the aliens did experiments on her to replace parts of her brain with tinfoil, and now she can communicate with angels. We're just playing along like, that's crazy. She says that when people use metal detectors, she can sense it in her brain, and it causes her pain because the frequencies penetrate through her skull to reach the foil the aliens implanted, and this upsets the angels who hide amongst humans as pigeons. Just crazy shit for like an hour. Talk with her for maybe 2 hours. Offer food, water. Can't get any degree of coherence from here. Eventually, we just wind up giving her some spare change we had and leaving. Still had no idea if she was on strong deliriums or just schizo, maybe both. Reminded me of how they see people act when they take Datura. 3. This one is short but funny. Be me. Maybe 18 or 19 at the time. In a drain tunnel, taking pics of graffiti with my old ass camera. It's like 5 PM or so. I'm maybe a mile into the tunnel. This is a double tunnel. The two sides are separated by a wall with occasional peephole. It's located in a ditch over near a park called The Hills. Anyway, like I said, I'm about a mile into this thing. Pitch black, but I've got a powerful flashlight, so I and my camera can see everything. Sudden urge to piss. Decide to just turn my flashlight off and piss in the dark against the corner of the tunnel. Flashlight goes off. Pitch black. Can't see shit. Start pissing. Hear a voice off in the distance. Sounds like Uncle Samsonite. That's a nice stream you got there. Stop pissing midstream. Freaking out. Pull my pants all the way up and turn the flashlight on. About 600 feet in the distance, I see a face peering at me through the hole in the split wall. I noped the fuck out of there. I came back about a month later and went in the other channel. Thing was full of hypodermic needles. Like, thousands. Hey X, does anyone know about creatures or stuff that lives in sewers, underground stations, storm drains? Be me and friend. Bored as fuck. Decide to go into a sewer thing nearby his house. We used to go there a lot as kids, but stopped going once we were about 10. Walk in. Remember all the creepypasta I read online. Want to go right now. Have to remind myself it's not real and I should stop being a coward. We go deeper in the sewer/storm drain. Hear noises behind us. Assume it's cars under a road. Hear same sounds later. Realize it sounds like footsteps. Other people probably came in, so whatever. Soon noises stop. Thank God, they were creeping me out. Soon starts up again, but louder, and sounds more like slurred talk. Starts sounding like gurgles and yelling. Nope. We start running back. In the heat of the moment, we thought that was a good idea, even though it's where the noises were coming from. Go near the entrance, see the light. See a figure looks kinda like a person. Get pissed, thinking it was just some kid trying to scare us. Yell at him, telling him to fuck off. Turns its head to us, and yells its hellish scream. That fucking scream, man. Doesn't sound like something a human can yell. Nope, back behind us, the way we came. Hear it run around in the sewer. Hear the echoes get closer to us, in front of us. We think it went through a smaller tunnel that there was no way it could fit through. Hear it from the corner up ahead. What the fuck, we're gonna die. Run back the way we came. Get near the entrance, see the light. Thing not there, thank God. Get out of sewer. Friend still inside, waiting for me to cross the gate. Hearing thing running closer, don't see thing yet. Friend yelling at me, I hurry to get my foot through the gate. Fully through gate. Friend hurrying to get through. Hear thing get closer. Friend looks back, says he sees its shadow. Friend out of gate, we both see its shadow. Hear it yell again, and run back deeper into the sewer. Don't talk about it, all the way back to his house. Secret/hidden areas you have personally been to. B2005. Friend tells us about hidden tunnels at the mall. Go to the mall ourselves to check it out. To access, we went to the outdoor food court. There is the fire exit with stairs he mentioned. We go down the stairs to the very bottom. A locked chest-high gate blocks more stairs. We hop them and venture down even further. We probably went 3 to 4 floors below the mall. There is a door at the bottom of the stairs. Oh shit, it's unlocked. Enter the door and see a vast tunnel system. 2 square miles of pristine tunnels altogether. Notice there are no cameras anywhere. No guards or people or even a sound. Each path leads to a big steel door. Notice that each door has no visible points of entry or windows. Post any stories about secret/hidden areas you have been to. And yes, I am old. What the fuck did we come across? We went back maybe 5 to 6 times to drink, smoke, skate, and never saw a person each time. My friend, who worked at the mall, tried telling us that that's where they take kids who get caught for stealing shit. But even then, why no cameras? Or again, any visible points of entry on the big steel doors? Maybe they take kids down there to assault them/kill them. I personally believe this was a doomsday bunker, as I've read countless times that every major mall has one underneath. Pick related is what it looked like, only no signs and much less lighting. Be May, start of the year. Live on campus at uni. One night, me and a friend decide to invade over dorm buildings for fun. It's like 1 AM. Get to the honors dorm. It's older than the other dorms. Big open hall with hardwood floors. Get to stairs. There is a little gate heading downstairs. I'm on the ground floor. The gate opens up, and we end up in this creepy concrete tunnel. No one inside. At the other end of the tunnel, there is stairs that lead up to the other side of the building. It wasn't too crazy, but it was really creepy. I have some friends who claim the school is connected by tunnels underground. Reminds me of my university. Every dorm building had a basement with fully ready-to-be-used rooms, but they were closed off and never used, despite every dorm building being packed and hard to get into. One older building had a 5th floor that was completely locked, with rumors abound of rituals and a suicide having happened there. There was an attempt at having a haunted tour of that floor one year, but it mysteriously got cancelled. Big mall building in town. Has a really crazy space theme layout, built in the 90s. Has rocket-shaped elevators. Super cool. Place is built like a labyrinth. Almost completely empty. All the stores have shut down except for a bowling alley and movie theater on the upper floors. A lot of restaurants still have chairs and tables set out, with a thick layer of dust, pick related. Abandoned mini-golf in the basement that you can see into. All owned by some Chinese guy who doesn't give a shit. One day, find a door that's usually locked is open. It leads to an elevator. Wait for friends to arrive. Get in the elevator and try to go to basement, because I want to see the mini-golf. Button does not work. Go to next down instead. It works. Takes us to an area filled with rubbish bins and big whirring vents. Not supposed to be here, lol. Try to go back to floor we came from. Button does not work. Oh fuck. Try the top floor. Works. Come out into some sort of fridge area. Walk out, and find ourselves in a bar which is part of the bowling alley. Bowling alley staff gives us weird looks, but does not say anything. Speed walk out as fast as possible, while avoiding eye contact. I went to the underground house in Las Vegas, only outside of it, cannot get in. Cameras everywhere, walls and gates, etc. Creepy bomb shelter from the Cold War. But in the 2000s/2010s, it got purchased to store the bodies of people who cryogenically froze themselves. Smoker's staircase. There was a smoker's staircase at my old college, like a side entrance/fire escape nobody ever used. I don't even really remember how you got there. The top of the smoker's stairwell was blocked off and felt extremely unfinished compared to the rest of the building, which was actually the main administrative building of the university. There was tons of trash/graffiti on the walls. People literally only used it to smoke weed/tobacco, the vast majority being freshmen. I have no idea if the university was in on it or not. Renaissance Fair special campground. No, not quite what you're probably thinking, as far as I know. But this one is a camp that a certain festival troupe puts up all season long. I've only been there twice, and best I can describe it is as Harry Potter Goblet of Fire Quidditch World Cup camp, but real. All of it feels larger than life, and it's totally nestled away from the festival, and even most other festival workers. I only got to stop by because I am friends with one of the troupe members. Very magical scene. Hidden giant coffee shop. There is a small, ex-urban town by me that has an unassuming coffee shop, tucked next to a pizzeria. At first, it looks like it's really small, with only a couple of seats. However, there is a semi-hidden side staircase that leads to basically a whole-ass house on the second floor that's open to patrons. So, not strictly secret, but by golly, does it really feel like it, especially when most patrons have no idea of the massive upstairs area. They tend to either stay in the smaller lower level, or just grab and go, so when you go upstairs, you tend to be one of like 2 people up there. It's a really odd experience. I have some. Looking for a house with 2 of my friends. Get shunned around this really dingy one with a sealed off fireplace and mismatched wallpaper. Go outside to discuss what we think. Friend notices a window that we can see from the outside, but not the inside. We go inside and outside a few times to check. Finally figure out where it is meant to be relative to the inside, and there is just a wall in the hallway. Knock on the wall. It's hollow. Go back outside, and the light in the room is now switched on. We decided to pass on it. And over time, become obsessed with the shut-down section of a mall in the nightlife section of town. It's a very old set of apartment blocks, and the ground level was converted into a train station/shopping complex. The other 5 levels above and below have been sealed off for decades. One day, I noticed that the door leading up to the old apartments has been left open. Immediately stuff a card in the lock to keep it from closing and call my friend that shared my obsession. He arrives less than 10 minutes later, obviously having leapt out of bed and grabbed a rideshare right away. We go up the stairs, and disappointingly, the first 4 floors are locked. We get to the roof access, and the door being held open by a brick. We can see shadows and hear many voices. Very carefully open the door and peek through. We see a bustling bazaar of homeless people, like 1,200 feet of tents and tarps displaying a medley of wares and merchandise. They are bartering instead of using money from what we can tell, and in the center there is a large and comparatively palatial looking tent with weird glyphs that I later found out were homeless code. There is a defunct mall that sat near a 5 or 6 story Masonic temple where I live. The mall closed in the mid-2000s and was renovated into a horseshoe of neighboring hotels. It was after I graduated high school that someone told me about the lodge having gargoyle statues removed from the interior, and that the place had stained glass windows with weird designs. At another job, a Gen Xer mentioned the same area and told me about the underground tunnels that used to have a tour group. What I remember about the street layout near it are oversized traffic islands that go for more than a mile. They do intersect with some far-off North government buildings and end south at an old church, next to some dodgy-looking apartments/homes. They seem out of place too, like they were built in a rush. It's a route I've never fully driven, so maybe I'll have a look later. The entrances to the tunnels were blocked off with iron doors, and the mall itself had a basement, which was open to the public through a store named Mervin's. The Gen Xer guy said that the tunnels were built in the event of a plague to quickly dispose of bodies, and that there were large furnaces to do it. Maybe that was its original purpose. Roughly 10 years old, helping with elementary school play because I got volunteered. Teacher in charge trusts me to go and grab something from school storage on the other side of the building. Other side of the school is the old side, basically unused, and got demolished a while after I finished because it was a really small school. Storage was a weird sub-basement. Due to the architecture and where the school was, it was technically on the same level as the gymnasium on the far side I had just come from. Trying to find whatever I was sent to grab. Think it was a sort of cover or filter for this ancient spotlight that we were using for the play. Eventually find it, and it's right next to this big wooden door. Curious child, so I open it, and it's just a long hallway with some dim lights. Either were dusty or had not been changed. Decide to explore and run through it. Somehow exit into the gym storage. Walk back in like an idiot, but nobody noticed. Looking back, it was probably an old maintenance hall. Have to wonder what happened to it, since when the demolition happened, that storage room would have been a part of it. A lot of those old pipes probably went nowhere, since the school got a ton of renovations when I was there, including a complete overhaul of the washrooms. There wasn't much for the pipes to connect to as well. From what I remember, there was just 4 washrooms and 2 sinks. Only secret area I've ever been to. 2009-ish. Biking around with a friend. Find path in woods near the lake. Follow it. Come across an overgrown baseball field in the middle of the fucking woods. What? Walk around it. Find some skeet discs. Walk to the dugout. There's plywood on the floor and a broom propped up against the wall. We hear the sound of a huge door open, then close into the plywood. Fuck. We run as fast as we can back into the woods, then keep following the trail. Eventually, 2 guys wearing all black on all black dirt bikes come up the trail in the opposite direction and demand to know who we are and how we got here. I don't know, man. We're just riding in the woods. Demand that we leave. Alright. Turn around and start biking back. Soon as we are out of sight, we go through the woods and find another trail and start going in the same direction that we were earlier. Hide in the woods when we hear dirt bikes. Eventually, we start to hear/feel a thwomp sound coming from underground. We find an end of the line train in the middle of the woods that goes into a fairly large building. Train cars in front of it look like something out of a sci-fi horror movie. Huge aluminum-looking cylindrical cars with port windows on them. What the fuck did we just find? Dirt bike guys spot us looking through the woods and start flying over towards us. We run into the woods, not on a path, and they can't follow. Get home. None of our friends believe us. Turns out a couple years later, the city revealed that they built one of the world's largest underground natural gas turbines right where we found it. Doesn't explain the baseball field door though. The guys on the bikes were probably private security hired by the landowner to keep people out while they tried to find a buyer. Looks like they did their job well. As for the door leading underground, I'm willing to bet it was a storage room or bunker for the baseball field. I could be wrong, since I don't know how these things usually work in your part of the world, but here in the Midwest US, people do dumb shit with property. For example, there is an abandoned hospital in my small town that got shut down over 50 years ago because of asbestos. There aren't any plans for it because the local governments are egotistical and never take responsibility unless they smell money coming their way. Honestly, I would not be surprised at all if your story happened where I live. There used to be a History Channel show that the host went to cities like Portland and New York and showed the underground tunnels built there. He also showed a few submarine bases carved into the fjord sides up in Norway/Sweden and northern Russia. Lots of rich people's mansions in London have expansive underground areas. They can't build up or out due to the fact that they have to retain the historical facade because of historical preservation laws, so they dig down. They build large party areas, wine cellars, even pools. Somehow, they avoid the London Underground subway tunnels. A few city centers / colleges in northern US states have tunnels connecting buildings because of high levels of snow in winter as well. University of Michigan is one. Moscow has a whole secondary underground subway system for government and military only. Beijing Underground City, where they keep the Panda DNA vaults. Disney's underground tunnels are actually above ground. The whole park is built on top of them. I was involuntarily admitted to a mental institution that had underground tunnels. I was there in the middle of winter, which must have been why I was transported through them to the clinic to examine my toe infection. They were huge, easily wide enough for a golf cart to pass through, which is what I was transported on. The ride took so long, I started to wonder if the driver was lost. I was too depressed and medicated at the time to care, so I never found it interesting until now. Have you seen this shit? There is this guy on Twitter who made a pretty good case that the disappeared Malaysian plane was abducted by government agents using alien technology. He has written a letter to Congress about it. MH370X, breaking update. My letter to Congress. Dear Congress, my name is Ashton Forbes, and I am currently disclosing the most important videos in the history of the world. All of this information is publicly available. I would like to state that I have a top secret US government clearance as part of my job as a contractor. My job has nothing to do with advanced technology. I am only stating this to establish my credibility. I am not bound by an NDA. This is not a hoax, disinformation, or misinformation. You don't need to believe me, because everything is verifiable. I am requesting a public hearing. I am willing to testify in front of Congress as to the authenticity of these videos and explain every single aspect of them. I would also invite physics experts to validate the science on display. The videos in question are that of the true fate of Malaysian Airlines Flight 370 on March 7, 2014 at 6:40 p.m. UTC at the Nicobar Islands. One is of an MQ-1C Grey Eagle with a thermal layer added by the leaker, and the other is a 3D battle space produced by the SBIRS Space-Based Infrared System via SIGINT Signals Intelligence using data from spy satellite USA 229, which has a sister satellite next to it, classified as debris. This allows for the proven 3D stereoscopic imagery we see in the satellite video. The oldest archived versions of the videos we could find come from Regicide Anon, a UFO video uploader, who uploaded unrelated videos previously, indicating that they are not the source. Higher quality versions were released by other UFO uploaders on YouTube later on, indicating that neither is the original source. The dates are damning. Satellite video, received March 12, 2014, uploaded May 19, 2014. MQ-1C Grey Eagle, received June 5, 2014, uploaded June 13, 2014. So why now, many ask? Because only in 2023 do we have the basis to understand these videos to be real. We needed the 2017 DoD Navy UAP videos to understand what FLIR footage looks like. The 2019 Trump satellite leak to understand those capabilities. 2020 scientific papers that show wormholes are humanely traversable. LK99 that shows the emergence of superconductivity. And finally, AI in daily use is ChatGPT. Without all these things, the MH370 videos seem like magic. We know the location of the videos because the investigative group I started, MH370X satellite experts, used amateur historical trajectories to identify the correct satellite in the correct position to take the 3D stereoscopic video we see. We can see 6 sets of coordinates in the satellite video which we had incorrectly thought were in the South Indian Ocean, until we were able to realize the only possible location was the Nicobar Islands, because the plane is turning left in both videos, and due to the coordinate shifts. This means the plane is turning south and to the east. The satellite and witness, Catherine T, indicate the time as 6:40 p.m. UTC, March 7th, 2014. Proof the satellite video is 3D stereoscopic. SBIRS, USA 229, the smoking gun, the witness. I have been investigating and writing about these videos as a citizen journalist for the past 10 weeks. My Twitter following has gone from 30 followers to 8,500 plus of multidisciplinary backgrounds from the strength of the evidence alone. My handle is this. We have definitely proved every aspect of the videos to be authentic. We know the assets, the time, the location. We have a witness. We know that there was a fire on the plane, likely from the lithium-ion batteries which broke containment, causing the halon gas to permeate throughout the plane. Lithium-ion battery fire. There was no debris field, which is impossible for a 777 crashing into the ocean. The small amounts of debris found are consistent with the fire scenario, and some debris had burn marks. A fire suppression device from a B777 washed up in the Maldives and was not investigated despite having visible serial numbers. The Maldives were intentionally excluded from the search, despite witnesses on one of the small islands seeing the plane flying low and identifying the red/blue stripe of Malaysian Airlines early in the morning on March 8, 2014. All the witnesses. We know that the official narratives are a lie to cover up that this technology was deployed to either save the plane or as espionage to prevent the 23-scale semiconductor scientists on board from going to China. I suspect that they are integral to the technology we see. We know the plane did not crash into the ocean because the SOSUS system did not hear the acoustic sound, the same system that heard the Titan sub pop, and the Navy lied about it for 5 days, while oxygen counters were on every major news channel. The Diego Garcia hydrophones and Western Australia hydrophones also did not hear it. Missing hydrophone data. I wish that this being MH370 was the most important part of the videos, because ultimately, I'm doing this for the families of the victims, the witnesses, the leaker of these videos, and the world that has been lied to. However, the most important part of these videos is that they prove conclusively that the US government is hiding superconductivity, teleportation, and free energy from the world. Everything we see in these videos can be explained by science. This is not aliens in these videos. This is our technology. The assets are filming the plane before the orbs even show up. The drone cannot catch a 777-200. It must have intercepted it. This is a US government operation. I do not believe that we could do this secretly advanced without a reverse engineering program. The orbs in this video are ignoring gravity, being pulled forward by some gravity engine indicated by the dark lines in front of them, and upon intercept are traveling at estimated Mach 3 speeds. The explanation for their pattern is artificial intelligence, a computer program. Superconductive harmonic orbs, traversable wormholes. The videos do not show annihilation because E equals mc squared and the zap would be much larger. It's not an explosion because it's cold in the thermal, not hot. It's a black hole. It's also not cloaking because the smoke stops when the plane disappears. It has to be teleportation based on science. A wormhole. I found out, to my own surprise, that humanly traversable wormholes are theoretically possible. This singularity is causing a transitional phase state change in the plane where it reverts to a wave function and obtains a probabilistic nature. This is only possible with superconductivity and free energy technology. Macroscopic decoherence, how the plane was teleported. I was also able to identify the leaker of the videos as being Lieutenant Commander Edward C. Lin. He checks every box to be the leaker. Our government attempted to put him in prison for life as a traitor, but he is no spy. Edward C. Lin is a hero. He took a plea deal after he was convinced he damaged national security, but he never revealed this information to our enemies. He simply wanted to do the right thing and tell the world the truth of this technology and what happened to MH370. He was sentenced to 9 years in prison, and likely is bound by his plea deal to never speak about the videos again. We can vindicate this man, as well as everyone else who was lied to or discredited. Evidence that the leaker is Edward C. Lin. I also got a tip from a source that told me that the nephew of retired General Joseph F. Dunford has seen the videos and indirectly confirmed their authenticity. He was likely in charge of the operation as the commander of the International Security Assistance Force in 2014. He then served as the 19th chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the nation's highest-ranking military officer, and the principal military advisor to the President, Secretary of Defense, and National Security Council from October 1st, 2015 through September 30th, 2019. He is now on the board of directors at Lockheed Martin. While the destination of the plane is speculative, the most likely place is Diego Garcia. The witnesses in the Maldives indicate that, as well as the American passenger Philip Wood, EXIF data photo that points to Diego Garcia, where he claimed to be held prisoner. I'm not sure what happened to the passengers. It is scientifically possible that some survived. None of the families of the victims have reached out to me. I am operating under the assumption that they were returned to their various countries in exchange for their silence, and Philip Wood may be in witness protection. Philip Wood EXIF photo is not fake. I know the videos seem impossible, but they are authentic. They are not CGI. We were able to show that the satellite video is a Citrix session logged into the actual spy satellite database due to the frame rate discrepancy between the mouse we see and the background, 24 FPS versus 6 FPS. Also, hundreds of community VFX experts have analyzed the footage frame by frame, and not a single discrepancy can be found. The list of requirements to hoax the videos is practically impossible. What it would take to hoax the MH370 videos. It's not CGI, see the replies. These videos implicate the US government in a black budget reverse engineering program, a la whistleblower David Grush's sworn testimony to Congress. This information will shock you, and I hope you will seek to expose the truth. This surpasses petty politics. Please help for the good of the country. This is a verifiable conspiracy, and while I believe that it is being done because the forces that be think that society will collapse if this technology is made publicly available, I disagree. We can handle this information, and the technology has the capability to change the circumstances of millions, if not billions of people. What matters in this world is the time we spend in it, with the people that we care about. That will not change. The reason I am requesting a public congressional hearing is because I believe the weight of the evidence can convince enough people in Congress that the true events of MH370 were covered up by our own government, and that there is a black budget advanced technology program, most likely based on reverse engineered unidentified aerial phenomenon, UAP. Sincerely, Ashton Forbes. Since this post is so important and garnering the appropriate attention, I will be holding off on my weekly video series for a few more hours. I'm seeing a lot of comments asking questions that have already been addressed, specifically about debunks. All debunks to date have been refuted. They are not true. These videos have not been debunked. You were lied to. See the compilation piece pinned to my profile, where you can read the details about how they pulled off this misinformation. It's easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled. I will be removing comments repeating things that have been already addressed. This community is held to a higher standard than the rest of the internet. 2 questions. Why specifically this plane? Was there someone on board? And how are you sure it's retro-engineering and not just technology from secret agreements with extraterrestrial beings? How can you make the difference? Not sure. Just seems to fit with what David Grush said. There were 20 important scientists on board. They could be related to this tech. Or maybe this was a matter of opportunity, due to the plane having had a runaway lithium-ion battery fire. It's hard to be sure. Unfortunately, your letter is only going to clowns. Lamau, yeah, I saw the UAP hearing. I think the comprehensive body of evidence can sway enough people to begin an official investigation. Even those who do not believe in UAPs may care about another angle, money. These videos prove a black budget program. I have a fundamental question, and I'm not in any way saying that knowing the answer to this question is relevant to whether or not this video is real. I think that you've done a huge amount of work towards proving that. But why do this? Why teleport a plane full of random people? To save them from certain doom. Lithium-ion battery fires are extremely deadly and can't be fully extinguished by the fire suppression devices. Water landing was also doom. Plane would have broken apart. Either they did it out of opportunity, the good of their hearts, or the 20 Freescale scientists were integral to this technology. Those are my theories, at least as to motive. I have reason to believe some of Congress may know and may be hiding the science behind this technology from the public. I hope that there are enough that believe humanity deserves to know the truth. So, 20 scientists working on free energy and all that were on this plane, and the US government had to save them using orbital thingies to teleport them through a wormhole to a safe location. It may not be a wormhole. It could be some type of quantum/macro transition that is also putting out the lithium-ion battery fire by absorbing the energy from the batteries. It seems like the plane is speeding up to light speeds. At least that's how physicists have explained it to me. I'm still learning more every day about the science. If they return them publicly and admit this, then the technology leaks. That's why they had to invent a sloppy cover story. Repeat the lie long enough and it becomes true. Until now. And who said they did not return them? Most were Chinese nationals. China controls their media. Yes, they were aboard, and it's way too many people from one company, and they were very important people. Most companies have rules against this. 5:21 p.m. UTC, the plane starts on fire, as seen by Mike McKay from his oil rig in the South China Sea. 6:40 p.m. UTC is the time of our videos, in the Nicobar Islands. Early chatter was that there was a nuclear device aboard. Looked into the cargo, spoke with Florence. There's nothing that we don't know about that would be of significance with a high degree of certainty. These batteries, though, are very, very interesting. They always stuck out, and now we can clearly see that they were involved due to fire. Ashton, just to get this straight, you're suggesting that the captain, or whoever, deviated from the flight plan by his own volition for unknown reasons, and the aircraft was prevented from crashing by this supposed intervention. Thanks. The pilot in command always has the right to deviate from a flight plan or any other instructions issued by air traffic control in order to manage an in-flight emergency. I know, I was a captain for decades. That wasn't my point. I was inquiring as to whether this intervention was a result of the captain hijacking the aircraft with the intent to crash it. The localized effects of manifesting a singularity in the atmosphere large enough to disappear as 777 would have resulted in physical phenomena impossible to ignore for many hundreds of miles. I'm willing to entertain exotic technology, but that is a bridge too far. Seeing is believing. You can actually see the particles nearby energized. That's the flash, despite us looking at an endothermic event. I'd suggest you open your mind more. Dear Congress, I am Ashton Forbes. I wrote a letter last year about missing Malaysian flight, MH370. I spent time and money to print it and mail a copy to your offices. I even personalized each letter. I called to follow up and see if you had gotten them. I never got a response. I took the case to the AARO and they ghosted me after several communications, and then telling me they found something about the US search efforts after the plane was lost from radar. I fear that the AARO knows the videos are real and is attempting to erase my report to them. I plead to the media for anyone to verify the evidence of the missing airliner. Everyone was too afraid of the implications of the videos being real, or too closed-minded to consider it. I Freedom of Information Acted every agency, and was denied repeatedly by Executive Order 13526, 1C and D, to be kept secret in the interest of national defense or foreign policy. In a request to the CIA about sealed information given to Malaysia about the plane, on condition they not ever reveal it, the evidence existing or not was classified. Clearly, the United States is hiding information about MH370. I'm not going to rehash everything. The United States abducted MH370 with exotic technology. Truth is stranger than fiction. They messed up, and videos of the operation leaked online via Lieutenant Commander Edward C. Lynn. He is your guy if you want a real whistleblower. The easiest way to resolve this UFO topic is not to talk about aliens. The universe is possibly infinite in size. Of course aliens exist somewhere. Conventional physics would say even the closest star system, Alpha Centauri, is too far away at 4 light years. The problem is the more mass, fuel, the more energy it takes a craft to accelerate. E=mc² becomes a major hurdle to interstellar travel. So how are aliens getting here? What is their energy source? UFOs must have a way to extract energy from the environment. This is the puppeteer pulling the strings. This redefines our understanding of physics. There are clues in publicly available scientific papers. Through a unification of quantum and macro, we are going to level up general relativity, the same way it leveled up from Newton's law of gravitation. We are taught that space is empty, but actually, it's filled with energy. It used to be called the ether, but now we call it zero-point energy. At tiny scales, we can powerfully interact with this energy because the Casimir effect gets exponentially stronger at smaller distances. ZPE is a source of infinite green energy for any civilization advanced enough to extract it. Magnetic motors, Casimir cavities, and plasma are all ways this energy can be extracted. Plasma, the fourth state of matter, is at the center of the UFO technology. Plasma has properties that make it conducive to producing exotic effects and has a natural asymmetry of changes. Electrons cluster together when they should repel. Plasma has self-organizing properties and can create magnetic monopoles. Scientists can shoulders called them EVOs, exotic vacuum objects. Discovering this is akin to cavemen first making fire. We are still primitives. The reason the DOE is in charge is because EVOs are proof of cold fusion. The natural asymmetry of changes can be thought of as an infinite battery. Shoulders could not understand where the energy was coming from to sustain the coherent plasma balls. He reasoned it must be from the vacuum itself. He was certain this must be the explanation for cold fusion. He was a harsh critic of the low-energy nuclear reactions, LENR, aka cold fusion. Experts saying that most of them were not remotely close to understanding it. The science we figured out is a negative energy. The energy state of the direct sea of energy is negative. If we pull energy out of the ether, we've in a sense produced negative energy, but it's really just an exchange of energy into our observable reality. We're just borrowing it. It turns out free energy is possible. We are in an equilibrium of energy. With this simple shift in perspective, physics is instantly solved. We get a unification of electromagnetism and gravity. Dark matter and energy are redundant with the ether. Mass, inertia, and gravity are a product of the zero-point fluctuations. The capabilities of this technology are astounding. Faster than light travel, unlimited energy. We can even manifest hydrogen and transmute elements. We might even be able to reverse aging. There's a lot more at stake with this topic than aliens. The scientific papers have already been written decades ago. Prove the science is real, and we achieve disclosure. Compel the scientist authors who are also Black Project engineers to testify. Here is a few I strongly recommend. Harold Putoff, Eric W. Davis, Salvatore Pei. There cannot be true disclosure without full transparency. National security implications take a back seat when dealing with civilization-altering technology. The risks should be discussed openly, not by shadowy figures behind closed doors. If there is a chance that we destroy ourselves with this power, then let's just say it. Honesty is the best policy. Respectfully, Ashton Forbes, Citizen Investigator. You see, sometimes, American drug experimentation culture produce some really turbo schizos, really fry their brains hard, all the acid trips, pill popping, meth and fentanyl. It's a very ingrained part of Americana culture. They see crazy hallucinations in their trips. They fuck their state of consciousness so hard that they can no longer differentiate between reality and the awakened dreams they hallucinate for the rest of their lives. As you can guess, many of them post on the site. Try not to take their mental breakdown and visions too seriously. These people are fried CPUs in their head. Have a nice evening. That video is not fake. Million VFX nerds of the internet scrutinized every frame and couldn't find shit. Explain it. Deploy every conspiracy in the book to distract people from economic collapse. Parts of the jet were found, moron. Holy cow. This Twitter schizo has completely lost his fucking mind on this thing. It was already debunked months ago. Literally all of it. The footage does not make sense. Who the fuck recorded it that precisely? 2 separate US drones. Drones were not fast enough to catch a plane. They had to be waiting there, knowing what would happen. And the person who leaked that footage got 9 years in prison. Sauce? Ah, it's this Reddit shit again, holy fuck. I remember all the fucking morons saying, I'm a professional video editor, and there is no way this is special effects. And then, as it turns out, it was some shitty graphic from some random ass obscure 90s PC game. This video was already proven fake. They used some stock effect for the portal or whatever opens up. So a Navy guy gets arrested for spying, and your P-brain makes the gigantic assumption that it had something to do with the MH370. Am I interpreting this situation correctly? What evidence is there that this stupid video is what he leaked? Do you not know how the burden of proof works? You don't just get to make shit up and expect to not be confronted. Even my cat thinks you're stupid. I spoke to an experienced pilot about it, and his theory was rapid decompression, which would have caused instant panic and pilots unable to retrieve their oxygen masks. Thus, the sudden and inexplicable movements. Make of it what you will, he didn't go much deeper than that. This was before evidence came out of possible terrorist motivations. If the US government has mega advanced technology, why would they fiddle around disrupting a few semiconductor experts from going to China? They could have any kind of total world domination scenario they want, easily, by much simpler means. Even if the science was believable, it isn't. The story he tells in terms of motives and geopolitics is not. Mega advanced technology, maybe it isn't, would also explain keeping it secret. Just like nuke requires simply firing a poop of uranium into another bowl of uranium. And now we have the problem of keeping every warlord moron from doing this. What if you refine some sand long enough and everyone can tear holes in the fabric of time-space? Do you want that? I lived in Austin, Texas. It started after I saw a few guys messing with the phone line outside my home. I then heard strange clicking noises on my phone. When I would say, I think someone is listening to the phone call, the call would be terminated instantly. A number of odd events then started to occur around that time. I would lock my door and go to work. When I came home, the door would be unlocked, sometimes even open. This happened 5 days in a row. I would triple check to make sure that the door was locked after the first few times. Nevertheless, it would still be unlocked when I got home. I lived alone. Then my remote control disappeared for about a month. It finally showed up under my mattress when the television was not even in the bedroom. A strange man started visiting my house, offering to mow the lawn. I accepted his offer. He then started asking me all sorts of weird questions. It turned out that he had a room at the hotel behind my house with a window overlooking my backyard. The hotel was way too expensive for a person who made their living mowing lawns to stay there for at least 2 months, when an apartment would have been way cheaper. The cost of the hotel for a month would have been at least $1,000 and probably closer to $1,200. Then, I installed some new fixtures in my apartment, which made it difficult to breathe, so I decided to spend all my time outside until I got the ventilation ducts cleaned out. One night, I was outside on the phone, and I saw a white Suburban with very tinted windows, too tinted according to Texas law. It pulled up into the driveway. When they saw me, they pulled out and drove down the street. The strange thing was that normally, people who did this would turn around and go back to the main street. In my case, they pulled in, pulled out, and continued in the same direction. An hour later, I was still on the phone. I saw the same Suburban pull into my house. They saw me and pulled out again, just like they had done the first time. Because of the toxic fumes in my house from the new fixtures, I decided to sleep in my car that night. As I was trying to fall asleep in the back seat, I saw a man's shadow very close to the car, and I heard him talking to someone else, but it seemed via radio because the man was not actually conversing with anyone and was alone. The neighbor's kids were outside, and I heard him yell, "The neighbors," and he ran off. The neighbors told me that there was a white Suburban with a white lady, well-dressed, driving it, and a white man was next to my car, doing something. A poorly dressed, think bum, black man had also gotten out of the Suburban and was watching from the street. The neighbors' kids had pretended to call the police, which provoked them to run off. That was the third visit of the white Suburban with overly tinted windows that night. The next morning, I found soldering paste on my car. The next day, I saw the white Suburban again, and it turned around to follow me when it saw me. I decided to follow it and gave chase for about half an hour before it finally got away. Other things that happened were strange phone calls every night around 3 a.m. that would then hang up. Another person called me out of the blue, and somehow she brought up the target of harassment. I would also wake up in the middle of the night at the same time every night for no reason at all. This happened for about a month straight. Several nights, a black helicopter circled around my house and focused a spotlight on my house. They would usually circle for about an hour at a time. This happened about 3 or 4 times. I generally responded by giving them the bird. I also continuously saw vehicles parked outside my house, including a white van. The white van would stay parked there for hours at a time, not moving at all. If I knocked on the windows, nobody would answer. I could not see inside the back because it had no windows except for in the rear of the van, and they were tinted. Oftentimes, the van or other cars would arrive outside my house the moment I was leaving for work. Sometimes, I would leave for work and then turn around because I forgot something. Every time, as soon as I arrived, I would see the white van outside my house. I lived alone. On 2 separate occasions, a different police officer showed up at my house. Each claimed that I had dialed 911 and asked to poke around the house. In both cases, I had not dialed 911. I allowed them to poke inside because I had nothing to hide, and I figured that if I didn't, they would have probable cause to suspect a crime had been committed. My mail showed up missing on several occasions, and I would have mail from neighbors. I would have neighbors from a block away bringing my mail to me. I started having a rapid heartbeat and panic attacks. I also had trouble urinating. My prostate expanded and was very painful. When I saw doctors for these problems, they told me it was stress related. I was double charged for all of these medical visits. On my phone bill, I would pay and then get recharged. This happened many times and resulted in thousands of dollars of phone bills. Even though I was a good worker, my boss demoted me and started making me work weekends. My gas tank drained inexplicably. My home computer quit working completely, and I had to reinstall the operating system. At this point, I had gotten married, but my wife would be very angry with me constantly and would not listen to my stalking stories. We got divorced after a year. I got so sick of the harassment, I moved to South America. Here, I have been met by strange, single, white Americans who were traveling alone and quiz me on why I live here. These guys dress and talk like rappers, not typical travelers, and their stories about their history also have contradictions. I know they are some kind of agent. However, since moving here, the harassment has mostly ceased. The agents always carry a Walkman or a CD Walkman, and when I start talking about anything of any importance, they pull it out. I assume it is a recording device. The last time, I removed the batteries and interrogated the agent as to who he was, to no avail. On one occasion, my front door had the door lock unscrewed. The only thing I noticed different in my apartment was that my credit card had the signature panel on the back and the holograph on the front completely scratched off. I assume this is harassment because of my political views against the government and secret societies. Hey X, had a weird experience in the woods this weekend. I'll post it and some other non-in-the-woods OGs or secondhands maybe. Tell me what you think I experienced and post your own stories, similar or otherwise. This is my first in-the-woods experience. Won't deny a rational explanation, but this is X, so let's have fun. Enjoy. Be me, 23. Neat 22-year-old friend and I get the urge to go see North Woods, cause pretty nature sights. We'll call him Troy. Get to Duluth and see Gooseberry Falls. We suck at planning, so follow our urges and continue further up north on the highway, adjacent to Lake Superior. We want to see Eagle Mountain in Superior National Forest, the highest peak in the state at 2,300 feet. Not that impressive, but pretty cool for a flat state like Minnesota, pick related. Had to drive down a dirt road for nearly 20 minutes to get there, middle of absolutely nowhere. Get to a four-way. Road is closed off ahead with construction fences. Luckily, the parking lot to the trail is on our right at the four-way. Get there late at about 6:30 p.m. and start walking the trail. Area is just dead quiet as soon as we arrive. No wind, but it's already reaching freezing temperatures at night, so not too weird. We passed the last two groups coming back from the summit. It's just us now. No service. Don't realize the hike takes about 6 hours, and no way we'll make it. Hear a couple of birds. Relieved that the area is not totally quiet. Stop just before a creek to toke a bowl. Kind of an old powerful feeling to these woods, but nothing really unwelcoming or negative. I suggest sprinkling some weed down. Never felt like I had to give something to smoke in the woods, but there we were. Thought there would be a chance that Troy would give me a weird look, or say no, since it's his bud, but nope. He's keen on it, and sprinkles some down no question. Said it felt right to do so. Feels like the force was grateful for it. Cool stuff. Continue on. The sun is getting low. Troy speaks up. I kinda hope we see a creature. Boy, shut the fuck up. Play dumb, cause it kinda puts me on edge. Oh, like a squirrel or something. No, like something weird. Bruh. A minute later he says, maybe I shouldn't be asking for that. Don't reply. Get a bit nervous, but figure the weed is making me tweak. The sun is setting, so we turn around. Say we'll come back and make the hike another time. I forgot my phone in the car, so Troy leads with his phone's flashlight. Trek back. Feels like it takes forever. The trail is super rocky, and it's getting dark quickly, so we are speed walking and stumbling back to the trailhead. Almost completely dark at this point, and I hear something from my 4 o'clock, very far away, but fairly loud. Enough to hear it while our feet slam on the rocky ground. A short and almost melodic, ha ha ah. What the fuck was that? Can't think of a single animal. Nothing like a crow cawing. It's not gravelly like that. Lived in the woods all my life, and like to think I can ID animals fairly well. Almost sounded like a noise a person could make, but not quite. It's just off. Keep fucking walking. Figure the weed gave me an auditory hallucination, though it never has done before, but that's the only way I can rationalize it in the moment. Just want to focus on getting the hell back to the car. 20 minutes later, it's totally dark. Can barely see the tree line against the sky. Troy suddenly stops and holds his finger up to his mouth, looking at me all seriously. Says he heard an owl, or maybe a coyote, far off in the distance at his 9 o'clock. Two completely different sounds, but okay. We keep walking, and eventually get back to the car. Describes it later on as a whoo whoo ooh. Best you're gonna get, pal. Hear coyotes all the damn time where I live, and no way. Their yelps are nothing like what we heard, but whatever, let's go home. Next week comes, and I tell him let's go back and conquer that damn trail. He agrees. We pack and head out Friday morning. We agree to do a 2-day trip. Go all the way to the tip of the Arrowhead, touch the Canadian border, and check out Grand Portage's State Park waterfall. Absolutely gorgeous area. Look for a rest stop near Eagle Mountain so we can sleep in the car. Wake up, and go hike the trail right away. Not much around, but we spot a marked lot on Google Maps near the trail. Looks perfect. Let's go. Realize we're taking the exact same route we took to get to Eagle Mountain's trailhead. We get to that 4-way, and we're supposed to go through that closed road. Guess we're fucked. Suggest sleeping in the parking lot of Eagle Mountain's trailhead, since it's literally right there. Has a bathroom. We can wake up and just start the hike right away. It's already 9:30 p.m, so fuck it, we ball. Pull into the lot. Immediately, we both feel unnerved, but this goes unspoken. Ignore it. Keep in mind we are completely sober and lucid. Get our blankets from the trunk. He sleeps on the driver's side, and I sleep on the passenger side. Have to remind him twice to lock the doors, even though he's usually pretty good about that kind of stuff. Start trying to sleep around 10 p.m. Pretty cozy for being in a car, but can't sleep at all until about midnight. Buddy falls asleep first. Hear him snoring loud as fuck the whole time. Funny, I've stayed overnight with him plenty before, witnessed him passed out at parties for hours, and this is the first I hear him snoring. Sleeping on an incline is supposed to help with snoring, so that makes it even more odd, but don't think much of it. Despite the snoring, I eventually fall asleep maybe 20 minutes after. Have a vivid as fuck dream. Starts off just like real life, so this next bit is the dream I had. I wake up and we're in the car. Hear Troy snoring, literally exactly like real life. I just stare ahead mindlessly for some moments before I look over at my buddy. He is wide awake, sitting up. Snoring has not stopped whatsoever. I just get this sensation that he's thinking exactly what I'm thinking. Something is in the backseat with us, and it's the thing making the snoring sound. Get this sense that if I were to look in the backseat, I would not see anything. It would be shrouded in shadow. Dream has a non-linear shift, and Buddy is pulling out of the lot. The thing is now instead on the roof of the car. Drives at a moderate speed and making sharp turns, trying to whip the thing off, but failing to. I wake up all shaken up. Buddy is still snoring. Don't ever get nightmares. I have ex-brain rot. Take walks in the middle of the night, listening to spooky stories, and have never felt so on edge and unable to calm down. Keep trying to ignore my anxiety and go back to sleep, but I can't. After a half hour, Troy makes a weird, nonsensical noise in his sleep. Indescribable. I am internally freaking the fuck out. I try to wake him up, grab his shoulder, and call his name. He does not wake up. Give up. Another half an hour goes by, and he makes a very similar noise, the same indescribable one. Once again, try and fail to wake him up. Feel like a total schizo at this point, trying to shake the feeling of an unknown presence around, but can't. Image flashes in my mind of a shorter crouched figure right at the back door of my car on my side looking in. Totally shrouded in shadow, so I can't make out any details. Can't explain this coming to my mind. Just a really weird moment for me. Continue to ignore everything. Don't look. I'd like to retain my flesh, thanks. Don't even try to rationalize anything. My mind is kind of racing, and I just keep trying to tell myself everything is fine. Don't feel like myself at all. Buddy wakes up after what feels like forever. Asks me how I slept. Hesitate, but very vaguely tell him the dream. Leave out a lot of detail, cause for some reason, feels wrong to talk about. Tell him about the noises he made. This freaks him out. Says he did not dream. Feels like he barely slept. We both feel insanely on edge, and just decide to stay up and chat since we cannot sleep. It's about 3 a.m. at this point. Half an hour goes by. 3:30 a.m. Suddenly, over the course of a few minutes, we both just feel this gradual shift. Can't explain it, other than the feeling that everything just goes back to normal. No longer feel paranoid or on edge. The atmosphere is just completely different. I wait a while to mention it. It feels like the forest is pitying us. I hardly know what I even meant by that, but it's like we were pulled out of a pocket dimension or some shit like that. Like the forest knew what happened to us and felt empathetic. I don't know. We agree that we both felt the same shift at the same time, where everything went back to normal. Sleep like absolute babies. Wake up and have a perfectly normal hike. So yeah, that's my story X. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. After the hike and everything when we were leaving, we saw that the road was no longer closed. Just felt like a really weird coincidence considering the experience that we had. Well, Halloween just ended, but I guess I'll share a story. Be me, 10 years old in northeast Oklahoma. My family life is shit, so my aunt practically raises me. I don't mind, because she is fairly well off, at least for Oklahoma standards. She owns over 100 acres of land, and me and my cousin spend most of our time exploring it on ATV. I'm 90% sure it's on an actual Native American burial ground. Arrowheads were a daily find. Me and my cousins would always stumble upon wild shit out there. We saw so many big cats that I genuinely did not know that they were considered cryptids in this part of the world. All this is just to say, the land was fairly untouched and uninhabited. One day, we're making the typical trail, down the hill that we call a mountain, through the woods, and into a little flat plains area. The area is a good 15 to 25 minutes away from my aunt's house, let alone actual civilization. We never go beyond this point because of how dense the trees get, but we're getting kind of bored of doing the same free routes. My cousin is a year or two older than me, and he urges me to get off of the ATV and go into the woods. Trying to be brave, I grab my $45 Walmart BB gun and go in. We walk for about 10 minutes until we come across a stream and decide to follow it down. As we keep walking, I can't help but notice that I've seen no less than a dozen turtle shells cracked open and split. I also make notice of various cloth tied to trees. Shit that looks like it's been there for 50 years, being sun-bleached. This is the only evidence I've seen of humans this far into my aunt's land, so I am a bit spooked. Me and my cousin are both ready to get the fuck out of there, but around this time, we spot some kind of a structure in a clearing. It barely qualifies as a structure. It's more an assortment of logs, branches, and scrap metal, walling around two rusted metal posts. Me and my cousin say fuck it, and decide we made it this far, why not? There is an absolutely horrible stench that gets more apparent the closer we get. We approach the fencing, and see a number of animal carcasses, mostly a few squirrels and a deer that have been mutilated, skinned, and left to the elements. I'd describe their states as mostly mummified, but with some surprisingly freshly killed animals in the mix. On a stump in the middle of the structure is a number of shoes that appear to be made for babies. The designs range from modern Spider-Man themed shoes covered in mud to weather-worn leather that sat there for what looks like years. With about 3 seconds to take it all in, me and my cousin stumble out of there and sprint to the ATV. We drive back to my aunt's house, probably going no slower than 50 miles per hour. Nearly flip the vehicle several times. Get back to my aunt's house and hide out in her closet for the rest of the night. I tried to tell folks about it, but I don't think they ever took us very seriously. This is one of those stories that I actually had forgotten until my cousin reminded me of it. Your brain has a way of protecting you, I guess. I don't really remember ever spending time at my aunt's again after that. First time I ever went to Arizona. This would have been halfway through my first year of travel. The first 6 months had been easy. I'd couch surf with people I knew or people I talked to online, so I did not have too much experience with camping. I left a friend's house 2 days before this, caught a ride with a few people, and was maybe 40 miles north of Flagstaff. Had been walking all day and somewhat into the night. Finally decided to call it a night and hiked into the desert a little stay away from the road. Found a nice little rock formation, set my little one-man tent up, crawled inside, and promptly fell asleep. What felt like a few minutes later, my eyes popped open, and I felt my body tense up, like my senses knew something was wrong. I laid there and listened, and that's when I heard some coyotes wandering out the tent. Coyotes, cool, nothing scary. Let's go back to sleep, body. My body was not having any of it. Said fuck it, and laid there looking up at the ceiling of the tent and listening to the coyotes paw around the tent. Then they stopped, like they'd been frozen. Seriously, no noise from them or anything, which I found strange. That's when I heard something else moving towards the tent. It sounded like something being dragged across the ground, sort of like what a full trash bag sounds like if you, well, drag it across the surface. The coyotes start going ballistic then, yipping and barking and growling. Then something hit the side of the tent. Once, twice, 3 times, then a 4th. Meanwhile, the coyotes are getting louder and more frantic. Then one of them screams. Not a human-sounding scream, kind of like a dog yowling in pain, but much higher pitched. I might have shit myself right then. The rest of the pack is going nuts, and from the sound of it, they rushed whatever had come up. The ensuing fight was both quick and extremely brutal by the sound of it. Whatever was fighting the coyotes was not going easy on them, and the coyotes were not backing off, which I thought was weird because I always thought that coyotes would run away from a threat. In the span of 5 minutes, the fighting stopped, and I strained my ears to listen. Nothing. No noise whatsoever. Not any labored breathing like you would expect to hear after a fight like that. No dying sounds. Nothing. That is, until I heard the dragging noise again. At this point in my travels, I had not picked up the revolver yet, but I did have a hatchet that I used for woodcutting, and as a deterrent, so I reached over and slid it out of the hoop on my pack and gripped it tightly. The noise got closer and closer, then stopped about 10, maybe 15 feet away. I did not hear anything for another 5 or 6 minutes. Then something hit the side of the tent, and I almost shit myself. Something hit it a few more times. Then things went quiet again. Except, I'm pretty sure if anyone would have been there, they'd have heard my heart beating furiously away. The dragging noise starts back up and moved around my tent slowly, keeping its distance at about the 10-15 foot mark. And every now and then, something would hit the sides of my tent. This all continued until about 45 minutes before sunrise. Then the dragging noise moved away until I could no longer hear it. I lay in my tent until the sun had been up for a good 3 hours, then slowly unzipped it and stepped out. It was a fucking bloodbath. Parts of coyote were everywhere, and I noticed that the things that had been thrown at my tent were chunks of coyote meat. It looked like someone or thing had ripped the pack apart and just tossed the halves willy-nilly all over the place. All except the heads. The heads were arranged on a smaller rock directly across from the tent opening, their faces towards the opening. I looked around, saw coyote tracks but nothing else, said fuck this, grabbed my bag and left the tent. Be me, a couple of months ago. Inherit a gun from an old lady who passed away some weeks ago. It's a Rossi 069, just like Pickle related, but different grips. It was loaded with 6 unfired rounds, rusted as hell, and primers are probably dead by now. Unload just in case. Take it home, and give it a good clean. Store it loaded in my gun safe, and call it a day. Go to sleep. Had a strange dream about a young man telling everyone he's going to kill his family, and then kill himself. Someone is trying to convince him otherwise. Dream changes to a black room with a strange figure behind this young man. Strange figure says, "It's now, we need to go." Loud boom goes off. Wake up by the fucking sound of it, like it happened in my room just a couple of seconds ago. It's 8 AM. Time to wake up and go to range. Go to gun safe and take another look at the revolver. There is 1 fired cartridge case and 5 unfired rounds now. Shitting cinder blocks by now. Looked around for any holes in my safe, but there were none. Not even powder dust or any burn marks. Wife did not hear anything. No one heard anything. Scared as hell. Sold it to the first guy I saw in the range. Couple of days later, I discovered that this old lady's son killed himself with this gun in his room 8/9 years ago or so. To this day, I don't know if I counted the rounds wrong or if this revolver was really haunted. Not my problem now. I posted this before, but it's been a while. I was told this by my dad once. It was his story. He passed away now. My retelling could be off, but best I can remember is him, his friend's GF camping somewhere out near Fall Creek Reservoir, Oregon, late 80s. Just out of high school. Dad was a long distance runner. They walk from their camp to a bridge, 3 miles from camp. They go out to do some night catfishing. Oregon has shitty little bullheads, but it's a fun pastime. Sometime around 1 or 2 a.m., his friend and his GF go back to camp. He keeps fishing for a while. After a bit, he notices something out of the corner of his eye, on the other side of the bridge where he thinks the road continued. To this day, there is no streetlights or anything out there, so the moon is the only light. He sees 2 dots. He says they're about hip high. He stares at them for a while, slowly getting his fishing gear. Then he hears gravel scattered, and the red orbs come rushing toward him. He turns and bolts back to camp. Every now and then he looks back and sees the eyes following him. He gets to his tent and grabs his Marlin 336, 32 cal, and sits in the center of his tent with it until sunrise. He says he could hear it walking around the tent until 30 minutes before first light. Be me, maybe 15 or so year old kid late at night playing with a blowgun, shooting darts out my bedroom window across the driveway into the fence. Run out of darts, go retrieve them and repeat a couple of times. Run out again, go down to retrieve my darts again. Something is different this time, hard to tell what's off. Stand still and listen. Sounds like an animal running down the alley at full speed, maybe a big dog or something. I'm scared of dogs a bit at the time. Feel like if I turn around, it's going to come jumping over the fence and bite me. Stand there paralyzed with a handful of blowgun darts. Think if it comes near me, I'll stab it with the darts to defend myself. Sounds get louder, closer, louder, closer, louder and closer again. The sound went from maybe being a dog to something that had to be as big as a fucking horse. The sound runs right fucking through the fence gate and down the driveway, like 2 feet away from me. A rush of wind hits me. As it's going by, I track right where the sound is, but don't see a thing. As it turns out, there was a warehouse fire back in the olden times in that town, which ended up killing the entire fire department and a good number of their horses. Here's a quick story about a shadow person encounter that I had at a friend's house. Playing Yu-Gi-Oh with said friend at his kitchen table. Finishing up the duel. Got my ass handed to me. Fucking dinosaur decks. He goes to get a glass of water while I reshuffle my deck for a new game. Look up from my deck to the hallway opposite the kitchen table. There's a silhouette the size of a child standing in the hallway. It doesn't look like any ordinary shadow. It's darker than pitch black. It's as if a hole in reality opened up in the shape of a 4th grader. Upon seeing it, my normal train of thought is immediately derailed. Something speaks in my own voice inside of my head. Only one word. Dog. Shadow immediately disappears. We go back to playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I lose again. There was something wrong with the house. Poltergeist activity, more shadow people, apparitions in that same hallway, etc., etc. His grandmother, who had owned the house, apparently talked to demons, but I never got any further explanation on the matter. A few years back, I took a job working in a research station out in the woods. It was a pretty shabby place, donated by some rich family to a local university that converted most of it into labs and classrooms. There were a few dorms built up where the researchers and students lived. Little tiny box 1-bedrooms with kitchenettes and no internet. I worked long hours most days, starting around 7 a.m. and often ending after 9 p.m., just before sunset. The lab I worked in was a converted attic in the old boathouse, and after work, I'd watch the sunset from the dock, where a few rowboats were anchored and used for research. I discovered the second week I was out there that I could use the internet from our lab while sitting on the docks, so I started bringing my laptop out there at night. It was only a little netbook, so I could not do much more than send emails and read the news. As such, I wound up taking my emails very seriously, writing them with the care and detail that people used in letters back when it could take weeks for one to reach its destination. The battery usually died after about an hour, and I'd pack up and go to bed. After a week or two of this routine, I had become accustomed to my solitude and felt rather philosophical about the whole thing. One night, much to my annoyance, a group of people showed up with quite a bit of booze. There were 6 of them, 4 girls and 2 guys, and they had between them 2 handles of liquor and a 6-pack. I had intended to weather the interruption and was gritting my teeth when the guy called to me, asking if I wanted a drink. I walked over and grabbed a beer and introduced myself. For sake of anonymity, I am of course changing the names. Let us call them Dave, Ryan, Ann, Kelly, Ron, and Rachel. They were all in the same boat as me that summer, working as research assistants to professors, and had met in the dining hall. To save money, I had taken to cooking my own meals, and as a result, had not actually met anyone else working out there before. We went over cursory discussions of what we were working on, but it did not take long to figure out that they were, like me, a bit burnt out on work. After a bit of drinking, everyone undressed and started swimming off in the docks in our underwear or swimsuits. I had always been terrified of water, especially water with things living in it. Fish frightened me, and I had seen some of the pike that were pulled out of this lake by fishermen. Giant toothy moths haunted my thoughts, but I dived into the water, wearing my shorts, and we all swam and splashed around and had fun. After a few minutes, I got out of the water, and the others followed eventually. We passed around the bottles and started talking about where we had all come from. It turned out I had traveled the shortest distance, having come in from Chicago only an hour away. Dave was from the East Coast, Ann and Ryan were both from Europe, and everyone else was from somewhere else in the Midwest, usually no more than 2 states away. Things quieted down, and we shifted into smaller groups, and I found myself talking with Dave and Kelly. We were sharing a bottle of rum, and after taking a swig, I noticed Ann sitting on the edge of the dock by herself. "Hey, Ann, you okay?" I called out, wondering if she was getting sick from drinking. "What are you talking about, dude?" Ryan called, with a fake American accent. I looked over and started to say, "She's sitting at the end of the dock. I think she might be sick," and realized immediately that what I was saying made no sense. She was sitting right next to him. I know I was not crazy. She was the only brunette with us. I checked over everyone on the dock, counted, and did my best to remember names, and slowly looked back to the end of the docks. The person sitting there was naked, waist-length dark hair covering her back and falling slightly onto the dock behind her. I heard her giggle, and she turned her head slightly. She was pale, almost translucent in the moonlight, and from what I could see, her eyes were entirely black. "Want to go for a swim?" she said, half giggling, and splashed forward into the water. Everyone was quiet for what felt like an eternity. I listened intently to see if I could hear whoever it was resurface, but I never did. A good 15 minutes passed, and I started backing away from the water. No one said anything. We just got out of there and went our respective ways. Ryan wound up going back to Ann's room with her, and Dave went back with Kelly. I decided to comfort what was left of our booze. I did not talk about that night with anyone for some years, but the next evening, as I was leaving for work, I saw something written on the second-floor door, the one that led down to the docks. In dripping, muddy letters, I could make out the word, swim. We all kept hanging out that summer, but we stuck to the woods and fields from then on. I hated working late in that boathouse and made sure it was always locked when I was in there. Near the end of my time out there, I started working even later, not going to bed until midnight or later, and the days got shorter. I'd hear giggling coming from down below and would always chalk it up as younger kids that I had not met, swimming off at the docks. A few nights, I would find muddy footprints leading from the water up to the second-floor door right up to the windows. I never opened that door and kept the blinds down whenever I was in there. Dave contacted me about 2 months back. He still lived on the East Coast. I had never mentioned the words on the door to him, but what he told me sent chills down my spine. Say, of all of us, Dave never seemed to think anything had actually happened that night. I'll post his story in a little bit. Dave had always been an avid surfer. chased storms up and down the East Coast. There was a little stretch that was his own though, his beach. He worked there on and off at a little restaurant, waiting tables. He'd go in early in the morning and catch some waves, changing in the restrooms before work. One morning, he came back from surfing and let himself into the building to get ready for his morning shift. He found a trail of muddy footprints and water leading from the kitchen into the men's room and back into the kitchen. He went back into the kitchen and found that the back door had been left open and assumed some kid had come in and used the bathroom. He shrugged and went to change. As he walked out of the stall, he noticed something smudged on the mirror. Swim? He did not know what I had seen back then and was not able to connect it to what happened to us that night. I feel bad about this, but I don't know that it would have made any difference. Say, from then on, he would find those prints every few weeks. He complained about his coworkers leaving the doors open for kids to break in, but no one could figure out who the culprit was. They made it a policy to double check the doors from the outside when closing up, and they were never left unlocked. Then one morning, as he was coming back in from the surf, he saw someone sitting on the beach. She was completely naked, and long black hair was covering her front. He could not see much of her from the distance, but he assumed that it was going to be his lucky day. He smiled and wiped his hair back and waved to her as he approached. She smiled back at him. He started to say hey, but as he got closer, he noticed something was weird about her. Her smile was incredibly wide, and her eyes were completely black. His steps faltered, and he stopped in the surf a few feet away. Her grin kept growing, and her mouth opened wide, revealing thin, shark-like teeth. He dropped his board and bolted down the surf away from her. She kept grinning and dove into the water and disappeared beneath the waves. He ran up the beach as fast as he could, putting as much distance between him and the water as possible. When he got to work, he changed and pretended like nothing had happened, trying to ignore what he had just seen. He had been incredibly paranoid after that and avoided going out onto the beach. Every girl with long dark hair was a potential threat, and he was constantly on edge. He had a freak out one day and grabbed a girl who he saw giggling a few feet from him, facing towards the water. I guess he yelled at her quite a bit. "Leave me alone, what do you want?" etc., etc. He wound up getting put on probation for assault and was not allowed to leave the state. I'm not going to say what state it was, but it was a small one, and you were never very far from the coast. He lived less than a mile away from the water, worked less than 100 yards from it, and spent the majority of his time able to see straight out into the ocean, and that's about all he did for nearly a year. Just stared out at the water. He had taken to falling asleep, sitting up in a chair, facing out of his front window, looking at the water every night, trying to make sure nothing was coming for him. He awoke to giggling around 4 a.m. About a month before he called me, he saw a girl standing not 100 feet away from his front porch, facing the water. Her long black hair hung down past her waist. He jumped out of his chair and grabbed a bat he kept near him at all times and stormed out of his front door, screaming at her. She kept giggling and started walking towards the water. He tried to catch up with her, but every time he sped up, she seemed to do the same. By the time they were only a handful of yards away from the water, he was in a dead sprint after her, his bat raised threateningly. She stopped, her feet catching the spray from the waves that ventured furthest on shore, and turned to face him. "Swim," she said, grinning. He stopped so suddenly he nearly fell over, using his bat to hold himself upright. There she was, standing right in front of him with that horrible, grinning mouth. But behind her, he could make out other silhouettes, half a dozen, if not more, out in the surf. The moon shone down on them, revealing thin, naked bodies draped in long, black hair. A light from a car driving behind them flashed across the scene, revealing hundreds of thin, shark-like teeth between them, lined up like soldiers behind their inhuman grins. He screamed and raised his bat to defend himself, as they slowly made their way up the surf towards him. He swung at her, the closest one, as hard as he could and missed. It unbalanced him so much that he found himself face down in the sand, staring sideways at the smiling faces above him. She began to kneel down next to him and reached her arm towards him. Her fingers ended in long, sharp nails, not claws, but as though they were human and were filed into points an inch or so past the tip of the fingers. She brushed them across his face, drawing thin lines of blood on his cheek, and kept smiling. He came to not long after, laying on his back in the sand. There were 2 police officers standing over him, and I guess when he woke up, he started kicking and flailing at them. They got him to calm down eventually after holding his back to the sand for a few minutes, making sure their badges were illuminated out there at the edge of the water. They told him one of the property owners had just come home and heard screaming coming from the beach and called them. They found him laying there, blood dripping from 3 long cuts on his cheek, completely non-responsive. They assumed he was drunk or high, yelling at manatees or whales or something. I guess when they showed up, there was a lot of splashing coming from the water. It had stopped by the time he was coherent. Anyway, he had mainly called to ask me if he could crash at my place. I had moved further from the Great Lakes and was several hours away from any large bodies of water. He skipped out on his probation and had started driving west, away from the ocean. We had always kept in touch on Facebook, not talking very often, but commenting on each other's statuses when they were something we could relate to. I guess from there, he learned about my move, and when he was a few hours away, decided to give me a call. I wasn't home that week, but he got me on my cell. I was heading back to Michigan to go spend some time in the UP at my friend's cabin. It was a get-together of old high school friends. His call scared the shit out of me, and I told him where I kept my spare key. I was going to let him stay there while I was gone for as long as he wanted. If anyone found out, he broke in while I was away. I wish it ended here, but unfortunately, the worst had not happened to either of us. Had mostly stayed in touch with Dave and Ron. Occasionally, I would hear something about Kelly from Dave. No one really kept up with Ann and Ryan, them being so far away and all that. I guess Ron had tried to keep in touch with Rachel after that summer, but she stopped responding to texts by the end of the fall. After hearing from Dave, I decided to check in on everyone that I could, aka I looked them up on Facebook or Googled them. Ron was off in some tropical country and had just posted a bunch of amazing photos of rainforest frogs and insects. Kelly was still in her hometown, working at a university there as a lab tech. Rachel, it seems, was missing, presumed dead. Rachel was from Wisconsin and lived in a small town along the coast of Lake Michigan. I guess she went home to her parents after that summer and wound up not going back to university that fall. I found her old Facebook page. The most recent posts were from about a year after that summer. I went further and further back until I was at the point where she had just gotten home. She kept complaining about insomnia, being nervous. I guess she wound up being checked into a mental ward for a month because her parents thought she had become anorexic. I guess she was a bit of a Facebook addict because she seemed to post multiple times a day, save for the month when she was in the ward. And then, in October of that year, she stopped posting. Her wall lit up with people sending their prayers to her family, links to vigils being held, links on how to help finding her. Everything was going crazy that month, and all I could tell was that people were looking for her, or at the very least, for her body. I entered her hometown into Google with her name. There were dozens of news stories. The most recent ones were about them calling off the search. She had gone missing from her parents' house. I guess they lived on a lake, and her room had a sliding glass door that opened onto their back porch. The police report said that the glass was intact. No signs of forced entry. She was gone now, and there was a lot of blood. In one of the photos, I could make out a blood smear on the door that looked like it at one point had said swim. Some of the other stories included interviews with her friends and family. Her parents were inconsolable and blamed themselves for not listening to her. Her friends were adamant that she was being stalked and said that the police would not do anything, and her parents had her committed because of it. Her body still has not been found. I made it out to the cabin the next evening, and everyone was in incredibly bright moods. I did not want to ruin our week out there, so I kept quiet. I was a bit detached at first, but a good bout of drinking that night helped me loosen up. The next day, we went hiking, hung out at some towny bars, and went back to the cabin to play and drink. Things were awesome, and I even managed to forget about David being at my place. On the third night, we got really drunk, and one of my friends decided that we should tell scary stories. Someone started out with an epic Shakespearean rendition of But Who Was Fun that involved some wealthy houses and a courier pigeon. When we figured out what was going on at the last few seconds of it, we pelted him with pretzels and cups. Another friend of mine told a totally true ghost story, and then the person to my right started on his. I was supposed to go next and had no idea what I was going to talk about until he was about 15 seconds in. The story he told was one from his grandmother. She had come over from Russia back when it was the USSR and used to love scaring her children and then grandchildren with their folklore. This was the story of the Rusalka. Rusalka as spirits of women who die with some great sin on their heads, typically suicide by drowning. They can also be babies drowned by their parents before they are baptized. They wind up doomed to wander the earth until they can be absolved of their sins, or for the unbaptized until they can convert to Christianity. Rusalka have to stay wet. If their hair dries, they will supposedly die and wind up in hell or something. Undead dying wasn't exactly explained satisfactorily to me in this instance. I guess they would drown you or tickle you to death or something like that. It was a pretty shitty bit of folklore, but it put my mind back to where I was hoping it would not be during my vacation, and I decided to tell them my true story. To keep things from getting confusing, I'm going to give them pseudonyms. There is Nick, Tim, Jeff, and Jerry. They went apeshit, laughing their asses off at me. Tim, whose cabin we were at, decided that we should go visit the Rusalka who lives in the lake where they were planning on going fishing tomorrow. I had no intention of going fishing tomorrow and had no intention of going to that fucking lake that night. They kept insisting, laughing, and teasing me the entire time. Jeff and Jerry were both pretty big guys and were both pretty drunk. We were going down to the lake no matter what, I was informed, as they both grabbed me under the arm and lifted me into the air. I protested the entire way as we scrambled behind Tim through the woods to the lake. They carried me almost a mile through the woods in the dark, and when we broke through the tree line, I could see the moon shining down on a decently sized lake. We did not stop at the tree line. Oh no, that would have been too simple. Jeff and Jerry carried me to the edge of the water, and on account of free, tossed me in as far as they could. I was fully dressed. My cell phone was in my pocket, alongside my cigarettes and wallet. Everything on me was ruined as I sank into the muddy bottom of the lake. My head was barely above the surface, and I tried to work myself up, but I could not. I kept trying to pull my feet out of the muck and could not get anywhere. I called for help, but they were all too busy laughing at me to offer any assistance. And then something brushed up alongside me. It was long and cold, and seemed to grasp at me as it passed. I fucking screamed as loud as I could. I screamed using every obscenity I knew, every racial slur for the mutt Caucasian families I could come up with, and every bit of breath in me. They assumed it was a fish, and laughed all the harder at my scream, until it pulled me under the water. I gasped as soon as my head went under, and took in a huge mouthful of water. I could not see anything through all the dirt I had kicked up while struggling, but I could feel long fingers grasping me, tipped with little sharp points, pulling me further into the lake. My head was spinning, and the world started to go black when I felt a tug from the opposite direction. Another tug, and I burst out of the water and was dragged back up onto the shore. Tim and Jeff had pulled me out of the water. They figured I was just drunk and had slipped in and forgotten how to swim. Jerry and Nick were still laughing their asses off, but once my head stopped swimming and I finished coughing up water, I could hear the giggling. I looked out towards the lake, and there, out near the middle, I could make out the silhouette of someone with long hair, their torso bobbing up and down out of the water. I pointed, but could not form any words. Jerry had noticed it too, and stopped laughing. The others instantly got quiet, and the giggling sounded louder than a jet flying overhead. They helped me up, and we backed away from the water, trying not to let it out of our sights. It dove back under, towards us, and we all turned and ran. The run back to the cabin seemed to take hours, even though it must have only been a few minutes. We locked all the doors, and Jeff went to his pack and pulled out a small black case. He entered a combination on it, opened it, and took out his handgun. None of us knew he had brought it, but we really did not care at that point. After everyone regained their cool a little bit, Tim asked me about my leg. I had been completely oblivious to it, but my jeans were ripped to shreds down at the ankle and blood was seeping out around the tears. Jeff handed me a pocket knife and I cut away the bottom of the leg and wrapped it up in gauze. No one said anything for a long while, but we each grabbed a beer at some point and started drinking in silence. I woke up to Nick yelling at Jeff to get up. Something was outside. I woke up and immediately turned to Nick, who was standing by a large window facing the woods. We had all nodded off in the living room, sitting wherever we were the night before. The sun was rising, and I could hear birds off in the distance. And, of course, there on the window was that word again, swim. Jeff was staring intently at the window, his gun held in both hands. Nick was pointing towards the woods, yelling, kill it, over and over again. I could not see anything. None of us could. By that point, whatever Nick had seen was long gone. We got him to calm down, and he told us what happened. He woke up to a giggling coming from right next to his head, and turned to face the window where the word was written. Outside he could see a face, with a wide toothy grin, filled with thin, pointed teeth. We packed immediately, and agreed to meet up in town. There was a truck stop diner we could go to and sit and think. We went out to our cars and stopped. The tires were flat. Every single one had been slashed several times. I started to freak out. All of us did. There was not any phone signal out there, and the nearby cabins were empty for all but a few weeks each year. It took us a few minutes to grasp what had happened, but by the time we were coherent, Jeff had unpacked his gun again. We loaded what we could into backpacks. I was the only one with a proper backpacking pack and had brought all of my stuff in it. I had space to spare though, so I emptied my spare clothes and we loaded anything that might be irreplaceable inside it. I hefted it onto my back and we started out down the road. Jeff had moved his pistol into a jacket pocket, accessible but hidden. I was pretty sure this involved at least one felony where we were, but it was not a point I cared to bring up. We were a few miles from a nearby highway and even more miles still from the nearest town. All told, we walked for nearly 10 hours without stopping for food or water. I could do little more than hobble on my right leg, and it made everyone pissed off. I blamed them for throwing me in the water. They wanted to blame me for being so slow. We were in terrible shape by the time we reached a little diner and went inside to eat. We sat there without talking, gulping down as much water as we could between bites of food. Tim finally checked his cell phone and informed us that he had a signal. We were at the diner for over 5 hours waiting for a tow truck. By the time it showed up, the sun was setting, and none of us wanted to go back out there. The driver refused to navigate by himself as the roads were twisted and unmarked for much of the drive. Jeff volunteered to go with him, as long as Tim came to help navigate. They went back and forth, bringing our vehicles into town. Jeff and Jerry drove together, but the rest of us were on our own on the way up. After the third car, they came to check in on us and to let us know they were almost done snagging our cars and to suggest we check into a motel where he would drop Jeff and Tim off when they were finished. We begrudgingly walked to the motel and asked for one room for 5 people. The clerk looked at me inquisitively and told me that they enforced quiet hours, and if we were allowed after 11 p.m., he was going to call the police. I shrugged and accepted the key from him, and we walked down to where it was. It was a little over an hour before Tim and Jeff got back, the previous trips having taken about a quarter of the time. We were getting antsy, and when they finally did return, it did nothing to help alleviate our tension. They got there on the last trip and immediately thought something was off. There were no crickets chirping, no birds singing, no noises at all. The forest was dead, as far as they could tell. Jeff wearily got out of the car and kept watch on the trees while the tow truck driver went to work, hitching up the last car. When the driver finished hitching up the car, they started to hear it, a soft, melodic singing. They all heard it, but they all swore it was coming from different directions. The singing was coming from all around them, interrupted here and there by soft giggling. The driver nervously walked back towards his truck, and Jeff drew his pistol. Tim had never gotten out of the car, and was now screaming for them to get back inside. The driver got in, but as Jeff made his way back to the passenger side, he noticed something. There was a trail of water leading up to the car, and a pool was forming beneath it. Jeff yelled at Tim to open the door wider, and he stood as far back from the truck as he could, aiming at the ground below it. Tim was near hysterical, and it took him a few seconds to swing the door open. Jeff prepared to make a running jump for the door, hoping to avoid anything beneath it. He lowered his gun, and from right behind him, he heard someone giggle. He took off as fast as he could and leaped into the side door of the car. He face-planted in the driver's lap and yelled, "Move, move, move," as loud as he could. Tim struggled to close the door, and as they were driving out, it slammed into something. Tim got the door closed, and Jeff managed to right himself in his seat. The driver had stopped after the impact, and Jeff readied his pistol and looked back out the window. The gun bucked rapidly, far too quickly for Jeff to have been taking aim with each shot, and the wheels spun beneath them as the driver panicked and tried to floor it. The singing had stopped entirely and had been replaced by a loud cackling as they drove out of there as fast as they could. The car they were towing, however, wasn't having any of their speeding. It careened off the road behind them and got stuck in a ditch, still hooked to them. The cackling died down and again was replaced by singing. They sat there, quiet and unmoving for what felt like hours. No one wanted to get out. Everyone was terrified of what was around them. Jeff noticed a stinging pain in his back and reached his arm around to investigate. His fingers came back, wet with blood, and the calm was broken. Tim started freaking out, babbling about how they had to get out of there. The driver was yelling at them for getting him involved in this shit. The inside of the car was chaotic, and the singing turned back into laughter, rising in volume with their shouting. They were so focused on arguing with each other that no one was watching around the car. When they heard a scratching on the side of the door, time seemed to stop. The driver and Tim seized up and stopped talking. Jeff opened fire wildly at the passenger door. The cackling got louder. He fired his gun until his gun clicked empty and started swearing under his breath and fumbling in his pockets for more ammo. The creature on the side of the car stood up and smiled. There were a few holes in its upper chest that leaked a dark blue liquid, very slowly. It looked like congealed blood, but had no hint of red color to it. It reached its arms towards the car door, and they suddenly realized it was unlocked. As the handle clicked open, the driver threw open the glove box and pulled out a revolver and shot the thing over and over again. Gouts of blue liquid sprayed out of it, and it collapsed backwards. A wave of bravery swept over them, and Jeff reloaded his gun and pushed the door open. The driver stepped out of his side and rushed back to the car. He quickly unhooked the winch and darted back to his seat, yelling for Jeff to get back in. Jeff complied immediately. They closed their doors and took off as fast as they could, Jeff and Tim staring back behind them at the creature and the strange blue liquid leaking out of it on the road behind them. The driver refused to speak, and when they got to the motel, he stopped and stared straight ahead. They quietly got out of the truck, and he left down the road without looking back. They found their way to our room after asking the clerk about us and called us up and what had happened. It was my car that they left, and as I lived further than any of them, and in the opposite direction, I was pretty upset about it. No one wanted to drive that far out of their way. It had taken me 16 hours to get there. We argued for a while, and eventually I decided I was just going to have to get another car. There were a few cheap used car lots around us, and none of us had any interest in trying to recover my vehicle. None of us slept that night. How could we? We stayed up, staring at the doors and the windows, Jeff with his gun in his lap, and us with anything we could possibly use as weapons. After the lamps were taken, I had to settle for a toilet plunger to keep me safe. Luckily, nothing happened that night, and we all got up groggily and went to get breakfast from the diner. We did not talk much. No one knew what we could possibly say. After breakfast, Nick called the tow truck company, and the guy who answered informed him that our tires were changed, no charge if we got them before noon that day. None of us wanted anything more than to get out of there, and that's exactly what we did. We called a cab to the auto shop, then Tim drove me to a used car lot. I paid with plastic for the first car that seemed like it would get me home, and waved goodbye to Tim. I got home, and my doors were unlocked. Dave was gone, and my spare key was sitting on my dining room table. This was a few weeks ago, and I have not heard from him. His phone is disconnected, he has not been online, and no one I can get in touch with seems to know where he is. I called his parents, and they told me that the last they heard was that his car was impounded outside of the state, in my county. It had been abandoned on a side street in a residential neighborhood. I've been finding sand in my carpet. He probably just tracked it in when he was here, I think, but I can't shake it. It is in every room, just little trace amounts of sand. If you run your hand across the fabric, little bits of it spray back up at you. There are a few water stains too, that weren't there before. I haven't been sleeping much, hence me being on here at nearly 3 a.m. I live near a highway, but I swear, I keep hearing noises at night over the sound of cars. Every now and then, just a distant giggling. On phone, don't want to greentext. Explosive detection canine handler in U.S. Air Force. We are always alone when we are on law enforcement patrols and cake deployments. B-2011. On cake deployment at Manas Air Base, Kyrgyzstan. Been with my current dog for 2 years, and still working nights the whole time. Never see anything out of the ordinary while working stateside. So, Manas is fairly large, and most people don't see the entire base. Being K9, I have to go through a lot of perimeter checks. I'm in an SUV or truck, but the perimeter checks have to be done on foot, alone, with my dog, and an M9 with 30 rounds. I'm halfway through deployment. Been there about 4 months, pretty comfortable with everything. Start wearing my body armor and 3-day pack during the walking patrols to stay in shape and get training in with my K9. Usually carry 5-foot lead, but on my mall gear, I have a 30-foot retractable so that my dog can pick up explosive odors in front of me. So basically, we're just training for a real deployment while doing foot patrols. There is a secluded side of the base where I have to do an hour-long foot patrol or static LP op, listening post, observation post, once a night before 0400. To get to this area, it's about a 30-minute drive. Then I have to unlock a gate to a big construction area Empty. Relock the gate, then drive another 15 minutes to another gate I have to unlock, and then relock once I'm inside. The area is huge, and overgrown with plants/trees, and has zero light source, and just a dirt path that loops around the entire area, circling back to the gate. The path runs adjacent to the perimeter-wide fence, enough for one person to walk through. I have to park my vehicle at the gate, cause it won't fit, so I usually just do a mock explosives detection patrol around the whole thing, until I get back to my vehicle again. It takes about an hour, so it's perfect for what I'm supposed to do anyway. The night I get to the first gate, and the light is all out of fuel. Whatever. Unlock gate, go inside. I drive in. Relock gate, drive to next gate. Fucking other light is all out of fuel. Use headlights to illuminate the lock, so I can put the code in. K9 starts barking, but it is muffled since I left him in the car. He stops when I get back to the vehicle. Drive in. Relock. Let my dog off leash to drop a deuce while I put my gear and rucksack on. Dog doesn't run off to mark anything. Whatever. Heel. He returns to me. I clip him to the retractable and tell him, seek, command to go ahead of me, and start sniffing for explosive odor. Dog walks 5 feet and stops. What the fuck, man? Go, asshole, and wave him forward. I want him at the full 40 feet of retractable leash in front of me. Stares at me. Comes back to heel position at my left side and starts to look around. Mouth closed, ears perked up, nose sniffing the air. I start thinking there is a stray dog or some shit, so I lock the retractable and just start walking. Calm myself into control. Control. Kilo 8. Initiate RAM 5. Radio chirps twice after I release the key. Battery dying. Let them know my battery is low, but I have the on-call bomb cell phone if they need me. 30 minutes into patrol, dog stops and stands in front of me. He is alerting again. Great. If it's another fucking dog, then they are going to fight, and my vehicle is 30 minutes away. Pull out my cell to call control and see if a regular patrol is near the area. Cell is dead. What the fuck, man? We charged this at the kennels all day. Whatever. No other choice but to just continue. Pull out Surefire and make noise clapping and shit to scare off the other dog. K9 doesn't react to me and keeps staring into the vegetation. I stop clapping. Something claps back. It was his ass. No, not really. The clapping comes from the middle of the vegetation, about 50 meters deep. There shouldn't be anyone else out here, except for me. Challenge the vegetation. I'm Sergeant Anon with base police. I'm accompanied by a military working dog, trained to attack. Come toward the sound of my voice. Say that just in case my dog bites him, so I can say I gave him warning, and stay out of trouble. Nothing moves. What the fuck, man? Unclip rock, and shuffle it off to the ground. Give dog, watch him command, preparatory command to be ready to bite this asshole. Step back about 10 feet, literally dragging the canine back. He won't take his eyes off the vegetation. Start using hand commands to silently move toward where I heard the noise. Walk into area. Kneel down next to K9 and let him detect for a bit. Find him. Command to start tracking whoever is out there. K9 starts pulling forward. Hard to move because of the weeds and trees. After about 5 minutes, find small clearing with a single tree in the middle. There is dead shit strewn everywhere. Snake, rabbits, birds, and stray dogs. What the fuck, man? I'm still in a woods though, so I think whoever did it can't see me. Dog's head snaps back behind us. Shifts his body behind to block avenue of approach. What the fuck? Fuck this. Pull out ASP baton. Adrenaline rolling. Whisper. Watch him command to K9. He starts growling focused. Something whispers. Watch him back to us. But it comes from behind us. In the clearing. K9 does not react and focuses on the original threat. Fuck this. Holster ASP. Pull out M9. Still thinking rationally. Just think that I'm outnumbered and an ASP is not going to cut it if there is 2 or more people. Wait a few seconds. Hear something breaking branches as it moves. K9 focuses on the noise. Dog does a complete 360 as the noise shifts in a circle around us. Goes on the far side of the clearing, so I can't get a clear view from my position. Stops on the far side of the clearing after making one full circle and in the middle of making a second full circle. Sergeant Anand with base police, identify yourself or I will release the dog. No response. Reach down to unclip retractable and give get him command. Attack. Stop. Someone is aggressively whispering, watch him, watch him, watch him, over and over, and clapping loudly at the same time, and then just stops. I'm noping the fuck out after that. Go back to hand commands and start to back up. I'm getting the fuck out of there. Stop. The branches start breaking again and start to circle around my dog team. Fast. It's moving too fast for how little space there is between the trees and vegetation. I can hear larger limbs breaking. The thick limbs that shouldn't be breaking are groaning, snapping, and crashing to the ground. Something starts walking into the clearing. Bipedal. Looks like a tall, skinny man. His movement is off. Jagged. Like it doesn't know how to move correctly with its joints. This happens as whatever else is fucking up the trees around me as it circles us. Then the noise stops. The guy stops moving. My eyes are trying to focus, but there are no features. It just looks flat with deep ridges that look like rotting tree bark. I'm hidden in the tree line, but its face is looking directly towards me. I'm starting to get nervous as fuck and scared. Fight or flight. Motherfucking flight. I start running. My retractable keeps getting caught on shit, but I do not care, and just keep running until whatever it is, caught on breaks. Hard to navigate. I'm running as fast as possible, but it's hard to move and see. Trees start to thin out some more moonlight. I can hear whatever was circling me, pacing about 20 meters in front of me. I make a 90-degree turn. It arcs to get in front of me. Keep trying to break contact by randomly turning, but it starts in front no matter what. Body armor getting heavier, getting winded. Slow down. Fuck it. Fight. Kneel. Watch him. Pull out Surefire in M9. Depress button. Battery's dead. What the fuck? Extra batteries are in my bag, by the perimeter fence. Great. Dog snaps right, alerting. I shit. I'm adjacent to the clearing again. I'm on the opposite side of my original position. Tall guy is gone. Can hear rustling noises from two different points. One circles clockwise, and the other counterclockwise. Check watch. Watch reads 0245. I started my patrol at fucking 2:30. There is no way it's right. K9 starts sniffing and starts pulling me. The dog is following an erratic path, but I don't give a fuck and let him fresh me through the weeds. Noises stop. Start going in different directions, then returning to the point I last heard them. Dog is still pulling, nose to the ground. I'm completely lost, letting him pull me wherever. I stumble out of a trend line, back onto the path. My rucksack is laying there on the dirty path. Unclip K9 and drop body armor and force jog back to vehicle. K9 paces me, but stops every so often to look into the vegetation. Halfway back, stop. Fucking radio screams to life, scaring the shit out of me. I'm under duress. Patrols are looking for me. Cell phone is ringing. I don't know what the fuck to say. Start walking back to vehicle again. Something clicks. Pull out Surefire. It works. Look at watch. It's still 2:45, but it's ticking. Get back to lock gate. Patrol is there, and his partner dismounted and is looking for me. Call him over the radio to come back. Tell them my radio died, and so did cell phone. You just used your radio. You've been off the net for 2 hours, man. Must have just been a dead zone or some shit. Yeah, must have. I never went through that second gate ever again. I just call it in from the construction area. I had one of the ATV patrols grab my shit I dumped when the sun came up. Still working nights. Been with K9 for years now. Wake up around 4:30 p.m. Shower, shave, head to work. Get there, check the roster, and I'm on Shriever tonight. Cool. Gonna be a slow, easy night. Groom dog. Put on second chance vest. Check vehicle. Make sure light, sirens, and fluids are all good, and then go to walk to the armory and pull my weapons. All of this is routine that I've done hundreds of times in my 7-year career. All this happens on Peterson, my home station. Screever is several miles to the east, in a pretty desolate area of Colorado. To get there, I have to take a highway out of Colorado Springs. It had a few junkyards and abandoned businesses, but it's mostly an empty stretch of road surrounded by dead grass fields. It also has a radio dead zone. I can pick up transmissions from all three bases, NORAD, Peterson, and Screever, but my radio calls never go through until I've turned down the road that ultimately leads to Screever. This also happens with cell phones, depending on your provider. Sprint would go to that 1x signal where you could not call out. It's dark, there are no lights, and people get in accidents constantly, hauling ass down the road. I'm halfway to Screever, going down a big slope, and see a vehicle ahead. Hazards on, doors open, hood up. Sitting on the shoulder, crooked, but adjacent to a small ditch. Flip on overhead lights, so no one crashes into us from behind. Throw on takedowns to illuminate the area, and attempt to call it in. The controllers keep talking to other patrols on the radio, and don't acknowledge, so I know they didn't hear me. I didn't even attempt to use my mobile, cause I think I'm just going to help this person get some road assistance, and at most, give them a ride up the hill to get cell phone coverage. Note, I do not have any jurisdiction over civilians off base. I am only here to help this person. Alright, so, I take my vehicle keys with me as I dismount. All the lights will stay on, so I'm not worried. I'm about 2 car lengths behind the vehicle. Initial observation, 2000's Audi A4, black in color, 4 doors, occupied one time, possible white female, blonde hair and short ponytail, out of state, Louisiana plates, registration invalid since 2006. I don't have jurisdiction, so everything is irrelevant. I'm just here to help. Step out. Put keyring around my handheld radio antenna, short about 2 inches, but I'm not expecting anything, so this is standard. Shout out. I am Sergeant Anon with Peterson Air Force Base, Police K9 Unit. I'm on my way to an installation a few miles up the road and just want to help. My lights are on, cause I don't want anyone to hit us. Say this, cause I don't want her to think civilian cops are here and make the situation feel intense. No response. Start to make initial approach. Push down on truck lid while observing rest of vehicle. Not cause I suspect anything, but because this is what I've been trained to do. Continue a few feet and get a clearer view of both sides of the car from rear windshield. Left hand side rear passenger window is down. Walk up slowly. Again, just training kicking in and not expecting anything. Front right side passenger window is down. Walk forward. Done surefire through windshield. There are several impact points on the right hand side, webbing out across windshield. Run flashlight across interior of vehicle. The windows aren't rolled down. They've been shattered, and glass litters the seats in the small safety glass. Aw, hell nah. Depress kennel door hydraulic arm. This arm deactivated the door on my vehicle kennel door and shoves it open, alerting the dog. Heel. K9 runs to my left side. K9 alerts left, across the highway. Occupied one time, rings through my head. What the fuck? Where is she? Clicks. Can't command K9 to track or attack, cause I have no jurisdiction. Light up area across the road with surefire. Angled, so causes shadows on the point I'm trying to identify. Can't justify leaving a wounded civilian, so walk across road to illuminate area covered by darkness. Begin approach on unlit area. Careful. Have K9 and watch him command. Ready anyway. Make way to other side. K9 is pulling and whining. I don't have justified reason to pull deadly force. Keep shouting. Sergeant Anam with base police. I saw your car. I'm just here to help. Nothing. Head to other side. Sweep ditch. K9 alerts and starts pulling upwards onto the sloped hill. Think. How do I justify this and follow the scent? I can't. No jurisdiction, and I should have stopped in accordance with my SSI's, Special Security Instructions. Hear rustling ahead of me, about 10 meters up the slope. Fuck it, I'm going. Run up. Nothing. Illuminate area with surefire in a 180. Nothing but dead grass. What the fuck? Cautiously walk back up Explorer, K9 patrol vehicle. Confused. Where did she go? Why didn't I see her? No contact made with anyone via radio. Put dog back in vehicle and continue to Screever. Jerry to Screever Gate. Use landline. There is a black Audi in need of assistance on Highway 24. I couldn't get radio contact. Get El Paso County Sheriff down there. Control says I'll get in contact with the El Paso Sheriff. Continue my night. 4 hours later, I'm on a simple patrol for base housing. See black Audi A4. Fuck it. I'll stop my walking patrol here and continue on through the block until I circle around. 2:30 a.m. Think nothing of it, and am able to throw my dog's reward down the streets, cause no one is around this late. Throw another down a dead end I'm passing by. Dog will retrieve reward and return to me. Chuck reward down dead end. Light cigarette, and debate my failed marriage. Dog does not return. What the fuck? Shine light down street. Dog is alerted on a vehicle down at left hand side and won't move. Heel. Dog does not budge. Lets out a deep whine. He found something. Start to walk down the cul-de-sac. K9 is sitting adjacent to a black vehicle driver's side door, looking directly at the house that owns the driveway. Start to jog up. Coming closer. Audi A4, black in color. 4-door. 360 vehicle. Both passenger windows blown out, and windshield is damaged. Recall K9 and set up 2 houses down in vegetation. Standard procedure for a domestic dispute. Read license plate. Same plate from Highway 24. Key whisper mic, radio you see on cops' lapels, and call in position. Garbled voice comes through. Reposition. Call it in. Nothing. No response. No static. Nothing. See headlights. See reflective police markings. It's another patrol. Use Surefire to wave them down. Have them position opposite of me. Have his alpha, partner, run around back to block off avenue of escape. Think this is a domestic violence situation. Approach house. Set up in neighbor's yard with clear line of sight of suspect front door. Brother patrol leader walks up. Knocks on door. Lights flicker off. What the fuck? Try to adjust eyes. K9 is growling, trying to get toward door. Lights flicker on. Patrol making contact is gone. Run up. Don't identify and kick door in. Takes 4 tries, then crashes open. Adrenaline up. Release dog with find him command. Pull M9 and start systematically clearing house. Yelling for other patrol by first name. Nothing. Trying lights as I clear. Nothing, all dead. Key radio for backup. It's dead. Run into kitchen, living room, and laundry room. Nothing at all. Hear Brandon screaming in garage. K9 is scratching and attacking door. This is it. M9 pointed forward. K9 ready on attack command. Open door and rush garage. Finger on trigger. Hit dead silence. K9 stops. Throws nose up, but returns to heel position, confused. I'm confused. There is nothing here. Move toward kitchen. Sliding glass door is there, with a clear view to the backyard. Use Surefire, and make contact with Brandon's alpha. He signals back. From position, I have eyes on garage door and front door. Send dog to clear rest of first floor. Returns back to heel position. Alerts on stairwell. Set K9 up in stairwell, and go get the alpha unit to set up out back. He only has a 249 for security, not for house clearing. Feel safer. Airman, I'm gonna walk in front of you. You identify hostile, light it up. Try his radio, nothing. Creep for a stairwell, scared, nervous, but I need to find Brandon. Reach top of stairs. Little girl comes out. What the fuck? She asks who I am. We are security forces, come here now. Take kid and pass her off to other riflemen helping me clear. There is no one there. I'm back in Iraq. It's 5 years earlier, and I'm back in that stairwell. The one I don't think about. The one I try to erase from memory. She's there. We're all there. Her dad is at the front door. Dead. I'm second in line in the patrol, just trying to do my job. I'm Air Force bomb detection, not Army infantry. I'm here to help people. She looks me in the eye. Hurt, hate, betrayal. She knows me. Her dad was our interpreter. She wants me dead. I wake up. I'm home. I'm safe. My daughter is asleep in the next room. I'll never sleep a full night again. Thanks, man. I submit because it's anonymous, but don't want to lose this stuff. Other anon that asked about whether I dream the patrol or not. Yes and no. I have this dream constantly. I'm on Minipress, Respiradol, Seroquel, Atarax, Wellbutrin, and a fifth of booze. The original is true, to the point of being back in Iraq. We went in the house, and I found the girl, and the mother's boyfriend. Her husband was deployed, had overpowered Brandon, and took his weapon. My K9 tracked, and took him down, and we detained him with no incident, while the mother screamed bloody murder. Ended up, the boyfriend was molesting the little girl, and she was wary of males. I dream about it all, and I think it'd just be the memories melting together. Not really X, but it gets off my chest. At K9OP, I'm no longer in the military. I, however, have spent the last couple of years as a contractor on Peterson Air Force Base. I take care of the aquatic center, and I'm there in the morning, and more often than not, afternoons and evenings. I've had quite a few instances where I've been working on the pool equipment around back and see someone approaching me in my peripheral, hear them walking up, etc. A couple of times convincing enough for me to say good morning and turn around to acknowledge the presence. More often than not, no one is there. Another morning I was in the baby pool area, which is surrounded by large windows, and watched a man running across the sidewalk in a window reflection across from me. Something was just off about his appearance, so I turned around to actually look at him, and not the reflection. Boom, gone. Some old airmen just don't seem to want to leave the place. I keep forgetting to use a name to tag my posts. Anyway, the Aircraft Museum, the fields adjacent to the BX, and the new CDC across from the BX are fucked. If you can go to Scriver, make your first right toward the RV lot, and take the dirt road to the perimeter. Before the shoot house, you can turn off into the giant field, and there are fucking buildings that are rotting out, and old farmhouses that look burnt down. Zero light source. Spooky as fuck. I used to throw my dog's reward around there. It smells like rotting meat at times. My ex looked it up, and that smell is associated with bad shit. I think Scriver used to be called Falcon AFB. Can't remember that. It's a literal wasteland, besides base housing and the restricted area. Unfortunately, my badge doesn't allow me there, otherwise I would investigate. Yeah, I got responsibility for the contract late 2012. Our contract's up on Monday. Won't find out till Monday or Tuesday if they will re-sign our deal. I hope they do. Hated the place at first, but after working it for 3 years, I'm friends with all the lifeguards. I won't miss it in the pay. Don't know if you are still stationed there. If we get re-signed, I'll be the blonde bearded guy with tattoos on his forearms, working the pool. Would be cool to meet an X-File, especially one with stories as spooky as yours. I got out last year in August, medically retired. If you want to grab some drinks, we can meet up. I don't do shit anymore, and I'm free throughout the week. I worked as an armed guard in some really ghetto apartment complex. Police out just about every night. Would walk with a K9 supervisor, cause the gang members would stash dope in some odd places. Besides trying to stop the constant foot traffic to certain apartments for drugs, every once in a while, I would stumble upon a dead puppy or kitten, sometimes full-grown dogs and cats. The messed up thing was that these animals had been killed by someone in a pretty sadistic manner. One night in particular really got to me. I love dogs. Cats are cool, but not my preference. While I'm walking the resident parking area, I see 3 kittens lined up as if they had been run over. Really fucked up, because it definitely seemed intentional. I keep walking towards the dumpster, and there is a big gallon bucket that stunk to holy hell. And if you smelled death before, it's something you recognize immediately. Well, in the bucket was smashed cats that had been pulverized with a rock or some kind of blunt object. After seeing that and reporting it to anyone at the time who needed to know, I was mad as a motherfucker and just kept hoping one of these nights I'd catch the assholes in the act. I never did, but a friend of mine, who worked the gang task force, let me know the dickheads who were responsible had been caught. They were filming the torture of animals and selling the crap to other sick fuckers. Sorry, not paranormal, but thought worth sharing. Now earthquake story. Be my maternal uncle. A bruiser earthquake happens. Chief of K9 unit of Milan local police and member of civil defense. Get sent there for disaster relief. Head of a squad of guys with dogs searching for trapped people. Gas leaks and shit like that. Going around in L'Aquila, which now is a ghost town. Dogs get crazy around the house. We go in. Dogs do not want to go in. We free enter. Fourth guy stays outside with the dogs. Sweep first floor with lights. Nothing. Second floor. A figure wearing a tattered bedsheet or tablecloth burst out of a door. We try to ready guns, but guy runs out of window. Guy we left behind screams, "What the shit is happening?" Figure in tatters begins running on 4 legs after falling from window and hightails away screaming. We go to camp since it's getting dark and we don't want to stumble on another crazy hobo. Get back to camp, eat dinner, call family and tell story. It was the hobos.jpg. Former Marine. Field exercise at 29 Palms, California. 130 degrees in the sun. Tons of night moves and unplanned moves to simulate unpredictable combat. Made a night move to now position. Set up guard duty for night. Everyone thinks we will be here until morning, so grab some sleep. 2 hours later, get another move order. Very tired, very chaotic. Double and triple checking, making sure no people or gear is left behind. Several moves and days later, Marine admits he lost his buddy. Not sure where it happened. Began tracking previous positions and doing sweep searches. Get back to the original position, discussed above. It has been 4 days since we were here. Start the sweep. Get a radio call that a pair of boots were found. Shift search to around the area. See boots. They have been cleaned and were arranged neatly with the socks carefully folded up next to them, like you would do for an inspection. Later, we found a pair of camo pants, again, neatly folded and ready for inspection. Next was a camo top and t-shirt folded neatly and carefully placed on the ground. Lastly, several miles away from the boots, we found a neatly folded pair of boxers. The body was about 100 yards away from the boxers. Died from exposure and dehydration. Feet were cut from the rocks and bushes. Bloody trail was very easy to spot. Must have slept through the move and woke up when we were gone. Looks like he stayed put for a day and then tried to walk out. Just very odd how the heat exposure caused him to take off his boots and socks first, the most important part of his gear, and fold everything neatly and carefully. There was a well-used trail that was visible from his path of travel, but he made no effort towards the trail. We actually did not initially search the area due to its proximity to his trail. Was one of the main ways resupply trucks would take back to base camp, at least every other day or so. Weirdest shit I saw for a while. That was a major fuck up. It was a HQ unit and had many small units that worked from the area. The Marine who died was in communications. They would be in and out of the camp as they maintained the comms for the artillery and fire direction control. They were under the buddy system, so no man was ever supposed to go anywhere alone. The buddy at first assumed they just got separated, but by noon of the next day, he got scared and didn't say anything. He finally realized that his friend was in real danger and came forward. He wasn't sure exactly when he got lost, so we had to hit each area, but also sent vehicles to sweep each area until they were fully searched. He got a demotion. The NCOIC, non-commissioned officer in charge of the comm unit, who was a sergeant, went through a hearing and was demoted back to private for not doing a roll call, both before and after the move, per SOP. Jail time was discussed, but ruled out. Sleep deprivation is a crazy thing. This is why you have to have rigid processes to minimize accidents and loss of equipment. Another unit at 29 Palms at the same time lost a Marine who was sleeping under a 5-ton truck when the truck moved and ran over him. Our chaplain had a heat stroke and died during our Sunday service. He was in his 60s, and the heat was just too much. That same exercise, an infantry unit got lost and ended up right where our artillery and air support system were laying waste. They managed to get a ceasefire in on the radio and get out of there without a scratch. Not sure what happened to their NCOs or officers, but my bet was not good. They were a good 5 miles away from where they were supposed to be. 29 Palms always seems to kill a few off every year, but there are always a few DUI deaths on every base. But at least in training, there are no IEDs or anything shooting at you. Not a job you get into if you are looking for something safe. Creepy unabandoned buildings thread, and making my own IRL story from the beginning. It was 2005. My city had its share of abandoned sanatoriums, some of them dating all the way back to the SARS time. Naturally, we picked one as our hangout spot because, well, we were punk metalheads, reckless and full of mischief. Young and cocky romantics at heart. We had a thing for drinking beer and cheap port in the weirdest places, cemeteries, empty lots, and, of course, abandoned buildings. It was the post-New Year holiday break, a glorious student season where you could waste an entire month however you wanted. So, there we were, sitting in or near the sanatorium, sipping beers, swapping scary stories, and spilling our souls. Then my friend suddenly says, "You know, it feels like they're renovating this place. A week or two ago, I left the Shiraga, technical college, and stopped by here to take a piss. I was walking down the hallway, and in one of the empty rooms, I saw someone kneeling, like they were fixing an outlet or something." He paused, looking a bit unsure. At least I think it was someone. Could have just been a pile of junk left behind by some homeless guy, but man, it freaked me out. You don't expect to run into anyone in a dead space like that, and then bam, someone is right there, messes with your head. I was feeling bold, maybe because of the beer. "Alright," I said, "let's go see your pile of junk." So off we went to check it out. It was late, probably around 8 or 10 p.m, and pitch dark. The January cold was biting. The walls were frosted over, icicles hung from the ceiling, and our only light came from the dim screens of our primitive flip phones. We stepped into the abandoned building, navigating the creaky corridors until we found the room my friend had mentioned. I tossed a candle stub inside, and sure enough, there he was, someone kneeling in the corner, perfectly still, just as my friend had described. He was dressed head to toe in black, like a security guard, or one of those wannabe military guys who's obsessed with tactical gear. The one detail I could not miss was his boots. Combat boots, sturdy and expensive looking. The frost had preserved them so well that they didn't even smell. And that's when it hit me. This wasn't just some random guy. He wasn't moving because he was dead. A wave of panic rushed over us. We were standing in an empty building with a corpse. What if someone pinned this on us? We did not stick around to find out. Through some mutual friends, we managed to report the body anonymously to the cops. 2 days later, we watched as some soldiers clumsily dragged the corpse out in a bag and shoved it into a morgue truck. That should have been the end of it, but curiosity got the better of us. As soon as the cops cleared out, we snuck back to the room. It was exactly as we'd left it, except now the guy was gone. What remained was weird. There were a few candle stubs scattered around, a stack of old speed info magazines, and a torn up book titled Spells of a Siberian Healer. Turns out, the dead guy wasn't just some random squatter. He was a local weirdo, a bit of an exhibitionist, from what we heard, who'd been known to hang out in that sanatorium. Either he'd had a heart attack, or taken his fetish too far, chasing some kind of thrill he could not handle. Whatever it was, it killed him in the middle of his favorite hobby. On the outskirts of the city, there was this abandoned poultry farm, or at least, that's what it looked like. One time I wandered out there and ran into some stray dogs. They were far off at first, but as soon as they started barking, I did not stick around to see what they did next. I bolted. In one of the big pens, there was this bizarre scene. a shitload of feathers scattered everywhere, and hanging from the ceiling, a goat's leg, like someone had been butchering it. But that didn't make any sense. What would a goat be doing on a poultry farm? The locals definitely didn't have any reason to bring one there. I did not find any of her remains either, just the leg, swinging there on its own. Creepy, right? Another time, I was wandering around an abandoned underground tunnel at night. You know, just scrawling, "Anonymous was here on such and such date," on the walls, like any bored idiot would do. While I was doing my thing, I suddenly heard something dripping to my left. I checked it out. Nothing. No puddles, no leaky pipes, nothing at all. It wasn't even raining as far as I could remember. I moved to the other side of the tunnel, standing to the right of where I'd heard the noise, and wouldn't you know it, the dripping sound started up again. But still, there was no water, no source of the sound, nothing. It doesn't seem all that creepy now, just weird as hell. To be honest, I've never come across anything truly terrifying out there. Maybe that's a good thing. When I was 12 or 13, my friends and I discovered a barn in the forest, standing on the overgrown land of a long abandoned house. The house had its own grim history. An alcoholic had lived there, eventually dying alone from a hangover. His body lay there for days, gnawed by rats, and the neighbors had not bothered to bury him. Later, the house burned down, leaving only a pile of charred logs. Even the stove had been scavenged for bricks. The barn, however, was still standing, far from the rest of the village, just a lonely little structure at the edge of what used to be a vegetable garden. We loved its seclusion. It became our spot, a hideout where we set up a table, some makeshift seats, and whatever else we could scrounge up. It was perfect for hanging out. The barn itself was small, but it had a tall attic you could reach using a stepladder. The floor on the first level had started to rot, so someone had bolted a huge beam in the center for support. One hot August afternoon, a friend and I headed to the barn to escape the midday sun. We were lounging, sipping lemonade, and playing cards when we suddenly heard footsteps outside. We froze and listened. Nothing. Then, after a while, we heard it again, a faint shuffling sound, like someone walking through the grass. We peeked through the cracks in the barn walls. Nothing. The sound came again, unmistakable now. Figuring it was just some local kids messing with us, I stepped outside to catch them, but there was no one. The area around the barn was mostly open, just some apple trees and dense gooseberry bushes further out. There was nowhere to hide. As soon as I stepped back inside, the shuffling started again. It wasn't scary. Broad daylight, a village nearby, kids everywhere, but it was strange. I told my friend my theory. It had to be some brat playing games. We decided to climb up into the attic and wait, hoping to catch one of them in the act and give them a scare of our own. From the attic, we could see through the cracks in the floorboards and watch for movement below. We waited, tense and silent. A few minutes passed, then we heard the shuffling again. This is it, I thought, getting ready to pounce. But before we could move, the footsteps stopped. A few seconds of silence stretched out, then suddenly, bam, bam, bam. Someone started chopping at the support beam. The blows came steady and hard, shaking the entire attic. My friend and I stared at each other in shock, frozen. After the fifth or sixth blow, the beam gave away, and the floor collapsed under us. The next thing I knew, I was lying in a pile of broken boards, dust, and rotted wood. Amazingly, we were not hurt, just some bruises and filthy clothes. In a daze, we scrambled to our feet and bolted outside. No one was there. The area around the barn was clear for at least 30 meters, and there was no way anyone could have gotten out of sight in the 10 seconds it took us to get out. We circled the barn, checked the bushes, looked in every direction. Still nothing, just the same eerie stillness. We did not go back after that. The barn and the lot slowly grew over with maples, like nature was reclaiming the place. I'd visit occasionally, but I never set foot inside again. To this day, I can't explain it. Maybe it was a prank by some axe-wielding ninja with a cruel sense of humor, but honestly, I doubt it. We checked that beam many times. It was sturdy, easily holding up 3 people. And the force of those blows, we felt it, and there was no way it broke on its own. That was the last real creepy experience I had in an abandoned place, and I've explored my share of them. Factories, empty houses, half-built structures, even an old pioneer camp I stayed in one summer. At most, I've run into homeless people, garbage, and thrill-seeking kids, but nothing ever came close to that day in the barn. Abandoned buildings aren't exactly cozy places, except maybe the odd summer cottage someone fixes up for a night's sleep. During my school years in DC too, I lived near 2 abandoned buildings, an unfinished hospital and an old cinema. Both had their stories. The hospital was a magnet for teenagers, students from the nearby dorms, addicts, and drunks. It was a constant revolving door of chaos. We only ventured there in the evenings, once the grim vibe scared most people off. There wasn't much to do, just empty floors and the occasional homeless person to spook. The cinema, though, was much more intriguing. It was a hulking, grey, 4-story structure, a boxy coffin of a building. The windows on the first floor were about 2.5 to 3 meters off the ground, making it tough to get in. Our first attempt was through the basement, hoping to find a hatch or stairs up. Instead, we found black corridors filled with trash and abandoned rags. We did not get far. On our next try, we spotted a corner window just big enough to squeeze through. After scrounging a board from a nearby dumpster and leaning it against the wall, we managed to climb inside. The interior was a mix of eerie and fascinating. The lobby had huge glass chandeliers that swayed ominously in the drafts, making it nerve-wracking to walk beneath them. The 2 cinema halls were pitch dark, with rows of scorched, tattered seats and torn fabric screens. Our foam flashlights barely illuminated a few feet ahead. Behind one of the screens was a rusty iron staircase leading to a platform high above the hall. Ignoring all common sense, we decided to climb up. One friend ventured onto the platform itself, but as soon as he stepped forward, the metal groaned and cracked. In the faint light, we could see his horrified face as the platform gave way. By sheer luck, he managed to grab the railing and scramble back to safety. Shaken, we decided to keep our feet firmly on the ground after that. Above the halls were technical rooms filled with bizarre remnants. One room had iron springs attached to the floor, each holding a concrete slab. It looked like a makeshift trampoline, and of course, we could not resist jumping on it like idiots, roaring with laughter as the whole room shook. Eventually, we stumbled upon a homeless den, a collection of mattresses, pillows, and personal belongings. Thankfully, the occupants were not around, and we decided not to push our luck. We climbed to the roof, where there wasn't much to see apart from the decaying structure. Naturally, we climbed onto the rusted cinema sign anyway, thoroughly terrified the whole time. Later, someone broke open a door to one of the cinema halls, making access easier. But despite the open invitation, the crowds from the hospital did not flock to the cinema. It stayed relatively quiet, and we returned a few times to explore further. The place was littered with old film reels. I even took one as a souvenir. It was some kind of race film, but my mom eventually threw it out, muttering something about the energy of abandoned places. Sadly, the cinema did not last. Fires became frequent, and eventually, part of the second floor collapsed while some teens were exploring. They were either killed or hospitalized, I don't remember exactly. After that, they posted security at the site, and the fun was over. Looking back, the cinema was both thrilling and terrifying. Beyond the fear of the building collapsing, the atmosphere was suffocating. The dark corridors of the second and third floors always seemed alive, rustling, dripping, creaking. Sure, it was just drafts and natural decay, but it created a 10 out of 10 creepy ambience. That was about 10 years ago. I don't live in that area anymore, but I passed by recently. The hospital has been demolished, replaced by a residential complex. The cinema, on the other hand, seems to be under slow reconstruction. It looks lifeless. I still have one frame from that old film reel, saved from my mom's Purge. If I find it in my junk pile, I'll share it. Deep in the forest, there is a cluster of abandoned buildings, an eerie mix of architectural eras and styles. Some are old, pre-revolutionary stone houses with crumbling facades, while others are Soviet-era 2-story blocks meant for cattle or maybe workers' housing. Scattered among them are the long, brick warehouses, half demolished as if they'd been intentionally blown up, and charred wooden sheds, their purpose now forgotten. And then there is the bunker, a grey, concrete hulk nestled among the ruins, surrounded by the skeletal remains of sheds. The houses are gutted, stripped to the bones, their walls crumbling and precarious. Most are too unstable to explore without risking a collapse. The bunker, though, is a different story. A metal Jacob's ladder descends into its depths, leading to a labyrinth of tiled rooms spread across several floors. The air is cold and heavy, the silence punctuated only by the occasional drip of water. Local legend has it that this place has always been cursed. Under the Tsar, they say it was a hideout for sectarians performing unspeakable rituals. During World War II, it supposedly became an SS headquarters and torture chamber. Under the Soviets, it turned into a secret research institute conducting experiments on prisoners. In the late 90s, the place was suddenly sealed off for a week as helicopters circled overhead, smoke rising from the forest. Soldiers guarded the perimeter until, one day, they were gone. Rumors persist that in the bunker, someone found an altar. Supposedly, if you leave an offering there, you can ask for something deeply personal, and the legend warns that your wish may come true, though not necessarily as you intended. The reality, as far as I could uncover, is less dramatic, but no less strange. Official records show the property once belonged to a small research institute focused on soil studies. In the late 90s, it was sold to a dubious private company that also claimed to study soils. The company has long since shut down, and the research institute itself dissolved years ago. Whatever secrets the property held, they were buried with its closure. There were no obvious signs of explosions or fires, just hollowed out warehouses and charred sheds. The buildings look stripped bare, as though someone systematically removed everything down to the wallpaper. Even the plaster is mostly gone, exposing skeletal wooden beams, scattered remnants. A pair of ancient tarpaulin boots here, a rusted truck wheel there, are the only clues to its past. The bunker is the most puzzling part. Why build such an elaborate network of underground, tiled rooms with twisting corridors and multiple levels? The design suggests something more than soil research, though the purpose remains a mystery. I could not shake the feeling that the bunker was built with secrecy in mind. Its maze-like layout, perfect for keeping prying eyes at bay. Whatever happened here, the stories surrounding this place are as layered and winding as the bunker itself. The buildings stand as a testament to lives and events long forgotten, leaving only speculation. Reminds me of the time some friends and I snuck into an abandoned house. We were crawling around, poking into corners, hoping to find something worth taking. Suddenly, one of the guys shouted, "Atanda," and we instinctively scrambled into the attic through a hole in the ceiling. Peeking through the cracks, we saw a military van pull up outside. A group of masked soldiers with machine guns jumped out and started tearing the house apart, clearly looking for us. We could hear them talking. "How many are there? 5? "They're close, Comrade Major. Search everywhere, Suyoga. They could not have gone far." In that moment, if someone had jammed a titanium crowbar at my ass, I'd have bitten it into a razor-sharp blade. Luckily for us, they did not think to check the attic and eventually left. The next day, someone burned the house to the ground. Weirdly, the place was empty. Judging by the thick layer of dust, nobody had set foot there for at least a century before we did. Besides the sound of footsteps on crumbled brick in an old store that my friend and I were tearing apart for bricks, there is another strange memory that haunts me. It happened out in the steppe of the Zhezkazgan region, where I worked as an engineer, building an embankment for a railway. It was a wild, open steppe, and we were simply following the project to create a trapezoidal embankment for the future tracks. One day, to inspect the area, my friend and I headed toward an old, dilapidated building. Along the way, we passed several long abandoned cemeteries. They were small, about 10 graves, maybe, and as I guessed at the time, they were Muslim. There were no crosses or monuments, just sunken graves with faded remnants of what used to be headstones. But that is not the point. Just a note about the forgotten burials that we came across. We kept walking, and the abandoned places grew more distinct. After about 5 to 6 kilometers, we spotted some post-Soviet ruins. We wondered what these were doing out in the middle of nowhere. The closer we got, it became clear this wasn't just a small structure. It was a large building, partly underground, with what seemed like at least 2 floors above ground. We did not feel like exploring the place any further, so we just glanced around at the ruins and the empty landscape, already wanting to turn back. But then we noticed a strange hillock nearby. It stood out because some hidden bricks and concrete were visible at its base. When we climbed up, we found a hatch at the top. I don't remember if there was a lid or if it was open, but it was definitely not closed. Looking down was unnerving. There was no visible bottom. We did not know how deep it went or what was inside, but with just the 2 of us there, we chickened out, leaving the mystery unsolved. We shrugged and made our way back to the containers where our work camp was set up. Years later, I still wonder what that hatch was about. What purpose could it have served? Was it some kind of camouflage structure? Maybe a Soviet storage facility, or even a refrigerated vault? I don't know how far it went down, and from the outside, it just looked like an ordinary hill near the ruins of a Soviet building. In the middle of the steppe, far from any settlements, I've searched online, but I found nothing that explains it. It would have been terrifying to jump down into that hatch and get stuck there. There was an abandoned place on the edge of our neighborhood, a massive building. Just walking there felt incredibly intense. During the day, my friends and I were not afraid, especially in a group, but after dark, no chance. There wasn't any mist or anything spooky like in the movies. We just made up stories to scare the girls and each other. Years passed, I grew up, and my friends drifted apart. I started going there alone to drink, instead of the forest belt. One night, I decided to test my courage. I went there alone to see if I could handle it. I went up to the 2nd floor, all the way to the back, and immediately regretted it. The atmosphere was so thick with dread, it felt like you could cut it with a knife. All those stories and fears rushed back to me. I got so worked up that it felt like a bad dream. Only an idiot would willingly walk into that. But by then, leaving was not an option. The stairs were at the far end of the building, behind a maze of pitch-black corridors, and the stairs themselves, they felt like a descent into hell. Just as I was thinking that even the slightest sound might make my heart stop, I heard a noise. At the far end of the room, a figure appeared in the doorway and calmly walked toward the opposite corner. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness, but I could not make out any details. For some reason, I thought it was a woman. She stopped there and stood still, blending into the wall. To my surprise, I stayed calm enough to slip out quietly through the dark hallways, and I did not make a sound on my way out. I was shaking when I got home, and I could not sleep until morning. I would not recommend this kind of experiment to anyone whose mind is not prepared for it. The place felt off. You could not explain why, but everyone who went there could feel it. There are abandoned places that feel strangely cozy, places you could even spend the night in. But this place, you don't want to think about it after dark. Like Stephen King said, this room is inhabited by absolute evil. Even though nothing paranormal seemed to happen, it sure felt like it. I like to wander the outskirts of my town, Purge, always on the lookout for new places I have not explored before. About 10 years ago, on one such trip, I ended up on the other side of the local forest. The area was so remote and rugged that I began to regret venturing out there, especially alone. It seemed like no human had ever set foot in that wilderness. At least, that is how it felt to me. As I tried to find a path, I came across a rusty fence, behind which was a vast abandoned field and some buildings in the distance. It was getting close to summer twilight, but I decided to take a look around anyway. It appeared to have once been a stud farm with several hangars and a half-meter layer of dried manure on the floor. It seemed the place was shut down before I was even born. I was about to leave when I noticed a house behind some bushes, so I decided to check it out. It looked like a typical one-story house with tiles, nothing special, but it had clearly been destroyed. The walls were riddled with gunshot marks, the plaster chipped, and everything in the room was scratched up and down. The windows were broken, and the bars on them were twisted, almost as if someone had torn them out with pliers. The door was knocked off its hinges, leaning against the wall beside the entrance. Inside, there was nothing but a stove, a chair, and a table. On the table, there was a Soviet-era newspaper and a full bottle of lemonade. I did not dare to drink it. Yeah, that definitely wasn't lemonade. As I was leaving, I noticed some writing on the side of the fallen door, facing the wall. I flipped the door over and was stunned. The entire surface was covered in fresh black marker, with many desperate messages like, "Guys, I beg you, let's come to an agreement. Please, let's talk like men. Why act rashly? Here is my number." And more messages like this, just scrawled on the wall. The door itself was hacked up with an axe. It was getting dark, so I hurried to leave. As I walked along the dirt road beside the field, a deep voice shouted at me from inside the forest. "Hey, fuck. Ooh." Naturally, I was terrified, but life has taught me not to run blindly away from threats. I jumped into the nettles and looked around. The voice repeated from deeper inside the forest, and I instantly regretted being there. From the darkness, 6 lanterns appeared, heading directly toward me. I could hear them talking, and sometimes they shouted in my direction. It seemed like they were coming for me. Thankfully, the area was thick with underbrush, and I crawled on all fours, making my escape like a bullet. I still have no idea what happened there or why. None of my friends even know these buildings exist. I never went back. According to Google Maps, there is almost nothing left now. Either it's been overgrown, fallen apart, or demolished. Work as a GS camp counselor 1 year, thanks to friend. Partnered with girl from Sweden named Eva. Given basic kit for camp, including fire shovel, hatchet, electric bullhorn, and electric camp lanterns. No radio or the like. Campsites are all within shouting distance of one another. Tents are all platform type, built into hillside so each has a balcony. Tents 1 and 8 have steepest drop-off and best views, but are most isolated. Eva and I stayed in the tent with the star. Only 5 tents occupied at any time. Girls are allowed to pick their tents. Blue trails on map were virtually impassable, which meant anyone coming or going had to pass our tent to get to the others. 3 batches of campers, aged 10 to 11, come and go uneventfully. Eva complains the heat is giving her weird nightmares. Joke that it's all the preteen hormones and boy talk stressing her out. 4th batch of campers comes in. 2 girls claim to see a bear in our latrines Wednesday night of camp. Huge bear, had to stoop to fit under awning. Eva and I find nothing other than a few open doors. Not supposed to be anything bigger than a raccoon in the area anyway. Dismiss it as overactive imaginations. Next night, blood-curdling screams and safety whistle blasts from next campsite over. Eva and I get out of the tent to find out what the fuck is going on. Hear something running through the woods up the hill from our campsite, but do not see anything. Campers are all understandably freaked out. Go tent to tent, calming them down. Next morning, talk to counselor from next camp over. Find out 2 tents of girls claim to have seen a bear, or a Bigfoot. They are like 9 and can't agree on what they saw. Camp decides it might be a bear and take up all contraband food to prevent it from sticking around. Weekends normally, and campers go home. Meeting is called on bear safe day for all counselors. New camp week starts with next batch of campers. Shit gets worse. 2 campsite trash boxes are trashed overnight the first night of the week. Heavy boxes with padlocks designed to keep large animals out. One's lid is almost completely pried off, the other is dented to all hell. Instructed to bring garbage to incinerator each night and leave lockboxes open after that. More sightings of the bear from campers during the day, but none can be confirmed and are put down to paranoia. Next night, campers in my campsite screaming bloody murder. Eva and I tear out of the tent and run through the woods to tent 8. She managed to grab the hatchet. I've got a lamp and the bullhorn. Almost break my fucking ankle on a tree root. Eva and I run to the tent. Can't get in because idiots use square knots instead of slip knots. Hear more screaming and crying. Finally get into the tent. It came over the balcony. It tried to come in. All 3 girls fucking freaking out. Finally get them calm. They'd heard something snuffling around under their tent and had tried to stay quiet, hoping it would go away. Screaming had started when they figured out it was trying to get into the tent. Girls had braced their spare mattress at the end of the tent to keep a sleepwalking bunkmate from falling over the edge of the platform, tied square knots to keep her from wandering out at night. Mattresses smeared with mud, but no claw marks like you would expect from a bear trying to invade. Tell them to get their shit, that we'll go to our tent for the rest of the night. More fucking screams, this time on the other side of the camp. Screams mixed with safety whistle blasts. Can't see lights from tent 1 and assume that is who is losing their shit. Tent 8 girls don't want us to leave. One is just sobbing and trying to hide under a cot. Eva and I run across the campsite in the dark again after telling them to get in the tent and tie it back up. No idea what we're going to do with a hatchet and bullhorn against a bear. Are we fucking stupid? Yes, we are fucking stupid. Blasting the siren button on the bullhorn the whole way across camp, hoping it will scare the bear off. Get to the tent. 4 girls inside, all with the same story as the first tent. Girls were already awake from the first round of screaming and had their flashlights and whistles out already. Heard something under the platform and started screaming their little hearts out when it came up the platform. Said it ran away when the siren started blasting from the bullhorn. Check around the platform the best we can in the dark. No signs of a bear or any animal in the area, nor any tracks under the platform. One girl claims the bear had a white face and long, scrawny arms. 2 other girls insist that was just a reflection from the flashlights. Last girl said she was too scared to look. All 4 girls agree it was huge, with arms spread wider than the tent platform. That's it. Enough of this shit. Take them with us through the camp, making lots of noise as we walk. Get the girls singing one of the chants and blast the siren for good measure. Go tent to tent, rounding up our campers and tell them to all hold hands. Lead them down to the outdoor lodge where meals and crafting stuff takes place. Sandra and Leanne, organizers on admin duty for the week, are already up and waiting for us. Sandra keeps the girls busy assembling cots in the lodge while Leanne talks to us and we figure out what the fuck to do. She agrees that the bear situation is getting too dangerous and goes with Leanne to call in the other campers and counselors. We get alternately praised for rescuing our girls and chewed out for going after a bear without proper protection. While they are gone, Eva tells me that the dreams she's been having are about a big, shaggy monster coming into our tent every night. It's big, black, and has a white human face in the middle of the fur. Tell her not to fuck around and try to get the kids to sleep. She insists that she is serious. Leave Eva to try to get the kids to sleep. Other campsites start rolling in with their girls. Not enough beds for almost 100 people, so bodies everywhere on the floor. Next morning rolls around, and other organizers show up for breakfast. They had no fucking clue we were in the lodge until they showed up. No sign of Sandra and Leanne. Sandra last seen on her way back to organize more cots. Leanne last seen on her way back with the last group of girls to come in. Organizers disturbed by this fact for obvious reasons. Park rangers and police called in. The rest of the day is pretty much chaos. Girls are taken back to their tents to get their shit and clear out one tent at a time with no fewer than 3 counselors in attendance. Police and rangers taking witness statements and investigating tents and campsites. Rumor that they are bringing in helicopter and dogs, but never saw either. Parents are called and come pick up their kids. Organizers arranged to take international counselors home with them until flights can be rescheduled. No sign of bears. no sign of anything bigger than a raccoon, like we were told to begin with. No sign of Sandra or Leanne. A couple of days later, a black bear sow suffering from rabies was destroyed by animal control a couple of counties south of the campsite. During the necropsy, they confirmed rabies and also found partially digested human remains. There was apparently nothing that could be used to identify the remains, but the conclusion was that this bear had been terrorizing the camp and had attacked and eaten at least one part of one of the missing organizers. The rest of the remains were never found. Given Eva's reoccurring dream and what the girls had said about the thing having a white face and gangly arms, I am not fully convinced about it being the bear's doing. Haven't been camping since. Also, was an idiot and forgot to attach the map to the first post, so it's on this one. All of the tents were within about 100 yards of the tent we stayed in, but the paths were really rough cut and uneven. The fact that I didn't break my ankle was pretty miraculous. Be me, 2 years ago, moving with girlfriend, second floor apartment in a very white trash kind of area in New England. Rent is $900 a month, not bad given our jobs. 2 weeks after moving in was when some very minor paranormal activity began. It was objects falling down or being moved somewhere else, light thumps every now and there. This would be how activity continues for about 2 months. 2 months into living there, it's one night when we hear something moving about in the kitchen. For context, our kitchen only had one door out, and that was to the hallway that led up to our house's 3rd floor. The door was locked. All the doors were locked. Head out armed, with not a gun, but the typical baseball bat. No one is in the kitchen. This happens again a week later. Sound of someone fucking about in the kitchen becomes a once-a-week occurrence at night. About a month later, my girlfriend has a day off when she is asleep on the couch. Wakes up and sees a man in the apartment. She calls the police, but they find no evidence anyone but her and the dog were in the apartment at the time. Describes what she saw as a normal-looking man, white in maybe his 30s or something like that, but wearing blue, all dark blue. The blue man, as I dubbed him, would be seen regularly. He would appear randomly, not just in the apartment, but all over the property. I've even seen him once in the backyard, early one morning. There was also a shadow person. I started seeing it randomly. Would always get a threatening vibe from him when I'd see it, like it hated us or something. No, there was never an instance where the blue man and the shadow person were seen at the same time. Shadow person was strictly in the house and all the apartments, while blue man was not bound to just inside the house. At some point, a family moved into the 3rd floor. It was a week when the mom came down to our apartment and asked us if we heard anything strange. Told her yes. The mom tells us about an encounter her son had. Her son, who was maybe 10 or so, told her he saw a young boy staring in through the 3rd floor window. Just typing that made me so uneasy. Immediately creeped out. For those keeping score at home, that is officially 3 ghosts in one house. 10 months into living in the house, the activity ramps up. What used to be objects falling became objects flying off the kitchen counter, items tossed off the couch, etc. Girlfriend learns the 1st floor tenants have also run into the blue man. Then comes in the basement. God, I hated that basement. Every time I went down there, it felt like I was being watched. This dark and hateful energy just came over me whenever I was down there. There was clearly a presence that wanted me out of there, and I would oblige. One night while doing laundry down there, I heard what I can only describe as a guttural hiss. I would begin hearing the hissing noise around the apartment from time to time after that. One night, all the tenants are outside in the backyard. The mom on the 3rd floor tells me another story of how the shadow person would come into her son's room at night and tell him awful things, like how his father hated him and how he was a mistake, a burden on his parents, no one will ever love him, etc. That sends chills down my spine. Around this time, the sound of people talking outside on the front porch could be heard. Heard voices that sound like none of the neighbors, but could not make out their words. They sound like they are arguing. The arguing escalates and then stops. There is also the sound of a phantom car that pulls into the driveway at night that never leaves or is ever seen. At around the 1 year mark, I would have an encounter with the man in blue. He was trying to speak to me. I could not quite get the grasp of what he was trying to say to me, but I could see the words on his lips seemed frantic. He just disappears. The activity in the home seems to hit its peak when one night, both girlfriend and I encounter the shadow person. It begins trying to do something, like it's expanding itself. I'm not sure how to explain it. Girlfriend and I book it, take the dog, and spend the night sleeping in the car. Morning after, I see cop cars at the house. First floor tenant told some story about some homeless person breaking in and scaring us out. We spend the next few months trying to get ourselves out of that place. As this happens, the activity continues, but less severe. Sightings of the blue man seem to keep up. Around November 2019, the girlfriend word of mouth finds a place for us, smaller and first floor, but better. Rent is only about $100 less, but that is a steal. Not sure what happened to the other tenants, but I heard both first floor is still there. Third moved in with relatives. To this day, I am unsure of who the blue man is. I never really bothered to look into it. Encountering him was scary because a ghost, but he never seemed threatening. Never did figure out anything about the child ghost, the hissing, or the entity in the basement. Be me. A couple years ago now. Be in New Orleans with buddies for a summer trip. Be at a bar one night, minding my own business. Couple is sitting across from me. They seem pretty strange. Notice they have sunglasses on, indoors, with the lights on. Strange, but okay. Buddies arrive and we order food, watch the TV, and just bullshit between us. Sneak a look at the weird couple. One is this tall white dude, maybe 6'3". The other is this sort of Asian looking girl. She was about a foot, maybe less, shorter than him. Go to the bathroom. Taking the worst, most painful, constipation shit ever. Hear someone come in. See through the stall, it's the weird guy with the sunglasses on. This sudden heavy feeling comes down on me, like I should be very afraid of this man. Notice from the crack of the stall door that his reflection is weird. It's distorted, like it was fuzzy. It's a few minutes before he leaves, but it felt like hours. Eventually, I return out to hang with my friends. That feeling of fear, maybe dread, is back. I see the strange couple conversing. I see the man. He seems to look at me. Can't make out what they're saying. Pretend to not notice that they are giving me looks. Brush it off and go back to just chilling. Little while later, the bar food does not agree with my stomach. Run out the back entrance to around the dumpster to puke. After throwing up, I feel myself being thrown on the ground. It's the man in sunglasses. He pulls me up and pins me against the dumpster. I don't know who you are, but you agree you saw nothing, correct? I stutter. You fucking saw nothing. Got it? Nod in agreement. He lets go of me. The girl seemingly showed up out of nowhere. Head back into the bar. Turn around and see they are gone. Nowhere in sight. Alright, I'm liquored up enough. Here we fucking go. 1991. Was about 10 years old. Poor as dirt and lived out on a farm. By poor as dirt, I mean we literally had nothing. No TV, no cameras, and besides a radio, nothing. We lived in a really rural area in the northernmost part of Wisconsin. No neighbors for more than a few miles. At home alone because my mom and dad needed to go into town to get some supplies. Listening to some shit I can't remember when someone bangs on the door. Strange, since we normally do not get people out here. Go to the door. There is a fucking crack in the door. Motherfucker hit so hard, there was a crack in it. Peek through the crack to ask him what was going on. He was naked and covered in blood. Pick related. Ask him what the fuck he was doing on our doorstep. I got in a car accident. Can you let me in to call someone to pick me up? The dude's tone was flat, kinda like how a computer sounds when it speaks. Tell him to get the fuck out before I go all mafia on his ass. He smiles and says that I won't regret it if I let him in. Get freaked the fuck out and run upstairs to get my dad's shotgun. Was a small kid back then, so it was heavy to hold and almost knocked me flat when I first shot it. Motherfucker was reaching through the crack to try and get in. Shoot his ass. I knew I hit him because he pulled the fuck back and started running, looked out of the crack, and got ready to shoot him again when I see him running into the woods. On 4 fucking legs. Not how a person walks or crawls on 4 legs. This dude was like a fucking bear or something by how he ran. Too scared to shoot him again. Parents come home to me crying in the corner with a gun next to me. Dad freaks the fuck out when I tell him what happened. He said I could have some of the ice cream he got from me while he went out and tried to look for the dude. Came back the next day and immediately called my uncle who lived in Milwaukee to come and pick me up. The night before my uncle picked me up, I was doing my chores and checking on the cows. The same dude was in the barn eating one of the stillborn calves. Nope. Go back to the house and tell my dad that some guy was helping himself to a burger in our barn. Goes out there with a gun and threatens to skin the dude if he comes back. The guy just laughs and walks off into the woods. Never came back. My wife and I are staying in a cabin her uncle built on some land her grandparents owned. Place is pretty nice, power and everything. In the middle of nowhere though. We spend most of the first day just randomly walking around. That night I crash hard after taking some sleep aids. Wife wakes me up around 2 a.m. There is something outside. Duh, it's the woods. No, I didn't know what it is. It looked like a person. Like Bigfoot? I'm serious. Stop being a dick and go look. Fine. Get up. Go to the window. Something's standing behind our car. Just standing there. Not really large or anything. Maybe 5 feet tall. Click the outside light on. It ducks behind the car. Can see it through the glass. This has got to be a person or something. Grab the fire poker from beside the stove. Step outside. Wife is freaking out, telling me to stay inside. Yell, "Hey, whoever you are, get the fuck out of here." It doesn't move. "Dude, I can see you. You're scaring the hell out of Maddie." It ducks lower. Okay, I'm going to have to go out there. Raise the fire poker and start towards the car. It does not budge. Freaks me out a bit. Round the side of the car. Thing is crouched beside the car. All white/grey. Naked and mostly hairless. I jump back. It runs away on all 4s. Wife saw it pretty clearly as it ran. Says it ran like a rabbit. I rush back into the cabin. Yeah, we are leaving. We start packing stuff. Get everything together. I go out ahead of her and put everything in the car. Just as I push everything into the trunk, I glance towards the cabin. Thing is crouched at the corner of the cabin, peeking in the window. I usher her out and get her in the car. Lock the doors. Go back to the cabin, lock it up. Still got the fire poker. Run back to the car. Thing is creeping towards the car, really low to the ground. Wife would not have seen it because of the angle. Yell at it. It freezes, but otherwise does not react. I get in the car. Drive the fuck out of there. Headlights catch it, running towards the woods. I got into a bar fight with a cryptid or demon or something once. Never learned what it actually was. Be me, 23, full of piss and vinegar. Best friend invites me to visit his family with him way out in the sticks for a week or 2. Nothing better to do, in between jobs, so agree. Introduces me to his family, all very friendly and chill. His grandpa seems intense, slow to speak, but always sounds very considered and sure about what he's saying. Warns me about going too far from the house at night, being a city boy and all. Tell him I've been on hunting trips before, which I had, and I know my way around the woods. Not these woods. Goes on to start some story about inhuman things in the area, but the rest of the family quickly shut him up before he gets anywhere. One night the men are out for a drink at the local bar. Me, friend, his dad, his uncle, his gramps. They make a point of telling me this building is probably older than my great-great-grandfather or whatever, like centuries old. Place is quiet. We are just shooting the shit and drinking when I see friend looking nervous about something. Follow his eyes and see a guy sitting in the corner next to the door. Bulky dude with bright red hair. Before I can get a good look, Gramps grabs my arm. He's got a death grip on me. I look at him and he looks terrified. I look around and so does everyone else, all staring at their drinks or the table. Slowly realize there's no one else in the bar now, not even the bartender. For a quick second, I think this is some local criminal or gang member with how they are acting, but that's definitely not how it feels. I try to look at the guy again, but Gramps squeezes my arm even tighter. Hurts like hell. Friend nudges me and hisses, "Don't look." The second he says this, I can see the guy move out of the corner of my eye. His face turns towards our table and he stands up, walks towards us. I look around at everyone for some hint of what to do, but they are all just looking down. At this point I've had too many drinks to be fully aware of what's happening, so I look directly at the guy. He stops in the middle of the room and just looks back. Honestly just seems like a normal dude. Tall, youngish, broad-shouldered, normal-looking face, bright red hair. We stare at each other for a few seconds when the city boy in me comes out. "The fuck are you looking at?" The guy does not respond, but Gramps finally lets go of my arm and stares at the table even harder. All of them are tense. I've been in lots of fights at this point and gotten in trouble for it, so I'm looking for any sort of sign of what to do here. Same rules for when I'm drinking with any group of guys. If they tell me to leave them alone, I will. They tell me it's time to go, I'll leave. They tell me it's time to square up, I'll do so. But they give me nothing, like they're trying to pretend it's not happening. Eventually, I get pissed off with this guy staring at me. Stand up to my full size, 6'3", and the strong kind of fat lol, and walk towards him. Say some bullshit I can't remember. We got a problem or something. I try to square up to the guy, but I suddenly tap into the fucked up vibe the other guys are feeling. Suddenly realize this guy is not the slightest bit normal. Maybe not even human. His eyes don't seem weird in color or anything, but the way he's looking at me is definitely not right. I'm suddenly terrified, scared as hell, but I retreat back into how I was raised. Do not back down from anyone. My dad is a legit asshole. Tell the guy/thing it's time to leave or whatever, but he does not move. Just keeps staring at me. Feel like I'm about to piss myself. I raise my hand up to punch him, and suddenly, he grabs my wrist in one hand. It fucking burns, like he's got acid on his skin or something. It takes this long for me to realize I'm still holding my beer in my other hand. I smash it against this thing's head and just roar at him, more in pain than anger. He lets go of me and silently turns away. Can't see what damage I've done, if any at all. Then he just walks away. Walks out the door like nothing happened. I notice the barman coming out of the back room. Then my friend and his family are all over me, grabbing my arms and shoulders, asking if I am okay. I tell them I'm fine, I just need another drink. But inside, I'm fucking shaking. I have no idea what just happened. We go home and keep drinking. We stay up till the sunrise playing cards and telling stories, even the old man. I appreciated this because I definitely was not going to be sleeping that night. Feel like that was maybe the point. No one brings up what happened, but for the rest of the visit, it's like I'm everyone's best friend. Get the feeling I did something right. My friends still won't talk to me about what happened that night. It doesn't matter now, and it's better you don't know. Could believe this was just some random bar fight, except that to this day, my wrist is numb where this thing grabbed it. Completely numb. I went to a doctor about it, and he just poked me with a pen a few times. Said maybe I'd had a mild stroke. Pretty sure I messed with something I shouldn't have, but came out on top for sheer luck. Everyone else knew just to ignore this thing, but didn't think to tell me before we went into town. Even now, I'm scratching my wrist. It's still completely numb for a few inches below my right hand. No scar or anything, just numb to the touch. After I told her about it, my GF is in the habit of digging her nails into that spot as hard as she can, or biting the fleshy part on top. Says it feels satisfying for whatever weird reason. But she does not believe the story at all. Agrees with the doctor. Last story I personally experienced, and the longest. I have a couple others, but they are from friends, so some I believe less, some more. If anyone is interested, I'll post them later. Also, any ideas what this was about? In May, 2 years ago, I have to watch over a house of a family member who had a stroke and went to a hospital. Okay then. The house is built in the middle of nowhere, literally surrounded by plains with a small patch of woods to the north. Place is clean, spacious, and modern. I bring my PC, only to find his router has a password, which I don't know, and isn't written anywhere. Good thing I still have my small shitty router. The only downside, it fucking smells. Smells like some bizarre mix of vanilla, sap, and some other smell. Check for gas leaks or CO2. Nothing. Call Grandpa. He tells me he doesn't even have gas nor a stove. So what the fuck smells? B kinda freaked out, but at that point, shrug it off. Half a week passes, and nothing exceptional happens. Take a couple walks on the grounds. Only find a couple molehills and a piece of deer shit, but I notice that the smell is stronger during morning or evening. Whatever. Saturday comes, so I go out to the village to get bread and some other stuff. Buy all I need. Notice an information board about the region's history. Read that there are legends of a gate to hell, stone circles built by giants, called stolems here, and an old Protestant church said to have a stone scratched by the devil on it. Cool. Go back and notice that there is something on the doorstep. It's a wooden symbol, looking like Pickle related. Some teen from the village is messing with me, I guess. Either that or I'm fucked. Let's go with the former. Throw this thing in the trash. Go through my day, only to notice the smell is gone, even though the sun is setting. Take a walk around and go back 20 minutes later. Decide to watch some TV. Around 12 PM, go to sleep. This is where it gets weird. In the dream, I'm inside the house, except I know something is coming. I walk through the rooms until I reach the living room. The TV is on, and on the screen is an old woman with long grey hair and a wrinkled face, wearing robes and a cloak. She looks at me as I go inside the room and says, "It's coming." Even in the dream, I am confused. She says it again much louder, so I ask, what is coming? She beckons me to get closer and whispers, "Cord tabu." At this moment, all the lights in the dream turn on, and they are cold, icy blue. The woman screams as the screen is also filled with blue. Then I can feel a pressure or a presence of something big. It feels like something is going to smash the house and me with it. I wake up screaming. The whole house reeks of that smell. The symbol is propped at my window. Shit breaks. Go out and stay in my car. Next day, look throughout the house and outside. Nothing. Google cord tabu. No links that fit with that word. Decide it must have been a dream, and the same shitter who put it on the doorstep put it on the window. Wow, the house ain't gonna clean itself, I guess. Do all the work, then decide to fuck off for the rest of the day. Go to the woodlet outside. At least this place smells normal.jpg. Although I'm kinda surprised how fucking dark it is under like 3 dozen trees. The place is filled with wild pigeons, so have to avoid shit piles. Go back home. Smell is nearly gone. Beat my meat, take a shower, and go to bed, since I did not get much sleep last night. Nothing. No weird dreams, just wake up. I'm okay with that. Next 2 days pass normally. Nothing weird happens. Only have to be there for 3 more days. Nothing happens until next evening. As always, the smell is stronger. At that point I got used to it. Play on my PC for a while, then head off to sleep. Dream that I am somewhere else. I seem to be on a metal tower, except the metal bends under my feet like jello. I can see woods and buildings as far as the eye can see. The buildings look like they're made of concrete, except they're all wrong. They're bent or upside down, or they have no windows. The weirdest thing is that everything is moving, as if something writhed underground, causing hills to grow and vanish. Even the sky is fucked. Stars spin, and the moon seems to get closer and then further with every move. Then something grabs my shoulder. I try to look around, but I can't. I can only see long, hairy, many-jointed fingers on me. Nope. Then I hear a hoarse, loud voice behind me, saying, "Father, come, the door is open." Nope. The whole sky turns the same blue as previously, except a black diamond shape in the center. Hear a buzzing, combined with unrecognizable static-like voices. Wake up as the sun is rising. This time the symbol is in the living room. This time the smell is chemical and meat-like. Find the source of the meaty smell. There is a small pile of dead pigeons across from the door under the tree. Freak the fuck out. Call grandparents. They tell me to call the police. I oblige. Policemen come. Get weirded out. Shrug. Say it must be some messed up kids doing pranks. Oh, okay. Leave as soon as I can. Last year, hear that the family member who owned that place sold it like a month later and moved into a bigger city. Never told anyone why. Any ideas what all that was about? Winter of 2015. I was house sitting for a family friend. It was a small, old, shotgun-style house in a quiet neighborhood. Friend, let's call her Anita, was out of the States for a month while on vacation. Anita was a retiree who enjoyed trips to the Caribbean. My primary job was to ensure that general upkeep was done on the house, and that her pet dog and her fish and the plants were all taken care of. Other than that, as it was closer to my workplace and it was much nicer and warmer than my actual apartment, I quickly decided that I would be spending nights there after work. As far as the layout, Anita mostly stayed on the first floor of the house. There is a mostly unfinished basement with old crap and a rather cluttered second floor full of antique old lady things, jewelry boxes, hardwood furniture mostly, along with a nice but mostly unused bed. 2 weeks in, I had restocked half the refrigerator, gotten fully in the good graces of her dog, which was the absolute definition of a big old sweetie, etc. 3 weeks in, I was getting a little stir-crazy because I had several days off due to severe bad weather, construction industry, leaving me and an old half-blind golden retriever in a dead quiet neighborhood in the middle of winter. This is when I started to hear shit in the middle of the night. Anita liked her kitsch, at first glance. If you go through her decor and fine china, you'd think that she was fully into the Margaritaville lifestyle, but she was actually more into generic antiques. She liked owls, glass orbs, frogs, cats, chickens, and so on. She actually had full display cases in her real living room full of the stuff. I suppose it was something to do. Anyhow, about 2 a.m. or so, after another workless night, 10 degrees outside, roads iced up, Merry Christmas, etc., I woke up to what I assumed was something that I had feared would happen. The dog was whining, and I heard that the standard dog nails hitting wood sound was likely burned into the brain of most people who happen to own dogs. One of the few things I felt bad about doing when I was revolved around the dog. I slept upstairs. The dog could not climb the stairs, and a senior dog was a senior dog. While I wasn't afraid of cleaning up accidents, partially due to the flooring being mostly hardwood, I could not help but feel partially guilty. Anyway, I get dressed and headed downstairs to check on the dog. Naturally, it's perfectly sound asleep. I decided to check to see if I had just missed the dog doing something unpleasant. After finding no presents in the kitchen or the first floor bedroom, I headed for the living room, where I discovered one of the two very concerning things I found that night. One of the display cases of knickknacks had a single large Wizard of Oz ornament as an elaborate centerpiece, similar to Pick but larger. It had somehow shifted in place. The piece, from as far as I could tell, had somehow shifted itself at a 180-degree angle until the characters depicted on it had their heads facing the interior of the display case. After staring at this for some time, I decided to quickly fix the inexplicable oddity. I had seen it numerous times before, as it's one of the first things one notices when they enter the living room, and head for the kitchen for a glass of milk. While I was chugging at a glass of whole milk, and trying to convince myself the moving ornament was just my imagination, I steadily woke up and realized something was actually off about my surroundings and that I had possibly failed as a house sitter. So, there's 2 doggy doors in the house. One is a normal insulated model attached to the back door, which leads directly from the left side of the kitchen. I will draw a 1000 hours in MS Paint tier map if needed, along with another attached to the door, which leads to the basement. As it so happened, the one attached to the basement door was moving slightly, as if something had just passed through it. From the basement, I heard a soft thud, along with the sound of a set of nails on hard wood. I think I peed myself a little. For a few seconds, I really did think that I was possibly hearing something else, like some of the plumbing was acting up due to the cold. But while it didn't sound like a stereotypical critter, it sounded like something was moving downstairs, and it couldn't be anything I was aware of. In hindsight, if I was smarter, I would have just parked a chair in front of the door, grabbed a gun and a six-pack, and waited out my time, but I was a grown-ass man. Slowly opened the creaky basement door. The staircase is perhaps 8 feet high, and goes straight down. Dark as pitch. Can't see anything beyond the first few steps in the scant light provided to me. Decide to turn on the light via the cord. I was mentally preparing myself to expect to see, say, a raccoon. What I saw was absolutely nothing. While the basement was full of junk, and some things that looked like they could be a rat's nest, I could not see anything that looked obviously soiled or torn apart. After about 10 minutes of fully assessing the situation, I realized that I could not hear anything that I would call animal noises now, but I still needed to triple check everything in the basement. The basement was cold, damp, dusty, and smelled of old wood. Most of the walls were half hidden by shelves of old records, books, and forgotten knickknacks. There was even a vintage record player on a table, covered with a dusty sheet, like a fucking horror movie prop. Deciding to be a big brave man, I picked up a nearby old wooden baseball bat and decided to gently poke the more flagrant piles of crap. I did this for a solid 40 minutes or so. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Hell, I'd even say that the basement was inexplicably pest-free. As I'm about to climb back upstairs, I hear a soft whining sound. I quickly head upstairs. The dog is trying to get outside, presumably to take a whiz despite the weather. I oblige him and open the back door. I take a moment to think about what's happened, figuring that I'm in the clear as long as I could figure out what happened. For the next 3 days, while I was in what could be called a heightened state of paranoia, I did not hear or see anything particularly weird, although it was possible I was being inattentive or was tuning out stuff. I was reading more, watching less TV, drank some beer that I normally wouldn't do. I found an unopened case of Coors in a mini fridge in the laundry area of the house, and, basically, craving an excuse to leave the house. Road conditions had improved enough that, after nearly 2 weeks of not working, I finally got the call that indicated that yes, they had some limited skeleton crew shifts available. I was low on money and deeply fucking bored, so I decided to do so. While the shift ended at 10 PM, due to the road conditions, fuck the Midwest, I made it back to the house around 1 AM. I wasn't worried about the dog because I had figured out its sleeping schedule and, in a sort of paradoxical logic, recognized that it was still willing to use the doggy door to go outside as it pleased. I took my jacket off, quickly removed my work gear, checked on the dog, and headed for the first floor bathroom to do the free SS. My tenure at the house had roughly 5 days left, and I knew it. I had cleaned the place up a bit, knowing that Anita was coming back soon, and I took my time tidying things up in the kitchen in particularly hiding the damage I had managed to do to her Bloody Mary making supplies. Anyhow, I was lucky that I was in my bathroom when I headed upstairs, because I shit myself after I turned the lights on and looked up. At the top of the staircase, its head looking down at me from the left corner of the stair landing, was the head of what I could only describe as belonging to a chocolate Labrador or a beagle. Its head was small, its eyes were large, and its ears were large but floppy. It was only visible for only a few seconds before it retreated into the upstairs bedroom, sounding like it was scrambling on the hardwood floors in a panic. The sound was unmistakable. I ran upstairs. Obviously, there was no sign of any dog. The upstairs bedroom was spacious but open. There was no room for anything to hide, and the house was simply not big enough for there to be any secret hiding places. After I tore the place up, Looking for what I absolutely, 100% knew what I saw, I took a moment to breathe, went downstairs, and made myself a cup of coffee. For the record, the dog truly did look 100% mundane. It wasn't overly skinny or scary looking. It wasn't a weird color, etc. It looked like a perfectly normal dog that shouldn't have been there, and it vanished without a trace. I never saw anything like it again in the house, because I didn't stay in the house. Instead, I took the good, wholesome, 100% not paranormal dog with me to my apartment. I returned every day to the house to feed the fish, but that's where my ventures into the house ended. I learned that Anita had a stroke overseas via her relatives. It was bad, and she was in critical condition in some tiny hospital in Barbados until she passed. Her next of kin alerted me of this fact rather late. They let me keep the dog, as no one else had Anita's habit of keeping senior dogs, but that's where my ties to her house ended. Her dog, whose name was Bella, died back in 2017. She was the epitome of a big old sweetie. As of now, I think I might be the only person who has an unhealthy, irrational fear of beagles. It's absurd, but I fucking know what I saw. Have this dream. Be working in a factory. Typical wacky dream shit going on. Go through the back door of the factory. Walk out into sort of a Disney cartoon. A bit like on Who Framed Roger Rabbit when Valiant is in Toontown. Don't like it. Has this weird sort of opera / choir kind of music in the background, but it is really foreboding and eerie. Whole place feels foreboding and eerie. Start panicking. See phone booth. Use phone booth. Call myself to come rescue myself. Wake up sweating. Time to get up anyway. Go downstairs. See that I have a message on the answering machine. Play message. It's the same music from the dream and someone talking, but you can't make out what's being said. Message was received just before I woke up. Maybe I called my house phone with my mobile while I was sleeping, like some kind of muscle memory thing, although that would not explain the background music. Remember, my mobile was downstairs, charging the whole night anyway. Link related. It's the voicemail. TLDR. I called myself from a dream, I think. Ex-militia anon again. Figure I should give a more recent story. Be late spring 2022 in the Midwest. As any good old boy knows, this means one thing: walleye run. For anyone who does not live in the Midwest or lives near the Great Lakes, the walleye run is basically the redneck version of the salmon runs on the east and west coasts. For our European anons, you know the walleye as pike perch or zander. For myself, I'm after the walleye, but I'm also chasing after common carp, goldeyes, and redtail suckerfish. Some call them trash fish, but they tend to put up heavy, yet intelligent fighting tactics. This will come back later in the story, by the way. Go out to the local tributary river of the Big Mo and set one rod up for bottom feeders, and the other I'm running with drop shot rig in some fast moving water. Spend my time moving up and down the river with the latter as to cover the most water possible and watch as several fishermen come and go a bit downstream in a small waterfall area. I catch a few wallies and several redtail suckerfish throughout the morning hours, but by about noon, the fishing starts to slow down a bit. As the fishing slows down, I switch both rods into a standard bottom feeder rig set up for carp and suckerfish, as the latter I was having a fair bit of luck with, while the former was something I really wanted to have a shot at. While I was setting up the second rod for bottom feeding, I keep getting these uneasy feelings of someone watching me. I have no fucking idea how to explain this without sounding delusional, but the river I fish in is smack dab in the area I live. Having other fishermen or the occasional birdwatcher is nothing new. But this feeling, it felt wrong, like seriously wrong. This put me on edge, but the feeling quickly disappeared as one of my rods started getting whacked pretty hard. And of course, all survival instinct disappears when a good fish hits your line. I head over to my fishing rod and set the hook, and whatever this fish was, it was large enough to put a bend in a fairly heavy-duty rod. The fish starts dancing around the entire area I have been fishing, and it's doing some tactics that allow me to give a pretty reasonable guess as to what it was. It's a fucking carp, oh boy. As I'm fighting this carp, I find myself constantly having to pull it away from snags in the water. This carp was a big boy, and it made sure I understood why it got that large in the first place. Constantly pulls itself near an underwater log, some reeds, and then finally, it gets itself locked up under some old concrete from a bridge that was destroyed in the 2011 floods on the Mo. So I have to try and maneuver myself with this huge bitch and get it unstuck. But while I'm doing this, the carp is making damn sure it gets the line snagged again every time I loosen it up. Oh, you beautiful hog-faced bastard. As I'm doing this, the feeling of being watched starts to creep back into my head. I try to not let it bug me, but it becomes overbearing, and as soon as I twist my head to see if anyone is nearby me, the carp snaps the line. Wait, what are those footsteps? Like, I swear I looked around and saw no one, and now someone is practically within breathing distance of me. Turn around, and the first thing I see is some disheveled guy who looks homeless, and I swear, I almost shit bricks. Guy saw what happened with the fish and said, "Shit, sorry to see that, man." Nervously, I kinda say, "Yeah, it happens sometimes with carp." I kinda sigh and ask him what's up, and while we were about to talk, a literal bald eagle flies over us, and this dude's eyes light up like a little kid's. "Oh my god, there it is," he shouts. "Huh? Oh yeah, bald eagle, neat." And while I say this, he takes out a phone and starts writing down the date and time of where he spotted the eagle. Turns out this guy is a really enthusiastic birdwatcher, and he's been following an eagle pair that was recently dislodged from its nest by Canadian geese. Fucking geese. Can never be safe around those bastards. We shoot the shit about the eagles and geese, and he asks if I have ever seen any bird nesting areas around here. Oh yeah, if you go to the next bridge down, tons of birds have managed to make a small nest colony under it. Mostly sparrows, starlings, and robins that... Before I can even finish, this guy thanks me, and is running down the banks to the next bridge, which is about 500 meters or so down the river. Right, back to fixing my turn around, and look up a nearby hill, and standing there is the most stereotypical looking man in black that I have seen in my life. This dude drove his blacked out SUV onto the nearby hill, off-road, and was watching me talk to the homeless birdwatcher guy. He was wearing an all-black two-piece, had blacked out sunglasses, the whole stereotypical men in black getup. He just stands there, staring at me for what felt like 10 minutes in total, and I'm trying to remain calm and carry on with setting up my fishing line. All the while, I'm already discombobulated by the whole birdwatcher thing, and now I have a glow-in-the-dark spook staring at me. I cannot describe the feeling of being stared at by this dude. It felt wrong. The same feeling I had earlier, and now magnified by the whole reality that yes, I am in fact being watched. Eventually, I get enough courage to just look straight back at this guy, and as I'm about to get ready to wave at him, he just looks at me and nods as if to acknowledge that he knows I can see him. He then goes full Michael Jackson and moonwalks back to his SUV while keeping eye contact with me. He proceeds to open his door as if he was running a VCR and rewind from when he closed it previously. Gets into the SUV, turns it to face me for like 5 minutes, then slowly reverses before going out of sight behind the crest of the hill. I have no idea who this guy was, what he wanted from me, but the feeling he gave me was one of being hunted by a mountain lion. It made the caveman in my brain enter full uncanny valley mode, and I just said fuck this, and reeled up my other rod and went home. I don't know what he wanted, but it was enough to spook me away from fishing for a month during a really great walleye run. Also, for the birdwatcher bro, the geese finally lost to the eagle pair, and they did manage to take back the nest. Hopefully that brings you some ease, my dude. When I was a senior in high school, a girl 2 grades below me took her own life by hanging herself by a chain in a tree in her yard. Her mom was sick with grief, and I don't know who put the idea into her head, but she thought her daughter would be resurrected. She was part of some Assembly of God type church, and the pastor also said that her daughter could be revived. The mom worked at Walmart and was having people sign up to donate blood to pump it into her daughter so she would come back to life. My stepmom worked at Walmart at that same time, and recalls people telling the lady that what she was doing was not right. On the night the daughter was supposed to be revived, the police showed up to the abandoned pickle factory building they chose as the resurrection venue and shut it down. Be me, 2002, 22-year-old homeless alcoholic, starting out life on hard mode, life in the Southwest, fall in with Mexican day laborers, work hard, buy booze, sleep, repeat. Buddy says he's found a sweet deal of a job. It's a dig job. Ask him to hook me up. Says it's twice as much money as what we've been getting for the same kind of ditch digger shit we've been doing. Meet with Jefe. Says keep your mouth shut and do what I say and get paid. 2-hour van ride into the desert. Volcanoes? What the fuck? I had no idea there were volcanoes on the Mexican border. Park in the middle of fucking nowhere and grab shovels and lanterns. Go in a weird, big as fuck cave. No graffiti, no trash. Like totally untouched. No bats, no guano. Big ass fucking stone circle in the middle. Jefe says, don't touch that shit. Gatorade and shitty ham sandwiches for lunch. Boss man says dig here, then dig there. Do this all day long. Keeps checking shit on some little yellow box like a voltmeter. Keep finding little stone objects shaped like D&D dice. Boss loses his shit when we find a metal one instead of stone. Are we grave robbing? Fuck. Walking back to van, wore the fuck out. Sun just dipping on the horizon. Hear whispering from the shadows. Buddy hears it too. Boss man says keep your eyes down and keep walking. Buzzing in my ears, inside my head. Walk faster. Not sure this is worth it. Day 2. We're back at the cave. Big stone disc has been moved, and there's like a circular well underneath. Can't see the bottom. Boss man freaks out. Everybody out. Job's over. Goodbye money. Everyone's super quiet on the ride back. Feds roll in next week, asking everyone, you seen this guy? It's boss man. Even being a stupid drunk at 19, I know never to talk to feds. Feel dirty. Nightmares every night. Can't stand the heat anymore. Can't stand the sun. Take everything I own and what little cash I have and go cross country and beg my sister to let me stay with her. Never going back to the desert. I made an appointment with a psychiatrist tomorrow because I honestly think I've lost it. This is my story. It's quite long, so bear with me. Just recently become 20 years old. Want to do something fun for my birthday. Invite 3 friends to go urbex and haunt hunting with me in the Czech Republic. 2 destinations are abandoned underground facilities from the Second World War. 1 destination is a supposedly haunted hill. Another destination is a long tunnel, just beneath the ground, which supposedly abruptly ends. Still don't know where that one's supposed to be. You're catching my drift, I think. We had a lot planned. Group consists of me, a hipster, a comic nerd, and a rich guy. Be yesterday evening. Hang out in the house of rich guy, Jack. Smoke some weed and watch Ace Ventura. Decide to take a look at local forest while stoned. Meet some random dude in front of the forest. His English is pretty decent. I'd say even better than mine. He's pretty young. Says he's there quite often. Says he used to do videos there. We don't really know him, but he seems like an alright person. Plus, we might need someone who knows the area, so we ask him to chill with us in the forest. He takes a long look into the forest. Listen, I am not letting you enter that forest. We are confused, asking him whether he's the forest keeper or something. He completely avoids eye contact with us, staring into the forest. Nerd starts grinning and shouts, "Creepypasta time," with a melodic voice. Some of us laugh. Forest dude is visibly annoyed. He mocks our laughter and tells us to fuck off. Rich Anon is getting upset. Hipster Anon too. Forest dude's eyes are trailing something in the forest in short bursts of movement. Without looking away from the forest, he says, "Creepypasta? Okay. So you're into like creepy stuff, right?" I was too. He licks his lips and cowers a little, as if he was trying to look beneath something. Nerdanon is now joking about me having planned all of this. Forest Bro is fucking pissed. His entire body language is saying, "I'm prepared to fight you." Fists clenched and feet wide apart, he finally turns towards us. 2 options. You leave, or I make you leave. We mock Forest Dude a little, but we turn around. Suddenly, Richinon turns toward the forest again and starts sprinting inside. Instinctively, we follow him. Because we are a bunch of morons, we make bird noises while running past Forest Dude, who desperately tries to catch one of us. Forest Dude stops chasing right after the first tray. He's crying now, hysterical, begging us not to go inside. He's offering us money, his car, and some inaudible things. At this point we really think he's gone nuts. After about 20 minutes of walking, Hipster Non sits down on a large rock. We sit around, starting to roll new joints, talking about a restaurant where you can get an entire menu for like €8 and it's fucking delicious. Nerdanon stares at his half-rolled joint. Dudes, I'm out. Not smoking anymore. Total paranoia. He passes his weed on, but we don't really bother asking him what's wrong, since he was always kinda weird. We took up and continue north. Sorry for breaking the story. I should have fucking listened to that Forest Dude. We find a half-rotten, half-gnawed boar carcass. Nerdanon is freaking out, begging us to leave. Claims he knows his shit. Claims there is no animal in these forests able to kill a boar. Getting a bad feeling as well. Suggest we head back. Hipster Non says we should look for mushrooms on the way out, the normal ones. We spread out a little and look for mushrooms. Surprisingly, there are none. I get a little bit distracted by a weird stump and get separated off of the group. As we get back together, it seems that Nerdanon cheered up a bit. At least he's not frightened anymore. We make our way back. Rich Guy laughs loudly as he sees that Forest Dude is still in front of the forest. Forest Dude is anxiously walking up and down. No trace of him being angry at us, just frightened or worried about something. We decide to apologize to him and offer him a beer. As we walk out of the forest, he's relieved at first, until he sees Nerdanon. His eyes widen, and you could see how his breath stopped for a moment as he turned pale. He suddenly smiles and accepts our offer. On the way, we're talking about nothing in particular. Forest Dude turns to Nerdanon and asks him how long Richinon has lived up there, nodding toward Richinon's house. Nerdanon says he does not know. We all remember the fucked up night that we had, as we had a goodbye Richinon party in his house, since he was leaving our country to live back in the Czech Republic. Think that Nerdanon probably smoked too much, so he does not remember it. Forest Dude cautiously looks at each one of us, as if he's expecting some sort of reaction. Fast forward a few minutes. We're in a hospoda, a bar/restaurant now. Locals make comments about Forest Dude, which I don't understand. He's annoyed by them. We start drinking beer and metaxa. Only Nerdanon is drinking water. Forest Dude suggests we play a round of darts. All but Nerdanon agree. He wants to read something. Plus, he's not feeling too well. We start playing darts. Forest Dude sucks, and talk feels extremely forced. He suddenly tells us that he's getting a new round of beer. I decide to follow him. He's standing at the bar, occasionally peeping towards Nerdanon. I confront him, but he just puts his arm around me and draws me in close, while raising his finger to his lips, signaling me to be quiet. I give him the benefit of the doubt. I will say what I have to say. Please listen carefully. After that, do with me what you want. I gave your friend gold dust. My father is a goldsmith. Watch your friend. I try to inconspicuously peep over to Nerdanon. The skin on his neck is bumpy, as if there was something underneath it. From the looks of it, wrinkled skin, or maybe feathers. I look back at Forest Dude, and he just nods at me, as if he was trying to say, told you so. I'm fed up with all of this, so I ask the bartender for a pack of smokes, and ask Forest Dude if he wants to smoke one with me outside. Catch some fresh air. Forest Dude understands this is a cover for me to talk to him alone, and loudly accepts the offer. Outside, it's night already. Don't expect answers. I don't have any, starts Forest Dude. Before I can say anything, he continues. I have no idea where it came from, how many there are, or whether it is my fault or not. They are allergic to gold dust. That is all I can say for sure. I laugh a bit, dizzy from booze and weed, and ask whether he's trying to pull an X-prank on me. He starts rambling about some rituals he did in the woods, and that he started noticing weird things in his videos, and I don't really remember what else. He was confused and very upset. There is no commotion, he said. We should get inside, see what's going on. We walk in, but only Hipster Anon is sitting at the table. Nerd Anon and Rich Anon are nowhere to be seen. We casually ask where they are. Hipster Anon says that Nerd Anon was not feeling very well, so he went out in the back. We keep on drinking, and I'm really drunk at this point. Rich Anon and Nerd Anon walk in. Nerd Anon is exchanging mean looks with Forest Dude. The rest of the evening is a foggy mess and not really noteworthy. Forest Dude left us after a while, and we stumbled home. I wake up a little earlier than usual due to having to take a massive piss. Walk downstairs. Notice Rich Anon taking off his soaking wet hoodie, and Nerd Anon putting away 2 pairs of shoes, covered in mud. Ask them where they were. They say they were just taking a walk. Be suspicious about them, and try to do what Forest Dude did earlier. What a shame we agreed not to visit the underground facilities. I'd love to see them. They both say they don't want to. Starting to get really uncomfortable. Lock the door to my room and sleep until noon. Someone knocks at my door. It's Rich Anon. Says they all want to check out the forest again. Still confused and tired, I follow him out of the house. All 3 of my friends, and even Forest Dude, are standing there, all of them in a cheerful mood. They start talking about the neat stone on which one of them sat the day before, and how much fun it'll be. Forest Dude smiles. Let's go, he says. I thought you didn't want anyone to walk into the forest. He laughs and says that we had a bad day. We should totally take a walk in the forest today. I suggest we have a small breakfast first. Rush up to Rich Anon's room and take 2 gold rings into his father's workshop. Manage to get some gold dust. At this point, I am too scared and confused to think rationally. All of them are just drinking water while I'm having boiled eggs. I ask them if they want some of the ham that we bought yesterday. They all agree. I sprinkle the gold dust on it as I'm putting it on a dish. They start devouring it like crazy, giving me an occasional seductive glance. Their skin is bumpy, their teeth is sharp. As they continue munching on the ham, I notice small parts of their finger sticking to the table and to whatever else they touch. They notice that I was staring at them and exchange meaningful looks. I think we should get going, Anon, says Nerd Anon. I tell them I'm feeling sick and they should leave without me. Without hesitation, they do so. Walk up to my room, lock the door, call a psychiatrist friend, get on X, start thread. Anyone know of lost men? They are apparently beings that take the form of people, or according to some, are the spirits of the deceased. They wander around desolate areas or abandoned towns. If you ever see one and it sees you back, it will shout a way for you to come over to it. They either are going to ask you for directions to places that no longer exist or never existed. If you engage in a conversation with them, time will literally fly by. 10 or 20 minutes of talking may actually be 2 or 3 hours past. My parents were very religious, so they told me to never interact with them. My father would say they were demons, wanted to take your soul, etc. Kooky stuff, really. My dad also said that one time he drove past one of them and it chased him in his car on foot for a few miles before reappearing again in front of his car sometime down the road. He asked them what was wrong, and the thing said, yeah, what is wrong? Driving late at night through the country. See a guy wave me down. I pull to the side of the road. He says I want to go to town that does not exist. I say, I don't think that's around here, but I can take him to the nearest place, which is about 15 miles away. He says no, I want to go to town that does not exist. I say I can take him to the real town or not. He doesn't respond. He turns away from me and walks into a field and begins to jog slightly until he's out of distance. I go, what the fuck? My car won't turn on for a few minutes. I notice about 40 minutes has passed. Was only stopped for like 5 minutes. My car won't turn on for a few minutes. I get it on and drive for about 5 miles. See the same guy and he waves at me. He asks me the same thing. I say, how did you get up here so quickly? He looks perplexed, then annoyed and says, you'll take me now? I say no I won't and I speed off. I'm literally 2 hours behind getting home. I get home. Next day there is a dead skunk in my driveway. No wounds. I don't know what to make of it. I don't think I am crazy. Be me, 8 years old. Be strong Christian with an unnatural amount of introspection for a kid. Read Bible every night and pray constantly. Parents aren't so zealous. It's a beautiful Texas autumn in the piney woods. Mom and I are going for a hike with the dog. For a long time, I've been praying that God would speak to me. Decide to use the hike to pray. Remember when God spoke to a young prophet, Samuel, in the Bible. Look up at the canopy of evergreens and watch a puffy white cloud drifting lazily across the sky. Realize that I have no real idea of what's true and what isn't. Ask God if He is real. Mom begins to walk so far ahead of me I can no longer see her. I either don't notice or don't care. Think about the innumerable Christian denominations and other religions. I close my eyes, grit my teeth, and utter another prayer. Ask whatever God is real to show me that they exist. Pray to all of them and ask for the truth. Dusk begins to paint the forest in shadow. I trip over a rotted log. Begin praying with all of the fervor and zeal that I can. Ask God to speak to me. Repeat prayer of praise, repentance, and my request until I feel like I can't pray anymore. All alone in the woods now. The trees are no longer painted with orange light, only shadow. Continue praying with everything I've got. After some time passes, a powerful fiery sensation blooms in my chest. Ears begin to hum. Gritting teeth so hard, I hear them crack. Pray harder. Eyes feel like they're about to pop out of my head. I'm shutting them so hard. I can hear whispers. By this point, I am very afraid. Begin praying. Ask God to tell me who I will be with the same intensity as before. No idea what the whispering voices are saying at this point, if anything at all. Convinced that the voices are evil. Now very afraid of the idea of God Himself talking to me. Imagine it will be very scary. As I pray, the feeling grows stronger and the voices grow louder. I try to ignore my fear and keep praying. Realize all of a sudden that I'm not hearing the voices with my ears. To test this out, I stick my fingers in my ears, no change in sound. I realize then that I am perceiving this experience with the feeling in my chest. I try picking out words in the whispers, but am afraid of listening to what they're entirely saying. Try shutting out the noise with the sound of rushing blood in my ears. Come to another realization. The voices aren't speaking with words, but I entirely understand what they're saying, every word. The whispering voices become deafening. I can't shut them out, can only ignore them. As the voices reach a fever pitch, they all stop. Deafening silence for what feels like minutes. One single voice speaks clearly, being male, but not overly masculine or intimidating whatsoever. Had not yet learned about the still small voice of God. Imagine Him to be a scary, giant bearded man. The voice calls me by a name I was infuriated to be called and checks my pride. It simply tells me that I will be a man of peace. You will be a man of peace, Anon. Peace. I get back to the car. My mom is on the phone with the police and Grandpa. Anon, you've been missing for several hours. Where were you? Mom is visibly angry and writes off my entire experience. Possible time dilation. Never had anything like this happen before or since. I've fallen off the wagon sometimes and done dumb stuff, but this experience solidified my faith as a Christian. I'm open to other explanations. I've spent years thinking about this and have no idea what the natural explanation could be. I have no family history of schizophrenia, never been diagnosed with schizophrenia. I have never hallucinated before, except once when I took LSD. I was a huge moron as a teen. I couldn't find anything similar on Google, so I had to make a crude sketch. Teenage years, sleepover with friends at a beach house the rich friend had. There's another one kind of close to it, but we're told it's almost never used by the owner. We decide to go check it out at night, after everyone's gone to sleep. Doors are obviously locked. We head back. Another friend, I'll call him Bob, spots a smaller section to the side, connected to the main one by a corridor that has one big window on it. Bob runs over to it and sees doors unlocked. We go inside and try to look around with Nokia phone flashlights. It's more like a shed, but there's nothing inside but dust and some sand from the beach. The door to the corridor is unlocked as well. We push another friend, I'll call him Jake and head to check it out. Halfway through he freezes up and runs back. Bob laughs at him and goes ahead. Same reaction. What the fuck? My turn. Suddenly feel ill halfway through, like something isn't right. As I'm turning around to head back, I see what looks like a few people standing outside through the window. Oh fuck, we've been spotted. Motion to my friends to get the fuck out, and we run out of the place, but there is no one outside. Fast forward about 6 to 7 years. At Rich Friend's house, his mom is talking to us. She mentions being sad about selling the beach house, but it was uncomfortable. Ask her why. Says the owner of the house next to it was convicted of killing some random girl he picked up about 2 years ago. They found him by tracking her phone, and it led to the beach house. Some of her remains were found in the sand. Police assumed he threw the body into the sea, but the waves washed some of it back. There was also more DNA around the side house, but he denied knowing any of it. Remember the shadow figures on the sand staring at me. Shipwrecks. Waiting tables in a hip part of town. Place is fucking busy all the time. My section is half of this big outdoor patio overlooking a residential street. In the weeds, so I barely notice when this young Asian girl walks through the patio gates over towards me. I'm carrying a tray full of drinks, but she grabs my arm and kinda tugs on it. Nearly dropped the entire tray. I look at her like, what the fuck are you doing, bitch? But I notice she looks fucking freaked out. She says something like, I need help, but with a thick accent. She's young, maybe mid-teens. In my best waiter voice, I say, I'll be right with you, and turn to drop off my drinks, when I see these very well-dressed Asian dudes stroll over, smiling. They apologize, and tell me that their sister is not supposed to leave the house, and they imply that she's mentally handicapped. Alarm bells go off in my head, but customers everywhere are flagging me down, and I've still got to drop off this tray, packed with mimosas, for a group of Botoxed old white ladies. Nobody seems to notice or give a shit about these men dragging away this teenaged Asian girl. I follow after them, tray in hand. Ask the girl if she's in trouble, but she does not respond. Just seems totally dead-eyed by this point. I watch as the men take her into a house across the street that I've never really looked at before. Totally white. I realize the windows look really dark, like they're boarded up from the inside. Manager comes out, asking what the fuck I'm doing, and I tell him what I saw. He basically says it was probably just their stupid sister and on. Go take care of your fucking tables. I do, but I call the anonymous tip line during my break to tell them what I saw. Nothing ever comes of it. I worked at this place for maybe another 2 months. House was still there when I quit. Noticed during that time that different people were always coming and going. It had to be a whorehouse or something. One evening, I'm leaving work, heading to my car, parked down the street. Hear someone walking behind me and glance back. Do a double take. It's one of those nicely dressed Asian dudes from before. Nodded politely because I'm a pussy. He just stared me down. Get a bad feeling and keep my eyes on him as I unlock my car door. He walks up to the car sitting behind mine and gets into the driver's seat. I notice there's a guy already sitting inside, in the passenger seat. He's staring at me too. Fuck. Throw open the door, jump into the car, and crank the ignition. But the Asian dudes are already pulling up next to me, kinda blocking me in. There was a car in front of me. Both guys are staring me square in the eye. Guy in the passenger seat is casually tapping a gun against the window. Did he die? No. They just drove off slowly after that. I quit my job not long after. Something not paranormal, but that has bugged me since it happened, is that I saw this kid's face on the news one time. I recognized him. I'd seen him on and off at this park near my job. I know I'm going to get called a moron for the story, but whatever. There's this park by my old job. It's a well-known cruising spot in the gay scene. I found out about it from my boss, who was this really raunchy older gay man. He described how guys have been going there to blow/fuck each other since the 70s or something. I got curious and drove around there one day to see if I could spot any unusual activity. I was surprised by how blatant it was. There were these little secluded areas in the park where you could park your car, and you'd be shielded on basically all sides by thick trees and tall grasses, so cars would pull in there and park. Then the drivers would prop their doors open and just sit there, which seemed to be a signal that they were looking for some action. Passing cars would see this and pull in. They too would park, and that driver would walk open to the vehicle with an open door and proceed to blow the dude inside. Couldn't see the actual act, but it's obvious what was happening. Anyway, I was hooked on this shit because of how sleazy it was, and I'd find myself randomly going to the park out of morbid fascination. Once, I saw this one guy who was really young, as in way too young, maybe 14 or 15. I was parked nearby, and he was coming out of the woods. He stood at the tree line, watching the cars for a while. I figured maybe he was just a curious gay teen, watching the older men. Kinda weird, but whatever. I'm in no position to judge. After that, I'd see this kid periodically. One time, I watched as a man went over to him, and two disappeared into the woods. After this, any time I saw the kid, he'd be disappearing into the woods with a much older man. Then one day, a few months later, I saw his face on the news. Right away, my stomach dropped. I knew what it was before the news anchors even said it. Assaulted and murdered. I have no idea, but I felt responsible. Like I should have interceded or something. I don't know what I could have even done. But fuck, I carried a ton of guilt about that for a long time. Hey fuckers. After some cool meditation experiences and a giant number of coincidences, I had a neat dream where a cube made out of words, Metatron, was being rotated, and when different words lined up, three-dimensionally, they would obtain meaning. Whatever was rotating the cube used it to tell me something, and then went to move me up, but I had to wake up for work. It's been about 3 years since then, and I got put under anesthesia for a stomach camera, and I saw that cube again. Rotated cube to obtain meaning. Next, the cube was removed. We practiced the same thing, but this time with no cube to visualize. Language performed by combining basic thought forms. I moved up. Big orb resonating the thought forms. It was translating the center. The center tried to communicate to me directly, but it was incomprehensible. The orb translates again that all is one, etc. Religious stuff. The center tried to speak, but I cannot comprehend the complexity of its language, and it becomes disappointed. I ripped the IV out while unconscious. Woke up while being wheeled back to the waiting room. Immediately asked the camera operator, what is the metabolic process of your anesthetic? He doesn't know. I was under the impression that these reoccurring religious figures are part of your unconscious process, and that's why we all report meeting the same creatures. It also turns out anesthetic is made with easy to process molecules that absorb into fat, and since your spinal cord and nerve cells are fatty cells, they get flooded with this chemical, which stops their ability to carry information. The chemical is processed out just like anything else you inhale or eat, which is when you start sending and receiving information again. But that is Psy, this is X. What was going on? I am going to tell you something that will sound insane, but it is true. God showed me a vision of the end when I first got saved. I have never had anything like this other than at that time in my life. There were men in black, in full tactical gear, with no skin showing, all covered with black. They had the American flag patch on their shoulder. They were hopping out of this sort of armored vehicle. I described the vision later to a guy who had served, and he, without missing a beat, said, "Oh, that sounds like a Lanka Bearcat." I googled it, and that was the same vehicle that I had seen. Anyways, at this time, they were getting all of the people to deny Christ and giving them huge cash incentives. All of the Christians were fleeing from these groups of soldiers or police, armed men either way. Each group of say 50 of these soldiers had a demon in a black robe, and they were here, in our world. The soldiers were chasing the Christians, and when they would catch them, they would behead them. The people who had rejected Christ were on their phones and taking pictures and pointing out where the fleeing Christians had gone. They were leading them down these sort of rabbit trails. By that, I mean the escape routes lead into traps, and the non-Christians were selling them out and helping the soldiers find them. They were excited to do it. They enjoyed it. At the end I saw the dark, overcast skies open up, and this glorious light came down, and we all knew who it was. Everyone had this sort of feeling, like they had lost everything that ever mattered. The fisherman who contacted me went by the name Thomas. He was quite adamant that he and his crew had witnessed an actual mermaid. He then proceeded to tell me about the beliefs associated with aquatic humanoids in his native country of Indonesia. Residents of that nation believe in the reality of these cryptids. Thomas recalled an account he had heard decades earlier. This aquatic creature encounter occurred during a military training exercise in Jakarta Bay. At the time, the soldier witnesses had described that the creatures had hands and faces like a human man, but the mouths were very wide and similar to the mouth of a carp. The length of these creatures was about 5 feet, their skin was pink, and on his head were spikes. Unlike classic mermaids, these beings had ordinary human legs, not fish-like tails. They briskly shoaled near the witnesses. At first, the soldiers believed that these were just people swimming, but when one of the creatures turned to face them, they noticed that the features are not human. Immediately after that, the creatures plunged headlong into the water and disappeared from view. The witnesses looked at the water for a while, but the creatures never reappeared. When the soldiers met with several of the fishermen at shore and asked them about the sea creatures, they said that these creatures are called orang ikan. Orang means people, and ikan is fish. In another incident, a police commander was summoned to a village west of Jakarta. When the commander arrived, he was told that a dead orang ikan was found and was moved to the hut of the head of the village. The commander went to examine the body. He described the creature was 150 centimeters in length, with reddish shoulder-length hair. The neck was covered in sharp thorns, and the face was hideous and resembled the face of a monkey. It had a short nose, a low forehead, and small ears. The mouth had no lips and was wide as the face, and the teeth in the mouth were small, but sharp as needles. The fingers on the hands and feet of the creatures were webbed, and the rest of the body was covered with tufts of algae. The commander could not understand what this creature was, and of what species it belonged to. Never before had he heard about these creatures, and it frightened him. To tell the whole premonition that I had, I would need about 5 or 6 posts, so I will condense it as much as possible, using movies as reference. Single government, demolition man style. 2 types of people. 99.9% of people conform. Very few free people. Majority of people never leave their homes. Food is supplied to them. They work and socialize from home. They believe it's too dangerous to go outside, and that the free people are savage killers and thugs and monsters. No comfy sewer system society, like in Demolition Man. Free people are hunted constantly. Government has huge, mobile gun platforms and flying gunships. Looks like Terminator 2, Machine's future. Legions of troops constantly searching everywhere for free people to eradicate. Free people are completely unarmed. Guns and ammo ran out long ago. Just finding somewhere safe to sleep at night is extremely difficult. Government willing to carpet bomb a 100-acre area on suspicion that there is a free person there. Unlimited military budget. Farming, agriculture all gone. People are fed synthetic stuff, piped to their homes. Not even any wildlife to hunt. No way for free people to feed themselves other than theft and occasionally fishing, but rivers, lakes, and coasts are patrolled by the government too. Outside of safe cities, entire world basically looks like World War I battlefields, only with more troops and mechanized gun platforms. In the dream, I just arrived in a new area and was trying to hook up with other free people there. Had to go through a variety of tests to prove I'm not a government plant trying to destroy them from the inside, as that's a common thing. I had some food on me and was using it to barter for a place to sleep for the night. It was utterly hopeless. We were basically just trying to survive. There was no possibility of peace. No point in trying to overthrow the government, as the majority of people were brainwashed. 100% of your time was used trying to find food. Eating worms was normal, and shelter, while dodging military patrols and gunships passing overhead. I lived as a homeless person for about 3.5 years, through my own choice. You think hobos have weird-ass stories for non-homeless people. You should try being in their shoes and listening to the shit they don't talk about, except with other hobos. Let me tell y'all a few of the stories I overheard / was told. A trio of homeless women told me that a black unmarked van would prowl around the city looking for homeless women by themselves, and whenever they were away from the others, the van would swoop in. A group of men would jump out, snatch the lady, then speed off. An older Native American told me that the bad spirits of the land had evolved to hunt in the cities of men and targeted those too sick or too high / drunk to get away, and that those caught had something changed in them. A guy missing his right arm and eye, with some wicked scars, warned me against going to the old steel mills because the iron eaters would try to catch you if they lived there. A hobo camp once told me that the homeless kids would be stalked by someone or something if they went off on their own, and if it caught them, they would not be seen again. One more. Don't sleep near the cemetery. The Hoongan will come and steal your soul. There was a girl I had a crush on in elementary school who went missing. Case is still unsolved. You can look it up. Weird thing is, she was acting spooky just before she disappeared, according to a friend who told me this. Elementary school, Virginia. Have a huge crush on this girl called Jennifer. That part's not really important, except to say that I noticed right away when she did not show up one day. Teachers start acting weird. Principal comes to talk to them all. They talk quietly in a group for a while. Nobody tells us anything, but it's clear something happened. We get the stranger danger speech after that. Jennifer's friend gets spooked by this and asks where Jennifer is. Teacher won't say. Jennifer's friend tells me something later at recess. The day before, Jennifer was kind of upset about a dream she had. She told her friend that she woke up in the middle of the night and saw herself standing by her bed. She was moving her mouth like she was talking, but no words were coming out. It looked like she had a hole in her head. Now Jennifer is not at school. Later that night, parents talk to me. They tell me Jennifer might not be coming back, etc. Years later, I find out Jennifer's parents were both shot and killed in their home. Jennifer was taken, but nobody knew where she was or who had her. Several weeks later, she was found shot in the head. I spent 20 minutes writing my experiences down before I realized I was a few hundred over the character limit. I'll leave an extremely abridged version of the background before I begin. Friends and I are on a trip throughout the Southwest, AZ, NM, TX, camping in various spots. I have a few stories, but I mainly want to focus on two. Can't go into full detail of why we were there without getting off topic and spending a lot of time explaining stuff that isn't integral to the stories themselves, so I'll begin. Be me, redneck, who browses out in K. Friends are with me. Similar backgrounds. We're camping at a spot in West Texas where people come to shoot guns. Texas doesn't have a lot of BLM land. The few bits of acres that exist are ravaged and completely trashed. We're in one of those such spots. Whatever. I'm a Texas and more redneckisms. Anyway, we're shooting guns all through the day, lighting off fireworks, drinking a little bit. We decide to do target practice at a small hill to the northwest, adjacent to side-by-side trail. Trail isn't large enough for conventional vehicles. Only saw one RZR all day, and it was going opposite direction. Decide it's safe. Start firing. Halfway through shoot, a fucking Dodge Charger is going down the road. Immediately yell for my friends to cease fire. Drop my gun. I just about shat myself. Thought I'd just killed someone or shot a vehicle. They stop for a few seconds. We kind of wave in an apologetic manner. About a half mile up the road is a hill that leads back to the main road. They stop. See a person get out and get on a phone. I have no idea what they're doing. Thinking they're calling the cops or something. We kind of sit there, freaking out. No idea what's about to happen. Person gets back in their car. They approach. A million thoughts are racing through my mind. Is this it? Is this the day I'm about to die in a gunfight with some stranger in the middle of the fucking desert? Friends think similar thoughts. My story is too long, TLDR version. I wave them down. They asked for help with their RZR, off-road vehicle to uninitiated. Agree, and apologize for shooting toward them. Act confused, as if I didn't. Think it's a fucked up cartel trap or something at first, but find their shit, and it's on side. Help flip it. They thank me, take off hastily. Really weird people, but whatever. They come back later in day with trailer. Their trailer is filled with sandbags, remember this. Wave, and think all as well. They wave back, and we don't see them again. Come sunset, we decide to hike and get pictures. Beauty. As we go back to campsite, notice a collection of animal skeletons, ram and dog skulls in a circular shape. Really weird. Kinda spooks us, cause it was close to where we set up camp. We go back to camp. Our site is absolutely trashed. Nothing stolen, but all our food, ammo, supplies, scattered. See piss puddle near truck, and think it was an animal, but then we noticed near tire marks. We decided to nope the fuck out of there. Load truck as quickly as we could. Had guns ready just in case we were being surveyed from a distance. Drive down that dinky road as fast as possible, without fucking my suspension up. As soon as we approach the blacktop, we see a shitload of sandbags blocking the road. Well, 4x4 engage and go around it. Get to the interstate as fast as I could. That's when me and my friends realized that down in Texas, the only land is for private owners. No public land is safe in that state. This happened a while ago. Be doing a K challenge. Missed out in summer, so had to do it in the middle of winter. Flow rider winter, so it doesn't really count. Set up camp. Bring only a 50-pound bag, recurve bow, and double bubble toil and trouble barrel shotgun with me. It's in the middle of an old clearing. Usually it would be occupied with tents, but the harsh winter warded everyone off that year. Everybody except me. Get a good fire going. Pull out pamphlet on the area I'm camping at. The pamphlet literally says that the Native American translation for the place was Silent Hills. Nervous laughter. It's nighttime. Decide to turn in. Sleep with Shoddy by my side. Uneventful night. Insanely quiet, which sort of helped me fall asleep. Wake up. Warm sunlight dances on the ground. Everything seems to be right cobber. Then, I notice the clearing is a perfect circle. This is strange, because I could have sworn it was more of a pear shape when I set up camp. I turned to the right, to walk further in a woods, when I noticed something off-white dangling from a branch. It's a skull. A little bit weirded out, but not scared. Coyotes are pretty common here. Turn to the right again, another skull. Repeat this. Frigging coyote skulls everywhere. Retreat to the center of the camp. Coyote skulls are clearly visible everywhere. How did I miss this? Clutch Shoddy a little tighter. Return to tent. Guzzle down some homemade tea. I used some safety leaves that I found around the campsite. Calm my nerves a little. Feeling a little braver. Walk back out to look around some more. Enter detective mode. Look at the skulls again. Notice by the wear on their teeth, or lack of it, that they were all around 8 to 14 months old. Decide to take them all down. Having their hollow eye socket stare at me like that is way too spooky. By the time I'm finished screwing around, it's dinner time. Go out and hunt a squirrel, make rotisserie. I used some spices I found in the woods to give it flavor. I knew they weren't toxic. However, I forgot that they were also used as laxatives, but since this is a creepy thread and not an MRE thread, I won't go into detail. Clean myself up and return to my tent to sleep. I wake up a little while later at midnight exactly. Loud yaps and rustling coming from everywhere. I grab my bow and Shoddy and carefully peek out through tent opening. Ach, damn. I was pushed onto my back. White snapping jaws were inches from my face. I use a broadhead to stab whatever is on me. It goes down like a ton of bricks. Pull out my cell phone to use it as a flashlight. It's a frickin' coyote. The broadhead went right through its throat, out through the top of its head. The yaps and barks are getting louder and closer. In an adrenaline high, I blast randomly from my tent opening. I'm not sure if I hit anything, too occupied with reloading. More of the sons of bitches are pouring in. Shoot, reload, shoot, reload, shoot, reload. I do this until I'm out of buckshot. Say a quick prayer, grab my bow. As I reach for it, a sharp pain strikes my wrist. I'm too wide-eyed to do anything. The coyote I literally stabbed with a frigging broadhead is biting my right hand. He leaps on top of me. Luckily for me, the arrow stuck in his head keeps him coming from close to my face. I'm hysterical by this point, screaming, "Help! Damn! Die!" Just then, I remember I brought along an XXL butterfly knife for gits and shiggles. Use it to chop the bastard's head off. Run out of the tent. I accidentally grab my shotgun instead of my bow. I'm spinning around, trying to find a way of escape. Suddenly, all of the yapping stops. The coyotes are backing up to a campfire. It wasn't my campfire. Above the blaze, floated a coyote skull with feathers strewn about it. Notice it's not actually floating, but instead is being worn as a mask by a naked man with pitch black skin. I scream, infuriated at him. I think I was trying to curse at him. I jerk the trigger on my shotgun, and to my surprise, it goes off. His shoulder flinches back, and he grabs his stomach. This part I can't green text, it's just too hard to describe. He pulled open his stomach, and this gut-wrenching feeling of anxiety poured over. Something akin to the sound of a cannon or lightning started going off, but it was way too prolonged to be a rifle or something like that. I think of it today more like a scream. I woke up later, in a ranger station. They said they received a call in the middle of the night. Someone kept on screaming "coward" and "damned B" into the phone. They patrolled all around, until they found me at the campsite. I was covered in bites, not from coyotes, save the one on my wrist, but rather, something more like a human. The wounds were too marred to judge accurately. They were really mad at me. They thought I went coyote hunting while high or something. The second campfire at the site was stacked to the height of a man with coyote bones. I'm not allowed to go there anymore, but I don't think I would, even if I could. By the way, the guy looked like Pickle. Be me, a Slav security guard at a medical university. My job is to watch cameras and make sure the lab rats get sufficient airflow. There are some students hanging out behind the university having a grill party. 6 hours into my night shift. See a hobo on a camera set up his shop. He seems sober and just trying to get some shut-eye. He's away from places where people can see him. Whatever. Leave him alone. I can't be bothered to call the police, and they would do fuck all about him. Every so often, check on the sleeping hobo. 8 hours into my night shift. The students already ended their grill party. They are wasted and on their way home. They are passing the hobo. One of the students starts pouring something on the hobo. I think another one threw a cigarette on him or something. Hobo is engulfed in flames. Jumps into decorative water stairs and douses himself. Students run off. I fucking write the report. It's swept under the rug because the student who doused the hobo has a girlfriend whose dad is a big sponsor of the university. When I was 17, me and some friends made a DIY diving machine that used 2 car batteries and an air compressor to pump air down a length of tubing. I tried it once, but the pump was sending in a fine mist of pump oil and I could not stand it. Our solution was to take one of those snorkel tubes and stuff it full of rags to filter out the oil. The spot we chose to test it out was a decent sized pond that connected up to the drainage system of a newly constructed shopping center / strip mall type place. My friend goes in with a new filter and he is going right towards the large black plastic corrugated drainage tube. All of a sudden, the tubing jerks and a whole bunch of bubbles blast out of the water. The line, still belching air, was separated from the snorkel and my friend was gone. He had gotten sucked into the drainage tube sideways and was blocking the flow like a logjam. Somehow, he got loose, but when he did, he got sucked down the drainage tube out to where it opens up into a ditch by the street. Miraculously, he was able to hold his breath and come out alive at the other end. From our perspective, he had just disappeared and he did not come back up. We went in looking around the edge of the pond, trying to find him, hoping that he was just playing a joke and that he had swam away unseen somehow. It did not make sense, but we were so desperate and scared, we could not understand at the time. Minutes since he disappeared, 2 police came and hollered at us, and when we looked over, our friend was with them. He was wearing his shirt tied up around his waist, tied up like a loincloth, with a decent gash across his chest from where he pressed up against the pipe. Later, he recalled that his pants had been torn off, and he was gasping for air, half naked, in a huge rocky ditch where the police happened to see him as they were driving by. Nothing can describe the terror I felt when I realized that he was not going to come back up. It is incredible that he is still here and alive.